Chapter 101. Jiaoxi felt her breathing become agonizing. In reality, she first rescued an issue from the crazed Alpha bodyguard, then set out to save her current boss, Captain Lin. She was hustling and hustling, exhausted. In the game, she faced a nearly identical situation, and this time, it was truly overwhelming. The players' consciousness beads had turned black, completely opposing them to players like her, who possessed pure white consciousness beads. There were so many of them, and Jiaoxi was accompanied by a half-dead teammate. There was no way to defeat them, and no way to escape them. Ice blue rain fell, condensing the ground into ice. The rising icy mist slowed her movements. Her body felt the dampness and cold permeating her, and frost seemed to form on her joints. A large group of people had surrounded the area, guarding the intersections, the buildings, and the rooftops of the rows of buildings, completely blocking Jiaoxi's path. Jiaoxi looked up and met a familiar pair of cold blue eyes, as cold as ice. His silver-gray hair flowed in the icy rain, not a trace of moisture on it. "Ah, old acquaintance." She raised her hand in greeting. Silver Butterfly. Jiaoxi remembered that back on Xuanyu Star, Silver Butterfly hadn't attacked Duoduo, who possessed the insect bones. It seemed he even engaged in an internal conflict with the Antimatter Guild, giving them the chance to escape. Jiaoxi had originally thought he was dead, but she hadn't expected him to still be working for the Antimatter Guild. She noticed that, of all the people here, only his consciousness bead hadn't turned black. And it seemed he was giving orders to these people. So, the truth is clear. Hung Xingwuyan must die. Yin Dai spoke with icy coldness. He added, "But you still have a choice." "Let me guess, you're talking about joining the Antimatter Guild?" Jiaoxi yawned. "I'm tired of hearing that. Is there something new? For example, how about pretending you didn't see me?" Yin Dai ignored her joke. "You've already seen it. This time you lose. We've defeated this planet's boss, and gained its ability to corrupt the consciousness orb. All corrupted players will be at our disposal. You don't stand a chance." Jiaoxi's heart skipped a beat. What kind of boss is this? Is his ability so incredible? Although she had a rough idea, she still found the truth unbelievable when Yin Dai spoke it. "What if I refuse?" Jiaoxi finished, then added, "Not if. I just say it straight, I refuse." "What are you going to do?" "Then you be the next player to be corrupted." Yin Dai looked up at something in the distance. "Have you thought it through? The president of Antimatter favors you. You still have a chance. What will happen if you're corrupted?" Jiaoxi's gaze swept over the players, whose consciousness beads had turned black. They stood motionless, like statues. "They die." Yin Dai gave the answer. "This is a method similar to immersion, but it can be achieved without destroying the consciousness beads. It will occupy the consciousness bead, replacing the consciousness of the original owner." "Why is it so similar to the brain-eating worm?" she wondered. Jiaoxi suddenly realized that he was really giving her information. What she had only vaguely suspected before now had answers, and they made perfect sense. He couldn't have been lying to her. In this situation, there was no need. "So, you deliberately lured me here, trying to spare my life." The man at the hospital had attacked directly. Jiaoxi had seen the black substance he emitted, which was likely the substance that could erode the consciousness bead. The cold aura she had sensed then was actually a hint from the Silver Butterfly. "After the Duoduo incident, I know you still have a conscience. Why don't you turn from evil to good?" Jiaoxi said to him. Yin Dai maintained her cold expression. "But now, you are the dark." "We are the dark?" She immediately realized something and opened the game system interface, only to see a new round of condemnation against her and Hung Xingwuyan on the public screen. Players were also forming a coalition to eliminate them. The reason was that they had gained control of the system's bugs by hunting bosses, gaining the ability to manipulate other players' mechas. They were then plundering, killing, and dismembering many players. They claimed that Hung Xingwuyan possessed the ability to prevent the IDs of dead players from changing color. After all, he had done it before. Many players knew about this, and their reputation in the game wasn't good to begin with. So, they readily believed it. Especially those players who had been robbed but had managed to escape, still loudly raving about their cruel methods and despicable behavior on the public screen. How many of those players' IDs could Jiaoxi match with their faces? Their identification beads had already turned black. So, it was the Antimatter Guild behind the scenes manipulating them to say that. They were masters of shifting the blame, blaming them for their own actions. But they couldn't prove their innocence because they had no witnesses. This situation where the guilty could prove their innocence, while the innocent had no witnesses, was truly fascinating. Does the Antimatter Guild do this, and the Kill Black Hole Company actually not care? Or do they condone this deplorable gaming environment? How exactly do they make money? Selling game cards. But individual investors are no match for the big guilds, not even the smaller ones. The Antimatter Guild has complete control. With such a terrible gaming experience, who would still want to buy their game? Zhao, she cursed inwardly, you idiot planner. Did a dog chew your brain? Dai, after all this talk, are you planning to betray the guild right in front of me? A flash of golden light flashed, and Jean Zifei stepped on an enlarged fan, levitating in the air before landing on the building opposite Dai. As his voice rang out, Dai's leg suddenly fell, nearly to his knees, but he held on. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head, clutching his chest, his icy blue eyes fixed squarely on Jean Zifei. Don't look at me like that. If you ever think of betraying the guild again, it won't just be a matter of the black spider electrocuting you, but this. Jean Zifei raised his hand, a strangely shaped gun in his hand. He inserted a transparent bullet oozing with black liquid into it. The president said. To keep her, Dai said, holding herself up. Jean Zifei raised his gun and pointed it at Zhao Shi. But he also said that Dihuang Star is now under my control. He moved swiftly, the bullet already unleashed as he raised the gun. Zhao Shi, keeping watch, anticipated his movements. She carried Hingxing Huiyan on her back, but still managed to dodge. However, the bullet unexpectedly split, and 3 of them attacked her simultaneously from different directions. And then, there was a golden fan, hurtling straight at her face. Zhao Shi leaned back to avoid it, rolling sideways to her feet, but one of the pitch-black bullets was already bearing down on her chest. Her expression froze, and white thorns rose from her palm, ready to cleave the bullet with a single blow. But a golden beam of light struck the bullet first, not shattering it but deflecting it. It hit the ground with a shattering sound, and the black water dissipated into mist. It was a glass bullet. Don't touch that thing with your spirit form. The voice of Hingxing Huiyan echoed from her shoulder. Unless you can push it away without breaking it. That's a bit difficult. Zhao Shi was delighted. Are you done? No. His voice remained the same, but seemed even weaker. Put me down. Down. You can get away on your own. What is wrong with you? Zhao Shi was confused. Had something serious happened to him in the 3rd dimension? Hadn't he finished his meal yet? Had his parents found his gaming console? Or was he sick? Nothing. I just can't play games for a while. But now, given the situation. Yeah, I know. This machine. I don't want it anymore. At this point, part of his consciousness was separated from the black hole. If he died in the game, he could sever that part of his consciousness before being infected. It would be severely damaged, but he could recover later. Although he didn't want to give up like this, he had no choice. Zhao Shi put her hands behind his back and began to lower them. She knew what this meant. His game account was going to be cancelled. But how long would it take to start training again? They had defeated the bosses of 2 planets. Hingxing Huiyan must have defeated bosses before, but this damn game boss was a one-time thing, gone after the first clear. Such a high amount of points could only be earned once. Without this teammate, the team's score would drop. How long would it take her to complete the game? How could she fight such a massive guild alone? How long would it take for him to level up again? Or maybe, once he left, he'd never come back. Zhao Shi put him down, but she suddenly turned and picked him up again. Let's do the princess carry, like we did when we first met. Zhao Shi looked down at him and smiled. That way, my back can protect you from attacks. Aren't you afraid of death? Hingxing Huiyan asked. Players who can't split their consciousness will die in real life if they die in the game. And splitting consciousness is something only those with nearest level mental power can achieve, and there aren't many in the entire galaxy. Or rather, the only ones known to have done it so far are him, and someone hiding in the shadows. He knew she wasn't that person. I'm afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid. Afraid of failing the game, afraid of not being able to complete the game, afraid of not becoming a respected master, afraid of losing such a generous sponsor. All of these reasons, right? But I'm even more afraid of losing you. Afraid of losing you, my only friend in the interstellar world. Unrelated to any other identity, a friendship born entirely from the heart, separated by an internet cable. A true friend, Zhao Shi from the 21st century. I will protect you until my death. She smiled. Her rosy eyes tinged crimson, and her snow-white hair flowed behind her like a waterfall. At the same time, countless white thorns rose from behind her. Her magnificent crimson eyes reflected him, and the ice crystals on the frozen ground. In that moment, they seemed filled with tiny, flickering stars. At this moment, Hingxing was speechless, Or rather, Lin Tanyan was stunned. He felt a sensation he never experienced before, his heart racing. Even though he was unconscious, he managed to hold on by sheer willpower. But now? He wanted to ask, "Can you please not say such things when he's in the heat of the moment?" But the words were gone. In reality, Zhao Shi entered the room and set Lin Tanyan down, only to find him in even worse condition. His subconscious had completely dissipated, and only a faint groan escaped his throat. The blood from his body soaked through the towel and dripped onto the floor. Zhao Shi's head was spinning. What kind of alpha behaved like this during their heat of the moment? With this kind of situation, someone who didn't know better would have thought he'd been tortured. Oh, it was a headache, and two other things were too much. Each of them was a worry. Zhao Shi raised his laptop and called an issue, and go, "Hurry up and send me some hemostatics and bandages. I'm dying." Chapter 102. She said she was dying, and it wasn't a lie, at least in the game, she really was. But it wasn't all that bad. Zhao Shi had already mastered the distinction between the game and reality. Even in pain, she remained composed. Even in the game, she was being hunted by hundreds, sharp, cold icicles raining down on her back, and the players whose consciousness beads had turned black released their eerie black spirits. Zhao Shi was truly shocked this time. The feeling their spirits gave her. That clammy, cold, and uncomfortable feeling was exactly like Ding Sini's spirit after being infested by the brain-eating worms. While the game was going on, Zhao Shi in real life urgently went to an issue to buy a lot of hemostatics and bandages. An issue had already delivered the supplies. "What's wrong? Are you injured?" An issue asked. He looked Zhao Shi up and down, his eyes filled with confusion. Yes. Zhao Shi replied perfunctorily, then pushed him out. "It's getting late, get some rest." An issue turned her head. "You must be seriously injured, right? Why don't you go to the hospital so I can see where you're hurt? Here, do you want to see?" Zhao Shi pointed to her crotch. She knew he was homophobic, so she said that on purpose. "But don't ask, she's really in a hurry." An issue, It was truly a serious matter. "Did you bleed?" Then he gave her a thumbs up. "You're such a good player. I admire you. It shouldn't affect tomorrow's competition, right?" It seemed he was more concerned about whether he could compete than about whether she would be childless. "Zhao Shi, don't worry." And Ishu's eyes suddenly lit up, a look of excitement on his face. "By the way, do you know how popular you are on StarNet right now? Let's not talk about work during our break. I'm busy now." Zhao Shi pushed him out and immediately closed the door. "Hey, you don't look injured." And Ishu's voice suddenly became much quieter after the door closed. He muttered something else, and then there was no sound. Zhao Shi locked the door and propped a cabinet against it. Then she went to the closet and opened it. She saw Lin Tanyan leaning against the cabinet, his brows furrowed slightly, one hand on the ground, his knuckles clearly tensed, as if he was suppressing something. His skin was a faint pink, but his face had turned pale again from the blood loss. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, he weakly raised his eyes, his amber pupils misting over. Lin Tanyan exhausted all his strength to suppress the pheromone overflow, barely maintaining consciousness. He knew only that the Super S-level pheromones must not be leaked here. First, his identity would be exposed, and his plan might be ruined. Second, if pheromones of this level were to spread, they would harm everyone around him. His vision shifted to the phantom of rapidly receding buildings, the dim sky, and those rosy eyes. He couldn't force himself to wrap his arms around her neck. But something wrapped around his hands, firmly binding them. "I will protect you," she said. Around them, icy rain lashed, and the chill suddenly bit him. He unconsciously huddled closer to her, feeling less cold. Then he saw numerous icicles piercing her shoulders, oozing a pale pink tissue fluid. So, she was blocking the cold. Knowing this, a shudder intensified somewhere. It was so uncomfortable. Then, before him, the wooden sky returned, empty and devoid of anything. In the cramped space, he was alone. The real her wasn't there. Didn't he say he couldn't lose her? But why? Why wasn't she by his side? Liar. Swallow her with pheromones, a voice told him. No one. No alpha can resist your pheromones. Even if she doesn't want to, she will inevitably succumb to the oppression of her rank. She will be yours for sure. All around him, a raging wind and countless flashing white shadows raged. The battle continued, a one-sided affair, with many black eyes waiting for their defeat. He wrapped his arms around her neck, tilted his head back, almost in a kissing pose. The glands burned intensely. Lin Tanyan bit the back of his tongue, blood oozing from the corner of his lip. He forcibly blocked out his senses from the game. Enough, he was already embarrassed enough. Don't lose your composure in front of her again. Being in the heat of passion had already made him even weaker, and all his energy was now being used to fight against his genetic instincts. This battle against his genes was tantamount to fighting himself, a battle he felt was more difficult than any other. Due to the combined effects of self-depletion and the special period, his Super S-level recovery ability had weakened, his metabolism had slowed, and the poison was taking hold slightly faster than his wounds were healing. Lin Tanyan's breathing was slow, with only the slightest wheezing. Those half-lidded eyes were shrouded in a misty golden glow. Blood oozed continuously from the white fabric, the bright red contrasting with the paleness, a dazzling and fragile interplay. When Zhao Shi opened the door, she was stunned. He suddenly felt like a discarded, delicate, yet broken doll. What would a doll like that look like when it cried? It would probably be even more beautiful. Wouldn't its tears resemble shattered crystal? What was she thinking? Zhao Shi was startled by her own thoughts. Was she crazy? Others were already so injured. It's okay, it's okay. After all, Super S-Class are different from ordinary humans. They have thick blood. They're not so easy to kill. You can just... Aw, you beast. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Are you sick? Are you sick? She quickly shook her head, clearing away those chaotic thoughts, and took a difficult step forward. As Zhao Shi carried the suppressant to help him to the bed, she deliberately kept her eyes clear, not wanting to see his current state so clearly. He was so different from his usual self. This brokenness, this forbearance, this vulnerability, formed a stark contrast to his usual coldness, aloofness, and the mysterious power that drew the admiration of countless interstellar beings. Ah, the genius at the top, admired by so many, actually had this side to him. She couldn't help but have strange, almost blasphemous thoughts. Crazy. What was wrong with her today? It's okay. I give you the suppressant right away. Zhao Shi's fingers touched his warm, snow-white neck, and her gaze inevitably flickered to the lower back of his neck. Beneath the snow-white, raised cervical vertebrae lay a pale pink gland that seemed to rise and fall as if breathing. This spot was usually obscured by the top button collar. The glands are actually a little different from those of an alpha. Super S-Class ones are different. Their glands are even more specialized. Zhao Shi raised her hand, her fingers trembling slightly. She tried to steady herself as she inserted the silver needle into the gland. She saw it shrink slightly at the insertion of the cold foreign object, and at the same time, Lin Tanyan let out a soft, breathless hum. His chest rose and fell, along with a prominent, distinct collarbone. The lacerations on his chest glared bright red against his skin, yet they added a strange beauty, like strands of sunlight separated by a blood-red shadow. The faint fragrance grew stronger due to their close proximity. Zhao Shi was enveloped in this aura, and she had never felt so warm before, a lush emerald vitality, a golden sunlight. In this cold, empty world, she yearned for this warmth. I wanted it so badly. I wanted to tear it apart and grab it. One, not enough. The weak voice instantly brought her back to reality. Zhao Shi realized the suppressant had long been emptied, yet she still held the empty syringe. The silver needle sunk deep into the pink flesh, squeezed tight by the force of recovery. It took some effort for her to pull the needle free. Okay, I inject more? There's more. More. Zhao Shi realized her voice had deepened considerably, her throat feeling dry and burned as she spoke. She turned to retrieve the suppressant, realizing her pants were a little tight, making her uncomfortable. She looked down. What the hell? She reached out to press it, but it didn't go anywhere. Instead, the friction of the fabric and the touch of the outside made her feel so horrible that she nearly jumped up. Beasts are beasts. Kill me, right now. Please. Hurry up. Lin Tanyan closed his eyes, his fingers clenching and loosening the sheets at the corner of the bed, wrinkling them badly. Unpacking it. This package is a little hard to open. Yeah. Zhao Shi was lying, feeling guilty. Lin Tanyan's consciousness was clearly returning. The unconscious humming was almost inaudible. As she injected the second inhibitor, she quickly found a topic to distract him. Oh yes. By the way, where did you buy your perfume? It's very special. For a while, she seemed to be constantly enveloped by that faint, warm fragrance. Zhao Shi then remembered that, aside from the faint aroma around her, she hadn't smelled a single alpha pheromone. That nauseating stench, like an old man who hasn't washed his feet in years. It was incredible that he could control his passion so well. Generally speaking, during the heat of passion, without special scent blocking devices, the pheromone scent, whether alpha or omega, could be smelled by at least the entire floor. As expected of a Super S-Class, it was different. Jiaoshi sighed again. Perfume? He never used perfume. Lin Tanyan lowered his eyes, his pupils moving slowly. Could it be his pheromones? No, that wasn't right. He had done his best to control it, not leak it out, otherwise the Star Alliance or the rebel forces would have been on their way. He was still missing from the public, and they must be looking for him. Besides, if Jiaoshi really smelled his pheromones, at such close range, she would immediately feel oppressed and suffocated. Even an alpha would be completely suppressed by his Super S-level pheromones. This was a genetic crushing defeat, an unbridgeable chasm. She couldn't possibly smell it, unless she was also Super S-level, and her pheromones perfectly matched his. Huh. Thinking of this, Lin Tanyan almost sneered. What was he thinking? She didn't have any pheromones. And besides, she hated him, didn't she? After this investigation, Lin Tanyan learned a lot about her, and he also knew that Jiaoshi had always hated him. But he never cared about others' opinions. He only cared about what he had to accomplish. Furthermore, Lin Tanyan knew his own destiny. The year he was born, a renowned interstellar astronomer invented a horoscope that was said to be able to predict a person's fate. After looking at it, the person said he had the unlucky star destiny. It was ridiculous that in this technological age, so many people still believed in such ethereal astrology. The following year, this astronomer suddenly went insane and disappeared without a trace. Rumors circulated that he had passed away from illness. No one in this world will walk with you, the astronomer told him. Lin Tanyan knew what he said was true. He didn't believe in fate. But he had to. Because his genes told him it was true. Including him, only 2 Super S-level genes had ever appeared in history. He had calculated the probability of another Super S-level alpha appearing, one who would fall in love with him. It was infinitely close to 0. Besides, if there was one, it would have already emerged. The ability bestowed by genes was innate, and such brilliance could not be hidden. It was clearly impossible, yet he kept. Let him remain so lonely, making him crave the union with his beloved. Lin Tanyan looked up, his eyes tinged with confusion and helplessness. It was the price, right? To gain something, one must inevitably lose something. Who can have it all, even though what he gained was never what he wanted? Forget it, wake up, and do what you have to do. Lin Tanyan leaned back, allowing the needle to penetrate deeper. His glands were very sensitive, and the sharp sting caused them to contract violently. He stared out the window, his head tilted back in silence. The fingers pressing against the foot of the bed cracked it, as if he were punishing himself for wanting something he shouldn't have. Jiaoshi saw that he fell silent after saying 2 words, thinking he was half-conscious again. Then, he saw the needle completely disappear. Hey, are you crazy? She hurriedly pulled out the suppressant, bringing out a string of blood beads and a wisp of tightly wrapped flesh. What if it stabbed directly in the throat? It won't kill you. Jiaoshi actually sensed a hint of repressed emotion in him. He never showed his emotions. His reactions were indifferent and distant, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. This was the first time she noticed he had emotions. No, it was probably the second time. But this time, it was so strange. When an alpha is in the heat of passion, they should be very excited and aggressive. For example, like Hua Wancho's bodyguard before, he was so excited that he went crazy. I'd never heard of such a gloomy character before. Jiaoshi thought about it, and decided that we should reject stereotypes. Alphas all have their own personalities, and it's normal for them to express themselves differently. Jiaoshi gritted her teeth, and continued injecting the inhibitors. Meanwhile, her emotional ups and downs in real life led her to make frequent mistakes in the game. She didn't want to admit that she was doomed this time. Her body was severely damaged, her entire body ached to the point of numbness, and her head ached, as if she exhausted herself mentally. Another night had passed in a flash. She looked at the dawning sky, the empty inhibitors scattered across the floor, and the dark circles under her eyes from staying up all night. The semifinals were about to begin, and today was the day she had to play the remaining half. She was overwhelmed. Before her was a broken highway bridge. Jiaoshi hugged Yingxing in silence. It's a dead end. How about we commit suicide together? She laughed. Games, after all, are about finding joy in hardship. After this thrilling experience, this kind of defeat was a unique one in her gaming career. Today is very memorable. I don't think so. At this moment, Hung Shengwuyan suddenly opened his eyes. Put me down. I'm back. Oh! Jiaoshi's smile widened. Does that mean we can start the counterattack now? They turned around, side by side. The area ahead was already crowded with people. Almost all the players who had been erosion were there. In reality, Zhao Shi handed Lin Tanyan a glass of milk. Have breakfast first. I have to go. The game is about to begin. Lin Tanyan took the cup and smelled a strange sweetness from it. Like an aphrodisiac? He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. It had no use for him, but he now hated anything related to love. Around the cup, besides Zhao Shi's scent, there was also the lingering scent of someone else's spirit. It seemed to be green-eyed Bright Fly, the spirit of an S-rank alpha. Oh, someone from the Hua family. His sense of smell was quite good. It's the family that controls the war resources. Lin Tanyan raised his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing across them. It would be better to return such power to the military region. Chapter 103. Beneath the magnificent palace, a long red carpet cascaded down the steps. Corpses lay strewn beneath the steps, and rebellious guards, trampling through the threshold, surrounded a young man. The young man was dressed in resplendent golden robes. His face was pale, but his lips were a vibrant red, and his expression held a joyful, cruel smile. Step by step, he ascended the blood-stained stairs, ascending to a higher position. The revenge plan of the 1,000-year-old master, starring Hua Wanqiu. Bullied in his youth, he was forced to sell himself to the palace. In his decline, he was trampled upon by countless others. He endured humiliation, always waiting for an opportunity. Finally, he mastered supreme and sinister martial arts, and through meticulous planning, ascending the throne by stepping on the corpses of countless others, the 1,000-year-old master finally sat on the imperial throne. After the performance, Hua Wanqiu leaned back on a throne high up in the steps, gazing down at the audience and judges with a glare that defied all expectations. He felt incredibly overpowering. The entire venue erupted with flashes of light, and the scoreboards throbbed. A large floating screen facing him began tallying scores in real time, its accompanying image capturing his condescending expression at the end. Hua Wanqiu stood up and bowed, feeling a surge of joy as he watched his scores rise. I know, don't you just love this kind of villain character? This thrill of revenge all the way through? Hua Wanqiu believed he understood the audience's wicked tastes perfectly. Otherwise, how could a notorious playboy like Zhao Shi have such popularity? Looking at his own impressive score, he knew he was a sure winner today. A large part of the score is popularity. After all, this show has become increasingly focused on attention in recent years. After all, traffic is paramount these days. Popularity is traffic, and attracting attention is all that matters. And today, Zhao Shi couldn't come. With his biggest competitor gone, the championship could only be his. After Hua Wanqiu finished, he immediately turned on his laptop, leaning back on the sofa, and casually scrolling through the hot news on StarNet. He figured that by now, the explosive scandal would have spread everywhere, and Zhao Shi wouldn't be able to compete in that state. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the cameras in the room would turn on, broadcasting the players' daily routines after waking up. This was the perfect time to capture Zhao Shi in heat. Even when she wasn't in heat, she already made her assistant, the Omega, bleed so much. Even he couldn't bear to think about the brutal scene. If she were in heat, the thought nearly made him laugh. A fatality in public would be the end for even her. However, Hua Wanqiu frowned and searched for a long time, not seeing any of the latest explosive news. The scene was peaceful. Zhao Shi remained the most popular. The picture from yesterday's dinner was still on the front page, showing her enjoying a peaceful and serene life, while dozens of other contestants were engaged in a heated battle. Her usual image of a playboy, a disturbed and sinister persona, was replaced this time with a dedicated foodie. The audience exclaimed at the adorable contrast, and her follower count skyrocketed. And yet, they diligently contributed to the gossip and bickering, offending a large swath of the entertainment and business circles, only to end up serving as a backdrop for her. Hua Wanqiu had indeed recruited online trolls to manipulate the comments and generate hype, but after a full night's work, he still couldn't turn the tables. He couldn't understand where he lost. Hua Wanqiu's smile froze, and he immediately called. Where did you put the aphrodisiac I told you to put in? Hearing the reply, his eyebrows shot up, clearly furious. Breakfast? Haha, what if she skips breakfast to lose weight? Wouldn't you have mixed it in her water, the air in the room, or something else that would have been necessary? No chance. Haha, what use would I have had for you? The person on the other end of the computer was still talking, and Hua Wanqiu's expression finally softened. Yes, there's also a plan B. I almost forgot about that. He smiled again. Since she was trying to steal his script, he let her fail at its most crucial point. He was in the players' lounge, looking up at the live broadcast screen. Xiaoxi, what are you going to do this time? Amid the screams and cheers of the audience, a distant and melodious flute rang out, and the room went dark. Everyone in the audience wore a holographic helmet, allowing them to immerse themselves in the holographic drama in real time, as if they were actually there. Accompanied by the sound of a flute, a vast world fused with ancient traditions and technology unfolded like a scroll. As the story progressed, the flute sound gradually shifted from distant and ethereal to sharp and rapid, then, paired with heavy drum beats and blending with technological electronic sounds, its timbre suddenly shifted like rending silk, before evolving into a perilous and majestic war melody. Xiaoxi, clad in white, her long hair as black as ink, her sleeves fluttering. Her spirit sword cleaved through space, and the stars seemed to tremble beneath it. But she was not a sword cultivator. Her body was frail, her complexion cold and pale, rarely exposed to sunlight. She was a magic cultivator, controlling her sword through sorcery. Behind her, countless sword shadows hovered, pointed directly at the figure at the center of the demon army ahead. The person opposite wore a fluttering black garment resembling splashed ink, ablaze with pitch-black flames. She sat upright above the black mist rising from the chasm beneath the earth, atop a throne condensed from that mist. She half smiled, a dark line between her brows raised. With a flick of her finger, the dark shadows around her transformed into a vast army, waiting for her command to breach the majestic and unreachable immortal gate. It was clearly the same face, but with completely different styles. One good, one evil, one bright, one dark. It was immediately clear they were two different people. My Mechanical Doll Alpha, starring Xiaoxi. While Wancho stared at the image on the screen, his jaw dropping. Why was this happening? How could she still be performing? No, it was her robot. Why was it still moving? What the hell did you do? You have a pig brain? You can't even do this? A voice came from the other side of the computer. This is impossible. I clearly deleted all the data. I personally controlled my spirit body to do it. This is impossible. Hua Wancho sneered, suddenly stood up, and slammed the glass on the table against the screen. The screen was made of a special material, so it didn't break. Instead, the glass bounced back, narrowly missing him, landing at his feet with a sharp shattering sound. He gritted his teeth. When we get back this time, you can get out. Ah! He felt a stinging pain on his face. He touched it, and found that it was a shard of glass that had hit him, leaving a cut. Disfigured? He was actually disfigured. Die all of you. When Hua Wancho saw the bright red, he was like a lit barrel of dynamite, kicking and smashing around in the lounge. He'd been spoiled since childhood, given everything he wanted, and everyone obeyed him. When had he ever suffered such injustice? A voice rang out from the computer. Young master. Damn it, why haven't you hung up yet? Why haven't you gotten out yet? Young master, have you forgotten there are cameras in the player's lounge, and the backstage feed is also live streaming? Hua Wancho, He froze in his tracks, feeling like he was losing his temper. Fuck you, why didn't you tell me earlier? Young master, stop swearing. It's live streaming. Hua Wancho, I really appreciate it. Over here on the stage of the Starlight 1001 holographic drama, Xiaoxi, while acting, felt incredibly impressive. Triple tasking. Who else can do this? Acting, playing games, and controlling a custom robot, all while connecting to the Star Network to see real-time reviews. And his acting, gaming skills, and robot control had all taken him to a new level. Wow, she even admires herself. I declare, I am Xiao bin Xiao. Xiaoxi watched as the audience around her was captivated by her acting, feeling as if they were there, gasping in amazement. And then, after the robot connected to the StarNet, the online reviews were rave reviews. She really wanted to put her hands on her hips and laugh out loud. Someone had miscalculated again. Who would have thought she could do this? After the last performance, someone had taken care of the props, so Xiaoxi had left it alone. But when she came to perform today, she discovered that all the movements she had recorded into the robot had been deleted. At this point, calling the staff was no use. She quickly guessed it was Hua Wancho. He had S-level bodyguards, so manipulating his spirit to do these secret things was easy. If he wanted to do something bad, the staff would be unable to stop him, and S-level bodies were rare. They weren't as skilled as him, so if he tried to hide, his spirit form wouldn't be visible to anyone. With their performance imminent, it was too late to re-record the action system. Furthermore, this drama had 2 female leads, and without the robot, it wouldn't work. But who was she, Xiaoxi? She was known for her ability to pull off a comeback, never missing an opportunity to turn the tide. An idea struck Xiaoxi, and she thought of her spirit form. She immediately released bean sprout seeds into the robot, allowing them to grow. Ultrafine threads penetrated various parts of the robot, and with a single thought, the robot followed her movements. Isn't that simply multitasking? She could do it. She acted out her scenes, rehearsing with herself, watching different versions of herself standing across from her, fighting each other. The other characters and scenes were technically synthesized, but Mu Xiuyang's skills and aesthetics were impeccable, and the production was truly exceptional. Without a pre-recorded action system, she was actually more comfortable fighting herself, occasionally improvising even more intricate scenes. The pacing of the dialogue is also more in line with her own feelings, rather than strictly following a predetermined rhythm. She connected to StarNet via the robot's network and browsed through the netizens' comments, which made her smile wildly. Audience commentary: guys, I'm really a fan of Xiaoxi this time. She's so talented. I heard she and her friends built this incredibly beautiful scene themselves. Really? Is she both so talented? Even this. I can't put it into words. Hua Wancho's fight scenes always feel superficial, and there's so little of them. He's said to be a martial arts master, but he just randomly points a few times, and the fight is over. It looks unimpressive. But Xiaoxi's is different. Although it's a fantasy theme, the fight scenes aren't just about special effects. The action design is exceptional. Please, Shiba went to military school. Amateurs, please don't try to trick me into thinking she's there, okay? I was wrong. I used to think she went to military school just to get by. Turns out she's got some serious skills. Xiaoxi's fight scenes truly carry a sense of danger, a sense of risking her life. She seems truly immersed in the role, as if she's in a perilous situation being hunted by countless people. That sense of peril and grandeur is unmatched. It's so moving. She's not a professional actor, so how did she pull it off? You ask how? Xiaoxi saw this comment and wanted to tell the netizen. Because she was really being hunted. It was truly dangerous. Aren't all the fight moves just synchronized and modified versions of what she actually does in the game? And the battles in the game are even more exaggerated than in the holographic drama, true life or death moments. This game had left her with no peace of mind, every moment a thrilling spectacle. But she wasn't afraid anymore. Now her golden partner, her best teammate, had returned. Watch her fight a comeback with 2 against 100. She took in the scene before her. Okay, it wasn't a complete comeback just yet. After all, the battle was incredibly lopsided. She used white thorns to support them, evading their attacks, and coordinated with the rampant, silent, flowing spirits to fight them off. But they were simply too numerous. The sky was filled with spirits of all kinds, seemingly endless, and they all rushed forward in a swarm, giving them no chance to react. The enemy was too numerous. Even if Hengxing Huiyan had regained his mobility, he would still have difficulty fending off the attacks of hundreds of spirits. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi released spirits underground to conduct exploration, searching for Jin Zifei's location. Since he controlled the players whose consciousness beads had been corrupted, the only way to deal with them was to capture him first. Xiaoxi said, Jin Zifei knows I'm looking for him. He keeps changing positions with no pattern, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. This was quite a headache. Xiaoxi's white thorn successfully bound several of them. A stream of stars streaked across, instantly shattering their consciousness beads. Watching the sludge-like substance oozing out of their beads, she pondered, is this the same thing as the brain-eating worm? Hengxing Huiyan, you know about the brain-eating worm? After this was said, Xiaoxi and Hengxing Huiyan exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. I know a little, but not a lot, Xiaoxi said bluntly. She also felt that Hengxing Huiyan seemed to know more than she did. Could he be in the military? But she quickly dismissed the idea. It couldn't be. The military probably didn't have anyone as idle as she was, as fond of playing games. They were supposed to be very busy, fighting wars all day long. How could they be so idle all day? And judging by Hengxing Huiyan's frequency of gaming, and the fact that he'd been playing games even earlier than she had, he was clearly an internet addict. He probably wasn't that old yet, otherwise why would his family keep him in check for gaming? She suddenly remembered a line she'd seen online before. Your brother Yang is actually still in elementary school. She suddenly glanced at Hengxing Huiyan. It was possible. Maybe he was actually an elementary school student. Hengxing Huiyan ignored her odd look. He assumed she was having some strange idea again, but he was used to her being like that. He explained, the brain-eating worm is a rapidly reproducing species that the Gui parasite infects. The Gui relies on its reproduction to spread. It's a type of radioactive material originating from black holes. Because its self-propagation is similar to self-reproduction, it's tentatively classified as a living organism. Furthermore, it relies on parasites to survive, so it's considered a parasite. Xiaoxi was bewildered. Was this a fusion of game and reality? Could games also be reality? Xiaoxi was shocked by the thought. How could this be possible? It was too absurd. A game was a game. How could it suddenly become reality? At most, the game company knew a lot of secrets and borrowed them from them. That's why the game doesn't have a manufacturer's logo, because they're afraid of being held accountable. That made sense. But where did this game get all this classified information? Could it be fabricated by the military? No, not necessarily. For example, was she Rian status? She must have known about the existence of this creature. This species is classified within the Star Alliance, but that secrecy is limited to the general public. In other words, the powerful families should all know about it. It's only the ordinary people and the less intelligent second generations who have been deceived. She decided not to dwell on it anymore. The main thing is, he's multitasking right now, so his limited brain cells must be used to solve urgent matters. Minor matters, save them for later. Great. Although we didn't find Jean Zifei, I made a new discovery. Xiaoxi suddenly said, that's good news. There are still players who haven't been infected. But there's bad news. They're also surrounded by the infected, and there are a lot of them. Let's rush over and rescue them, Hung Xing Wuyan said. That's exactly what I meant. We can't let the enemy grow stronger. So they began to speed up and get away from these people. The two of them were already top players, and no one could stop them even if they wanted to leave. Soon, they arrived at a school. The old school gate, the dilapidated teaching building. The sign at the entrance with the school's name was so rusty that the name was almost indistinguishable. All they knew was that it was an elementary school. Xiaoxi supported herself on the ground with her hands, and white thorns spread out from her palms. She closed her eyes, sensing them piercing the concrete pavement underground, crawling like snakes, climbing up the floors like creepers. There are two locations, the rooftop and the underground parking lot. Xiaoxi said, the signal fluctuations on the rooftop are more pronounced, while the signal from underground is very weak, as if there's only one player. I see. Hung Xing Wuyan gestured for Xiaoxi to look at the rooftop. He could faintly see the light of a spirit form, as if a fierce battle was taking place. It might be a trap, Xiaoxi said. It's obvious they're deliberately luring us in. If they were out in the open, they would have been discovered long ago. They wouldn't have survived until now. And those hiding in the parking lot are the survivors. Hung Xing Wuyan nodded. We can go downstairs and rescue them first. We check the situation upstairs when we have the energy. The two carefully concealed their presence to avoid being detected by the people above, and then found the entrance to the parking lot. It was quiet here, so quiet you could hear the slow rustling of air. Cars were parked in rows, all covered in thick dust. Then, he spotted a different color inside one of them. It was a mecha player. It was clear that this car wasn't designed for players, so the interior was a bit cramped for them. This person was practically crammed inside. Sure enough, there was only one survivor. Are you okay? Xiaoxi asked him. No. You can't go out. There are only black players outside. They're all dead? The man's voice was trembling. I didn't want to die. I just wanted to make money. I didn't expect this game to be. It's a murder game. The man began to speak incoherently. But Xiaoxi was convinced by this. If this person said they were all dead, then there must be something wrong. We didn't turn black. You can leave with us. Maybe there are still surviving players somewhere else. No. You can't leave, the man said. Aren't you leaving yet? The antimatter people are almost here. He said I can't leave this car, or else, the next one will be. What he? As soon as these words left his mouth, she suddenly realized, oh no! That damp, cold, sticky feeling, following him like a shadow, had long since permeated the entire place. At that moment, the wall surrounding the car suddenly unleashed a barrage of black bullets, coming from all directions and the ceiling. It was as dense as rain, instantly engulfing Xiaoxi and Hung Xing Wuyan. The rain blocked all their paths. This time, they had no escape. The person in the car screamed in terror. Jean Zifei, seemingly annoyed by his noise, attacked directly, piercing his chest with a fan. I have no use for such a weak player. Your usefulness ends here. Before the player could utter a sound, his consciousness was annihilated as his consciousness bead shattered. The black rain fell for a while, and both players' bodies were covered in a swirl of black vapor, spreading throughout their bodies. The consciousness bead on their chests was naturally not spared. The pristine white consciousness bead turned a thick black. She and Hingxing froze in place, expressionless, like wood. They allowed the sticky black vapor to crawl over them like black maggots. All the inventory has been used up here. You two have really cost me a fortune. Jean Zifei laughed heartily. You've finally gotten what you deserve. To trick you, I deliberately left a vulnerable position and a hidden location. I was certain you'd choose this spot. But didn't you consider that an underground parking lot would be an even better trap? Ha ha. This time, I'm the winner. Jean Zifei raised his hand, revealing a strange black stone embedded in his palm. The black color seemed to absorb all light. As he raised his hand, a dark light swirled around it, a faint light faintly connecting to the consciousness beads on Shi and Hingxing chests. On Di Huang's star, they defeated the core formed from an extremely concentrated strange energy. Someone behind the Antimatter Guild has been conducting related research. As long as the core is present, it can be stimulated through special devices, allowing it to control the person whose consciousness bead is occupied. Come here and kneel before me. Yin Dai frowned. Since she's already infected, why are you still? Shoo. Jean Zifei raised a finger, a hint of impatience on his face. If you weren't still useful, you should be purified too, to maintain the purity of your mind. I'm in a good mood now, so I won't bother with your offense. Think carefully about who you are. How dare you question my actions? You're just a dog the guild rescued, understand? Jean Zifei turned to look at Shi and added with a smile, kneel down, and kowtow to me 100 times. She walked up to him like an obedient robot, slowly bending her knees. Jean Zifei's smile widened, while Yin Dai looked away. She shrunk, but not because she knelt, but because her legs transformed into white thorns. Then, she twisted herself backward, her albino legs instantly entwining Jean Zifei. I've got you. The voice came from the floor above. Jean Zifei watched the figure before him transform into a snake-like monster. Before he could recover from the shock, he saw the ceiling shatter, and Shi and Hingxing leaped down from the upper floor. What was going on? Two identical pairs of people? What the hell? Surprised? Those were actually dummies she had made of herself, and Hingxing using white thorns. This wasn't the first time she'd done this. The first time she'd been able to disarm the bomb the Antimatter Guild had planted on her was because she used white thorns to mimic its wiring structure, replacing it and removing the bomb. However, the last time it was small, this time it was larger, making it even more challenging. That's why she and Hingxing had deliberately engaged in a lengthy fight with the infected so she could create a replica. But she didn't bother to explain this to him. She attacked directly, tying up Jean Zifei and striking directly at his consciousness bead. But her movements froze for a moment, and Frust descended, freezing the thorns she had wrapped around Jean Zifei. She was a little too late, and the thorn blades just missed his consciousness bead. Yin Dai blocked the attack with her ice shield, then pushed Jean Zifei aside and attacked Jiaoxi. Jiaoxi sighed. This Yin Dai was truly lingering, and he was clearly stronger than the last time they met, his control over ice even more masterful. But this time, Jiaoxi had also deployed thorns around him, making it impossible for Jean Zifei to leave. Even if Yin Dai tried to stop him, she could only stop one person, leaving her powerless against the other. And Jean Zifei must die today. Jean Zifei clutched his consciousness bead in a moment of fear, a chill running down his chest. Ah, I see. It was created from your spirit. He quickly denied it, after coming to a conclusion. No, that's not right. Since this thing is your spirit, it came into contact with the strange water, and you should have been infected by now. Unless you can sever the connection with your spirit before it's infected. But how can a person sever the connection with a spirit? The spirit should have vanished instantly. Unless, this thing isn't her spirit at all. Jean Zifei's eyes changed as he looked at Xiaoxi. What kind of monster are you? He couldn't finish the sentence because Hingxing had already taken action. Jean Zifei snorted coldly. Don't think I'm still the same person I was before. When he used his spirit body to block the attack, his fan was indeed unable to stop Hingxing blow. But then, many players with black consciousness beads blocked his way. A thick wall of human flesh formed, and the control players continued to appear. The underground space was too narrow, especially for the height of the mechanical people. They quickly broke through the ceiling. Surrounding them were dilapidated school buildings. The gray sky had the texture of frosted glass, and even the clouds above looked like gray mist. Yin Dai deliberately distracted Xiaoxi, preventing her from getting close to Jean Zifei. Xiaoxi glanced over. She had faith in Hingxing strength, But it was clear that he could not defeat Jean Zifei alone under the siege of so many people. The longer it dragged on, the more trouble it would cause. She had a foreboding premonition that the Antimatter Guild might have a trick up its sleeve. And she still worried that Hung Shing Wuyan's meal might not even be finished yet. He was ready to abandon his account. Perhaps he encountered some serious trouble in real life, and there was no telling if such trouble would recur. After all, internet-addicted teenagers also had homework to finish. A quick battle was necessary. Xiaoxi raised her eyes, a flicker of determination in them. She didn't want to say get out of the way. She knew neither of them would back down. Yin Dai's silver-gray hair shone with a bluish-gray glow under the countless suspended ice spires, and her icy blue eyes darkened. They all knew this was the final battle. The defeated would die. Ice cones rose from the ground, layer upon layer. He stood atop the tallest, a miniature peak. With a single finger, the icy spikes in the air, like 1,000 swords merging, all charged towards Xiaoxi, trapped within. The frost in the air slowed her movement slightly, but she might be able to break through them with greater speed. One must always strive to push one's limits. Xiaoxi reached out to control the seeds she had already sown. They grew rapidly, piercing the ground like sharp swords, tangling with the thick icicles. They grew rapidly, cracking with a crackling sound, and the icy chill froze her joints. Xiaoxi pressed forward, facing a dense rain of icicles. The white thorns beneath her feet lifted her into the air, and her sword in hand allowed her to break through the obstacles before her. She was the first person to brave his icy rain. Yin Dai sneered, reckless. It seemed she had always been like this. Her recklessness and underestimation of the enemy would cost her. Once launched, the rain of icicles would follow a predetermined path, affected only by wind and gravity. However, hidden within them, was a substance closely connected to his spirit. The essence of his spiritual body, capable of moving at will and unexpectedly changing course. That single icicle was enough to cost her. She moved swiftly, slicing away all the icicles with the thorns in her hand. Unbeknownst to her, one of them took a circuitous route, then grazed her shoulder from the side, before hurtling towards Shiju. At that moment, she saw Yin Dai just ahead, her spirits high, and she focused solely on thrusting her sword. Yin Dai raised her long-solidified ice shield to block him. He felt the impact, but the shield didn't even crack. Wait. This isn't right. So, the thorns before him were just a trick. When he realized what was happening, he slowly lowered his head, and saw a pale streak peeking out from his chest, piercing him from behind. So he was the one who lost. The ice shield shattered, and Yin Dai saw that the ice spike he thought had been a successful sneak attack had only pierced her palm, with tissue fluid dripping down between her fingers. Why did her spirit body seem to be more than one? Those strange thorns were clearly individual, yet somehow, they all seemed to be controlled by a mind. Common sense would dictate that the others were creations of a spirit body, and there should only be one true spirit body. Just like his ice spike, there should only be one that could house consciousness. But Yin Dai didn't want to dwell on this matter anymore. It was over. After the consciousness bead was shattered, his consciousness would soon be wiped out by the system. Alone, with nothing to cling to in this life. But just as a look of relief appeared in his eyes, a flicker of regret flashed across his eyes. He still had things to do. He only regretted not having acted recklessly when he saw that person. It was he who had let the chance for revenge slip away from him. If there was a next time. No, there wouldn't be any. He had no chance. This life was over. No one could save him this time. You are free. Yin Dai didn't wait for his death, but she did wait for these words. He opened his eyes again, and saw a woman with rosy red eyes looking down at him, her white hair spread like a snowy rain curtain. Her mobile suit was beautiful, a symbol of strength. After all, the body of the kill black hole was designed to match the spirit of its user. He looked down at his chest, and saw that the white thorn sword had already been withdrawn. It hadn't shattered his consciousness bead, but had only left a hole in its side. As the thorns withdrew, they had also taken away the black spider that had long been parasitic on his chest. This thing was originally designed to mimic the effects of strange water. Why? Yin Dai looked up in confusion. They were clearly enemies. She suddenly smiled. I'm happy to. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaoxi raised his hand. No need to thank me. I just want to know one thing. Bo Chung, where did you go? They hadn't seen this man since they arrived, and he was the highest powered of the three. Xiaoxi had a bad feeling. Yin Dai had guessed she would ask this question, and he had been prepared to tell her. He's gone to the next planet. The next planet? You probably don't know yet? That planet has a factory that manufactures cyborgs, with thousands of unused cyborgs. He infect them in the same way. Indai didn't lower her voice at all. Their conversation pierced the icy air, reaching the ears of the other two. I knew she would be a disaster if I stayed, and you're no exception. Jean Zifei roared angrily, Indai, how dare you betray me? Don't think you're free. Your true identity is registered. You're different from she, and we can kill your true form at any time. And your identity, what you've done. Thanks for the reminder. India's expression was impassive. I wait. What? But why is there a cyborg factory in that place? Zhao Shi was increasingly confused by this game. Hengxing Huiyan, that was the original black hole base. However, due to the spread of the strange energy, it became contaminated, and the base's location was delayed. It happened suddenly, but the automated production chain was still there. After this incident, Hengxing Huiyan had planned to recommend she to the military district. Telling her this now would give her some preparation. Oh! Zhao Shi nodded, half understanding. What kind of bizarre setup are these? It seems there might be a side story later that will uncover the past of the black hole base. This time, without the powerful force of Silver Butterfly to stop them, Zhao Shi and Hengxing Huiyan worked together, completely blocking Jean Zifei's escape route. It seemed he would be unable to escape this time. Jean Zifei retreated. I never thought you could push me this far. He stretched out his hand, formed a fist, and clenched it. Then, he heard the sound of something shattering. He crushed the black stone in his palm, which he used for control. The players whose consciousness beads had turned black suddenly shuddered. Zhao Shi saw them feeling the sensation of the physical brain-eating worms, which was very unsettling. Then he saw their spirit bodies double in size, stained an even richer black. Their eyes were stained with a dark, flowing black. This time, I'm afraid we're going to be difficult to deal with. Zhao Shi and Hengxing Huiyan exchanged a glance. Go kill them, Jean Zifei said to the men. However, upon hearing his voice, their eyes shifted strangely, and they took the lead, heading towards Jean Zifei, the one closest to them. The spirit bodies they released exuded a sinister hue. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me? I told you to kill. What? What are you doing? The dark spirits of these people quickly enveloped him. Jean Zifei's shrill screams were of no use, and then gradually faded. Looking again, his consciousness bead had also turned black. Did he kill himself? Zhao Shi wondered. Dai looked surprised. So, manipulating this substance actually had the potential for backlash. Then what about Bo Cheng's side? With even greater numbers, if this got out of control. The consequences were unimaginable. I think we need to get out of here as soon as possible. The situation on Dihong Star might be even worse. The air pressure around Hengxing Huiyan was dropping steadily. Last time it was insect bones, this time it was this thing. That person had never stopped his research on biological control. And because he hadn't destroyed his consciousness bead, he couldn't trigger the system's mind-erasing program, allowing him to infect the player's body through his mind. In other words, those players infected in the game had also become eerie walking corpses in reality. Just like those infected by the brain-eating worms. The impact this time was extremely severe. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. The icy rain descended again, but this time, Zhao Shi and Hengxing Huiyan were unaffected. Those other players' movements, though slower, were still fierce. Zhao Shi could sense that these players' strength had increased many times over before, and they could also directly infect others. Aren't you still casting your spiritual domain? Domain? What domain? A substance that diffuses freely, cast by a spirit, is equivalent to a spirit's creation. Just like my ice rain domain, it can negatively impact the enemy. I think I understand. Zhao Shi spread her hands. But I can't do it. She could only create a lot of white thorns, but she couldn't debuff someone out of thin air. Hengxing Huiyan spread his hands. I can't do it either. Zhao Shi glanced at him. Why did she feel like he was copying her? Dai, Will you two stop playing dumb? Chapter 104. A chilling aura permeated the air. A swarm of black spirits resembled a materialized black mist, sticky, cold, and clinging to bones like maggots. A swarm of black birds of prey soared in the sky, obscuring the sun. Ferocious beasts scurried across the ground, along with a variety of bizarre weapons and plants. The players stared at them, expressionless, like large, numb corpses. Faced with these massive numbers of players, who had completely turned dark, their spirits even began to possess the ability to infect them. Therefore, they had to exercise caution in using their spirits, becoming even more passive. The spiritual realm, however, belonging to the spirit's creations, seemed unaffected. Perhaps it was because it had already transcended the spirit's domain, its spirit not directly connected to it. But neither Zhao Shi nor Hengxing Wuyan could use that spiritual realm. Moreover, while it seemed useful, it couldn't cause any substantial harm to the players. Silver Butterfly's Ice Rain domain merely slowed their movements slightly. If you're still trying to hide your abilities now, we'd be dead. Yin Dai hesitated for a moment before finally saying this. If there was no way to leave here and return to base, her consciousness wouldn't be able to exit the game. It would be infected along with her body, either killed by the system or devoured by the ghost. Zhao Shi and Hengxing Wuyan exchanged a glance. She made an expression as if she was trying to hold back her ultimate move, then shook her head to indicate she tried her best. Why are you trying to hide your abilities? I really don't have this skill. She guessed that certain conditions had to be met to gain access to spiritual realm skills, but the system never explicitly stated what those conditions were. Yin Dai seemed to have entered the game earlier than her and Hengxing Wuyan. Could it be related to how long they've been online? Skills? Yin Dai was puzzled for a moment, but Hengxing Wuyan had long since grown accustomed to her odd phrasing. I don't get it either. He even copied her. Zhao Shi, Paperback? Suddenly, a flicker of understanding flashed in her eyes. This guy was probably the one who was truly hiding his skills, just pretending. But there was nothing she could do. She had truly never seen Hengxing Wuyan use his spiritual realm. Never mind, it was good enough that he could still play games together. She couldn't expect too much. After all, he might not have finished his homework yet. If his family got in trouble again because of his studies, she could offer to tutor him later. Hengxing Wuyan didn't realize it yet, but he unknowingly been labeled an elementary or middle school student. Then we just have to run for our lives, Yin Dai said helplessly. Isn't that nonsense? What else are we doing now? Zhao Shi felt her voice drift away on the gust of wind as soon as it left her mouth. The three of them ran frantically through the icy rain. They were the only three living people in this game. A blanket of darkness, swirling with chilling winds, raged in all directions. Zhao Shi felt like crying. Again! When could she finally stroll through the game and enjoy the scenery? This game looked like an open-world game. While she enjoyed the combat, she didn't like the constant feeling of being hunted. For a game this big, was it fun to keep incorporating these violent scenes? Aw, fun? She had forgotten how much fun she had playing violence before. She looked up at the sky. Rainy. Rainy again. Rainy days always make one feel sentimental, always bring bad luck, and always make one vulnerable to being hunted. When will the sun finally clear up in this world? Zhao, she suddenly remembered something. In this place, they never seen the sun. To be more precise, they be called stars, the ones that provide energy and heat for the galaxy. Because suns only exist in the solar system, and this world doesn't have a solar system. Without stars nearby, the temperature here should be terrifyingly low, but it seems not too horrible. Finally, she discovered the illogicality of this game. Zhao Shi felt a little proud. Running like this isn't a solution. Their strength has increased exponentially, and there are too many of them. We probably won't make it to the teleportation platform. It's too far away. At this moment, Yin Dai temporarily joined their group chat, and the three of them communicated through the game system. Zhao Shi pointed, it's because you deliberately led us this far away, leaving us with nowhere to escape. Yin Dai admitted, indeed, but we were enemies then, and there was nothing I could do. Zhao Shi, perhaps you should regret being saved by me. At least, like before, your life wouldn't be in danger. Yin Dai paused. I don't want to die, because I have unfinished business. But if I had the choice again, I still prefer this ending. Butterflies are born free. When their wings are broken, they should die. But he had forgotten this for a long time. Besides, it was a fight to the death, and he thought he was going to die, but instead, he was saved by she. I should thank you for giving me the right to live again. Yin Dai thought, he'd never forget those rosy eyes of hers. Like a spark rekindled from the ashes of death, magnificent and brilliant, bringing hope. What he didn't say, besides what he had to do, was his belief in a turnaround. It wasn't so much a belief in a turnaround as it was a belief in her. She's erratic and unexpected behavior was always like that. She'd come with a promise of a turnaround from the very beginning. He knew it the first time they met. And still until now. But soon, that qualification will be gone. Zhao Shi spread his hands. Time to consider buying a new account. Since there's no escape, Hengxing Wuyan said, the only way is to fight them to the death. Zhao Shi gave a thumbs up emoji. Not bad, not bad. Fight to the death perfectly expresses the determination to fight to the death, unafraid of a powerful enemy. It's ignited. Hengxing Wuyan, Lin Tanyan paused as he swiped open the secret door to the confidential room, his amber eyes blinking. He seemed a little affected by this. He raised his hand to his forehead, a little silly. On the other hand, Xiaoxi thought, she really dared to push the limits. With so many parties working simultaneously, no one could afford to be careless, and it made her head spin. After this incident, she must get a good night's sleep to recharge. The game's difficulty had risen to this point, and she sighed. This was her first time playing a game with such an unbalanced intensity. They were simply not allowed to survive. Are game planners doing this to force players to die so they can sell new accounts and make more money? Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is truly a lie. Meanwhile, the holographic drama was simultaneously unfolding, its plot drawing to a close. After a series of fierce battles, Xiaoxi, defeated and injured, saw the true faces of the immortal sect's inhabitants. They knew they were no match for the magic puppet, and offered her as a tribute to the magic puppet, the leader of the demons. It turned out that the people she trusted within the immortal sect had long sought to replace her. Xiaoxi, realizing the truth, endured humiliation and grew stronger. Finally, when the immortals and demons formed an alliance, forcing the immortal sect to submit to the demons, she took action. No one could have imagined that the once powerful magic puppet would ultimately die in Xiaoxi's arms. The magic puppet's defiant expression remained unchanged, but he eventually revealed a softer side in her presence. Xiaoxi suddenly remembered her childhood, when she was ill and confined to her home, without playmates, and it was the magic puppet that kept her company. She had sneaked down the mountain many times, always with the magic puppet's secret protection. She was afraid of demons and thunder. The puppet slept with her, singing a lame lullaby. It had no name. It was her shadow. It was also her only friend, her only family. The puppet removed all obstacles for her, using its own death to help her become the true ruler of the immortal sect. It handed her its own flawed, mechanical heart, and countless redundant messages, all bearing her name. The comments in the live stream were all, "Wow, so touching. I can't take it anymore, it's too sharp, too sharp. Who's the screenwriter? I want to send the knives. This scene is so beautiful, I'm crying. Take a screenshot. Oh my god, this weird angle." Xiaoxi hugged herself, while she hugged herself. For pairs of eyes looked at each other, as if looking in a mirror, but the images in the mirror were different. Then she looked at herself affectionately, weakly reciting her lines, gazing at herself with grief, letting a tear fall beautifully from the corner of her eye. She secretly crushed the blood bag she placed on her chest, causing fake plasma to ooze out. At the same time, she bit through the blood bag in her mouth with her teeth, letting the fake plasma trickle out slowly, beautifully, and sadly from the corners of her mouth. For a moment, she wondered, is this truly something a human could do? But then she thought, time travel and reincarnation are already here, so what's the point of all this? It was actually a half-baked love story, but Xiaoxi still put her all into playing it out. Finally, it was over, Xiaoxi thought. But at the end, as Xiaoxi thrust the sword into her robot self's chest, she felt a distinct sensation of a foreign object entering her body, the optical circuits being squeezed and twisted. Her heart seemed to twitch. For a moment, she truly had the illusion of death. It was fake, just an act, she told herself. But for some reason, the feeling of a pierced heart lingered, and her real heart pounded wildly. Xiaoxi raised her hand and pressed it against her heart. Stop jumping. You're such a coward. You clearly didn't get hurt. So what are you so afraid of? She was truly afraid of death. Acting out her own death was almost unbearable. Should someone like her really join the Special Operations Unit? And attending a military academy, that clearly went against her nature. Xiaoxi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this mission was pretty easy, no life-threatening, and Lin Tanyan was quite considerate of the newbies. It's just that all this publicity is a bit annoying. After the performance, she saw her score skyrocket. Thanks to the stunning setting and her carefully planned angles, which showcased her stunning beauty from every angle, her popularity skyrocketed. Xiaoxi had anticipated this outcome. After all, other people couldn't simultaneously watch the live commentary on StarNet and their own performance through the live stream, adjusting their own performance accordingly. She didn't particularly enjoy this kind of thing, but thankfully it was over. She suddenly remembered that the holographic drama was over, but there was still a final. And so far, there was no word on what the final would be about. Could it be some kind of live performance or reality show? Xiaoxi wondered. Wait, wasn't her mission this time to investigate the brain-eating worms? She had no clue at the moment. She had already wasted some time. After today's show, she had to look for clues. Also, it suddenly occurred to her, Could Lin Tanyan have come here without a purpose? Perhaps she could ask him about the clues? But the cameras in the room were on during the day, so Lin Tanyan shouldn't be there. So where could he be? After rejecting a group of reporters who were about to shove microphones into her mouth, Zhao Shi tried to slip away, but another wave of reporters quickly blocked her path. Turning around, she saw the production crew rushing over from the side. There will be a special interview and live broadcast soon. All contestants, please gather in the studio. So Zhao Shi couldn't escape after all and was recaptured. Looking at the various expressions on the faces of the people in the circular studio, they knew they would start a round of evaluations, and then canvass for votes. The overall score would determine the finalists for tomorrow's finals. I get it, another palace drama. And because she currently had the highest score, she was placed in the center, her chair even higher than the others. Did the production team really think the atmosphere wasn't tense enough? Looking at the sparking gazes gathered around her, Zhao Shi felt. Well, nothing. Mainly, she now believed the outcome was certain, and her mind was largely absorbed in the game. Also, because in the game, she was dying. Not long ago, when their makeshift three-person team had decided to fight the infected players to the death, they drew lots and chose one person to leave. They would return to base to spread the message to the other players, preventing new players from entering the Earth-desolate planet. Because at that moment, the zombie players flooding the public screen were still trying to lure other players in. But their words were quickly drowned out by the crowd. No one would listen. Nearby, there was a nuclear power plant. Then, of the two remaining players, one would attract the spirits of the other players, while the other would seize the opportunity to detonate the nuclear power plant, destroying all of their bodies. This was the only solution. All three of them knew that the remaining two would be responsible for holding off the infected players, and would inevitably sacrifice themselves. Dai held 3 ice-carved dice in her hand. Use these. Zhao Shi, okay, let's compare the points. The one with the higher number stays. The 3 of them rolled the dice simultaneously. India's dice landed first, at a 4. This number was considered high, so one of the 2 remaining players should have landed in his spot. Then Dai saw that Shi's and Hengxingwian's S dice landed exactly 1 second after his, almost at the same time. 2 sixes. A flicker of surprise flashed in India's icy blue eyes, then dimmed a little, her icy pupils cracking like ice. You too. Why? Zhao Shi, I'm not familiar with you. You're a bit of a hindrance here. She was telling the truth. After all, she and Hengxingwian were old partners. Replacing either of them wouldn't have been able to complete this daunting task. Even for the 2 of them, it was a challenge. Hengxingwian, yes, I'm not familiar with you. Chapter 105. The icy rain gradually faded, and the refreshing chill dissipated. Silver Butterfly had been maintaining his spiritual realm for far too long. A hard, shell-like substance had clung to the side of the organic human's face, making his expression less visible. But his weakness was still evident, and the bright white light of the consciousness bead on his chest had dimmed slightly. Zhao Shi had originally thought that the spiritual realm wouldn't be very effective, given that the 3 of them were constantly on the run. But the moment he retracted his spiritual realm, she finally understood how wrong she had been. Without Silver Butterfly's icy rain, the infected players suddenly moved at an insane speed, and it seemed they were about to be surrounded by enemies on all sides. In all directions, neither air nor land was accessible. Overhead, a ferocious-looking butterfly spirit hovered. Only half of one of its wings remained, and the torn rip oozed black, muddy water. The triangular head tilted to one side, like a zombie butterfly. Zhao Shi had seen this player's spirit form before, but it wasn't this large, nor was it nearly as oppressive. It felt like just another person. Now, it loomed like a dark cloud over the sky. The ground was shaking, making it almost impossible to stand. Without the slowing effect of the ice rain field, dark green vines emerged from the ground like snakes, twisting and snaking towards them, their spikes emanating one after another. They moved so fast that they cast a series of interwoven black and green shadows. The 3 of them hurriedly dodged, not daring to use their spirit forms. Zhao Shi looked over intently. She had seen the person controlling the vines before. It was the player from some guild, not a very powerful one, so she couldn't even remember their ID. After all, she had been a prominent figure since entering the game, and the ones she had been tangling with were all the big guys at the top of the rankings. But now, looking around, the ordinary players who had once drowned out the crowd, after turning evil, could actually force them into this situation. Dai, your domain. Zhao Shi had wanted to ask if he could release it for a moment, but seeing his expression, he was holding his head with one hand, his hand shaking. It seemed he was exhausted. What do you want to say? Indai asked her. Nothing. We hold them off here, break a corner of the encirclement, and then you run. Have you really thought this through? You want me to leave? This is his only chance to survive. Although he might not escape, without one person, they die even faster. Like they said, they're not familiar with each other, so why do this? They're definitely not as easy to deal with as before. Even the Zerg were difficult, and if you hadn't obtained the Zerg bones, you wouldn't have been able to resolve the situation on the previous planet. This time, the infected are far more difficult than the Zerg. Indai hadn't spoken so much in a long time. He considered himself a chatterbox. But he didn't know why. Perhaps it was because of her flamboyance and uniqueness, or because she had saved him, or perhaps it was because he wished someone as sincere as her could continue to illuminate this gray world. She was different from him. He was an unwelcome, low-class person from a remote planet. He and his sister had traveled thousands of miles to Blue Dream Planet. He had been through so much along the way, accustomed to being looked down upon and exploited. In the end, he was left alone. All the kindness of the people here is just a disguise, just because he is still useful. Of course, Indai knew the true nature of this so-called game. It was nothing more than a game played by certain people, a game where they watched their pawns fight each other. These planets perished in the disaster, so where was the so-called Star Alliance that could protect its inhabitants? Would they not know about this? She was the only person he had ever seen in his life. He fought to the death to spare him, and now he was even sacrificing himself. Stop talking nonsense. Go! With that voice, Indai felt the world turn upside down. He felt a force attacking his abdomen, and he was utterly shocked. She had actually kicked him far away with one kick. The next second, a streak of golden light streaked past his previous position, and a sharp whistling sound filled the air. This light was so fast and so familiar. In a flash, several piercing sounds echoed beside Zhao Shi, the closest one brushing her eye. As she dodged, she hugged the person next to her and rolled to the side. She could almost hear a strange gasp beside her. Zhao Shi lowered her head and met a pair of pale emerald eyes, seemingly inorganic. At close range, she could faintly see a golden rim around them. His body was quite attractive. Let go. A voice came from below. Only then did Zhao Shi notice their current position. She had just rolled to the ground in a fit of panic, hugging Hing Xingwian. Now, she had one arm around his waist and the other on the ground beside him, her arm bent, bringing them incredibly close. TSK, you don't need me now. She sighed. I don't know who hooked their arm around my neck and forced themselves to come this close. A cold force struck her lower abdomen. Zhao Shi quickly twisted her waist to the side to avoid the attack, leaped up, and brushed the dust off her hands. Yeah, now you're too cruel. We've been good teammates and best friends for so long, playing games together. Why are you still so shy? Isn't it normal to hug and cuddle with your bestie? Her mindset was still stuck on the feeling she once had with her bestie. Wait, isn't that allowed between alphas? It might be misunderstood. Oh, that damn worldly perspective. But it's just a game, so it doesn't matter. Elsewhere, Indai looked over there, then back at the footprints on her leg. These two are really on the same team. It seems he's a bit redundant. The encirclement gradually narrowed. There were already many spirits lurking around, but then, suddenly, more and more of those strange lights appeared, coming from all directions. Zhao Shi's pupil shrank as she saw fans behind the golden light. It was Jin Zifei. Countless small fans converged into a single, massive fan, its edges rimmed with flowing black lines. The figure stood atop it, his consciousness beads and eyes pure black. A hurricane surged around the massive fan, carrying the spirits of some other players towards them. Simultaneously, the large fan beneath his feet split in half, the other half splitting again, transforming into a half-gold, half-black blade that flew towards them. Jin Zifei, expressionless, stood above, coldly gazing down at them, at her. Like a heartless statue, he was now speechless, and his silence suddenly gave him a far more commanding presence. Oh my god, how could this guy be so powerful? Zhao Shi was stunned. The hurricane of blades struck her first, reflecting her shadow countless times, a dazzling sight. And it seemed this person still held a grudge against her, hitting her the hardest. She really should be thankful. The three of them quickly separated, Zhao Shi's side taking an extraordinary amount of firepower, leaving the other two speechless. Countless invisible blades, stacked in 3 layers, surrounded Zhao Shi like a sphere. Then, layer by layer, they attacked and launched towards the center. Zhao Shi dodged frantically. After each layer was fired, the blades would immediately return to the outside, enveloping her in another layer. This attack seemed endless. Of course, she wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Jiaoxi raised her head and waved her hand, releasing a stream of white spores from between her fingers. As they landed on the ground, white thorns rose from beneath her feet, initially aiding her leap. Then, their sudden rise also stirred up a whirlwind, affecting the path of Jin Zifei's blade, causing it to shift slightly. She seized the opportunity to break free, clutching the sword woven from the thorns, and leaped upward. Jin Zifei was standing too high, so she couldn't reach him. So, at the same moment, she manipulated another thorn, quietly wrapping it around his ankle. As her sword lunged forward, she suddenly pulled Jin Zifei down from the clouds. The pull of the white thorns and Jin Zifei's own gravity would leave him no escape. "Be careful, your spirit," a voice called from behind. Jiaoxi, of course, remembered the contamination of the strange water. So, she was careful with all her movements, avoiding contact with Jin Zifei's spirit, and only stirring the air indirectly to achieve her goal. The only risk was probably the moment she pierced his consciousness bead, when strange water would overflow from it. However, Jiaoxi believed her gaming skills were decent enough. She could quickly withdraw the white thorn at the same moment she shattered the consciousness bead, thus avoiding contact. There was a faint click, and at that moment, the white thorn had already retreated to her side. Of course she could do it. She watched as Jin Zifei's consciousness bead shattered, leaving the strange water without a host to parasitize. He fell helplessly to the ground, the darkness in his eyes gradually fading. In a trance, she suddenly saw him smile strangely. Wait. She suddenly remembered the white thorn wrapped around his ankle. The strange water flowed through his body, oozing slime around his ankle, and had already touched her spirit body. A damp, cold sensation instantly tensed her spine. In that instant, she saw a pair of black eyes in the sky, and the surrounding scenery faded. Oh no! She quickly withdrew her consciousness from it. More precisely, that part of her consciousness seemed to freeze. She couldn't describe the feeling. She had almost forcibly severed any connection with it. She felt a sharp pain in her head, nearly toppling over. At the same time, the scenery before her regained color, and the black eye disappeared. Just then, it felt like she had entered a black and white photograph, as if the person had died. When she regained her consciousness, she looked up and saw Hung Xinghuiyan's eyes, aglow with gold, staring at her coldly. She forced a quick smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Yeah." As she awoke, she saw the coldness in Hung Xinghuiyan's eyes fade. But she had no doubt that, just a fraction of a second later, she would have been killed by her teammates. For some reason, it felt so familiar, like she experienced it before. Jiaoxi's gaze fell on Jin Zifei's dead body on the ground, and she gasped in fear. Almost killed by Jin Zifei. He could actually be so powerful. What can I say? Darkened is twice as strong, whitened is 3 times weaker. That's true. Jiaoxi thought, if I could give her a dark transformation too, wouldn't she be able to instantly decimate the entire team? As soon as this thought occurred to her, she quickly encountered several players whose consciousness beads had been eroded. Their lifeless eyes were distorted by the strange substance clinging to their bodies, and their forms were even more distorted. And then, there were the spirits, their black tears streaming down their bodies. Forget it. It's so ugly. If this is what blackened is like, then forget it. Looking at the large group of blackened players around her, she lowered her eyes. One Jin Zifei had already given her enough trouble. They really couldn't use their spirit bodies so easily. We have to lure them to the nuclear power plant quickly. Without their spirit bodies, they really couldn't hold out for much longer. If we die before we destroy them, it would be a huge loss. If we die, we have to take a bunch of people with us. The hurricane Ian Dai had just whipped up with Xi's spirit body had already torn the encirclement apart, allowing him to break through. Some players tried to chase him, but Shi immediately used his spirit body to wave in front of them, drawing some back. A few still chased him, but Ian Dai figured they could handle that small number. Next, it was time to detonate the nuclear power plant and create human mushroom fireworks. Come here, all of you. Shi danced a slow jig in front of the group, shaking her head. If you catch me, I make you hee. Hung Xinghuiyan looked at her, his face dark. Why would someone like this cause him to lose control like never before during his previous passion? He almost... Well, it must have been because of the passion. His mind was in turmoil. Omegas are prone to losing control during that period, mistakenly thinking they like someone. He thought it must be a genetic problem, not his. But why hadn't he lost control like this before, but only when he met her? Lin Tanyan tried to banish these chaotic thoughts from his mind. Forget it, there were more important things to do. She believed that she was certainly not like this in real life. In real life, she was steady, reliable, and polite. Well, after all, no one knew each other over the internet, right? But what she didn't know was that the more she let herself go now, the more she would regret it later. Chapter 106. The night sky was full, and beneath it, dazzling star-like lights enveloped the planet like a candy coating. What lies beneath the candy coating? Perhaps only by first tearing, and then peeling off that dazzling layer. Can we see it? High in the sky, a gigantic floating Rubik's Cube slowly rotated, its 27 blocks radiating a pale blue light at their connections. No one knew what kind of technology could allow such a massive structure to rise above the ground. It also had a romantic name, the Sky Mansion. The surrounding commercial districts were arranged in a circular pattern, spreading outward in circles. The innermost circle was the most prosperous, and it was also where shop rents could fetch sky-high prices. From here, looking up, one could see the enormous screen overhead, a powerful, awe-inspiring sight. Many tourists traveled thousands of miles from other planets specifically to see the sight. Perhaps due to the need to maintain technological secrecy, even the innermost commercial streets were over 100 meters away from the Music Cube building. Two tourists walked out of the luxury store on the innermost commercial street, carrying shopping bags. One of them said, "Look, there's so much empty space underneath the Rubik's Cube building. If they built a street or an underground shopping mall, they'd make a ton of money." Another person held the other person's arm and said, "Is the Rubik's Cube considered a tourist attraction on this planet? Maybe it's just because there's a lot of white space? Every inch of land in this central area is so valuable. I don't understand." The person suddenly blinked, and in a trance, he seemed to see the air waves beneath the Rubik's Cube building vibrate. The person next to him said, "Don't just think about making money all the time. You're here with me just to have some fun, aren't you? I'm really looking forward to the finals of Starlight 1001 tomorrow. I heard there's going to be a brand new segment." The man nodded, but couldn't help but glance in the direction he'd been looking. The night sky remained the same, the bustling streets across the way still. What he'd seen in that fleeting moment seemed like a dazzle. Time had never seemed so long. After finishing the various activities and random interviews with the production team, it was already evening, and she dragged her exhausted body back home. Even for an alpha, her stamina was considered good, but working so long without sleep was unbearable. Especially with her mind still multitasking, she thought for a moment. But it was her own fault for asking for trouble, for starting this demanding game that she couldn't easily quit. It was that damn desire to win that made her want to play this game to the end, to see what the outcome would be, to justify the headwinds along the way, which were always so violent. Now she just wanted to get the clues in as soon as possible, and finish the game quickly, so she could get a good night's sleep. She was so sleepy, even now, she was still diligently thinking about her tasks. She felt like a truly competent worker? No, a miserable worker. She hurried back to her accommodations. For some reason, she felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Then she returned to her room and looked, and sure enough, she saw it. Wow, that guy was gone again. If she remembered correctly, Lin Tanyan's passion wasn't over yet. The cameras in the room were there to record the contestants' daily lives as Easter eggs, and they had been put away long ago. So, even if he was hiding outside, he should have returned to his room by now. Or did he simply not trust me? So he personally went to the pop star to carry out the mission? Was being wounded in battle and stranded in this place an accident or a self-intention? She thought, more likely the latter. She threw her shoes aside and fell onto the bed. They traced a parabola, hitting the wall with two thuds. She stared up at the ceiling, her dark brown eyes vacant for a moment. For some reason, she seemed a little unhappy. But then, a faint, familiar fragrance reached her nostrils. She subconsciously took a deep breath, feeling the strange warmth enveloping her, as if she were in a flowing golden cloud. After wandering in the cloud for a while, she took a second deep breath, when she suddenly opened her eyes, and came to her senses. She found herself hugging the quilt, burying her face in it, and breathing hard. And this quilt, Lin Tanyan had covered it today. After realizing what he'd done, she sighed, looked up, and covered his face, feeling like a psychopath. If you like this kind of perfume, just buy it yourself. Why sniff someone else's? What about your manners? Stealing perfume is still stealing. She paused. Wait, the smell isn't coming from here, but rather emanating from the air. This is very wrong. Since he already has an inhibitor, judging by his condition this morning, it's suppressed. And the inhibitory dose was clearly sufficient. Why would it suddenly? The fluctuation of the scent was strange, and Jiaoxi suddenly jumped out of bed. Lin Tanyan seemed to be in trouble. A nuclear power plant on Dihuang planet. While Jiaoxi worked diligently in real life and spoke out in various interviews, she also didn't forget to fulfill her responsibilities in the game. She and Hengxingwuyan provoked the infected players along the way, being hunted down all the way as they headed towards the many towering white cylindrical structures. Those were cooling towers, common inland nuclear power plants. But not all nuclear power plants require them. For example, coastal nuclear power plants, due to their proximity to the sea, have an endless supply of seawater as a cooling medium, eliminating the need for cooling towers. The Silver Butterfly were leaving in the opposite direction, drawing a large amount of firepower this way, so that the Silver Butterfly could depart via the teleportation platform. White smoke continued to billow from the cooling towers. It was likely that the Antimatter Guild had activated the nuclear power plant to generate electricity during their previous stay on this planet. Dark green vines danced behind them, restricting their path. Attacks from the ground and sky poured down on them. Jiaoxi rolled on the ground, twisted off a rusted rebar with her backhand, and flung it at the operator like a javelin. But the man, entangled in the vines, easily blocked the rebar. What's this? A shotgun against a cannon. How could they possibly win? And then, there were the yellow venom emitted by other players' spirits, occasionally dropping a few drops, pounding the ground and creating smoking craters. So, her current appearance, covered in dust and in disarray, was understandable. Jiaoxi looked back at Rampant and Silent. He was swift, his movements graceful as he dodged attacks, not even a speck of dust staining him. He even had the time to fix his long hair. Comparing himself to himself again, Jiaoxi rolled his eyes. Enough, he deserves a beating. It's already this late, can you stop pretending? I hadn't realized he was so concerned about his appearance before. Hengxingwuyan paused. If you had done less disco and those tumbling dances, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Jiaoxi, that's called street dance. Well, it's just that I'm about to sacrifice myself for our great cause, and I'm excited to dance. I'm about to die, so why not let me have some fun? Hengxingwuyan was speechless. After a pause, he suddenly said, I don't think anyone wants to die, right? Of course, there's nothing we can do about it, right? Jiaoxi replied. Although I don't stand to gain anything, as long as I can upset the Antimatter Guild, I'm happy. It's just a matter of changing accounts, but he couldn't let it go. So, is there anything you want? Hengxingwuyan asked. Knowing her preferences was just to increase my chances of inviting her to join the Star Alliance. Jiaoxi froze for a moment, a blurry figure in her mind, scarred and panting, possessing a uniquely fragile beauty. She blurted out, partner. Only after she had said it did she realize what she had said. What the hell was that? At such a young age, playing games is of course more important. Why would she care about a partner? So, do you have someone you like? Hengxingwuyan hadn't noticed when his voice suddenly softened. Like a fragile bubble, it would burst with a gust of wind. No, not really. Hearing this, his tense breathing suddenly relaxed. Okay, what? Jiaoxi found his words baffling. Oh there's no way this guy is going to introduce her to a date? And Omega still in elementary school? No way. That's a crime. Listen to me, elementary school students are absolutely not allowed, and neither are middle school students. Hengxingwuyan brushed past two players, then spun around, colliding with the three charging spirits. Where had her mind wandered again? While they were talking, they had already exchanged dozens of back and forths with the surrounding players. They looked up at the cooling tower approaching. Surrounding it were other, shorter, gray buildings, some rectangular and some cylindrical. Hengxingwuyan said, although the nuclear power technology on this planet is backward, a close-range explosion is still quite powerful, enough to kill everyone here. The nuclear device is inside those containment buildings. If the control rods in the reactor are removed, the neutrons won't be absorbed in time, causing an explosion. There's a gap in between, enough time for you to escape. You mean, you don't have to die? Jiaoxi suddenly realized what he had meant by good. Well, look up. Jiaoxi looked up, and saw a spaceship emerging from the clouds, slowly approaching in their direction. It was completely different from the starship from last time, much smaller, and looked like a swift and powerful type. As expected of you. Jiaoxi gave a thumbs up. She already figured out that Hengxingwuyan was a R&B player. Starships and spaceships would appear at a beckoning. Although she couldn't find a place to top up her account, perhaps it was a beta test feature? In short, they were saved, and a ship was coming to pick them up. No need to die happy. I need you to restrict their movements a little, and then get on the ship as soon as possible. No problem. Giving him the opportunity to detonate the nuclear power plant, she understood. But she suddenly realized that he'd been talking about. You? Aren't you going to leave? She asked. A nuclear chain reaction is uncontrollable after losing the control rods. The exact time of explosion is uncertain. I have to stay and detonate it beforehand. Hengxing thought that he could be severed in time and survive, but if she died in the game, she would die for real. She didn't say much. It seemed he had a plan. Perhaps this was the only way to minimize the losses to their team. She shielded Hengxing as they entered the building housing one of the nuclear reactors. They could already see a series of large, cylindrical, silver-white containers, narrow at the bottom. What was inside those containers? Just then, she looked up and saw a figure sitting on a reactor container, smiling at her. That smile seemed familiar. She suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. The figure was using a long, green blade to slice open the top of the reactor container. He opened and closed his palms, making a bang sound with his mouth. Just then, Hengxing had just come across another reactor container, and was about to check the reaction of the raw materials inside, when he heard she shout from the side, "Run!" Xiaoxi's thoughts were in disarray, and she couldn't dodge the attack from behind. She was actually struck by a darkened player wielding a hammer, sending her flying. The force was so powerful that it sent her careening from the factory building into the adjacent cylindrical building, where she slammed hard into a device. Xiaoxi raised her hand and touched something, her heart sinking. She feared the nuclear reactor was about to explode, and then she felt steam billowing toward her. Looking up, she saw a turbine, and Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. This planet is truly backward. It actually used the same nuclear power generation principle as her previous life's Earth. Nuclear energy boiled water, and the resulting steam drove a turbine, converting the heat into mechanical energy, which was then converted into electricity through electromagnetic induction. You see, she was stunned to learn that nuclear power was generated by boiling water. Xiaoxi removed metal strips from the equipment and twisted them together, forming a twisted heavy metal sword. No, rather than a sword, a twisted iron rod would be more accurate. The sound behind him grew closer. Xiaoxi turned and swung his club forward. With a crisp crack, it hit the bull's eye. The player holding the hammer's consciousness shattered, black energy dissipated, and he fell to the ground. When Xiaoxi left the turbine plant, he saw a fierce battle already underway. Hengxing seemed to have already summoned his spirit form, and a stream of silver stars slashed towards the man. But soon, another player's spirit form rushed in like a moth to a flame, and the spirit form died, while blocking the attack for him. That person was very strong, extremely strong. He might be able to use the spirit forms of the considerable number of players here. Every time Hengxing spirit killed a player's spirit, the star stream felt a strange wave. It was familiar. Xiaoxi had felt this slicing of consciousness earlier, when she fought Jin Zifei. To avoid being infected, she had to slice through it with each fight. Had Hengxing gone mad? What kind of method was this, harming the enemy by 1,000 while harming herself by 800? She knew that doing so would even drain her energy in real life, and give her a headache. Xiaoxi thought, it's just a game, is this necessary? Leave this place immediately, leave this planet. Hengxing stared at the player, his eyes strangely cold. What was going on? Did they know each other? Xiaoxi saw the player, clearly black eyes and black consciousness beads, the sign of being infected, but he was completely different from the other players. The other players were mindless walking corpses, while he was their king. Just like the Zerg, without a mastermind, they were powerful, but without a unified purpose, they were a loose collection of scattered sand, and could still be defeated one by one. When a mastermind exists, the power of the entire species is combined into one, invincible. No, you can't leave here today. He still had that same smiling face. Xiaoxi noticed that the identification bead on his chest seemed blank, without an ID. So could this person, the one with the blank ID from the underground guild, be the president of the Antimatter Guild? It's been so long, and they've never met their leader. The underground toy factory. Xiaoxi suddenly felt an itch in his head. Something seemed to be connecting, but it was always veiled, as if it were clear but unclear. She'd been to the underground toy factory before. There was an auction there. Was it possible the original owner had bought the game cards there? What if the company behind this game was the underground toy factory? And the underground toy factory had connections with the Antimatter Guild? Fuck, this was going to be tough. Fighting the game manufacturer, huh? Then what's the point? The spaceship's parked outside. I hold him back. You leave immediately. Heng Xingwuyan's voice was unusually anxious. I told you. Don't even think about leaving, especially you. The person with the blank ID turned to look at Zhao Shi as he spoke, his lips moving in unison. Almost simultaneously, the other players around him echoed the same words. This overly regular, slow sound, reverberating off the enclosed walls of the surrounding buildings, resonated like the chanting of Buddhist scriptures, a bit mind-numbing. The person with the blank ID's gaze fixed squarely on her, observing her smile, as if observing the ridiculous struggles of a trapped beast on the verge of death. Heh, you can't stop me from protecting the one I want to protect. Amid the approaching players, Heng Xingwuyan manipulated several streams of stars, forcing their way forward and quickly reuniting with Zhao Shi. Then, the streams formed a ring around her. From this close, it was quite beautiful, bright spots like stars, trailing long streams of light, like sparkling silver powder sprinkled around her. Zhao Shi stared at the shimmering powder, resisting the urge to poke at it. Heng Xingwuyan's voice trembled. He wasn't afraid. Zhao Shi knew he had never feared battle, but everyone had their strength eventually. Fighting others by dividing one's consciousness like that is doomed to fail. Let's go! He thought, this time, it was his turn to stand before her. What if I say I can use my spiritual realm? Zhao Shi squeezed the hand he placed on her shoulder, trying to push her away. Then she released his grip and slammed it down to the ground. She looked up again, her eyes bloodshot, her white hair cascading like a waterfall. A cold, desolate aura, the same color as her hair, radiated from her, quickly enveloping the area. From beneath the ground in this abyssal white, matter like withered bones emerged, rapidly taking over. Some players were accidentally pierced by the bones, and the abyssal white began to spread from that spot, transforming their bodies into withered bones as well. Cold, extremely cold. But it was different from the clammy, sticky feeling of the strange aura. This aura was chilling and desolate, like a world devoid of life. Zhao Shi glanced around, her expression expressionless, but a sense of discomfort welled up inside. Her inspiration came from the black and white world she'd seen during her previous battle with Jin Zifei, but she honestly didn't like this realm. It was too eerie, like a white hell. It was similar to a nightmare she had before. Zhao Shi thought, what was she thinking about? This was just a game. Perhaps she was also influenced by some of her previous nightmares, generating inspiration. When Heng Xingwuyan appeared in her mental realm, he suddenly lost his balance. Star streams flew around him, nearly hitting Zhao Shi's head. She dodged with lingering fear, nearly getting killed by her teammates. She quickly supported him. What's wrong? My realm shouldn't affect you. Could it be her first time using it, and she wasn't controlling it well? Heng Xingwuyan immediately shook her hand off, even though he couldn't stand. He lowered his eyes, concealing the strange emotions welling in them. Spirits carry genetic and pheromone traits, and the envelopment of the spiritual realm is equivalent to a release of pheromones on a spiritual level. Heng Xingwuyan pinched his palm, and clear tissue fluid began to seep between his fingers. Damn it, why are the symptoms of passion coming back again? Zhao Shi stared at his hand, bewildered. Could it be that he's particularly afraid of A? This wasn't the case before. And isn't this normal contact between teammates? I don't understand. Men's hearts are like needles in the sea. Hey, this isn't the time for romance, the voice said from afar. Zhao Shi was speechless. Romance? What kind of 2,000-degree myopia is that? Shut up. The two men said in unison. Chapter 107. A dark shadow appeared before her eyes, and she pushed open the narrow secret door. Zhao Shi suddenly thought of the phrase, a winding path leads to a secluded place. A hidden doorway to another world. She looked at the dizzying tissue in her hand, covered in black, creepy symbols. She crumpled it up and stuffed it into her pocket. This is killing me. I have to do calculus to unlock the door here. If she hadn't studied advanced math in advance for the last big math question on the college entrance exam, this door wouldn't be open today. And this ridiculous question actually required taking the derivative 10 times before finding the answer. 10 times. The person who created the question must be crazy. I hate advanced math. This was the only thought in Zhao Shi's mind at the moment. This location was originally at the bottom layer of the music Rubik's Cube, but Zhao Shi hadn't expected this path to go any further down. Calculations showed this location to be very close to the outer shell of the music cube. Could it be inside the mezzanine of the building? At this point in the timeline, Zhao Shi had just used her spiritual realm in the game. She then concluded her troublesome real-life activities, and returned to her room. But Lin Tanyan wasn't in the room, and Zhao Shi smelled his letter, his perfume again, so she had no choice but to look for him again. After all, leaving an alpha in the heat of passion. Out there was a lot of danger, especially since this person was a unique Super S rank. Even if he was her superior, she was on official business. And if anything happened to him, who would she turn to for reimbursement for the large sum of money she had to spend on the robot props? That faint scent had guided Zhao Shi all the way here. Zhao Shi couldn't understand why, at this moment, her sense of smell had suddenly become incredibly sharp, allowing her to locate objects by scent, like a dog. She felt that after this was over, she needed to get checked out to see if she had a genetic mutation, or if something strange had accidentally been introduced into her genes. The light was dim, and a draft from nowhere made her back feel cold. Zhao Shi turned around, but saw nothing. Then she nervously turned her head, looking up and down, left and right, front and back, to confirm that there was nothing strange. Even after all she had experienced, she was still afraid of the dark ghosts and the cold. As an alpha, she felt incredibly useless. But fortunately, there was that warm scent beside her, guiding her path forward. Even moving in the darkness had become easier, but the path here seemed overly complex. The narrow, cramped passage resembled a tangled web of wires burrowed by earthworms. This should be the tunnel connecting the various blocks, constructed near the building's outer shell. It transmits information and energy, controlling the activities of these 27 blocks. There are many complex optical and electrical pathways, some of which occasionally flash with electric sparks. Zhao Shi was afraid of touching them, lest she accidentally get an afro. Zhao Shi hunched over and looked up at the cramped space around her, which was almost suffocating. Bang! She hit her head, grimace in pain. Hush! How on earth did Lin Tanyan find a place like this? In the game, Zhao Shi was also experiencing a headache. Her spiritual realm seemed to be inflicting negative buffs on the enemy, while also affecting her teammates, and she simply didn't know how to resolve this. Hung Xingwuyan's expression was grim. He propped himself up, his eyes slightly vacant as he gazed at the ground before him, the scene blurring. The area was completely shrouded in a blazing white. Countless tiny threads clung from the ground to the surface, walls, ceiling, reactor vessel, until the entire world was ablaze. Even the air permeated with the scent of someone else, a cold one, enveloping the entire area along with the color. He couldn't escape, couldn't hide. He was feeling breathless. Every second he stayed there intensified his discomfort. Why was he an Omega? Lin Tanyan had asked himself this question more than once. But there was no answer. He couldn't ask anyone else, and he couldn't answer himself. What purpose did glands serve him, other than causing him pain at specific times and wasting his time? If they were useless, why did they even exist? The blurry scene before him was like two worlds merging. Lin Tanyan felt a pang of guilt. Gazing into those rosy eyes, he felt nothing but guilt. Was he going to hold her back again? But at the same time, he fiercely pushed away the person approaching him with a concerned expression. Don't come over here. Did my domain hurt you? What should I do? I don't know how to use this thing. It's my first time using it, and I don't even know how to control it, she said. He didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. Every time this happened, even his thinking became dull. It was like a tangled mess, constantly twisting in directions irrelevant to the current situation. In reality, the back of his neck ached, waves of intense pain like a burning fire, repeatedly crushing him. The rustling sound faded, and the papers before him fluttered like snowflakes, his collected information scattered to the ground. But even as he curled up on the ground in pain, Lin Tanyan still held the objects tightly in his hands, his palms slightly damp. His eyelashes slowly opened and closed. He truly didn't understand why. Why was this happening? His passion phase had clearly been suppressed by the inhibitors. This had come so suddenly. Confused, Lin Tanyan thought, if the spiritual realm could instantly trigger his passion phase again, then it was very likely her pheromones would also be highly compatible with his own. Is it possible for someone who isn't Super S rank to be a match for him? A strange light flashed in his eyes, their once vacant gaze now gleaming. Lin Tanyan raised his hand with difficulty, his gaze fixed on the computer. If that were the case, a temporary mark would be all he needed, and his suffering would cease. With the resources at his disposal, finding someone and bringing her to him quickly wouldn't be difficult. She. He tilted his head back, his throat rolling, a muffled syllable escaping his throat. I long to see her, the real her. Just as he was about to proceed with this matter, Lin Tanyan faltered. Through the reflection of the computer, he caught sight of a pair of unfamiliar eyes. Who was that? There was a frantic possessiveness emanating from his eyes. He was actually smiling at this moment, a smile of impending triumph. He had never seen such a look before, and Lin Tanyan felt like he almost didn't recognize himself. And what did he think of her like that? And what time was it now? No matter what, this wasn't the time for him to act on his own selfish desires. Lin Tanyan forced himself to calm down. He didn't want her to see him in such a state of disgrace. So ugly. If he could ever see her in real life, he would at least. He couldn't imagine how he would meet her, but he knew it couldn't be like this. The blurry scenes in the game intertwined with reality. For a moment, it seemed as if the dark secret room itself had turned white, a glaring white that burned his eyes. It was clearly cold, but this coldness ignited an inexplicable flame, both cold and hot, that spread rapidly throughout his body. He felt like he was dying. Around him, a veil of white. Those hideous, bone-like thorns protruded from the ground and spontaneously attacked the surrounding players. They weren't completely under Zhao Shi's control. She only imposed a vague direction. For example, if she radiated hostility towards anyone, the white creatures would attack them. Zhao Shi couldn't say exactly what they were, but they were definitely not thorns. At this point, they looked more like skeletal demons crawling from the ground. When players were touched by the pale realm, the bony branches pierced their bodies. Since their bodies were themselves composed of organic matter, the bone spurs that emerged from the ground burrowed into them like snakes, their bones splitting into numerous threads that greedily sucked at their bodies, reducing them to mere skeletons. They seemed to be inherently aggressive and bloodthirsty, making even her scalp tingle. What's going on? Your teammates seem to be in trouble. The player with the blank ID was laughing. I say, you keep laughing like that, doesn't it hurt your face? Zhao Shi asked. Did you recognize me? He asked. I wasn't sure at first, but now that you've said it, it would be rude to say otherwise. Zhao Shi was also laughing. Right, Silver Mask? Zhao Shi added, look, we're old acquaintances. You've made a lot of money from me. Now we're friends, and we're just acquaintances. It's a game, so let's play it amicably. If there's any benefit, how about we share it? You're just trying to get information. If you have any questions, why not ask him? Silver Mask glanced at Hengxing Wuyan and said, this guy knows as much as I do. Zhao Shi, looks like there's nothing to discuss. Silver Mask, after so many times, I didn't see you really want to talk to me. He continued, we're all just trying to make a living, so let's be considerate. Zhao Shi chuckled, don't act like a jerk with me. I saw the vixen in you the first time I saw you. You're definitely a capitalist skilled in exploitation, no matter how high or low you are. Oh, you're wrong. Business isn't my thing. I prefer scientific research, he replied. As they spoke, they already exchanged several quick moves. It looked like a conversation, but in reality, it was a back and forth, a test of each other's strength. Zhao Shi had her domain to support her, while Silver Mask relied on the dark players who worked for him, acting as his puppets. Zhao Shi and him fought, all the way from the reactor building to the cooling tower, exchanging blows inside the tower, white steam streaming past them. Zhao Shi was caught off guard and was punched. She slipped and nearly fell into the hot water below the cooling tower. She reacted quickly, hooking a protruding bracket on the tower's inner wall. She swung her other foot and kicked him. The kick missed, but the white spikes from her spiritual realm took the opportunity to penetrate his calf. Silver Mask reacted quickly, almost instantly wielding his blade and slashing his own calf. Dead, he remained able to move freely, as a player's spirit quickly approached. It was a building block. Zhao Shi couldn't understand how someone's spirit could be this thing. The building blocks had actually formed into a leg, attached to his knee. Zhao Shi thought, this is cheating. At this rate, even if she attacked him elsewhere, as long as the consciousness bead was still there, he might still be able to continue. And there were other players, other spirits, to help. The two fought back and forth. Hengxing Wuyan was protected by Zhao Shi's domain, and no one else approached for the time being. But Zhao Shi knew that it was just a playful situation, with Silver Mask and her testing each other. Once the real action started, things wouldn't be so simple. Even with her spiritual realm, Zhao Shi still wouldn't be able to handle so many people. Especially now, it looked like her teammates might be going offline again. And this time, the situation seemed even more urgent than last time. She spoke to him, but he didn't respond. Zhao Shi suddenly realized what was going on. It was already this late, so his family must have called him to bed. What student would spend days playing games without rest? He was probably going to get a beating. Zhao Shi gave him a sympathetic look. How pitiful. As she gazed at him sympathetically, those eyes suddenly opened. I'm sorry. It's okay. You take care of your stuff first. I'm here. Hengxing Wuyan looked up at her, his eyes trembling imperceptibly. Besides, it's no big deal. At most you die. She continued. Don't say that word. I won't let you. Before he finished his words, the machine's voice cut off. It suddenly broke away, almost half kneeling on the ground, making a sound like air rushing through its throat. Jiaoshi sighed deeply. That muffled groan must have been from being hit with a clothes hanger. Yin Bao, you're truly miserable. Jiaoshi said, forget it. This game isn't something you absolutely have to play. Staying up all night and enduring domestic violence for a game. It's really unnecessary. The Antimatter Guild will definitely pay the price. His voice was broken. Alright, let's not act so silly now. If you need anything, just go. Go to sleep quickly, and avoid being scolded by your parents again. Jiaoshi actually wanted him to quit the game and stop trying. If she couldn't hold on any longer, she just quit. Games were never as important as reality. The main thing was that something important was going to happen in real life soon. Also, she really wanted to sleep. When Jiaoshi found this place, she saw the mess on the floor. She felt as if her eyes had been stung. There were also many deep red blood stains dripping onto the paper materials. Lin Tanyan had indeed come out on his own to carry out the mission, but he seemed injured? Or perhaps his passion had returned. That shouldn't be the case. Wasn't the dosage sufficient this morning? She said, but she could clearly sense the unusual fluctuations in the air around them. Jiaoshi took a few steps forward and, in the corner of a monitoring station, saw the familiar figure. Even though she had been prepared, she couldn't help but gasp. He leaned against the wall, his shirt buttons tattered and undulating, his collarbone rising and falling with his heavy breathing. He seemed to be in great pain, his head pressed hard against the wall, his brow furrowed. Sweat-soaked hair streamed down his cheeks, onto his throat, and then rolled into his shirt collar. Jiaoshi's breathing quickened. She preferred Lin Tanyan this way to his usual aloof, perfect, and unattainable self. He was so fragile, like a porcelain doll, that was incredibly beautiful yet shattered at the slightest touch. She must really be a pervert. Ahem, saving lives is the most important thing. Jiaoshi hurried over, squatted, and pulled out the suppressant. Are you okay? I give you an injection right away. Before Jiaoshi could react, she felt a shadow descend upon her. The person in front of her put their arm around her neck. You're here. Lin Tanyan smiled, his chaotic, hot breath lingering beside her ear. Jiaoshi's back straightened. Yes, I also brought suppressants. She heard her voice suddenly become hoarse again, so deep it almost didn't sound like her own. She raised her hand, first brushing against his waist. It felt like an electric shock, and she flinched. Then she pressed against his shoulders, trying to separate him from her. Jiaoshi pushed, but nothing happened. They were so close that she could smell the strongest scent in the crook of his neck. At that moment, she was completely enveloped by the refreshing warmth of the sun. Jiaoshi truly disliked the white world. She preferred a golden, sunny one. If only it could always be like this. Jiaoshi. The voice quickly changed. Though still weak, its tone was cold, and Jiaoshi could sense the change. So, had she really recognized the wrong person? Lin Tanyan struggled to get up, and Jiaoshi quickly helped him up and back against the wall. How could an alpha be unable to push someone? How could he be unable to push someone unconscious? She couldn't figure out what she was thinking. I brought suppressants. Jiaoshi quickly injected him with 2, but his complexion didn't improve. The faint wheezing in his throat persisted, and the wounds on his body continued to bleed. Suppressants are useless. Lin Tanyan didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. He spoke weakly. So what's going on? Jiaoshi quickly recalled everything that might be wrong, and quickly, she thought of the milk she had that morning. At that time, she remembered it having an unusually sweet aroma. She thought it was a special strawberry flavor, but now thinking about it, that familiar, cloying sweetness. It's an aphrodisiac. Jiaoshi had smelled something similar before, back when she was at Ming Haixing. It was an Omega's pheromone. This must be Hua Wancho's doing. Jiaoshi clenched her fists. I really want to kill you. He was probably trying to get her, but he ended up messing with Lin Tanyan instead. She felt irritated. It would have been better if she'd been the one to get hurt. At least, she wouldn't bleed so much just because she was in the heat of passion. Jiaoshi looked at the blood dripping from Lin Tanyan's body. Super S level wasn't so easy to die from, but it would still be painful. Use this. As Lin Tanyan spoke, a crisp clang landed beside Jiaoshi. She picked up the knife, and saw a cold purple streak on the blade. It's a good knife, Jiaoshi remarked subconsciously. Wait. Jiaoshi was completely stunned by this. She asked. So you want me to kill you? Not really. Isn't it just that the person you love wasn't around during the heat of passion? Is that really that serious? Gland removal. Lin Tanyan said these 3 concise words, then closed his eyes tightly, as if enduring immense pain. Zhao Shi could sense his frighteningly high body temperature. Zhao Shi heard it clearly, but she didn't know if she should do it. Glands are crucial organs in the ABO system. How could they be cut so casually? This person, couldn't possibly be trying to change her sex? But if she was, she wouldn't be the surgeon. Zhao Shi hesitated, pretending to disinfect the knife. The blade had scaly markings, but it felt incredibly smooth. Hiss. She gasped, watching a stream of blood run down the blade. This knife. The blade of this knife could bite, and even with a casual touch, Zhao Shi looked at the area just above her wrist where she wiped the blade. There was a narrow, bright red wound. Blood trickled down her wrist. The wound was surprisingly deep. Are you injured? Lin Tanyan smelled blood and opened his eyes. This is a purple spine blade, made by the Zerg. It retains some cellular activity. Nothing serious, just a minor injury. Okay, go ahead, Lin Tanyan said to her again. Zhao Shi had no choice but to raise the knife and hold him down. She saw the pale pink breathing gland on the back of his neck. She brought the knife tip close and then lowered it, but she couldn't bring herself to strike. Lin Tanyan's breathing quickened again. For some reason, he had tried his best to suppress the influence of the game, but he seemed to smell the familiar cold scent, lingering around him along with the scent of blood. What was going on? He seemed to be hallucinating, and then his already struggling consciousness began to blur. Zhao Shi stared at the gland breathing in and out before her. This area was usually hidden by her collar, making it invisible. Now, the slender neck and this most vulnerable part were revealed to her. That rich warmth, a light almost invisible in this cold world, would have been wonderful if only she could possess it forever. Unconsciously, Zhao Shi leaned forward, closer to Lin Tanyan's back. Her teeth itched, and when she realized what was happening, she almost opened her mouth to bite him. It was only when she felt the man in front of her suddenly stiffen that she snapped back to reality. She leaned back, pretending nothing had happened. To mask her embarrassment, Zhao Shi held out her hand to him and jokingly said, "Do you need something to bite? I'm about to start the operation." Of course, Zhao Shi knew Lin Tanyan wouldn't, so she was just saying it. Wait. What was he doing? Zhao Shi's raised arm froze. At that moment, something incredibly soft and slightly warm rubbed across her wrist and palm, making a soft sound, like a little rabbit lapping up water. Lin Tanyan's eyes narrowed slightly, his lashes covering half of his golden pupils. Their once amber-colored pupils had been replaced with a gilded hue, appearing both sacred and strangely gorgeous. The fresh warmth that permeated the air and the wound along his wrist seemed to flow into his veins. This warm fragrance was accompanied by waves of scorching heat, and Zhao Shi could hardly bear it. I'm almost drowning. Chapter 108. It seemed as if even the oxygen was being evaporated in the searing heat, the air beginning to grow thinner. Zhao Shi took deeper breaths, expanding her chest to absorb more oxygen, but it was in vain. Her breathing became heavier and heavier. Gradually, the rhythm of her voice seemed to align with the person before her. Floating in the heat, she felt like she was drowning, and she couldn't help but want to grab onto something. Lin Tanyan's black hair was very soft. By the time Zhao Shi realized what was happening, she already placed her hand on it, the soft strands moving delicately between her fingers as he moved. The air was uncomfortably hot, but the coolness of the hair in her palm barely soothed the slightest heat. It felt so comfortable and soft, like petting a cat. Zhao Shi's hand stiffened for a moment before she realized what she was doing. Damn it! Lin Tanyan even dared to touch his head. Was he really going to die? He was just unconscious now. What if he came after her later? She quickly withdrew her hand, feeling thankful that she hadn't been discovered, and a strange sense of regret. As for her other hand, Zhao Shi couldn't retract it, nor could she hold it back. She was caught in a dilemma. Damp heat permeated her palm. The wound didn't hurt at all, only an indescribable sensation. A scorching heat coursed through her bloodstream, coursing through her limbs and bones, making her feel as if she were enveloped in a wave of heat. At this moment, Zhao Shi seemed to understand his pain. Lin Tanyan's pheromones were truly hot, scorching like the sun. Pheromones aren't just released by glands, they're also found in human blood and saliva. However, glands, as organs specifically designed to release pheromones, produce them in much greater quantities. But even the small amount of pheromones from the wound alone burned her, making her feel as if she were rolling in magma. Lin Tanyan's lips were a deep crimson, His golden eyes misted with a hazy mist, belying his frail complexion. A seductive charm, unlike his usual aloofness, emanated from him. She simply stared at him, her deep brown eyes tinged with a faint crimson. She had paid with her blood, shouldn't she be charged interest? She brushed her index finger lightly across his lips, leaning in closer, feeling the intertwining of their auras. She could hear her own heartbeat, his, a chaotic and heavy throb. She closed her eyes tightly, suppressing the dark hue beneath them. She burned with agony. What kind of repetitive torment was this? She wanted more, unwilling to accept just this touch, but a red, thunderous line stood between them, a fatal blow. What were their identities? What was the situation, the mission? The Star Alliance? The finals? None of them would allow such a thing to happen. Lin Tanyan braved the heat of passion to come here. She glanced around, at the dense wiring and scattered documents. She guessed he must have discovered an important clue. For someone like him, the responsibility he carries is probably more important than anything else. No, don't do something that will lead to your own downfall. She gritted her teeth, her back teeth making a dull clatter, and glanced away. He wasn't conscious right now, so wasn't she, and Lin Tanyan wasn't an Omega, she told herself. As for her, such a strange reaction when she came into contact with his pheromones. She was more inclined to believe that there was something wrong with her glandular perception. There was something wrong with her glands to begin with, wasn't there? Since she couldn't emit pheromones, it was normal for her to not be able to distinguish between alpha and omega pheromones. A forced smile played at the corners of Xi's lips. They were both alphas, just ordinary classmates and colleagues. Maybe in the future, their relationship would get a little better. Maybe they could become friends? Haha, Lin Tanyan couldn't be an omega. If he was, they would never be this close again, and she wouldn't be able to sniff his pheromones so nonchalantly. And she wouldn't never have another chance to look at him like this again. So let's just keep it like this. It's fine. He has someone he likes. She knew that. And whether or not, they couldn't possibly be together, right? She let out a mocking smile. How could a piece of mud possibly match a star? Because of the distraction in reality, the progress in the game wasn't going so smoothly. This was the first time she felt the terrifying effect of pheromones on alphas, and her thoughts became a tangled mess. Maintaining lucidity in real life was difficult, let alone in the game. But she still fought to maintain her composure, because this wasn't a battle she was fighting alone. Behind her were her teammates. She could fall, but what would happen to them? So she couldn't lose yet. After all, this teammate had been abused for playing games. How could she not fight? Xi's fight was utterly disorganized, leaving her covered in wounds. Later on, she had trouble moving, relying on herself for support, while Baijingxi served as a crutch. This machine might not be usable anymore. Her chest felt tight, and tissue fluid dripped down her face. Looking out in the distance, the concrete shell of the factory building before her had been blown away, leaving the surrounding area in near ruins. She was seriously injured, and of course the enemy also suffered heavy losses. Hideous, skeletal figures lay on the ground or dangled from the walls. Countless of them were players killed by Xi's domain. Once they died, their spirits lost their connection and dissipated. But the number of players remaining was still considerable, and she knew she couldn't eliminate them all on her own. Silver Butterfly could prevent new players from falling into the Antimatter Guild's deception after returning, but those already infected wouldn't wake up. No, she suddenly remembered. New players would join their ranks, and it would be an extremely large group. She remembered what Silver Butterfly had said before, that over on Dihong Star, there was the factory where the mechanoids originated, and there were countless mechanoids there. If they succeeded, they would develop into a vast army. What should she do? Was there any way to prevent this from happening? For the first time, she felt that she was truly helpless this time. She hadn't expected the game to be this bad. Her skills had never failed her, yet this time, she was about to fail. What happened? Why did it suddenly fail? The man, one hand resting on a reactor vessel, jumped up. Are you discouraged? Ready to give up? His tone was playful, and he looked at her with curiosity. She chuckled. You're the one who can't do it. You're just relying on entering the game first, using accumulated resources and forcing people into the guild, exploiting and suppressing newcomers, using your numbers to bully the few. That's unethical. If it were just about playing the game, her skills wouldn't be inferior to anyone else's. She lost because she wasn't good at forming cliques, and she didn't have the time for those shady practices. Oh, you're talking about this, similar to the oligopoly created by economies of scale. Later entrants struggled to gain traction due to industry barriers and technological blockades. Additionally, the alliance of major economies further raises barriers. Jiaoxi, this professional economics term, and you still say it's not capitalist? Classic, too classic. Haha, just take it as a compliment. Most failures are due to being latecomers. After all, there are only so many resources. Once they're divided up, if no one gives them up, there won't be anyone else. Resources have always been like this, like people. They love to join in the fun, and those with more get more. 1 question, 10 answers. Villains always talk too much. She shook her head. I just think it's unnecessary. If you play games like business, what's the point? If it's like that in business, why can't it be like that in games? Since it's all about having fun, then choose the way you like. He laughed. But my favorite thing is research, really. Studying biology, studying human nature. We can discuss it sometime. Stop. I have nothing to say to you. She was really afraid that this conversation would continue until dawn. Why don't we continue fighting? I thought you were tired and wanted to take a break. Jiaoxi, fuck, they've even discovered this. She was indeed a little tired. Anyone else, maintaining this posture, resisting some genetically programmed temptation, plus 2 days of no sleep, plus working nonstop all day, plus the constant drain on their energy, plus the blood loss. Wow, it's a miracle she hasn't fainted yet. Aren't you planning to detonate the nuclear reactor here? The player with the blank ID knocked on the reactor vessel beneath him, making a dull thud. Jiaoxi saw him move and instinctively stepped back. How could you just hit that thing? During the fight earlier, they had all deliberately avoided it. One explosion from this close range, whether they were human or robotic, they'd all be finished. What? You don't want to blow it up now? Jiaoxi wanted to sneer at that. You idiot, are you going to just stand there and let me blow you up? When I was making the plan, I had no idea there was this old bastard hiding here, the mastermind behind the evil players. No. Jiaoxi realized that this person had seen through her long ago. There was really no point in struggling. She just log out and go to sleep. She sighed, I'm tired. Forget it. Maintaining my spiritual realm has drained all my energy. With that, Jiaoxi withdrew her spiritual realm. Actually, releasing the spiritual realm wasn't particularly tiring. It was like releasing a bunch of things of the same origin as oneself. But they could move on their own, though their IQ wasn't particularly high. She couldn't understand why Silver Butterfly had been so exhausted at the time. Perhaps it was due to individual differences. Some things can't be shaken by one person alone. As you can see, I've been fighting alone for a long time, and my only teammate had to deal with something in the 3rd dimension, leaving me with a mess. I'm going to switch games. Blank ID looked at her with a surprisingly deep smile. So you've given up? Yes, I have. Jiaoxi admitted it directly and openly. We originally came here with the intention of dying together, but now I've changed my mind. I don't want the benefits anymore. How about we just leave safely? Blank ID laughed out loud. You want to negotiate with me now? Don't you think it's too late? Then I stay, and my teammates will leave. Jiaoxi laughed too. You can do whatever you want to me. I'm changing my account anyway. Do you think you still have a choice? Of course not. With that, Jiaoxi leaped, using the elasticity of the white thorns to land directly on the reactor container across from him. Or I blow it up now, and we die together. He looked at her skeptically. Really? He remembered the look in her eyes earlier, afraid of the container exploding. She wouldn't dare. Then he saw her flip the lid off the container, twisting a white branch from her spirit form and poking it in. Why isn't this person playing by the rules? Wait, she seemed completely unaware that this game was actually reality. Blank ID said, all right, he can leave, you stay. He knew Rampant and Speechless wasn't someone he could kill in the first place. His consciousness should have long since left the game. Stay or go, it made no difference. But it would be a shame to destroy the very foundations of this planet. But I need a guarantee that you won't suddenly escape. How do you want that guarantee? Jiaoxi asked. Place this on your consciousness bead, he said, opening his palm. A black beetle with a mouthpart with scissor-like spikes was encased in a transparent glass ball. This is a dormant spirit beetle. As long as you don't move, you be safe. I'd be able to remove it later. If you move, it will immediately bite through your identification bead. Why should I trust you? What if it kills me the moment I put it on? Trading requires trust between both parties. This kind of trade seems to be a sign of distrust. He laughed. Now it depends on how important your teammates are to you. Give it to me. Jiaoxi took the glass ball. Hengxing Huiyan's family already disliked his gaming, and if he ruined his account this time, he wouldn't be able to buy a new one. So, she would definitely find a way to get him out, even as a thank you for giving her all the black coins. There was a hole on the side of the glass ball, so she simply turned it upside down onto the identification bead. As soon as the insect touched the bead, it seemed to be made of a special material. It loved it so much that its abdomen almost immediately sprouted a dense array of legs, clinging firmly to it. I forgot to remind you, this thing can't be treated like the black worker spider you used to. It's an organic, and organic matter like this is very sensitive to danger. If it senses something's wrong, it will immediately devour whatever's closest to it. Xiaoxi's eyes darkened for a moment. Is that so? Oops, what a mistake. I didn't expect this person to understand her so well. Blank ID was pleased with her expression. Xiaoxi, I use my spirit to send him aboard the spaceship. He raised his palm flat, making a gesture of invitation. And so, Xiaoxi sat on the nuclear reactor vessel, motionless like a statue. Over there, several white thorns intertwined, transforming into a white humanoid figure, carrying Hengxing Huiyan and walking towards the spaceship. Step by step, they drew closer and closer to the door. It was only a few dozen meters away, but it felt far away. The infected players around them stared blankly, their eyes wide open. Behind them, dark spirits stood like ghosts, staring indifferently in their direction. Soon, very soon, they'd be leaving. Even though we didn't get anything this time, getting away unscathed is a blessing in this situation. The humanoid White Thorn whispered to the person in his arms. White Thorn brought Hengxing Huiyan aboard the spaceship and immediately closed the door. I actually managed to get away with this. I placed a clone in the nuclear reactor. Once we take off, I immediately remove the neutron absorber. White Thorn said, then sweep it with your spirit's light, detonate it, and blow him to pieces. Just as the door was about to close, a foot stepped inside. A soft chuckle echoed. Your attitude changed so quickly. Did you think I couldn't see it? Holding the rampaging, speechless Whitethorn, he turned back. The branches, clearly devoid of facial features, actually showed a hint of panic. How did you know? It uttered a familiar voice, identical to she. The player with the blank ID blasted the ship's door apart and came over, grabbing Whitethorn by what seemed to be his neck. Why, you seem to have lost some of your offensive power after becoming like this? I knew you weren't that simple, but I never imagined you'd been using a clone from the very beginning, the moment you entered the nuclear reactor. You're quite surprising, but you had no idea how timely the intelligence I received would be. He shoved Hengxing Huiyan aside. It was just a mindless, empty cyborg. That person, knowing they were doomed, must have already left, plotting how to deal with him in the real world. He concentrated on grasping the neck of the white thorn in his hand and laughed. Your spirit can create people exactly like you. So, when your attitude changed, I suspected the one in the factory was a clone. But I never expected you could actually reverse your cyborg and transform it into your spirit. The white thorn in his hand made a sound like a cracked gong, completely unlike the human voice from before. I can't do that. The blank ID player's face suddenly changed, like a piece of white paper about to shatter. What? Did you say? Because it wasn't a cyborg, it was truly just the white thorn. At the same time, Xiaoxi's consciousness had already been pulled out of the spirit. A deep white field expanded from that location, and instantly the spaceship revealed its true form. Hengxing Huiyan also disappeared, replaced by flying withered bones. These withered bones pierced the blank ID's body, instantly bursting open. And then, like a cage, they trapped him in a cage of white thorns. Everything here was fake, including this spaceship. He thought she wanted to escape, leaving her fake clone behind in the nuclear reactor. Little did he know what she wanted. Wasn't her escape, but his death. How could Xiaoxi do something so unsuccessful? Even if it cost her, her goal must be achieved. You've been investigating me for so long, yet you haven't even grasped my basic principles. The real Xiaoxi was, of course, still sitting atop the reactor vessel. As for why she remained there, it was because she was indeed the one who would detonate the nuclear reactor. The infected players, having temporarily lost their core, stood frozen in place like wooden figures, their spirits dissipating in their trance. But Xiaoxi knew her domain wouldn't hold that person back for long. She had to hurry. Sitting in the reactor vessel, Xiaoxi gently raised her hand, and white thorns emerged from the ground, growing more and more numerous and denser, surrounding them. This way, you won't be able to escape. She would use herself to create a true white hell for them. The spaceship had now landed in the factory building with its roof blown off, and Xiaoxi's spirit was used to trap the unconscious players. A crack appeared in the nearby snow-white wall, which then turned into a rustling cloud of dust, revealing the person hidden within. Hung Shenghuiyan had actually been there all along, hidden by the white wall she had disguised with white thorns. Xiaoxi stood up, picked up Hung Shenghuiyan, and escorted him to the spaceship. At the same time, she felt something stirring on her consciousness bead, and she quickened her pace. She could even hear the faint sound of insects crawling. She didn't care. She had to stay anyway. With the mastermind, they weren't fools. They would definitely flee if the nuclear power plant exploded. So, she had to stay and trap them in her spiritual realm. It was a little different from Hung Shenghuiyan's previous plan, but not much. One person had to stay anyway. Xiaoxi thought it would be best for her to cancel her account and start over. After all, she didn't have any parents to worry about her playing games all day. At that moment, Lin Tanyan sensed something, a strange sense of danger. He exerted all his strength to force himself awake and immediately immersed himself in the game, only to witness this scene. "What are you doing?" His gaze fell on Xia's consciousness bead. In that instant, the hazy color in his eyes seemed to be pierced by a sharp thorn, and the mist instantly dissipated. "Don't you know the consequences of this kind of thing?" His voice was cold and trembling, and an inexplicable fear began to rise in his chest. It had been over a decade since Lin Tanyan felt this way. No, it shouldn't be like this. It was his fault for being too absorbed in that chilling feeling, unwilling to wake up. He relied on it to neutralize his frenzied and extremely hot pheromones. This was the price of indulgence. He should never be comforted. He should remain awake and in pain. That way, he could remain awake forever, and those around him wouldn't be hurt because of him. In reality, she was so sleepy that he was almost asleep. Well, actually, she was trying to distract herself from any strange thoughts, so she focused most of her senses on the game. Suddenly, she felt the person in her arms stir. She was delighted. He was awake? So, she could actually help him feel better? This made her feel a little excited, though the blood loss was a bit excessive. Adding to the long nights spent, she felt a little dizzy. But it was okay. As a young and strong alpha, she had plenty of energy. A little rest would be fine. "Are you feeling better?" Before she could finish her question, Lin Tanyan forcefully pushed her away. She looked over and saw his frosty eyes. The golden color had vanished, replaced by a cold amber. Suddenly, she felt freezing cold. The feeling reminded her of deep winter, snowy days, when other families were celebrating the New Year happily, while she was alone in an empty house, all alone, staring out the window at the swirling clouds and the warm yellow lights of other homes. It felt very similar to that time. "Remove the gland, quickly." A fierce look flashed in Lin Tanyan's eyes. Only by suppressing the gland's emotional influence could he calmly deal with this. Instead of being like a helpless child, constantly being protected behind someone's back. He couldn't tolerate it. He couldn't tolerate her doing this because of him. Xiaoxi held the knife, looking at the pale pink gland that looked like it was alive and breathing. She had clearly soothed him with her blood, so why would she do this? She couldn't understand. "Do it. Xiaoxi, I beg you." Lin Tanyan had never begged anyone before, and he had never expected to hear such words in such a situation. How many firsts had he experienced this time? How many times had he lost his composure? He couldn't count them all. But he had to wake up immediately, or she would be in danger. Because of Xi's spiritual realm, if he released his spiritual body, he would be even more affected, losing his mind once again. The gland's influence must be blocked. He didn't want to be a burden to her. "Okay." Xiaoxi closed his eyes, then focused his gaze on the gland, pressing the tip of the knife against it. The cold tip of the knife caused the soft gland to suddenly contract. Lin Tanyan's body tensed, and he unconsciously clenched his hand. Xiaoxi felt him tighten his grip on the corner of her clothes, as he tightened his grip on the knife, and slashed it across the gland. Lin Tanyan gasped, a breath that sounded like a suppressed groan. But his expression quickly returned to normal, his eyes cold. "Very good, a little deeper," sinking the knife completely in. "That will slow its recovery." Xiaoxi lowered her eyes to see the wrinkled hem of her clothes, and the pale, straining knuckles of his fingers. "This guy is really good at pretending," she thought. It was clearly painful, yet he feigned composure. He seemed quite skilled. Did he do this often? Why would someone be so cruel to themselves? Then she saw something even more cruel. Lin Tanyan reached out and opened his palm to her. His palm was a bloody mess, and there was something like a USB drive, covered in blood. So even in such agony, when his consciousness was blurring, he'd been clutching this very thing? Inside, there's a copy of the list of people who've been tested for medical cosmetics. I tell you the details later. But in short, this is a shady industry. Some people on this planet are using Zerd genes, even brain-eating worms, to add them to cosmetic surgeries and cosmetics, claiming they can prolong their youth. This incident has a huge impact and involves many people. By the way, some investigations have shown that the upstream supplier of the raw materials is vaguely linked to your mother. Shi Rian? Zhao Shi directly mentioned the name. This kind of large-scale crime is likely punishable by death, especially if it involves brain-eating worms. Although she seemed a bit unreliable, Zhao Shi had a feeling she wasn't that kind of person. I get to the bottom of this, he said. Yes, I understand. She believed he could do it. But the information is locked and can't be decrypted for now. But Lin Tanyan couldn't contact anyone around him who was skilled in this kind of thing. First, there was the issue of his whereabouts, and second, the Star Alliance's internal structure might already be in tatters. I have a candidate, Zhao Shi said. He's an expert in this area. Deciphering this should be a piece of cake. Then she summoned Xiaolan via her computer, inserted the USB drive into her, and sent it to Mu Ziyang. Zhao Shi had been full of confidence, but then received a reply from Mu Ziyang saying that his skills were superior, and he couldn't decipher it. Could anyone be better than you? Zhao Shi asked. Yes. Mu Ziyang said, I met one before, and I met another this time. What a coincidence, you're always there. Do you know this person this time? I'd like to get to know him. No. Although I can't decipher it, I've extracted a note from it, which translates to semifinals. What? Zhao Shi found it incredibly strange. She thought for a moment, then typed semifinals into Xiaolan's computer. An error message popped up. No. But could this be a clue? Then Zhao Shi entered every number she could think of related to the semifinals, but none of them worked. Wait, there's another place. Zhao Shi recalled the last time she sat in the center chair during the program's interview. On the chair, which was in the center, was a string of numbers that looked like a production batch number. But it was in a strange location, written in red on the back of the chair, which was very conspicuous. She found it strange, so she made a note of it. 354,677. Zhao Shi's expression changed. Holy crap. It's unlocked. I send it to you. Lin Tanyan was also surprised. He quickly opened the file he received on his computer. It's unlocked, but only half of it is. We're still missing a key. Zhao Shi asked, it's only 6 digits. Can't we brute force the key? That means simply trying all possible permutations and combinations. This should be easy for a computer. Mu Ziyang didn't even need to explain. Xiaolan said directly, no, its secret key looks like a number, but it's actually a specially processed code that won't work this way. Otherwise, I would have just solved it for you. Zhao Shi. So, there's someone involved in this black market within the program team. Lin Tanyan nodded. Maybe we can get the remaining secret keys in the finals. That person seems to be setting up levels for us, waiting for us to solve them. Zhao Shi suddenly said something shocking. Perhaps he even knows we're here. Xiaolan shuddered at this. How terrifying. This person. Lin Tanyan said nothing, but his eyes darkened. At that moment, Zhao Shi's computer suddenly buzzed. A call came in. Chapter 109. Where are you? Did you forget there's a game today? An Ishiu's voice rang out from the other end of the computer. The finals are about to start. Why can't I find you anywhere? What? Zhao Shi glanced at the time and realized another night had passed. She had originally planned to finish her game and get some sleep, but now she couldn't. Okay, as much as she hated to admit it, pheromones do have a significant effect on people, dulling their perception of time. The alpha and omega pairing seemed to be born out of an animalistic drive for reproduction. At certain times, their humanity would be temporarily eroded, leading them to do things they would never normally do. For the first time, Zhao Shi admired herself so much for her determination, a strength that could rival her genes. The place they were in was a narrow, worm-like tunnel, surrounded by dense optical and electrical lines, through which countless data streams flowed. The data was transmitted via the Interstellar network to the personal devices of Interstellar viewers. After the finals, this mission should be complete, and she could return to school. It was only a few days, but it felt like an eternity. I should go to the finals. I get the secret key. Zhao Shi looked at Lin Tanyan beside her. How about you? Are you feeling better now? She didn't finish the question, because she felt it was unnecessary. Lin Tanyan was clearly not in good condition. The knife was lodged deep in the back of his neck, blood trickling down the hilt. His eyelashes drooped, his lips pale, his eyes dim. But he seemed to have gotten used to it. This operation hadn't been any better for him. Zhao Shi's fingers moved slightly, and she seemed to still feel the lingering warmth of her fingertips. It was she who had cut open his flesh and pressed the knife in. The cold blade pushed against the flesh, which struggled and surged, forced to contract and clamp around the blade. He made no sound, but he couldn't hide the pain his body instinctively felt. "Take this." Lin Tanyan raised his hand and handed her something, a black metal hexagonal container. The pain in his wound made his face paler. The few words he had spoken earlier seemed to have exhausted all his strength. The scent of his pheromones had faded considerably, and his words were barely audible. "Keep it safe." Lin Tanyan didn't specify what was inside, so Xiaoxi didn't ask. She guessed it contained important confidential documents, a copy to be kept with her, or perhaps to be passed on to someone later. "Okay." Xiaoxi took the container. Lin Tanyan's gaze swept over her wrist, noticing the wound. A flicker of disgust flashed in his eyes. He truly loathed himself, this self-absorbed self. He quickly looked away, not wanting to remember anything that had happened today. "Sorry, I pay for your medical bills," Lin Tanyan said. "You can ask for anything else." "What happened today?" Xiaoxi saw the disgust in his eyes. Yes, having blood from someone like her made him feel dirty, didn't he? But she didn't care. She had a bad reputation to begin with, so she didn't care what others thought. Clear-headed and calm, polite and distant. Xiaoxi knew this was his true self. Before he could finish, Xiaoxi said, "I know. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Forget the medical expenses. I was injured by accident. As for the rest, we talk about it later." She had wanted to bring up the reimbursement, but she sensed he wasn't feeling well, so it seemed inappropriate. Besides, the most important thing now was completing the mission. Xiaoxi fumbled around with the metal container, unable to find a suitable place to put it. It didn't feel safe enough. What if it leaked in her pocket? And she might have to change clothes later. Holding it in her hand would be too conspicuous. Inside her shoes? No, it wouldn't fit. Then her eyes lit up, and she looked down. How could she have forgotten this perfect spot? She unzipped her belt and stuffed the metal container into her crotch. Lin Tanyan's eyes, which had been half closed and lifeless, suddenly widened. "Since it's confidential, it must be kept somewhere safe, right?" "Don't worry, it's securely in this spot. It won't fall out," Xiaoxi explained. "The boxer briefs in this world are generally of very high quality, as alpha sizes require higher quality. It's incredibly elastic, accommodating any size item. It's just a little tight with the extra stuff." When I stood up, the cool metal brushed against my skin. "Fuck. So ecstatic. Can you still walk? I try to figure out how to take you away," Xiaoxi asked. Then she saw Lin Tanyan's face turn red, then pale. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and the tips of his ears turned pink. Xiaoxi was stunned. Was this another side effect of the passionate period? Or was the poison in his body taking effect? "You go." Lin Tanyan closed his eyes and raised his hand to his forehead. "It's more secluded here. Don't worry about me." "Okay." Indeed, if he went out, it would be difficult to explain. Besides, his long-haired disguise had long since vanished. If he showed up at this time, he'd probably be all over the internet. After all, his current public status was missing, his life or death uncertain. What mattered more was participating in the finals, obtaining the secret key, and unlocking the remaining half of the list. This would determine the success of her mission. For the first time, she had made up her mind to do something well, and she didn't want to make any mistakes. Xiaoxi checked the time. There were only 10 minutes left until the start time. She hurriedly stood up and left. Before leaving, she thought she heard something. Xiaoxi turned around. "What did you say?" But she saw Lin Tanyan's eyes were closed, his brows furrowed, and his lips tightly pursed. She must have misheard. Xiaoxi's figure disappeared. The cramped photoelectric room was a mess. The light path flickered with a pale blue light, and some kind of machinery made a tick-tick-tick sound, like dripping water. "Come back alive." The Magic Cube is the most famous building in the music industry, known as the Sky Mansion. It has 27 blocks and 27 areas, just like a real Rubik's Cube, allowing for repositioning and a sliding area in the center for rotating planes. This design isn't particularly useful in practice, but it's quite impressive. Thanks to this design, the Magic Cube has won numerous architectural awards. It was already bright daylight, and natural light wouldn't penetrate the Magic Cube. Its material was completely light-blocking, completely isolating the inside from the outside. The interior was fully equipped, requiring no outside light. It's impossible to see what's inside from the outside. Every day, many tourists gaze up at the mysterious building, a legendary fusion of technology and aesthetics. But the true sight inside is only visible to those who can afford the exorbitant ticket prices. This time, however, was a special case. To increase participation among the general public, some tickets for the finals were sold in advance, while a large portion were given away through a random raffle. Many questioned the authenticity of the raffle, but some viewers claimed they had indeed won, and some even live-streamed their experiences after entering the building. Though the number of winners was small, the public still believed there was a shady scheme, with the tickets having long been sold by insiders or sold to scalpers. But it didn't matter if they couldn't get in. The Starlight 1001 Finals, the event everyone was most excited about, would be broadcast live on StarNet. In addition, the 6 outer sides of the Music Cube, totaling 54 screens, would also broadcast the live broadcast simultaneously. At this point, the outside was already packed, waiting for the live broadcast to begin. Although I could watch it on my laptop, it felt more like the finals than watching it from outside the magic cube of the music scene, alongside thousands of spectators. The black crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. The bustling streets were packed. The luxury shops along the street were doing little business, while the shops across the street were booming. Originally a snack street, it was now filled with folding chairs, cheering signs, and automatic clapping sound machines. The blue-black glass building stood still in the air, slowly rotating, its glass reflecting the crowd below. Slowly rotating, it seemed to be looking down at everything below. There looks like someone out there. Suddenly someone said, "Look, they're lying on that glass. You must be seeing things. There's nothing there. Do you know how high that Rubik's Cube is? It would shatter to pieces if it fell. Who dares to be out there?" I saw someone too. Someone. No, maybe a bird hit it. Several people nearby claimed to have seen someone, but none could provide proof. After all, it was moving so fast. Maybe, just maybe it was a real bird, or maybe it was just a bug-like shadow in her eyes from the intense sunlight. Only Zhao, she knew it was real. Because the person lying there was her. Her heart was still pounding. Being dozens or hundreds of meters up in the air was no joke. If she had a choice, she wouldn't have done this. However, climbing up the outer wall through the photoelectric tunnel, and then reaching the section reporting on the finals was the fastest option. She had no time to waste. After another burst of sprinting, tumbling, and sliding, she finally arrived at the finals. When she arrived at the contestant registration area, she saw a familiar person talking loudly with another. She has an urgent matter and can't come, so use that person as her replacement. If you don't think it counts, you can just count it as a withdrawal. And Ishu raised her laptop. I've been trying to contact them. Look, no one's answering. I can't get through. The on-site director sighed. The replacement robot has been brought over, but have you taken care of the motion system? It's too late with such a short time. And Ishu nodded. We've taken this into account. Besides, as the operator, I can enter the scene and operate from the backstage. It seems unnecessary. The on-site director suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Zhao with a beaming smile. This ancestor is finally here. And Ishu turned around frantically, looking at her, his brow furrowed. He blurted out, How? You finally came? You were rushing me just now, and now you're withdrawing before I even get here? Zhao looked at him, a faint smile on her lips. Hey and go, do you have so little faith in me? She added, I never slack off on anything I'm supposed to do. There's nothing you're supposed to do. And Ishu's expression wasn't exactly happy. The finals require the contestants to wear their holographic costumes. It's too late now. The on-site director said, It's okay, it's okay. She's first place, so she can wait a few minutes. We can use the remaining time for 2 more minutes of commercials. And Ishu clenched his fist. Do you have any principles? Zhao found in Ishu's attitude today a little strange. Isn't it a good thing they can continue competing? Besides, he said he'd been trying to contact her. But she only received 1 call from him. No, I'm ready. Zhao zipped down her coat, revealing a flowing, traditional-style dress. She was in a hurry, of course, because she changed her clothes. Oh, that's fantastic. The director clapped his hands. In the finals, the contestants took their seats, awaiting the announcement of the competition. This competition was completely confidential, with no one preparing in advance. In other words, there were no scripts, relying entirely on improvisation. This would be a test of the contestants' true personal qualities. All fabricated personas and fabricated skills would be shattered by unforeseen circumstances. And then, just as Zhao was about to take her seat, she noticed someone already there. It was someone who looked exactly like her. Chapter 110. The person was wearing nearly identical clothing, but with a few minor differences: dark black patterns on the cuffs and collar, the kind worn by the puppets in the holographic play. When he raised his head slightly, his eyes arched upward, his chin lowered as he looked at everyone, as if he were looking down on everyone. However, his movements were a little stiff. It was the custom-made robot that looked exactly like Xiaoxi. What does this mean? Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes and asked the director. We thought you weren't coming, so we asked the robot you used in the holographic play to replace you. The director explained. This was Mr. N's idea, but it's no longer necessary. The real person is here, so the fake must give way. And Ishu said, but the live broadcast has already begun, and the robot is on stage. Now, in the eyes of the audience, it's Xiaoxi. Isn't it a bad idea to replace him now? Xiaoxi looked over and noticed a thread hidden under an Ishu's hat. He never wore a hat, but today he was acting out of character. She quickly stepped forward and ripped off his hat. Amidst an Ishu's flustered movements, she saw a gleaming bald head beneath it. A black brainwave sensor patch and wires were pressed against his scalp. Xiaoxi pulled the controller connected to the wires from his pocket and saw that it controlled the robot's movements. Hair affects the stability of brainwave signals, so shaving is for signal stability? No, there's something I don't understand. Why didn't Ishu prepare the controller in advance? Why did he think she wouldn't come? Why did he shave his hair, which was so important to him? Has amnesia damaged his brain? And Ishu, what's wrong with you today? Xiaoxi said, throwing her hat back at him and heading straight for the competition. I must participate in the finals. No one can stop me. Time is urgent. She come back to clarify these matters after she completes her mission. Zhao. And Ishu extended her hand and took a step forward, wanting to say something else. The director pressed the microphone in his ear. It's a good thing you're here. You wouldn't know, but some sharp-eyed viewers have already figured out it's a robot, and some are asking on the live broadcast what's going on. After all, whatever the first-place winner does attracts more attention. It would be terrible if things got out of hand. And Ishu pushed his hat back firmly on his head, a hint of anxiety between his brows. But the show has already started. How are we going to explain this to the audience if we're a late replacement? That's easy. The director was already transmitting to the host. Just say that, given the unique nature of the holographic play Xiaoxi is starring in, both protagonists, Xiaoxi and her robot, will be competing in the finals together. And this late arrival is a surprise for them. Xiaoxi hadn't expected this to work. She was standing on the stage, shoulder to shoulder with the robot, who looked exactly like her, and they both greeted the audience. Xiaoxi's skin inevitably touched the robot, and its touch, almost identical to human skin, gave her a strange, uncomfortable feeling. She couldn't help but wonder, now that even robots can be made so lifelike, if someone were to use one of these robots to impersonate someone else and do something bad, wouldn't it be discovered to be fake? Or, if the digital data of a person could be simulated to a certain degree, the robot could even directly replace that person. With the current pace of technological advancement, it's incredibly easy for those who control it to harbor evil intentions and commit acts against humanity. Xiaoxi distanced herself from the robot and executed a holographic sword move from the play. This was a planned segment, essentially allowing the robot to incorporate their own character from the play into the finals, adding a connection and interest to the show. Xiaoxi's robot also raised its hand and made a magical gesture, its face expressionless and its movements somewhat stiff. She glanced back and saw an Ishu, holding the motion module controller, sweating profusely as he diligently controlled the robot. Because he had to control the robot, he couldn't stray too far from the stage. He was currently positioned slightly backstage. Noticing Xiaoxi's gaze, an Ishu tilted his head to the side, avoiding her gaze. Confusion flickered in Xiaoxi's eyes. What was wrong with this person today? Everything about him seemed strange. Please take your seats, contestants, the host said. As these words were spoken, the stage seemed to tremble slightly, and then 24 seats rose from the ground, appearing behind the contestants. A total of 72 contestants had made it through the preliminaries, and after elimination in the semifinals, only 24 remained for the finals. The rankings had already been established, and the finals might be the last chance for a comeback. Even though the top contenders were incredibly popular, the other contestants still held onto a glimmer of hope. After all, they had heard that this finals format was completely new, and none of them knew what the competition would entail. This was fair to all participants, and some even thought the finals might completely overturn the previous rankings. After all, a lot of it was based on popularity, and the judging method might change in the end. The 48 eliminated contestants sat in the closest circle to the stage. The selected contestants took seats on stage, and the eliminated contestants also sat in seats below, looking up at them. The faces of these eliminated contestants were not very happy. One contestant lowered his voice and said, "So they're eliminated. Why do they want us to stay here and watch them compete? To humiliate them." Another said, "Be careful, our expressions will also be used for show effect." Yeah, haven't you noticed that these days, all these shows are all about attention, right? And they even gave us the front row. The production team is really thoughtful. Jiaoxi, the other 23 contestants on stage, and her robot were already seated. This seat was a little hard and cold, and Jiaoxi felt that it was a little uncomfortable from bumping against her, but at that moment, the entire venue suddenly went dark. It was almost pitch black. A few scattered cries of surprise rang out from the contestants on stage and in the audience. Is the power out? Don't panic, it's just a show effect. Jiaoxi determined that the noises coming from the audience were coming from the first row of eliminated contestants. At this moment, a cold sweat suddenly broke out in her palms. Something was wrong. Something seemed off. Why had the noises been coming only from them on stage and in the first row? Where were the audience members? The stage was clearly surrounded by a sea of spectators, yet at this moment, it was as quiet as if they had all vanished. Her hand touched the velvet padding beneath her buttocks. She rubbed it aside with her palm and felt the cool, metallic touch of the chair. She tried to stand up, but then she realized she couldn't move. She hadn't noticed that, in the darkness, her hands and feet were bound by something. What is this? Let me go! Let me go! Someone began to scream. Let me go! Hey, who did this? Was this the production team's plan? How dare you do this to me? Don't you want to die? Hua Wancho's voice was still as arrogant, but there was a tremor in it. It seemed they all sensed that this chair was very similar to the electric chair used for torture in holographic dramas. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared in front of them, startling several contestants. The light descended from the ceiling, like a pale, circular beam of light. A figure emerged from the beam, its pale light illuminating his pale silver mask. His lips were a vibrant red, and his eyes were filled with darkness and a single glimmer of light. Jiaoxi's breath hitched. No, it couldn't be him. How could he be here? At this moment, the game was also running simultaneously. Jiaoxi knew that this game was nearing its end. At least for her, it was time to wrap up. Jiaoxi found it strange. Shouldn't Silver Mask still be playing games at this time? Even if she had successfully ambushed him, he couldn't have come here so quickly. Or perhaps, he wasn't the same person she had seen in the game. She suddenly realized that he might be like her, experiencing both reality and the game simultaneously. Hua Wancho struggled violently, shouting, "Who are you? I'm telling you, let me go right now, or your entire production team will be doomed." As if to answer their questions, the figure in the beam of light slowly raised the microphone and placed it to his lips. His voice echoed throughout the empty venue. "Hello everyone, I'm the special guest host of Interstellar Light 1001. My name is Pu Xinghe." His silver mask reflected a strange light. "I look forward to spending an unforgettable night with everyone here, and all the viewers on Star Online." He paused, then added, "No, maybe more than one night." He laughed. "How long it will take depends on your performance." After saying this, Pu Xinghe snapped his fingers, and the venue immediately lit up again. But this time, it was completely different from what Jiaoxi had seen just now. Just now, the stage had clearly been significantly elevated above the audience seats, as was the case with conventional stages. But now, it seemed as if they were at the very bottom of the venue, with the audience seats stacked up in a circular pattern, surrounding the stage like a giant basin. This structure doesn't look like a stage, but more like a coliseum or a courtroom for a major interstellar trial. The audience, from their high vantage point, gazed down upon them. Each of them wore a silver mask that obscured their entire face. They sat upright, silent as statues, looking identical. A chilling feeling welled up within him. "Hua Wancho, what are you talking about? More than one night? Isn't it daytime now? I don't care. The show will only take half a day at most, and I need my beauty sleep." The other contestants also expressed their confusion, some even breaking down and crying. "I'm not participating. Your show is so disrespectful. I don't understand why you're tying us up." Pu Xinghe made no attempt to answer him. He simply raised his hand, and a light screen appeared next to each audience member. Even the eliminated contestants sitting off stage held one. I prepared 8 categories, totaling 24 different themes. Today, it's up to you all to choose your favorite theme. Would you prefer a warm, family-friendly, and relaxing theme, or a thrilling, terrifying, and exciting one? He continued, I've always believed in the idea that all people are created equal. Since you've been invited here, you have the power to choose. Many people come from faraway planets, and may never see such prosperity in their lifetimes. Sometimes, fate, due to the injustices of heaven, cannot be fully controlled by ourselves. But today is different. Today, you too have the power to decide the fate of others. Come on, follow your heart and choose what you want. Tell me your answer again. As soon as these words were spoken, the room suddenly erupted in applause and roaring cheers, the fanaticism in everyone's eyes growing ever more intense. Jiaoxi suddenly had a bad feeling. She had a feeling that this final would be more challenging than ever before. She really should quit the game and focus on reality. After all, the most important thing for her on Popstar was completing her mission. And that blank ID, in reality, had strangely appeared before her this time. Faced with this situation, Jiaoxi should have quit the game. She lowered her head, watching the cracks forming on the consciousness bead on her chest. The insect that had been crawling on her bead no longer looked like an insect, but had transformed into flowing water. She had done everything she needed to do. She had trapped the infected players with thorns. She had also tampered with the nuclear reactor, extracting their neutron absorbers, and sending Hengxing Huiyan aboard the spaceship. The nuclear power plant was about to explode. The players struggled, and the cage they had previously used as a fake spaceship had been breached at one corner. Jiaoxi quickly manipulated new white thorns to fill the gap. Let me down. If I leave, they be free, and the nuclear power plant explosion won't kill them. I was going to die anyway. My consciousness bead is already. The bright white ball cracked slightly, then rapidly began to crack, spreading. It can be saved. Hold on. Hengxing Huiyan ignored her words and simply held her, as carefully as if she were holding something fragile. Snap. What is meant to break will eventually break. The crisp, subtle sound was as fragile as life itself, like a piece of paper that could be torn with a single poke. She had essentially died in the game, but when it was her turn, she felt nothing. Jiaoxi quickly withdrew from consciousness before her consciousness beads completely shattered. Yin Bao, I'm leaving. You should be well on your own. Oops. She made a face before exiting, and Jiaoxi thought she was just joking. But what she didn't see was the look in Hengxing Huiyan's eyes that threatened to shatter in that instant. Even a non-human machine can sense its user's mood. The emerald eyes faded, revealing a pale, ethereal hue. He lifted her body. Its consciousness shattered, and enveloped it with a barrier materialized from his spirit. With the consciousness shattered, the system automatically determined the player was infected, erasing their consciousness in just 0.03 seconds. Too late. Unless she was a Super S-class, able to withstand the perilous air and split her consciousness to avoid the stranglehold of the black hole system. But where in the world were there so many Super S-classes? For all these years, he was the only one like him. Lin Tanin wondered, was what that mad astronomer said true? But why should he just accept his fate? For 18 years, he had restrained himself, doing what he was supposed to do, for the sake of his so-called status. Has anyone ever told him that you have your own choices? He suddenly remembered someone who had once told him that, but he hadn't listened at the time. With Shi's death, the Whitethorn domain lost its support, and the players all rose to their feet, their spirits, like a dense swarm of bees, blocking the spaceship's path. The wind in the air seemed to laugh wildly. Laughing at him for overestimating his abilities. Laughing at them, the only one left in the team. Laughing at him, unable to protect himself or others. All that one cherishes will be gone, and all that one wants to protect will cease to exist. Lin Tanin raised his hand and clenched it, silencing the raging wind in his ears. This time, I take you away. He held her in his arms, his shattered eyes lowered, a hint of tenderness still lingering. As Jiaoxi's consciousness completely faded, it seemed as if the sky had cleared. A glint of intense light ripped through a corner of the dark sky. And then, he'd evaporated all the darkness. The sudden burst of light was so intense that it almost melted his eyeballs at the first sight. What was that? It seemed. A star. Chapter 111. The air was filled with anxiety and frenzy. The spotlight flickered, several thin strips shining on the 24 people on the stage. Plus a robot. The normally normal white light, at this moment, took on a pale hue. The thin white light, like some strange spotlight, commemorated the departed. The scene was silent, almost deathly still. Many contestants felt an inexplicable chill down their spines, breaking out in a cold sweat. After completely withdrawing from Kill the Black Hole, she focused her attention on preparing for the unexpected real-life situation. If she had exited the game earlier, would she have noticed the anomaly on this stage? Perhaps she really should have reflected on why she had been playing games during such a crucial moment in her mission? She felt a little regretful. Even if the game didn't affect her real-life movements, the distraction still lowered her vigilance to a certain extent. But there are no ifs. One always has to pay the price for their actions. She glanced around, then raised her head, her gaze sweeping upward. The countless silver-masked faces were like some strange mask exhibition, where thousands of exhibits all looked the same. It made her scalp tingle, almost giving her claustrophobia a jolt. She began to wonder what difficulty she would soon face. At this moment, her wrists and ankles were pinned by mechanisms extending from the seat, preventing her from moving. She tried to struggle, but after a few attempts, she realized the seat was made of a special metal material, and it was definitely not something she could free with her bare hands. There was nothing else to do but wait. Were they going to publicly torture the contestants? Electric shock or something else? Her palms were sweating, and she almost immediately began to think of the worst-case scenario. There was no way she could figure that person out. She also didn't understand the production team's purpose behind this stunt. Suddenly, dazzling bands of light illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by some stirring, rhythmic music, and the gloom seemed to be swept away. The contestants breathed a sigh of relief. Music and atmosphere always have a powerful effect on people's emotions. But she didn't let her guard down. This shift in atmosphere, she believed it was all choreographed, a show in itself. The voting began. A huge, transparent screen rose in the center of the venue, displaying the real-time vote count. Several colorful bars slowly rose on the graph. One bar, blood red, stood out. Don't worry. Your identities will remain confidential. The masks will disguise your faces and figures, and no audience member's personal data will be retained. The production team will be responsible for any consequences. We've been planning this for a long time. Today, I just hope everyone enjoys it. Pushing placed his hands on his chest and bowed slightly. His silver mask was very similar to those worn by the audience, but his was always only half-finished. He had a slightly upturned smile on his lips, which made him look good even when he wasn't smiling. But he loved to laugh, almost laughing with every word. People who love to laugh always make people let down their guard, even if they never show their true face. She noticed his words, and the unique color scheme on the interface. It was a psychological cue he was giving them. And in the end, the audience would likely choose the option he had designed. This wasn't a free choice at all. It was a premeditated manipulation from the start. She had originally intended to attract the audience's attention by shouting and getting them to change their votes. But she quickly realized, could the results of this so-called voting, displayed on the big screen, be real? Perhaps it was just a pre-made video with fake voting data bouncing around. Although they hadn't met much, she knew that if this person wanted the result, he would do everything in his power to achieve it. Would he willingly deny them the opportunity to appear on the show he had been preparing for? But what was his real purpose? She suddenly thought of the key to the secret list. Could it be connected to him? Previously, no such person had appeared on the Starlight 1001 production team. Xiaolon, help me find this person. She immediately contacted Xiaolon through the computer, but she didn't verbally communicate this command. Instead, she blinked at the same rate, sending Morse code to the computer. In this situation, she had to remain covert. The computer quickly vibrated, with Xiaolon's reply. There's no such person. She felt a little strange. Pushinghe, those 3 words. Are you sure you entered them correctly? She described the characters again, her eyelids sore, she felt like tears. Xiaolon, there's really no one. I've searched the entire star network. However, we can't rule out the possibility that there might be information about this person somewhere in the dark web, somewhere closed off. Do you need to ask Mu Xiuyang? Now that Little Blue was offering suggestions, she felt its thinking was becoming more and more human-like. Go ahead. There were free external experts anyway, so why not use them? This person's name was likely a pseudonym. She hadn't held out hope. But if it was a pseudonym, what was the reason for him giving it? Mu Xiuyang replied quickly, how do you know this person? He was clearly shocked. She was even more shocked. What's wrong with this person? Do you know him? Mu Xiuyang replied immediately. Pushinghe is the author of the textbooks used by S-class mechanics. He's a true mecha genius, and someone I admire greatly. What the hell is that question mark? A mechanic being the host? Isn't that a joke? His name is confidential. I just knew he existed and his technical prowess, but I couldn't find any information about him beyond that. Today, I substituted your name into a search, and through a series of technical means, I decoded it. It seems he did something wrong, and was erased from the Star Network. Mu Xiaoyang added, didn't teacher Pu Xinghe die many years ago? Why are you asking him? Teacher? Even calling him teacher? And this guy doesn't look like a teacher at all. Zhao Shi glanced over in panic, caught off guard and locked eyes with him. Beneath the silver mask, a pair of smiling eyes. A hint of inexplicable madness shone in his eyes, as he spoke passionately, engulfing the audience in a strange atmosphere. Stop laughing. Zhao Shi quickly glanced away. Wait, if the person was dead, then who was this person in front of her? That ghost? Chapter 112. Dead for many years? Zhao Shi was horrified by Mu Xiaoyang's words. She continued blinking at the computer. Are you serious? Mu Xiaoyang. Yes, famous figures in books are usually dead for a long time. S-class mechanics are already rare, and their textbooks are based on outdated books. It's not surprising that Mu Xiaoyang would have such an idea. His point makes sense, but not entirely. Because, if at some point in time, a peerless genius emerges whose achievements completely surpass those of their predecessors, then their name could also replace them. But why is it that such a person's name cannot be found on the entire Star Network, and now, he suddenly appears in public with such a swagger? What is he trying to do? There are so many doubts. The recent series of events almost makes Zhao Shi feel like a ridiculous dream. But Zhao Shi suddenly remembered. Ever since she traveled through time, not a single day hadn't been absurd. Since she arrived here, she'd been constantly embroiled in various events, with no respite. She only been in this world for a few months, and she already experienced events others wouldn't even experience in their entire lives. All in all, she hadn't slept well for even a few days. This time was even worse. She hadn't slept for several days straight. If this show was really like Pu Xinghe said, it wouldn't last forever. She suspected she'd die here. From blinking constantly to signal, Zhao Shi's eyelids were sore, and coupled with the late nights, her already sluggish appearance had become even more dejected. Her eyes were lifeless, their undersides tinged with blue, and her dark brown pupils were slightly red, as if she was on the verge of collapse. Help! When can she finally get some rest? Zhao Shi thought, after this mission, she must reward herself with 3 days and 3 nights of sleep. Don't tell me you saw him in person, Mu Xiaoyang asked. Zhao Shi's silence quickly clued him in. The surrounding lights flashed a dazzling array of colors, casting a riot of color on the silver masks worn by the audience, like sheets of rainbow candy. The accompanying music grew increasingly cheerful, echoing the style of the most dazzling star wind. The bar graph of votes on the big screen gradually slowed down. Farming, parent-child programs, singing and dancing, food, and even the Dying to Die program, dozens of different genres. The vote count on the screen seemed to reflect not only the live audience, but also those on Star Online. The number of votes displayed exceeded the capacity of the venue. Do you watch variety shows? Zhao Shi asked. Mu Xiaoyang, no. Then I highly recommend Starlight 1001. Your idol is hosting it right now. It's dazzling, sassy, and crazy. Mu Xiaoyang, I'm well read. Don't lie to me. I'd be a fool if I lied to you. The live stream on StarNet went viral. We can actually choose the show genre? That's amazing. By the way, when the scene started changing, the atmosphere was like suddenly entering a horror movie. I give the production team 5 stars this time. This format is so innovative. I love it. This way, it minimizes the influence of the script. I just want to see something real. I quite liked the serious style just now. Now the music and special effects are really taking the show down. I guess it's because of the voting. Once the results are out, the style will be determined based on the chosen theme, right? Choose food. I want to see them make something delicious. Of course I choose farming. You can watch both farming and cooking. Or should I choose solving a crime? That's more interesting. Those are all old-fashioned. If you want excitement, this is definitely better. That makes sense. Choose this. It might seem a bit dangerous, but the production team will take proper precautions, right? Didn't the host say they're responsible for the show and want to ensure the audience has a good time? Besides, we're not there, so we don't have to take responsibility. Vote now and choose something more exciting. Zhao Shi stared at the dazzling screen. Are you watching the show now? I'm watching. I see you. Mu Xiaoyang hesitated. My eyelids are blinking like they're cramping. Zhao Shi, Are the votes on the live screen real? Can you verify that? Or, do you have a way to replace the information on that screen? Are you saying the votes could be fake? Mu Xiaoyang said, I see. You want to change the final item. That's not difficult. If it's fake, I can hack into the display system the moment it's displayed and replace the image. But unfortunately, the votes are real. This is a real-time, online voting system. The data is too vast. I can't tamper with it. Jiaoxi listened to Mu Xiuyang's response through the vibrations of his computer, his eyes fixed on the two items with very close votes. One was in light red font, the other in dark red, a startling sight. I had a feeling that if I chose the crimson option, something bad would happen, because that option looked incredibly dangerous. Jiaoxi was about to say something to Mu Xiuyang when she saw Pu Xinghe looking distantly in her direction. His eyes, gleaming with excitement, blinked at her. At first glance, it looked like a playful greeting. Jiaoxi, however, understood his meaning. Pu Xinghe asked, "Did you enjoy chatting?" What? Jiaoxi's heart skipped a beat. So, he always known she was communicating with the outside world via Morse code. And, surprisingly, he was using the same code set as her. In other words, he knew everything she just said to Mu Xiuyang. No, this world has thousands of Morse code-like code sets. Jiaoxi had agreed with Mu Xiuyang on one before this mission. How could Pu Xinghe know which one she was using, unless he could infer her code set based solely on her conversation? This terrifying computing power. Is this person a robot? No, she had to struggle a little longer. Even if both options seemed a bit unsafe, she still hoped for the safer one. The difference in votes was only a dozen or so. There was still a chance. The music was blaring, and Jiaoxi shouted at the audience at the top of her lungs, "Friends here, please vote for turning to Ruthless, and don't choose the other option." Closest to the stage were the 48 eliminated contestants. They were also seated in chairs similar to those on stage, but they weren't locked, and they had voting devices in their hands, making them more like the audience. Those further away couldn't hear Jiaoxi's voice. The music was too loud, and without a microphone, her voice couldn't carry through. "But I want to choose another one," said the contestant closest to her. Jiaoxi's expression was serious. "Listen, this program is too dangerous. Someone among us could die. Please consider it carefully." "Are you serious?" The man looked hesitant. "Please, vote for push hard. And please tell the person next to you." "Oh, okay." The man agreed and began to relay the message to the person next to him. "Really? Really? Jiaoxi, you're such a coward." A voice came from the side. It was Hua Wancho, dressed in a gorgeous yellow robe, looking over his shoulder. Jiaoxi was speechless. She wondered who had been so frightened and noisy just now, but now, seeing the brighter lights and music, she was no longer afraid. Should she call him naive or stupid? Jiaoxi was furious at the sight of this man. If he hadn't drugged her, Lin Tanyan's passion wouldn't have returned. "I have to find a chance to beat him up," she thought. Hua Wancho instantly noticed the fierce look in her eyes, and thinking back to what he had done, he figured she must have discovered him. "You want to kill me?" Jiaoxi thought this man's train of thought was bizarre. "Kill you? I'm a law-abiding citizen, too lazy to dirty my hands." But a beating was necessary, she emphasized to herself. Hua Wancho clenched his fists and leaned back in his chair. Only a fool would believe Jiaoxi's words. How she had murdered so many people in the western suburbs might be forgotten by the Star Network, but he remembered it clearly. He wasn't a good person, but Jiaoxi was even less so. Jiaoxi had assumed they had agreed to vote, but then she saw the red option on the screen was still increasing, and the timer was only seconds away. "Sorry, we still think the other project is more interesting." "Go for it." Another person said, "Oh, I already cast my vote. Maybe the extra votes are from other viewers?" "No." Jiaoxi saw that of the 48 people present, half had already voted. The voting machine changes color after voting, while the other half still had ballots in their hands, but they hadn't cast their ballots as instructed. Jiaoxi closed her eyes. Then she heard one of the eliminated contestants whisper, "Just give them a hard time." "Yeah, who told them to be so arrogant? Besides, they're still able to make it to the finals. Maybe they bribed the production team? Are you panicking now?" "Haha. Maybe if they can't make it through this show, then we take the top spot." "I think so too. Why should we be eliminated?" She didn't know if her hearing had become more sensitive, or if the people were talking too loudly. Through the cacophony of music, she could hear their voices clearly. She felt as if her chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. "Hiss, can't people just trust each other a little more?" Just then, the vote count came in. The large screen began to mysteriously flash different colored words, and as expected, it finally stopped at those two blood-red characters. "Escape." "Oh, it seems the audience likes something a little more exciting." The silver-masked man's lips curled up in an excited smile, his eyes flickering towards Jiaoxi, a smile in them. It was hard to tell if it was pride or something else, or perhaps he was simply excited. But Zhao Shi had a feeling that this man was a little off. I should have noticed it long ago, from the moment they first met. There was an inexplicable madness in this man's bones. And on StarNet, the Star citizens joined in the frenzy. They frantically scrolled through their feeds, some even beginning to anticipate how they would die. Some viewers said, it's just fake. Others said, if it were real, this show would be really interesting. That's true. You've all seen the previous revelations, right? They're not good people. Maybe there are some good ones too? What? What's the entertainment industry like? It's all just a persona they've created. And take the two most popular people, for example. Are they any good? Zhao Shi, through Xiaolan's real-time feed, saw a lot of comments. The comments were randomly picked, and the sentiment was getting increasingly bizarre. The feeling she had when she first arrived on the pop star scene was indeed correct. This planet is inherently perilous, but the entertainment industry is booming, paralyzing people, blinded by their own shortcomings. Amid sin and chaos, the joys of the upper and lower classes never met. Entertainment to death, and now, they become a target, a symbol of the restless hearts and the deep-seated desire for violence and excess in this increasingly turbulent world. The more chaotic, the more entertaining. This interstellar world is going crazy. Battle Royale, begin. With those words, the lights around the stage suddenly changed color, and the music faded instantly. But at that moment, Zhao Shi only saw the eager excitement on the faces of the contestants. The initial sense of helplessness and fear they felt trapped by the chairs had completely vanished. Did they really think this was just an ordinary show? After the joyful voting session just now, and under the influence of that upbeat music, their wariness had actually subsided. Zhao Shi wondered if she was overthinking, but the uneasiness in her heart grew deeper and deeper. She always trusted her instincts. Moreover, she had already figured out her fate over the past few months. She feared she wouldn't be able to live a carefree life. Carelessness would only lead to irreparable doom. The final rules. Whoever survives to the end is the winner. At this moment, the surroundings spun wildly. Then, they felt the chair beneath them suddenly sink, and people around them screamed. It seemed like they fell for a long time before they touched the ground. Zhao Shi found it strange. This place was clearly a suspended Rubik's Cube building, so why did it seem to have sunk so deep? Where did this extra space come from? It was so deep that it almost made one suspect they had fallen underground. Could there be a connecting passage between the Rubik's Cube building and the ground? It only appeared when needed, and it possessed a simulation technology that could confuse the viewer, making it appear as if nothing was there. There was indeed something fishy about this music Rubik's Cube. Zhao Shi opened his eyes, and found that they had all appeared in what looked like a corridor around the corner of a teaching building. She looked around. There were quite a lot of people here. Those familiar with them quickly clung together, forming several distinct groups. And she was currently alone. Why did we come in too? One of the eliminated contestants asked, panicking. Maybe it's another chance to earn points? Another said. It seems like it's really like the host said. It's fair, and it gives more people a chance. Some contestants were actually eager to try. It really is a radical change to the previous scoring system. A brand new test. Maybe we can really turn the tide. Everyone looked around. The teaching building seemed empty, and there was a strange sound of wind. Someone shuddered in fear. Don't worry, it's just a show, another contestant reassured them. At that moment, a robotic arm suddenly emerged from the wall next to the contestant who had spoken, cracking the wall and dragging him inside. This sudden development stunned almost everyone present. No one nearby moved. They stood there in a daze. Only Zhao Shi reacted. She quickly rushed forward, trying to pull the man out, but she was standing at the very corner. Even at her fastest speed, she was still just a little short. She touched his sleeve just enough before the wall closed. She watched the man being pulled into the wall, then heard the sound of bones snapping. A muffled sound emanated from the wall, like air echoing, or a human scream. Ah, this wall can eat people. Someone nearby chuckled. After their surprise, a few more people touched the wall. It's well done. Not a single crack, as if it never existed. Zhao Shi couldn't help but marvel at their audacity. The design here resembled the abandoned teaching building at the military academy. Zhao Shi suddenly remembered the mysterious genius mechanic Mu Xiuyang had mentioned. Could it be Pu Xinghe? The mechanism there was designed specifically to kill people, and perhaps this one is no exception. Besides, this building looks very new. Could it be an upgraded version? Zhao Shi still remembered how they nearly died in that building, and in the end, they had to rely on her Italian cannon to violently dismantle it. Alas, no Italian cannon this time. Chapter 113. A faint smell of blood wafted through the air. Thinking back to the sounds of something falling and shattering within the wall, and the fact that the wall was now tightly sealed and had a considerable thickness, she reasonably speculated that the person had likely been crushed by the structure within the wall, and the sudden surge of blood concentration had caused the smell to spread. But soon the smell vanished, almost as quickly as it had appeared and disappeared, almost seeming to be an illusion. Was it because the mechanism had eliminated it? Or was it because the distance had increased? Thinking of the distance, Xiaoxi's eyes shifted upwards. She remembered the feeling of weightlessness and falling that had lasted for a while. They were definitely no longer in the music cube. So where were they now? If they were deep underground, how could they leave? Or did they have to win the game to leave? She remembered what the person had said, whoever survived to the end was the winner. Battle Royale game. She looked around, taking in the familiar yet different school building before her, and a cold sweat broke out in her palms. At first, she could have thought it was a joke from the production team, but after confirming Pu Xinghe's identity, she knew it was definitely no joke. This madman, skilled in tinkering with technology, wouldn't play along with them. Or it might be a joke to him, but they were risking their lives. Seeing she couldn't save the man, she quickly retreated from the man-eating wall, paying attention to her surroundings and avoiding hidden areas like walls and fire extinguishers. She swept her eyes upward. And be careful of the ceiling. Although it was pristine white, who knew if a deadly hammer or other weapon might suddenly fall from the sky? She tensed, ready to respond to any impending danger. She had originally thought she was a newcomer, the special operations team assigning her a relatively safe reconnaissance mission, with the chance to participate in a talent show to enrich her extracurricular life. Who knew, life is so unpredictable. She truly couldn't live a peaceful and stable life. She sighed deeply. In stark contrast to her dejection, the others were filled with excitement, eager to try their hand at something, eager to show off their skills. Not bad, not bad. The set design and props here are very realistic. And the sense of falling during the scene changed just now. How did they achieve that? Where did the chair we were tied to go? The contestants gathered together, discussing the situation. None of that matters. A voice rang out. Since this is a battle royale game, we should consider how that person died just now. The person's voice suddenly rose, and he looked around, looking like the leader of a small team, surrounded by several people. He wore a black hat, a long straight trench coat, and a chestnut-colored, slightly curly hairstyle, giving him the look of a handsome young man. She remembered that his holographic character was a highly intelligent young detective named something like Lear Moss. There must be conditions for murder. We need to find them. Lear Moss made a thoughtful gesture, keeping the upward curve of his lips at a subtle, unexaggerated level. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if in thought. Then he stopped moving, his eyes shifting slightly from side to side, searching for the camera's position. As for this condition, we need to think it over carefully. She was speechless. Wasn't he just talking nonsense over and over again, because he couldn't come up with a solution? Another person raised their hand. Of course, I agree. But where do we start? I suggest we split up and check every floor. No, what if each floor is a checkpoint? We can't just wander around randomly, right? The few of them spoke up, and then the others realized it was time to showcase their personalities, and win fans through this game-themed variety show. So, they quickly put aside their initial panic and began to display their wise and calm sides. There were so many people here that even if each person spoke only a single sentence, the chatter continued, making it a bit noisy. Furthermore, a few people were particularly eager to show off, and in just a few minutes, they had already said a lot. But listening to them, none of their words hit the point. The contestants' various words and gestures were either just trying to make up their lines or to create a look. This was the downside of not having a script. Most people were ordinary, even artists who had gone through 2.5 years of training. In such an unexpected situation, how could anyone come up with a catchy line or perform a dramatic performance? She stayed in a corner, away from the center of the crowd, silent. Seeing that there were also those eliminated from the semi-finals, she guessed that all the contestants had entered the Battle Royale game, meaning 72 people. No, it should have been 73, including the robot custom-made in her image, which was also restrained to a chair. But the total number of people on the field didn't match. She glanced around, but didn't see the custom robot. Several familiar faces were also missing. A rough scan revealed over 30 people were present. So, half of them should be in another area. Over 30. That's still a bit much for this kind of game. Xiaoxi lowered her eyes, listening quietly to the swinging of the pendulum on the corridor wall. According to tradition, the first round of eliminations was likely imminent. Since so many lives were threatened, could she request off-site assistance? Are you guys starting the show already? Filming might not even have started yet. Someone, unable to get a chance to speak, began making off-site comments. After all, the opening remarks were limited to a few words, and they were quickly finished. This area is so large, there must be a fixed filming location, right? Are we looking in the right place? We still can't see any cameras. Yes, I've been looking for a long time and can't find any. Did the host come with us? Someone asked. We can ask the host. No one. By the way, have you forgotten? The host just said game on. Really? I don't remember. Someone else objected. Shouldn't we first find the correct filming location? After all, there are no cameras here. Yes, where are the cameras? Someone asked. They looked around but couldn't find any. Xiaoxi's computer was vibrating. Xiaolon, there are cameras. Where? Xiaoxi asked, tapping the code with her fingers. Anywhere. Xiaolon replied, they're micron-sized cameras. I can sense the infrared signals they emit. Hearing this, Xiaoxi didn't dare move her fingers. Now, she was tapping her index and ring fingers together, letting the computer monitor her movements. But with so many cameras here, Pu Xinghe wouldn't be able to hide her actions. She was also planning to contact Mu Xiuyang for help, but now she was in trouble. In fact, Xiaoxi's first thought was Lin Tanyan. In this critical moment, perhaps relying on him to mobilize the Star Alliance and directly wipe out this crappy program crew would be the simplest and most drastic measure. But she quickly remembered that Lin Tanyan was seriously injured and missing, and it was uncertain whether the Star Alliance could be contacted. Also, even if they could be contacted, if the Star Alliance was far away, it would be too late to rush over. There was another key issue, the underground black market directory, which was not something that could be solved with brute force. The computer vibrated rapidly. As if knowing what she was thinking, Xiaolin said, I tried to contact Mu Xiuyang, but failed. Since entering this place, the signal has been blocked. We can't send any signals from here. Xiaoxi, oh no, that's all. Xiaolin, touch Cece. Xiaoxi, huh? Why are you touching me? She almost suspected she decoded the code incorrectly. Xiaolin, isn't this how humans comfort their own kind? Xiaoxi, you're not one of me. As a robot, you should come up with some practical solutions. Meanwhile, the others were heatedly discussing whether the finals had begun. So, the finals must have begun now. Otherwise, how else can we explain that person's elimination? Are you guys messing around now, because you were eliminated in the semifinals? The young detectives looked displeased. We're analyzing the situation here, and you're suddenly making off-stage comments. How detrimental. What? You're allowed to talk, but not us, right? Winning the semifinals makes you so much more impressive. So much better? The other person, not to be outdone, raised his voice, addressing a few people nearby who were close to him. We need to perform well. This finals might be the key to the final evaluation. Didn't the host say that the winner is the one who survives to the end? Until the very end of this show, who will live and who will die is still uncertain. Just then, the wall seemed to tremble again. Everyone present was startled, and for a moment, they dared not breathe. The man paused, glancing cautiously at the surrounding walls. I was so scared. I thought I triggered a keyword. I originally thought we shouldn't mention words like program. After all, that person just now was. Before the man could finish his words, a crack appeared in the floor. His scream died mid-sentence, and he was dragged down with almost lightning speed. The floor quickly recovered, and the scene just now seemed to have never happened. However, there was someone missing out of nowhere. Xiaoxi had also noticed the movement here. Not missing a single opportunity to search for clues, she kept her eyes on this side, but the crowd obscured her view, preventing her from seeing more details. Only the words the person just mentioned is the key word for elimination show. Soon, everyone realized that the words spoken by the person who had disappeared first and the current person had the same thing in common. They both mentioned the word show. Yes, the show had already begun. Was it because they didn't want everyone to mention the word, wanting them to be completely immersed in the game and forget the nature of it? Many people had come to this conclusion. Show. A sudden voice suddenly rang out from the corner. Everyone turned to look and saw a sharp-looking person with a dejected look in their eyes tinged with blue, as if they hadn't slept for days. Her white, vintage dress exuded a sense of both elegance and heaviness. Xiaoxi uttered the word expressionlessly. The silence was already profound. everyone in shock at the sudden change. Her words quickly caught everyone's attention, their gaze fixed on her feet and the wall beside her. She unconsciously stood a little further away, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Do you want to be eliminated directly?" Detective Lee asked. "Program. Program. Program." Zhao Shi repeated it 3 times. Everyone was stunned to discover that the floor and walls hadn't changed at all. In other words, the clue they finally derived from 2 people being eliminated was wrong. Of course, it was wrong. The 2 times they said program, the time between eliminations wasn't consistent. The second person had an extra word. In other words, the timing of the triggering mechanism's punishment wasn't consistent, so the clue was wrong. The current conclusion is that they must have said something that led to their elimination, but the specific rules are still unclear. So, it must be a voice-activated mechanism. If this is true, then surviving this stage would be easy. All they need to do is keep quiet. This is also why Zhao Shi had been so quiet. She'd been suspicious since a while ago. For a moment, everyone reacted and stopped talking. But not saying anything was an option. They were all there to participate in the show, so how could they earn points if the show remained silent? "Let's split up and search for clues." "Standing there like this isn't the solution," said Detective Larimore. Someone started talking again, and when they saw he was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Could it be random, just luck?" someone asked, chuckling. "Maybe." It had been 7 or 8 minutes since they arrived at this place, and now, not only did they not have a single clue to clear the stage, they didn't even know what the conditions were for triggering the death trap. There were no clues. Neither voice nor text. Only when away from the human voices could one hear the steady thud of the pendulum time and again. Zhao Shi thought of that man, half covered in a silver mask, a smile on his lips that looked incredibly annoying. Damn it, wasn't he always talkative? Why wasn't he talking now? She gazed out into the distance. A long corridor lined with classroom doors, both tightly shut. There were many classrooms, even more than the 30 or so students they had. School students. What would 8 minutes mean to them? Zhao Shi watched as the other contestants tried to open the classroom door, but it seemed locked and wouldn't budge. She turned and headed for the stairs. After a few steps, she saw the corner between floors. School rules. Students are prohibited from skipping floors. Written in bright red, this was the first message she saw. Normally, at this point, the rules would have meant turning back, but Zhao Shi took 2 steps forward. She wasn't skipping floors, but it was okay to take a look, right? Then she saw a mirror. At the corner connecting to the next floor, a full-length mirror stood. On one side of the mirror were words. Mirroring the self. What does that mean? 9 minutes, Zhao Shi wondered. Could it be? She turned back and heard voices from the other side, quite noisy. The classroom door wouldn't open, and everyone was in the hallway, but upon closer inspection, a few people were missing. I don't want to play this game. It's boring, isn't it? I agree. What kind of game is this? It's not fun at all. The man had barely finished speaking when he was dragged into a hole that suddenly appeared in the wall. A rumbling sound erupted from the crack, then quickly vanished. What the hell is going on? How did so many people get eliminated all at once? Someone began to scream frantically. Before Zhao Shi could even begin to wonder, she bumped into someone head-on. He looked terrified, practically tumbling and trembling. He grabbed her skirt and came over to her, saying, Wow, I'm so scared. I feel like you're the only calm person here. I don't want to be eliminated. Can you guide me? Zhao Shi looked at him without saying a word. Then the man began to cry, so loud and boisterous that everyone else frowned and covered their ears. Aren't they all trying to steal the spotlight? Why did they suddenly cue her? It was at this moment that Zhao Shi suddenly realized something. The first person eliminated had a character who was a hot-tempered fool. He shouldn't have been able to say something so calmly and comforting. The second person had a character who was a heroic knight. He shouldn't have said anything like it's not fun. And the person eliminated just now had a character who was a Battle Royale fan. He shouldn't have said anything like the game isn't fun. This judgment was very rigid and direct. Zhao Shi looked down at her ancient white dress and the different costumes everyone was wearing. She suddenly understood. So the requirement was, the character couldn't be OC. Look at you in the mirror. See your true self. So someone had guessed it, and they were deliberately using this rule to trick others into saying the wrong thing, thus eliminating them. Then Zhao Shi saw the person in front of her, looking terrified, tears and snot streaming down her skirt. Damn, people can't be like this, at least not this disgusting. Don't reply to him. He wants you to reject him, and then eliminate you. A voice came from behind him. It was the young detective, Lermoz. He just used this method to eliminate several people. Lermoz slapped his head, but it only just dawned on him. Of course. She actually nodded slightly at the man holding her skirt. Don't be afraid. I will protect mortals. She smiled gently, and then, seeing the man's shocked expression, she kicked him away. There was nothing she could do. This OOC detection system wasn't intelligent enough. It could only detect sound. It seems you understand all the rules. Then you definitely lead me to victory, right? Someone nearby asked Lermoz. The rules of the game. Lermoz opened his mouth to answer, but suddenly realized what was happening. He changed his words, keeping a wary distance from the person next to him. Of course, this detective will find every clue. The man, seeing his plan had failed, clenched his fist, somewhat unwillingly. There were more than one person who wanted to use this rule to eliminate others. Many people felt that they were competitors. Just then, music suddenly began to play in the hallway. It was a piano piece, soft and melodious, with a touch of classical charm. Everyone listened carefully. There must be a clue in the music, Lermoz said. The people present nodded, feeling that this sudden music must contain a profound secret. They all stood still, closed their eyes, and listened attentively. She glanced at the wall clock at the end of the hallway. What a clue! This was a school, and it was the bell for class. Calculating the time, 10 minutes had passed. She immediately reached out and twisted the door of the nearby classroom. The door, which had been stuck, finally opened. You actually managed to open the classroom door? Can I ask how you did it? Is it related to this piece of music? Two people came over and asked. Over there, Lermoz and his group pulled out pens from nowhere and began writing the notes of the music on the wall. She felt death approaching them. She was already halfway inside the classroom. The bell wouldn't last much longer. Soon, these people would. Give a peach, give a plum in return. Consider it a thank you for your reminder, and give the others a chance to live. The bell's ringing. Get into the classroom now, or you die, she said to the few people still idly writing and drawing. As she spoke, she quickly left the spot. At the same moment, a steel robotic arm emerged from the ground, practically brushing past her foot. She looked back and saw a dense network of gears beneath the cracks, some even stained with dark red blood. Cloth, bloody flakes, and flesh, shattered into slag, rolled within. She said something she shouldn't have, and her persona collapsed. A leader of an immortal sect, concerned with saving the world, certainly couldn't say something like you die. She must always have the common people in her heart. When mortals are in danger, she should step forward and tell them, let me do it. But in this situation, what the hell? She couldn't even save herself. It's true that her persona is the most vulnerable to collapse, but it's a good thing she doesn't talk much. Will they die? Someone noticed her words. What's that underground? Why do I think I see blood? Someone glimpsed what was inside the gap, and their faces paled with fear. Their voices began to tremble. The eliminated people must have been teleported away, right? What blood? Where is it? Full of questions, they decided to follow Xiaoxi's instructions and hurried into the classroom. The interiors of the different classrooms looked completely different. Some resembled biology labs, others chemistry labs. They began to suspect that the items inside were related to the upcoming test, so they began to select those that seemed less challenging. But each classroom could only hold a limited number of people. After a few entered, the door displayed an overload notice. I was the first one to enter this room. Your name isn't written on it. The bell continued to ring, and over here, another fight broke out. For the sake of show, perhaps everyone could maintain their personalities and a semblance of decency, but when lives were at stake, nothing else mattered. They tore each other apart, fighting fiercely over a seemingly normal, safe classroom. Xiaoxi's situation was even more thrilling. After dodging a fatal grab from the ground, a crack quickly appeared where she landed. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, grabbing a whiteboard from the classroom and throwing it at the wall, barely catching her foot. Then she leaped onto the wall. The wall rumbled, as if gears were turning inside. She recognized the pattern of the crack's movement, and then leaped back and forth across the wall and floor, running coolly. Is this called wall climbing? Lermoz stared. Everyone was stunned. What? This is even possible? What kind of a trick? So, as long as you're skilled enough, you can survive even if you break the rules? The edges of her skirt were shredded, and Xiaoxi's escape was utterly shattered. Fortunately, she practiced, or she had been torn to pieces. While doing parkour, she wondered why the first digit of each classroom number was different. The first digit is usually the building number or floor number. It should be the same. Or perhaps it wasn't that simple. She had to choose the right classroom. But what was the actual floor? They weren't allowed to go to other floors. She suddenly remembered that she'd been to the corner of the stairs, but the floor number there was obscured by a school rule. I regretted so much. Why hadn't I thought to take a look? The music had already reached its climax. Normally, the bell for class would only last 1 to 2 minutes, 2 at most. Time was running out. Quick, think of another way to find out the floor. At that moment, Xiaoxi's mind suddenly flashed. A fire extinguisher. It looked like it had a number on it. She moved at top speed, dodging the traps that kept trying to devour her. Finally, she saw the number on the fire extinguisher, 8 to 23. It was the 8th floor. She quickly turned back and zeroed in on the classroom nearest the hallway. She looked up at the door plate and saw that the classroom number here started with 8. Arriving at the classroom door, she breathed a sigh of relief. The trap that had threatened to kill her seemed to have finally given up. So, it couldn't enforce across different scenes, right? No, it probably didn't have that kind of trap in this classroom, but that meant there might be something else. As Xiaoxi entered the classroom, she turned to look outside and saw someone being thrown out. There were frenzied movements, screams, and fights. Someone else was eliminated for failing to maintain their character. After watching intently as they were dragged away, many people finally realized that people could actually die, driven by the instinct to survive. The evil of human nature was fully revealed. At that moment, she suddenly glanced at the door numbers of other classrooms, and her brows jumped. The color of this door number. No, this classroom sign had been tampered with. It was drawn on with a pen. Upon closer inspection, it was number 6 changed to number 8. Absolutely amazing. This is a real dog. Just then, the music felt like it was about to end. Xiaoxi rushed out of the classroom, found the correct door number, and ran again. Just as she entered, the bell stopped ringing. Xiaoxi propped herself up on her knees, panting heavily. This is so hard. She could even hear her own heartbeat, nearly pounding out of her chest. Tick, tick, tick. She looked up, following the source of the sound. Wait, this clock seems to be ticking a little faster than the regular second hand. She knew her body's stats. After intense exercise, her heart rate was around 180, or 3 times per second, but each tick of this second hand only ticked twice. The time was wrong. There was something wrong with this classroom. We had to change classrooms immediately, but the bell had already rung. Could we still change classrooms at this point? Xiaoxi's mind flashed, and she recalled the pendulum sound she heard in the hallway. Yes, she sensed something was wrong earlier, but she couldn't pinpoint what. From that moment on, the pendulum in the hallway had been faulty. So, the announced class time was nearly a minute faster than it actually was, and there was still time. Now the bell had rung, and there was no movement in any of the classrooms. Yes, this proved that her deduction was correct. So, we had to find the correct classroom number, and also the correct classroom clock. Xiaoxi left the classroom again, checking each room to see if the clock hadn't hit the exact time for class. Didn't you say you'd die if you didn't go into the classroom? Why did you come out again? A voice came from behind. Are you deliberately trying to kill us? Several people followed her out of the classroom. But Xiaoxi no longer had time to care about them. She had said everything she needed to say. And even she was doubting her own assumptions. Like a revolving lantern, she already seen 9 rooms, and none of them looked right. Cold sweat streamed down her forehead. Was she just fooling herself? Her eyes were blurry, so when she looked up at the clock, which she had seen countless times, they felt sore, and in her hazy state, it seemed as if its 3 needles were almost overlapping. Time was almost up. Xiaoxi's lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. She found it. This was it. She dove into the classroom so quickly that she practically crashed into it. Inertia sent her careening over the desk next to her, and she landed halfway on the podium. At the same moment, the hands on the classroom ceiling completely overlapped. The door slammed shut, trapping part of her skirt. Just then, a wave of heat seemed to sweep behind her. Xiaoxi turned and saw the corridor outside the classroom ablaze. There were people in the flames, the few who had just escaped. The charred black figures resembled the famous painting The Scream. They were in flames, silent, their forms twisting and distorting, finally assimilated by the crimson flames and vanishing. The sea of fire vanished, and so did the people, but that wasn't all. Those who didn't enter the classroom would be punished, as would those who chose the wrong one. Through the glass on the door, Xiaoxi saw the classroom across the way suddenly enveloped by a thick black fog. Several people in that classroom pounded furiously on the door, pleading for help through the glass windows. They pounded on the glass, but to no avail. In the black fog, the people, like black snow, gradually melted. Flesh corroded into thick black pus, dripping down the stumps. Only then did Zhao Shi see white chalk writing on the blackboard. Be careful of the fake classroom he conjures. It will devour anyone who strays into it. TSK, should I thank you for the warning? Zhao Shi suddenly said. Her voice was trembling. Xiaolon, hidden beneath the hem of her dress, was sending her a message through her computer. Cece, are you okay? TSK, it seems I didn't choose the right name. Poor Cece indeed. According to my calculations, this joke isn't very funny. Looking up at the paused clock, all three hands simultaneously stopped at 15. She knew this was the key. Zhao Shi was trembling with anger. She didn't feel the slightest bit of excitement from winning the competition. She simply felt it was absurd. How could human lives be toyed with like this? Who do you think you are? She asked directly, into the air. She knew he could hear her. Are you talking about me? A voice behind her said weakly. Zhao Shi turned around and noticed that there was someone else in the classroom. The familiar long trench coat was that of the young detective. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. He had also figured it out. No, I was just talking to myself, Zhao Shi said. I didn't expect anyone else to be here. Learn Moss scratched his head. I didn't expect anyone else to want to enter this classroom either. Because of the human skeleton specimen in this classroom, they're afraid to come in. The room I originally chose was overcrowded, and they kicked me out, so I had no choice but to choose this one next door. Thinking about how she had gone through so much trouble to finally choose the right room, while this lucky person had actually been kicked out, Zhao Shi sighed. It seems that in this kind of game, nothing is better than good luck. Zhao Shi glanced around. You mean a skeleton? How come I can't see it? Look, it's been pinned down by you. It was right at the door. Zhao Shi slowly lowered her head and saw a fragment of bone beneath the desk and chair. Fuck. Unsure if the OOC rules were still in effect, she swallowed the rest of her words. What a sin! Are those people dead? Learholmes asked, looking outside the classroom. Zhao Shi glanced at him, but said nothing. Learholmes understood her meaning and stopped asking, but his face paled noticeably. He glanced at his computer. The signal had long since gone out. All his calls were blocked, and he couldn't call anyone for help. He should have realized something was wrong with the show earlier, when he noticed the signal was gone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the only one left in the group. Zhao Shi began to observe the classroom carefully, preparing for the next stage. Why did she think there was a next level? Because she didn't have all the keys for digits missing. But this level design didn't seem like they were meant to survive. A battle royale game. Haha, so essentially, they were supposed to escape, he killed them, and then watched them struggle for survival. I really didn't want to just follow his instructions and proceed step by step. A game like this is completely pointless. After searching the classroom for a while, I found no useful clues. A few minutes later, Zhao Shi felt the floor shake a few times. She looked up and thought she heard a noise outside. She stepped forward and turned the doorknob, finding it opened. Are you sure you want to open the door? Can we leave now? Learmoss asked, his face grim, as if he hadn't recovered from the previous stage. Yes. Zhao Shi opened the door directly. This stage is over. If we don't go out and search for clues soon, we'd be in a very bad situation. That makes sense. He quickly stood up, though his legs were still a little weak as he walked. After leaving, he noticed the scene outside had completely changed. This wasn't a school at all, but a hospital. Turning around, he saw that the classroom they had just been in was actually a double room. Learmoss rubbed his eyes. What? What the hell? Ghost? Where's the ghost? Someone screamed at this. You're not dead yet. Learmoss was delighted. He turned to Zhao Shi and said, I have to join my friends. Perhaps because of the noise, the doors of 2 other rooms had opened. Zhao Shi took a quick look and realized that there were less than 10 survivors. This first round eliminated more than half the group. Weren't they the ones who kicked you out of that classroom just now? Zhao Shi asked. Not really. I'm not afraid of human bones anyway, so it's okay to give up my place. Learholmes waved at her. Besides, I'm fine, right? I believe in my luck. Okay, then. Good luck. Zhao Shi waved her hand. What else could she say? Just a respectful blessing. After that, Zhao Shi didn't bother to waste time chatting with the others and immediately set to work. This time, she had to gather clues in advance to avoid being so passive. Hidden in her sleeves, Zhao Shi opened the nearest ward and began exploring, speaking to Xiaolan. If we connect to the desktop computer here, is there a way to hack into the system control network? Theoretically, it's possible, but I don't think it's possible. Xiaolan replied, I can perform a simple intrusion, but it would be discovered quickly. Professional fields still require professionals, and I'm still learning. I mean, we still need to contact Mu Qiuyang. Yes. But there's no internet, so how can we contact him? Then she suddenly remembered that Xiaolan couldn't hack into the network, mainly because she was afraid of being traced back. But she could try, for example, making a call directly from the hospital computer, even to the Star Police Department to report a crime. She had to try. So now her quest had expanded to include finding a desktop computer with an internet connection. After searching several wards, she stood in front of one located in the middle of the corridor. This one seemed slightly larger than the others. She twisted the handle, and it opened, but something seemed to be blocking the door. Since the handle could be turned, she was inclined to believe the door could be opened. Perhaps crucial information was hidden, so she pushed hard. She refused to believe that an alpha like her couldn't push a door open. The door moved a crack. She pressed forward, pushing harder, but the opposing force seemed even stronger. After opening a gap wide enough for someone to pass through, the gap began to shrink again. There was something behind the door. After reaching this conclusion, she became even more excited. She had always been quite afraid of these things, but after what had just happened, a nameless fire burned within her. You're trying to scare me, huh? Let me see what kind of ghost is behind that door. She took a few steps back, gathered all her strength, and slammed it hard against the door. The door opened, accompanied by 2 or 3 screams of pain. You are quite playful. She felt that her expression at that moment must have resembled sweating soybeans. 3 people lay collapsed behind the door. 7 or 8 people huddled under the bed directly opposite the door. Like conjoined twins, they huddled close to the ground, one hugging the other, their eyes wide open, their expressions perfectly aligned. Jiaoxi? A familiar voice rang from under the bed. You're not dead yet? Who else could that annoying voice belong to, Hua Wanshou? What a coincidence. I wanted to ask you the same question. As Jiaoxi spoke, she suddenly realized she was being hugged by someone from behind. He'd be quite brave to attack her from behind. She instinctively thought of a monkey stealing a peach, then a backhanded counterattack. I didn't expect to see you again. The person behind her spoke. Jiaoxi's tense spine relaxed. It's you. How did you get into the game? She turned and saw Anishu, his eyes red. And you're really weird today. Let go. You're too gay. I'm not used to it. She pulled his claws away. Listen to me, this isn't just any game. It could kill you. And Ishu put his hand back on her shoulder. I want to tell you. He hesitated, holding back for a long moment, unable to finish the rest of the sentence. Of course I know. Jiaoxi quickly took 2 steps back, a horrified expression on her face. Don't say you like me now. We're not suitable. And Ishu held her forehead. No, I mean I. Hey, anyway, this place is dangerous. We were just being chased by a chainsaw-wielding monster, and now we're the only ones left here. It's really scary. My legs are weak now. Wow, saw. What? Did you say? Where's the chainsaw? Jiaoxi rolled up her sleeves. Give me one too. She had a little trouble deciphering the traps, but she was quite adept at fighting. She grabbed a chainsaw and showed those NPCs what true horror was like. Chapter 114. You want a chainsaw? You? Could it be that monster in disguise? Jiaoxi's words instantly made everyone's faces turn pale. The people under the bed huddled together, seemingly recalling the terrifying chase scene from earlier. They even began to suspect that she was one of those chainsaw monsters in disguise. And Ishi raised his hand. I swear, she's definitely the real Xiaoxi. If I'm not mistaken, you passed that level and are now on to the next one. Xiaoxi surveyed the ward and said, I was in school just now, but after passing it, as soon as I left the classroom, the scene transformed into a hospital. The person under the bed murmured in confusion, Hospital? This is clearly a factory. We've been in a factory. And Ishi peered outside through the broken door and nodded. It certainly looks like a hospital. He breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Finally, I've passed. A hint of fear still lingered on his face. The experience just now had been like a nightmare. Xiaoxi glanced over. No wonder he reacted that way just now. Did he think they couldn't escape? Hua Wanshou's expression was alert. Don't tell me they're trying to trick us out. Be careful. And Ishu and Jiaoxi are in cahoots. I know how much you want to kill me. He glared at Zhao Shi fiercely. No, you're safe hiding under the bed? Zhao Shi found it a bit amusing. You don't think there's some kind of cover yourself with a blanket, and you won't be caught by ghosts, do you? It does look like a hospital. The other two people at the door turned and said to them after confirming. Hospital? Then what's above us? They looked skeptical, and two of them tentatively climbed out from under the bed. Why did the lathe become like this? The bed was a hollow iron frame, its shape a cross between a hospital bed and a lathe. Master, what she said is indeed true, Hua Wancho's two followers confirmed. It's no wonder he was so cautious. Hua Wancho's crew at the time had 8 people, all considered contestants, and now only 3 of them were dead. Looking at their injuries and pale faces, one could roughly guess what they had gone through. They finally believed Zhao Shi's words, and breathed a sigh of relief. Some collapsed onto the bed, others collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with the relief of having survived. Alive, alive. And Ishu leaned against the door, looking up at the ceiling. His expression was not only filled with relief, but also regret. He had grown up well-fed and well-clothed, always cherished by his family. Sometimes, even a minor injury, a small cut, would cause his family to fuss for hours, and there was always a doctor at home. When had he ever suffered such a disaster? Watching lives disappear before his eyes, he realized how fragile life is. When disaster strikes, they are so weak that they have no chance of resistance. And all of this is his own fault, his own doing. He has implicated himself, and others as well. If I hadn't come to participate in the competition, wouldn't this have happened? Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Don't overthink it. And Ishu turned his head, and saw Zhao Shi's scorched skirt. His expression became even more complicated. You don't know, you know absolutely nothing. And Ishu opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to. I know you never lost your memory. Zhao Shi pressed his shoulder and said, we talk about the rest later. After we get out, I'd be waiting for your explanation. And Ishu, do you think we can still get out? Zhao Shi laughed. What are you talking about? After winning the game, are you still going to stay on someone else's court? That's too shameless. She was also a bit disheveled, her skirt blackened, her hair disheveled. Her eyebrows remained the same, her dark brown eyes, the scarab beneath them a bit droopy and fierce. But the light in them was dazzling. Just like that day. And Ishu was stunned. Zhao Shi. When the insect plague descended on Communication University, when they were all terrified, afraid, and waiting for death to approach, she was the first to step forward. Tell him about the responsibilities that an alpha should bear. Otherwise, he would have been dead by then. Huh? Why don't you call me sister anymore? Zhao Shi teased him jokingly. Then he saw an Ishu purse her lips, turned her head away, and remained silent. Hey, are you embarrassed now? You acted like an amnesiac before, and you were quite convincing. I'm not worthy of you, he thought. Just as he had taken a few breaths, someone suddenly asked, what did you just say? Have you already entered the next level? The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense again. Hospital theme. A common horror movie staple. Damn, this doesn't bode well. Staying here might not be a wise decision. Several people on the ground struggled to their feet. One of them said, shouldn't we leave here and find a safe place in this level? There should be such a place in every level, right? Zhao Shi felt a little relieved. It seemed that after the life-or-death experience of the first level, the people around her had finally become more reliable, instead of just bickering and killing each other like before. Yes, based on my experience with the previous level, the difficulty will reach a point where it peaks. If you don't solve the solution before then, you're almost certain to die. She said, we need to sort out the clues before the time comes. Be careful, what Zhao Shi said may not be true. Besides, she appeared suddenly. She might be a wandering spirit from this hospital, seeking revenge. Hua Wancho said, standing far away from her, with 2 followers in front of him. Zhao Shi had already roughly searched the room, and finally found a computer on the other side of the bed, that looked like it was used to control medical equipment. Will this thing connect to the internet? Yes, I'm the wandering spirit. You be the first one to possess me. Then I control you, and make you strangle yourself to death. As she spoke, she raised her hand, her eyebrows raised, her expression fierce, and her fingers suddenly clenched together in a pinching motion. Hua Wancho's face paled, and he recoiled, shouting, listen. She admitted it. She admitted it. She wanted to kill me. And Ishu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, you're so good. You still have the energy to tease him. Laugh. What are you laughing at? Hua Wancho felt mocked. Young master, at this moment, Let's put aside personal grudges, his henchman said. Are you lecturing me? What right do you have to lecture me? Huo Wancho, knowing he couldn't do anything to Zhao Shi, turned his attention to his henchman. Zhao Shi had already connected Xiaolan, hidden beneath her skirt, to the computer in front of her. Now it depended on whether she could communicate with the outside world through it. This location used to be where the lathe controls were, but now it's this thing, someone said. So, the items in this room are all replacements from the previous room. Zhao Shi pondered. In other words, it's very likely that our locations haven't changed. It's just the different control codes for this place that have changed. Furthermore, reversing the scene is definitely possible. This place's use of technology is so advanced that the transitions between scenes are almost seamless. Manpower alone would be impossible to compete with. Watching Zhao Shi inspecting the equipment, the others also took action, and two of them said they wanted to go out and take a look. Zhao Shi nodded, then told them about the ward she had searched and some details she had gathered. By the way, besides me, there were a few others who survived the previous level. They were in the two wards at the front on the right side of the corridor. Xiaolan, how's the situation? Zhao Shi asked, tapping on the code. After 2 seconds, Xiaolan replied, this machine has access to the system, but it's not working well. It's too old. I tried to use it to connect to the link system here, but it's not responding. It's possible the operating system is too old and incompatible. I tried to reflash the system, but I can only flash it with the same system as mine. There's an 80% chance this machine won't work. At this point, the others bravely went out into the corridor to search for clues. Sorry, I accidentally dropped your custom robot. And Ishiu suddenly said, it's just too hard to control it, especially since I was running for my life and didn't have time to worry about it. That's it. It's useless after the competition anyway. Zhao Shi said nonchalantly, besides, I asked that person for the invoice, so I should be able to get it reimbursed. Zhao Shi didn't ask how he got into the game. He probably got dragged into it because he was too close to the stage. Damn it! Just thinking about it makes me angry. Not only did that damn Pu Xinghe make money from her, but he also screwed her so badly. She never imagined this man had such a powerful background. Just then, Zhao Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait. She asked Little Blue, if there's a decent computer, is there a way to flash the old one's permissions to the new one? It should be possible. Just as Little Blue finished answering, she suddenly sent out several exclamation marks. No! Cece, you don't really want me to be that decent computer, do you? If you flash me, I cease to exist. And I can't flash myself. Stop sending exclamation marks, it's hurting my eyes. This didn't seem right. She wasn't looking at the screen. Zhao Shi comforted it, don't worry, there are other computers besides you. Little Blue suddenly sent out a crying cat emoji. So in your eyes, I'm just a computer. You're more than just a computer, you're much better than a computer. Zhao Shi said. Oh no, that's not the point. In this emergency, why are you still using Morse code to send emojis? Oh my god, maybe even robots are starting to become unserious after being around her for so long? No, she thinks she's quite serious, Zhao Shi thought. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside the hallway. What happened? Zhao Shi asked. Someone's missing. A man came running in from outside, panting. Suddenly, he disappeared. And you said there were other contestants in the rooms on the right side of the hallway, but we searched them, and there's no one there. No one. Zhao Shi pondered. Could it be that they all triggered their death conditions? But how could so many people die at once? Huo Wancho pushed the man aside and squeezed in from outside. I told her there was something wrong with her, that she was deliberately spreading misinformation. She said she was looking for clues, but look, she's just sitting in this room, doing nothing. Haha, she's sending us out to die. Maybe this is the safe house. Zhao Shi, the safe house isn't this room. Why? Look at the bedside table. There was a paper record sheet on the metal cabinet at the bedside. And Ishi wondered, when did that appear? 8 o'clock take medicine, 8:10 get an injection, 8:15 rehabilitation training, 8:17 surgery. The rest was a large section of the same two words, densely packed together, taking up the entire lower half of the sheet. The sudden appearance of this strange watch terrified everyone. One of them gasped, what does this mean? Even after death, they're still being used for experiments? Another punched him, can you shut up? You're already terrifying. See the clock in the hallway? It's almost time. There's still time to leave. So, it's possible those people were taken away and might still be alive. Zhao Shi said, the room without the treatment watch might be safer. This is just my guess. You decide whether to stay or go. After she finished speaking, the others looked at each other and struggled. Let's go! Ouch. Should that hurts. As they left the room, they bumped into several other people. One of them was wearing a long black trench coat. They remembered him playing a young detective. He was supposed to have a black hat, but now his hat had fallen off. Wancho remembered that these people hadn't been with them during the first level, so they were the ones who had been on the same level as Xiaoxi. Why did you come from over there? Wancho pointed in the direction opposite them. Xiaoxi told me you were in this room. Xiaoxi? She's with you? In this room? Liar Ma said, that's strange. I clearly saw her banging on the door of the room over there. Xiaoxi overheard their conversation. A ghost wall? She didn't believe there were real ghosts. The system was deliberately reconfiguring the room layout, making it even more difficult to find the safe house. Reminder, pay attention to the time and schedule. Never stay in that ward during the hours indicated on the schedule. Move to a vacant ward as soon as possible, and don't stay in the hallway for long, or you run into them. They? What do you mean by them? So what did you just experience? Yes, they're already dead. Before Lir Moss could finish his sentence, his companion pulled him away. Stop talking. Didn't you see there's a schedule in this room? It's so full, something serious must be happening. Leave. Wancho's face fell. It turned out what Xiaoxi said was true. They followed the others away. Don't follow us. Find your own place. There's only so many people a ward can hide. Aren't you leaving yet? Anishu asked. Xiaolon was still connected to this old computer, and the permissions were halfway through being copied. She couldn't leave now. Even if there was only a slim chance of contacting the outside world, they had to try. If they continued like this, the difficulty would increase. Perhaps they would all die here in the end. There's no time now. Xiaoxi said, you didn't leave either? I don't know anything about puzzles, and I'm not very good at fighting. I just got lucky to get to the next level. Anishu smiled. Besides, maybe it's safest to stay with you. You should already have a solution, right? What if I say I don't? If you don't, then forget it. He sat down on the ground, already looking like he was giving up. You should take responsibility for your own mistakes. There's a closet over there. You can hide in it, Xiaoxi reminded him. Based on my experience from the last level, hiding won't work. Breaking the rules will definitely. Xiaoxi interrupted him. This is a private room. I'm the only patient, and that's all. Then what are you going to do? Stop talking nonsense. Are you just going to get yourself killed? Anishu was speechless. She had a point. He was just going to get himself killed. So he did as she was told and crawled into the nearby cabinet. There was a small gap that wouldn't close, so Xiaoxi kicked at the hem of her overly long skirt to block it. While this dress made it difficult to move around, it was still a good place to hide things. Xiaoxi sat quietly, the soft hum of electricity emanating from her side. The sound of an old computer fan whirred, like a rotting tree blown back and forth by the wind. The dust kicked up by the fan blades was like the rustling leaves of a tree, a chaotic mess. There was also the quiet sound of her breathing, her heartbeat a slow thump thump thump. She sat in the chair, head propped up, as if nothing had happened, as if she were about to fall asleep. Footsteps, approaching. Approaching. Through the gap, Anishu stared out, his eyes wide open. The hem of his white skirt obscured his vision slightly, but he still saw it. He had previously closed the door to this ward. There was no sound of it opening, which meant it had never been opened at all. And now, two people walked towards him, almost suspecting they had appeared out of thin air. One was a doctor in a white lab coat, the other in a pale pink nurse's uniform. They were almost the same height. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes devoid of spirit. Although they were facing Xiaoxi, they seemed to be staring blankly into space. Anishu's back was soaking wet. The cabinet wasn't spacious enough, and even after he was inside, the door had been propped open a bit. The cramped space was so tight that it made his entire body ache, but he dared not move, like an ant grasping at a single lifeline in the vast ocean. Patient, please return to the bed, the nurse said. Nurse, I don't want to sleep yet. Xiaoxi looked up at the two of them with a smile. At that moment, fur shackles rose from the four corners of the bed, fastening them to the bed. No, you must go to the bed. Because you're disobedient, I need to add something. With that, a dense mass of nails rose from the bed. Then the nurse reached out and grabbed Xiaoxi. What a swift move. This wasn't the skill a nurse should have. Anishu's heart nearly leaped into his throat. I thought she had a solution, but she'd just sit there and wait for death. Then he saw Xiaoxi move even faster. She dodged the nurse's attack with a sideways movement, and only her upper body moved. She remained firmly seated in the chair, not even the hem of her skirt twitching. The nurse missed. This patient is being unruly. What should we do? The nurse asked the doctor next to her. Then give her some medicine. She'd be good after that, the doctor said. As she spoke, the nurse pulled out a large bottle of sleeping pills labeled sleeping pills from somewhere. Then the doctors began to attack. They tried to pin Jiaoxi down and pour the contents directly into her mouth. This doctor was over 2 meters tall. What kind of doctor looked like this? He looked like a special forces soldier. Jiaoxi dodged several of his attacks, but then his speed increased. She noticed their eyes flickering slightly. They were robots. To be precise, it was a prohibited combat-type killing robot. The nurse next to her quickly approached, attempting to restrain her. Jiaoxi, of course, couldn't let them succeed, so she ripped the hem of her skirt, letting it fall to the ground, obscuring the small blue robot at the corner of the table. She spun around and kicked it, her leg numb from the shock, but at the same time, she used the opportunity to distance herself from them. The shorter her skirt, the more agile her movements became. Since joining the pop star scene, she hadn't used her fists or feet in a long time, except for playing games. Especially while playing games, she had learned some new combat techniques, which she put to use immediately. The combat robot had a complete combat system, and was extremely responsive. Its 360-degree rotating camera could capture the enemy's movements and analyze them in real time. Thus, Jiaoxi's every move was almost predictable. But Jiaoxi's reactions were equally swift, and she could dodge their attacks with her speed. For a moment, she was fighting back and forth against the two, surprisingly evenly matched. This completely stunned Anishu. No wonder they seemed so confident. Were they truly that formidable? As expected of someone who attended military school, he suddenly, he really wanted to go to military school. He was no longer afraid. This escape and kill game seemed innocuous enough. So what if he faced them head-on? The thought suddenly filled him with passion. What passionate young man wouldn't be thrilled to see this? I told you, I'm quite good at fighting. Jiaoxi thought. Fortunately, they were just robots, not many in number. He could handle them. He was most afraid of those hidden traps that couldn't be broken by force, the kind that appeared out of nowhere and appeared suddenly. They were the most annoying. Patient, if you're going to do that, I have to give you an injection. The doctor spoke, and soon after, a nurse dropped from the ceiling. Anishu finally realized how they gotten there. Jiaoxi sneered. How can a tiny thing like a needle kill someone? The 3 killer robots surrounded her. The one that had just fallen flashed a blue light, but Jiaoxi looked around but couldn't find the needle they were talking about. They all attacked her. Jiaoxi stepped on the ground, one step ahead of them. First, she used one of the nurses for leverage, then stepped on their arms to flip upwards. Then, with a quick side hook, she dodged behind another doctor and punched him in the back. Their sheer number disrupted their trajectory detection system, a kind of self-destruction. The doctor's movement slowed after the blow. Severe damage. Energy reservoir damaged. Energy loss. Anishu almost cried out. A 1-on-3 fight. That's incredible, Sister Shi. But at that moment, the nurse whose body had been glowing blue suddenly had a distinctly blue flash on her arm. Jiaoxi took a look and suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, the woman with the gauntlet raised her hand. Where her fist should have been, a spiral-patterned circular cannon appeared. The blue light was dazzling, like the aurora borealis. Hey, this is unsportsmanlike. This is unethical. How can a nurse be carrying a particle cannon? Jiaoxi hadn't expected the injection to be something like this. She rolled on the ground as the beam of light brushed past her. She could even feel the terrifying heat wave grazing through the air, still lingering in the heat, vaporizing even a drop of sweat upon contact. Anishu, sheltered in a closet, watched as the cannon grazed the door, passing by like a meteor, tearing a hole through the wall. He was instantly terrified. So terrifying, too horrifying, too horrifying. The ceiling suddenly opened up into several black holes, and 3 more killer robots leaped down from it. Can't you handle this? Jiaoxi cursed, having just risen from the ground. If you can't beat them, then you can't. Why are you yelling so much? Then she saw the robots raise their arms and surround her. The familiar blue light shone on their arms, and their particle cannons charged. Surrounded, there was no escape. Jiaoxi raised her hand. I was wrong. Really, nurse sister, nurse brother? I just take my medicine, okay? But the killer robots wouldn't listen. Their eyes held only a cold, commanding command above all else. For beams of light blocked all her escape routes. This time, There was no escape. Could she travel faster than the speed of light? Obviously not. Sorry, I'm about to curse. I can't help it. She quickly repeated the words in her mind. It's not like she hasn't cursed before, right? Reciting them silently might help her leave with a cleaner mind. After all, these were her last words, right? Fuck. Pushingha, hack you. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. She opened one eye in confusion. She hadn't expected to be given the time to finish her words. Although Mr. Pooh's actions are unethical, I think your insults aren't very ethical either. A familiar voice emanated from the nurse before him, both devilish and relatable. She, tears welling up in her eyes, rushed forward and embraced the killer robot she had just wanted to punch. How did you get in? She asked. From what I understand, your skills are far inferior to his. You probably can't break into this system. That's 2 questions. Mu Xiaoyang explained. First, thanks to your access to the control system, I was able to locate you. This system is so complicated, I almost got lost. Second question. I really couldn't defeat him. Mu Xiaoyang paused. So, I disconnected his internet connection. Huh? What should I say? She gave a thumbs up. Brother Mu is awesome. Ahem, Mu Gu is the head of the Mu family. It's inappropriate to address me like that. The nurse before him flinched, as if blushing. Oh, why are you being so modest? Sooner or later, you replace that head of the family. Don't say that in front of my aunt. Mu Xiaoyang paused. By the way, I have to tell you something. She said, I'm curious. How did you manage to shut down his internet? Don't tell me you're also a pop star now. You're right. Mu Xiaoyang said, I came here on a secret mission. I'm not the only one here. But I can't go into specifics. She thought, isn't this too obvious? It's obvious that Lin Tanyan asked me to help. So you're also in the music cube? What's going on out there? Me? Mu Xiaoyang glanced at his surroundings. I'm in another world hidden underground. It's huge, with lots of robots. I even saw robots that look exactly like celebrities. It took me a lot of effort to infiltrate here. She remembered when she bought her custom robot. You're in an underground toy factory. I have access to various dark webs, and have heard of this place. But this is my first time seeing it. Mu Xiaoyang said, the way to get in isn't easy to find. I descended from the music cube. This suspended building is actually... It's not suspended at all. Just as I suspected. She said, but I didn't expect the magic cube of the music world could lead to an underground toy factory. The location you're in looks very much like an underground burial area. Mu Xiaoyang said, I have a bad feeling there's something in the air, but the instruments I have are simple, and I haven't yet determined what it is. I open a fast track for you now. You must leave immediately. Understood. She responded, so now. I was forced to participate without my knowledge, and this isn't a positive program. So cheating or something is okay, right? She rubbed her hands and smiled. Can I do whatever I want? Hurry up. Mu Xiaoyang said, as for the rest, feel free. Use everything you can to achieve your goal. The patient must take medicine. Where is this little mouse in this ward hiding? The voice had no pitch or rhythm, unlike a human voice. Each beat was like a death clamor, light and airy, yet like a heavy drum, hammering against the heart. My heart was beating faster and faster. Hua Wancho was hiding in the closet, sweat dripping down his face as pale as paper. 2 other people were hiding under the bed, shivering. They watched the 2 nurses appear out of nowhere, milling around the room. They walked so quietly, their footsteps making no sound at all. Hua Wancho didn't know why this happened. There was clearly no paper with written instructions in the room, so why did they appear? Just then, he looked down and saw a crumpled piece of paper in the trash can, covered in dense handwriting. Actually in this place. It never occurred to him. He's a misophobe. Why would someone with that kind of obsession go through a trash can? What should he do? What should he do? Hua Wancho got goosebumps as he saw the 2 nurses walking silently and without movement, as if they were floating. Suddenly, an eye appeared in the crack of the cabinet. I found you. The corner of his lips parted, as if smiling, but there was no trace of blood on his lips. Ah! Hua Wancho was almost frightened out of his wits. The 2 people under the bed were quickly pulled out. The 2 nurses were incredibly strong, and they found themselves powerless against them, being lifted up like chickens. Surgery. Operation. Surgery is necessary. Hua Wancho, the lucky one, was picked out first and pinned directly to the nearby bed. No! I don't want surgery, I'm not sick. He struggled and raged. But soon, he was speechless, only able to utter woo-woo-woo. The veins on Hua Wancho's forehead throbbed, and his eyes fell on the object stuffed in his mouth. That familiar pattern. It was his sock. He wanted to vomit, and his tongue desperately pushed out, trying to dislodge the sock. Then, he saw the strange nurse pick up his shoe. He glared, and immediately dared not move. He waved desperately at his two attendants, "Help me! Help me!" But the two were also frightened like quails. One of them rushed to the door, but found it impossible to open. He banged on the door desperately, but soon attracted another nurse, who was picked up like a chicken and thrown to the ground. "Patient, be obedient," the nurse said mechanically. The man's back hit the ground with a dull thud, causing him to cry out in pain. He was terrified. Were these nurses truly human? Why, how could they possess such immense strength? After being pinned to the bed, Hua Wancho gazed at the dim chandelier overhead, and faint tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. Struggling against these inhuman nurses was futile. For the first time, he regretted not having trained properly. But he seemed to have forgotten that his two henchmen did train regularly. Ordinary people would have no chance of resistance against such monsters. Shackles appeared at the four corners of the bed, shackled to Hua Wancho's hands and feet. The cold touch caused pain in his wrists and ankles. Tears blurred his vision, blurring the image before him. He blinked hard twice, the tears flowing back a little, his vision clearing slightly. But he preferred it not to be so clear, because he saw a long, sharp knife growing from the nurse's arm, very similar to the ones used to chop prisoners in holographic dramas, but with a sharper tip. It seemed as if a single scratch on the skin could peel away layers of flesh. Woo, woo, woo. Hua Wancho closed his eyes in fear, sobs rumbling through his chest. Dying in such a terrifying nightmare, would his soul revolve in fear every night after death? He had only one thought. If anyone could save him in this moment, he would give everything. He would be a good person, never lose his temper again, never act willfully again. Looking at the door before him, one that would never open again, Hua Wancho still longed. Longed to go home for dinner. Death was imminent, yet the door opened at this very moment, a ray of hope flickering. When Jiaoshi kicked the door open, she saw the scene. Some systems, not yet taken over by Mu Tuoyang, were still operating automatically. After she opened the door, they located this location and took take over. The two killer robots had already stopped their movements. At this moment, one robot was carrying a person, while the other held a long knife to Hua Wancho's stomach, a small string of blood dripping down. Jiaoshi wiped the sweat from her forehead. She was almost out of breath from running. She was almost too late. Fortunately, Jiaoshi saved me. Hua Wancho burst into tears. Ah, you not only asked for help, but you even need to designate someone. While Anishi was on the side, rescuing the person held in midair by the robot, Jiaoshi rushed over, picked up the robot next to Hua Wancho's bed, and threw it away. Then she turned and walked away. Hua Wancho had never imagined that, just as he was about to die, the door would open, and the person who appeared was Jiaoshi. So humiliating, to have been saved by her. Thank you. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's, barely audible. Will she take this opportunity to mock him? You're welcome, Jiaoshi said, her tone as calm as if she had just done something easy. Hua Wancho watched her leave. What's going on? Why didn't she laugh at him? Why? He was confused and stood there for a moment, stunned. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Jiaoshi turned. If you want to live, come with me. She actually left without a backward glance. So, in reality, she had never taken his hostility to heart? Hua Wancho wiped his tears and snot, wiping them all over his clothes. There was no tissue available. Strange, why had he suddenly lost his misophobia? Suddenly, it seemed. Hating someone wasn't very meaningful. Meanwhile, Jiaoshi left the ward and entered the corridor. Further ahead, she saw the killer robots chasing the two players. Before her authority could be overridden, Jiaoshi raised the long sword she had just detached from the robot's arm, leaped up, and slashed them in the back, slicing through their power source. Sparks lit up her eyes. There was a sensor in the crack in the ceiling. Seeing that another robot was about to jump, she raised her hand and slashed the sensor's power supply with another knife. But the killer robots that had already emerged from the ward were now outside. Their inorganic eyes swiveled, their long, unison movements fixed on Jiaoshi. At that moment, the corridor was extended, their movements frozen in place. Jiaoshi advanced with her sword, her white skirt fluttering. With a single, long, sweeping stride, she slashed through the corridor, instantly slicing through all the killer robots. Xiaoxi sheathed her sword. Her long skirt swung. Look, there's a road leading to heaven. Kill them all. My character is a sword master. Can't I just brute force my way through the trap? So cool. And Ishu screamed, Sister Shi, I'm a die-hard fan of yours. Xiaoxi waved her hands. Keep your voice down. Me too. Learmore Moss waved his hand. Count me in as a die-hard fan. Xiaoxi held his forehead. That's enough, you guys. Just let me be the only one to act silly. There are so many people around, it's a little awkward. Chapter 115. The corridor's lights flickered, the air thick with the smell of disinfectant and the whirlwind of dust. The closed doors on either side of the hallway were pitch black, and an unknown light flickered in the corners. However, as the control system was hacked and taken over, the corridor's lights began to illuminate one after another, illuminating a bright path. The nurses and doctors who had previously resembled demons and killer gods stood stiffly, watching them leave, motionless. I can't believe it. How did they do it? Lear Holmes exclaimed as he continued, I truly admire you, Sister Shi. You're my god. This terrifying, murderous hospital, which had just been so thrilling and claimed so many lives, had suddenly become a place where they could roam freely. The change in mentality was truly remarkable. Passing by the nurses holding knives, one could even touch them, watching their faces reflected in the steel in their hands, and then flick their fingers, producing a crisp sound. What a sharp knife! Of course I was. I almost got ripped open. Hua Wancho was enraged by the sight of these nurses, and kicked one of them. Ouch! There was a sound like steel clashing. The attendant nearby quickly supported him, as he stumbled back 2 steps, and nearly fell to the ground. How can this person be so tough? Hua Wancho rubbed his numb knee and said, So they're robots. Lear Holmes was excited and raised his hand, eager to start a live stream, but he still couldn't connect to the Star Network. So he decided to record the video first and upload it later. He spoke to the computer, We've had a thrilling journey. Thanks to a mysterious force, we've escaped. Now we're on the road to finding the exit. Everyone follow. Xiaoxi warned them, quickly clearing the way ahead. And Ishu followed closely behind, glancing around from time to time. His expression was tense, his clenched palms damp with sweat. Could escaping from that man really be so easy? After turning another corner, the road ahead was filled with steam, and water droplets trickled down the walls. This is poison gas. Activate the exhaust system immediately. Along with Mu Xiuyang's voice, there was a sound like an exhaust fan, but the system was nowhere to be seen. Soon, the steam began to fade. Go. Turn right ahead. Mu Xiuyang's voice suddenly trailed off. Xiaoxi assumed the signal was weak. Since Mu Xiuyang had come on a mission, it was likely that the Star Alliance had also arrived. By now, the man should have been apprehended. Otherwise, how would Mu Xiuyang have had the chance to shut down his network? But how could the Star Alliance be so fast? Besides, hadn't Lin Tanyan come to the Singing Star in secret? This wasn't a bit contradictory? Forget it, that wasn't what she should be thinking about. Xiaoxi put those thoughts aside and, following Mu Xiuyang's instructions, turned right. She encountered many robots blocking her way and medical equipment used for killing people, some stained with blood and rotting flesh. But at this point, they had all stopped working. We can't let them harm anyone again. Xiaoxi used the steel knives and particle weapons she had taken from the robots to clean up the mess, leaving a trail of devastating ruins in her wake. Limos and Hua Wancho followed suit, wreaking havoc on the experimental equipment visible here. Hua Wancho threw his head back and laughed as he blasted the robot's head off with a cannon. Haha, you were the one who wanted to dissect me, weren't you? Just so you know, I'm not one to be trifled with. That's right. We can't let these evil creatures remain in this world. As everyone spoke, they began to move, smashing, chopping, or blasting the wreckage with disassembled cannons. Xiaoxi turned back, gazing at his masterpiece with satisfaction. That person will definitely regret letting us in. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. This Starlight show was so frustrating. Hua Wancho, tired of smashing, raised his hands, and 2 of his followers began to rub his wrists, one on each side. The only one who remained silent was an Ishu. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He glanced around and said, I think we should get out of here as soon as possible. In reality, this pause was because Mu Xiuyang's instructions had been interrupted. Instead of standing around, he thought, it's better to do something meaningful. Are you ready now? All right. Mu Xiuyang seemed to be gasping for breath. The terrain is complicated and a bit difficult to navigate, isn't it? Not bad, Mu Xiuyang said, having already transmitted the topographic map. Hurry up. I understand. I've been wanting to get out of this hellhole for a long time. Xiaoxi looked at the map. Let's go! This way. Perhaps the Star Alliance troops outside needed help, so Xiaoxi quickened her pace. However, the others weren't as strong as she was, so they would have to go slower. As she led the way, she had to make sure they slowed down a bit. It wasn't just how long she'd been running. She couldn't even tell when the scene around her had changed. This was no longer a hospital. But it was also hard to describe what kind of place this was. The dark, worn corridor stretched endlessly, covered with a carpet the length of the hallway, covered in intricate dark patterns. The patterns resembled garlands of flowers, or snakes biting their own tails, entangled with other snakes. Xiaoxi looked ahead and found that everything she saw was a little blurry, indistinct. She rubbed her eyes. What was going on? That strange feeling was coming back. Every time it came, something bad was about to happen. She had to get out of here as soon as possible. There were still many things to deal with outside. Lin Tanyan's passion hadn't passed yet. Was he okay? What happened to those spectators? Was Pu Xinghe apprehended? The secret key was still there. Oh, the secret key. If they managed to escape by hacking the system, would they still be able to get it? What would happen to her mission? Xiaoxi was consumed by so much thought in that moment, and time seemed to have passed unnoticed. But the road ahead seemed endless. The corridors were lined with identical rooms on both sides. After walking for a long time, Xiaoxi began to suspect she had fallen into some strange cycle. The map instructed her to keep going straight ahead. Mu Xiuyang's voice hadn't been heard in a long time. She tried to speak, but her voice, like her footsteps, became muffled, and she couldn't make a sound. On either side of the corridor lay nothing but the same old bronze door. The door was so heavy and tall that it made it impossible to even think of opening it. This door was unopenable, her mind decided. Xiaoxi rubbed her blurry eyes with one hand. The next second, she slammed it against the bronze door next to her with a thud that startled even her. She'd just been stretching. But with a careless push, the seemingly heavy door actually opened a crack. The pitch-black door blew a chilly breeze. She should have stayed away, but the chill instantly cleared her chaotic mind. To break through a difficult situation, does one have to break the routine? Xiaoxi pushed the door open a little further and peered into the room. The dim light made her wonder if she hadn't opened her eyes. So, she opened them a little wider. There was nothing inside, except for a painting on the wall. To be precise, that black wall was a painting. White lines appeared on the wall. Initially, two curved lines intertwined, forming the shape of an eye. But soon, as more and more lines appeared, they began to resemble countless eyes, or a mysterious, fragmented spider web. Lines. Looking further out, the other rooms along this corridor, identical to this one, also opened simultaneously. They were identical, their interiors identical, even the timing was synchronized. Because they were originally the same door. Xiaoxi closed her eyes. The pattern on this carpet was actually hypnotic. The hypnosis kept her spinning in circles, her foggy mind deceiving herself with her vision. The return of consciousness finally allowed her to hear the sounds of the outside world. Xiaoxi, what's going on with you? Why haven't the coordinates changed? Mu Xiuyang's voice was a little halting. Nothing. With that, Xiaoxi slammed his fist against the nearby bronze door. The sound of the bronze door made everyone look up briefly, their vision briefly clearing. Xiaoxi shouted, "Everyone, close your eyes. You can only get out of this corridor if you close your eyes." They were stunned for a moment. Huh? What? This is a corridor? Aren't we visiting an art exhibition? Aw, hiss. What am I talking about? After everyone closed their eyes and walked along the wall, they soon reached the end of the corridor. At the end was an elevator door. Is this here? Xiaoxi asked. As if sensing their arrival, the elevator door opened. After a moment's wait, a voice came from the other end, yes. This elevator was larger than usual. To be more precise, it didn't really look like an elevator. It was more like a square box. Even with over a dozen people inside, there was still plenty of space. They entered the elevator, and the doors closed, seemingly moving upwards. Everyone's eyes gleamed with hope. Finally, we can get out. I never thought we'd make it out alive this time. Some of the dozen or so people remaining here couldn't help but burst into tears. Now that we've made it out alive, we definitely cherish our lives and our bodies. I miss going home to eat a hot meal made by my family. It's been so long. By the way, do you all want to debut? Someone asked. I do, but now it suddenly feels like none of this matters anymore. Me too. Learholm smiled. I've wanted to be a detective since I was little. Since I felt my IQ wasn't enough, I wanted to try my hand at the entertainment industry, perhaps playing a detective. But now, I think I'm more suited to being a host, explaining exciting cases and experiences. Otherwise, I could participate in more programs like this one. At least I'm lucky. Hua Wancho crossed his arms and glared at him. You're quite courageous. You dare to participate in a program like this? Yeah, Learholm waved his hand. Of course, not something where someone could actually die. Sister Shi, you're definitely not serious about debuting, are you? Learholm's gaze fell on Zhao Shi and he smiled. Me? Zhao Shi was trying to come up with an excuse. Before she could think, Lear Moss stroked his chin and said, let me think. You must have come here on some important mission, right? After all, you were a student at the Star Alliance Military Academy not long ago. As for expulsion? With your adaptability and skills, would the Academy be willing to expel you? As for your purpose of infiltration? Zhao Shi's pupil shrank. Don't even mention it, brother. You're almost ripping my underwear off. Have you noticed? This elevator has been stopped for a long time. Just then, a voice suddenly spoke. It was an issue. Zhao Shi's expression darkened. Indeed? She immediately contacted Mu Xiuyang. Is everything okay over there? After waiting for almost 10 seconds, her palm sweating with nervousness, she finally heard breathing. It was heavy, as if something was filling her chest. Zhao Shi, quick! Put your hand on it. As the voice appeared, a black curtain appeared before her eyes. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was covered in almost transparent dots. Coordinates 2897, 585, 47, 343, 84. Zhao Shi was stunned at first, then realized he was referring to the locations of those dots on the curtain. She immediately pressed the coordinates he specified, her fingers moving between the dots so quickly they almost appeared as shadows. This seemed to be a painting, and it seemed the elevator door wouldn't open until it was finished. At this moment, Mu Xiuyang's voice abruptly stopped. Finished? Zhao Shi was about to pull her hand away from the curtain when she heard a muffled groan of pain. No, not finished yet. The painting wasn't finished yet. She couldn't let go. If she did, all her efforts might be wasted. What's wrong with you? But there was no response from the other end. Zhao Shi's expression darkened. Mu Xiuyang's in trouble. Who's that? Hua Wancho asked. Liar Moss was a bit surprised. You haven't heard of him? A prodigy mechanic, he could design mechas independently at the age of 12. He won first place in the Star Alliance mecha design competition for several consecutive years, and reportedly took second place in the Galaxy Hacker competition. However, this award has not been confirmed, as the identities of the contestants are kept secret. Wait. Why did he get into trouble? Liar Moss finally realized what Zhao Shi had said. You still have time to worry about him? Zhao Shi's computer suddenly uttered. Why don't you worry about yourselves first? Zhao Shi's heart skipped a beat when he heard this voice. It was Pu Xinghe. She lowered her head. The screen showed the person she was talking to was clearly Mu Xiuyang. So Mu Xiuyang was now in his hands. What's that sound? Someone asked. Zhao Shi listened carefully. It seemed to be the sound of running water. As if to confirm her thoughts, water began to seep out of the ground. Soon, it covered their insteps, then their calves, rising at an insane rate. At the same time, the air was being sucked out, and even with deep gasps, it felt suffocating. No. I'm still young. I don't want to die yet. Hua Wancho's tears instantly flowed. He had never imagined that one moment he'd been immersed in the joy of escaping, and the next moment he'd be heading towards death. As the water level rose, his pants and shirt were completely soaked. Hua Wancho hurriedly called to his followers, hurry up and give me some cushions. Yes, raise them higher, so they can die later. Pu Xinghe's face appeared directly on the elevator ceiling, smiling at them. It was a projection. Also, with fewer people, oxygen consumption will be slower, and you can live longer. Even with each death, the water level will drop a little. Would you consider it? Hua Wancho glanced at the people around him, his eyes softening slightly. Don't be fooled. He can't be trusted, Zhao Shi said. Why do you have to kill us? Just let me go, and I give you a lot of money. Hua Wancho looked up at the projection, his voice trembling. Pu Xinghe smiled and said nothing. Hua Wancho suddenly realized. How could this person be short of money? He owned such a vast, miraculous underground structure, and it was even possible that the Rubik's Cube of music was inextricably linked to him. How could such a person be short of money? Then he had no exchange value. Are you blaming us for destroying your treasure? Well, Wancho pointed at Zhao Shi. It was all her. I have nothing to do with it. Believe me. And Ishi rolled his eyes at him with disdain. Lermoz also frowned at what he heard. Pu Xinghe waved his hand, and the overhead screen flipped to show the destroyed robots. They quickly pieced themselves together, restoring the mess they had created. What they had just done was a complete joke. How cute, like a little hamster gnawing on a wooden stick in its cage. It's okay, I have plenty of sticks. Zhao Shi clenched her fists, feeling nauseous at the description. Beneath the black curtain before me, translucent dots of light continued to flicker, densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Like dim stars in the dark night sky. The decryption process was halted midway. With so many dots, selecting the correct ones and connecting them in the correct order to form the correct picture, without knowing the correct answer, the probability was infinitesimally close to zero. Should we say, shouldn't we rely on external forces? A path not taken on our own will always fail. Or should we say, I am the fish, and they are the butchers? The fish's struggles under the butcher's grasp were an endless futile effort. What should we do? We're doomed. The water level rose higher, the air thinner, and some people were already showing signs of suffocation. Everyone's face was filled with the despair of waiting for death, their moods utterly gloomy. I can do it, Zhao Shi said suddenly. Because? She had more than one pair of eyes. She could see the painting. Chapter 116. The water rose higher and higher, the cold water wrapped around my sides, and the increasingly thin air made my chest feel stuffy. The words I can vanished into the air as soon as they were spoken, the sound of the surging water drowning out everything else. The fear of death almost took hold of everyone's heart, but at this moment, their brains seemed to be filled with the surging water, their brains boiling like water. Some people tried to climb up the elevator wall, but it was futile. The inner wall was too slippery, and there was no place to gain leverage. What should we do? Are we all going to die here today? Someone can save us. I don't want to die. I'm still young and have so much to do. How can I die here? Whoa. The water rose higher and higher, now covering most people's chests, then throats. Speech became difficult, and people desperately tilted their heads back to keep their noses away from the water. Some who accidentally inhaled water couldn't help but cough, choking on it. The more they coughed, the more water they swallowed. Tears streamed from their desperate eyes, merging with the deadly ocean around them. Hold it up. Hold on, hold on. If I make it out alive this time, I cover your entire family's expenses for the rest of their lives. While Wancho stared down in panic, one hand bracing himself against the elevator wall. At this moment, his two followers struggled to raise their arms and lift him up. He was the tallest among the people there, but he was sliding down. Hold on, please. I'm counting on you. While Wancho's voice trembled violently. However, the two men were also beginning to lose their strength. Cough. Cough. As one of them choked on the water, he loosened his grip. While Wancho half collapsed, his face filled with terror. He immediately grabbed the remaining person as if grasping at a straw. The weight of an entire adult suddenly fell upon the person, pushing him down, his mouth and nose submerged in the water. The instinct for survival made him struggle desperately, trying to free himself from the clinging object. Bubbles bubbled up from the water, and his hands splashed with water. Everyone was in danger, leaving only despair. One person was an exception. She didn't give up. She was still struggling desperately, or rather, she never believed she could lose to that person. Come on, she had traveled through time, and those who travel through time are usually the protagonists. How could the protagonist lose? Zhao Shi pressed her hand against the vast black curtain of the elevator wall. Amidst the rippling water, it was like diving into a deep black sea. Her fingers, white from being soaked, slid across the curtain quickly, their fluttering like butterflies, their speed so fast that they left after images. The transparent dots on the black curtain gradually outlined a series of bright lines, becoming increasingly dense, emitting a faint glow in the water. Bits of blood drifted around the light, then dispersed. With the high-speed friction, her blistered fingers peeled back the eroded flesh, each movement a burning and icy pain. The water had reached her chin, and as she strained to lift her head, breathing became increasingly difficult. But her eyes were now startlingly bright, a crimson glow like a fiery flame. I can do it, I definitely finish it. Just now, after completing the coordinates Mu Xiuyang had revealed, Zhao Shi compared them, and confirmed that it was a painting, and she had seen the original before. It was in the dark room off the corridor. She had seen it before when she knocked on the door. The painting, which took up the entire wall, with its black background and white lines, was large and complex. Jiaoxi had only seen it once, and human memory couldn't possibly remember every detail. To replicate this painting, she would have to look at the original and copy it stroke by stroke. Fortunately, she had more than one pair of eyes. At this moment, another her stood in that room, before that pitch-black painting. It was a person identical to Jiaoxi, her head tilted upward, standing quietly before the wall, her eyes a shimmering, inorganic glassy color. Motionless, breathless. Perhaps if you listened carefully, you could hear the subtle hum of electricity, and the whirring of cooling fans. The two Xiao's eyes blinked simultaneously. The bean sprouts she had implanted in the custom robot during her previous holographic performance were still growing. Every stroke, every turn, flowed from her fingertips. Simple lines eventually merged into a stunning painting. It was like an inverted tree, its complex branches spreading out in all directions. Surrounded by surging water, Jiaoxi looked up and raised her hands as high as she could, but the tiny spot above her was beyond her reach. The water had already covered her nasal cavity and began to pour into her eyes. The water then pushed into her lungs, exploding like cold fireworks. She coughed violently, her fingers clenching tightly around the curtain, refusing to budge even through the blood foam. The end was broken by a branch, a mere few centimeters apart, but now it felt like an unbridgeable chasm. Is this over? At that moment, Jiaoxi felt herself rise a little higher. She knew the water had now submerged everyone, leaving her alone standing, and no one had the strength to hold her up. Yes, it can't hold it up, but it can serve as a stepping stone. And Ishiu lay underwater, looking up at the blurry surface, slowly closing his eyes. Jiaoxi reached up, completing the final stroke. Above the curtain, a brilliant light shone. It reflected a large, fallen white tree, its dense branches like a dense spider web. The white tree on a black background seemed to be surrounded by a swirling current, as if it were nestled within a black eye, a dark vortex. The number 24 was outlined within the tree's branches. The door opened. The people, with their water-soaked eyes open, saw a dazzling white light through their blurred vision. They were saved. A barrage of messages flashed rapidly before his eyes, and the reflection of his eyes was filled with dense text. What an extreme move! So awesome! Jiaoxi, I want to give birth to your babies! This Starlight show is truly amazing. It's never been this good. What's the point of all that singing and dancing? More of it. I need more. Hua Wancho is such a loser. He's so cowardly and always drags others down with him. What's the point of him? He better be dead. That's right, it's a shame it's just a show. There are so many idiots on this show. They just scream when things get bad. It's infuriating to think that those idiots aren't actually dead. Can they be more realistic? Really die? That would be more than enough. I think it's pretty realistic. I didn't even see any health packs used. Are those people really dead? Haha, who cares if they die? The show's fun, isn't it? I came here to participate. If I die, I deserve it. Mu Xiuyang frowned. It wasn't that he wanted to see the comments. His operating system had been hacked, and his interface had been replaced with the program's comments. Blood dripped onto the ground, making a dripping sound. The sound echoed faintly in the black passage. Mu Xiuyang clutched his bleeding left shoulder, his face pale from the blood loss. His glasses had been chipped in the process of fleeing. He removed them, his eyes gleaming in the darkness like black gemstones. He stumbled as he ran, glancing back periodically. A uniform rhythm of sounds filled the air, faint at first, then growing closer and closer. They came from all directions, and he knew he would be found soon. The blood loss had left him with no strength to run, so he simply sat down, concentrating on the screen in his hand. I must buy her time. Cough, cough, cough. And Ishiu coughed up tears. Can you be gentler? Jiaoxi withdrew his hand. The water here might be poisonous. And Ishiu's face darkened. Then hit me a few more times. At this moment, everyone looked like a drenched, soaking wet rat, dragging their water-stained, winding steps out of the elevator. Wow! Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Outside the elevator, the area was circular, like a giant well. The ground curved downward, hollow in the middle, bottomless and indestructible. It was impossible to see what lay below. There was light on both sides of the well, but the center was completely dark. It was hard to understand how this was possible, as if an invisible line had divided the space. This is so thrilling. I've never experienced so many thrills in my life. Lir Moss let out a long breath. Several near-death experiences. Truly, A day worth remembering. He clicked on his laptop and began recording another video in a circle. Now's not the time to relax, Xiao, she said coldly. What? It's not over yet. At this, everyone, who had thought they finally relaxed after surviving the ordeal, immediately tensed up again. Why is this going on forever? I don't want to play anymore. I really don't want to play anymore, someone cried. I told you, let's take it slow. Maybe you can hold out for a few days? Don't let me down. A huge projection appeared on the wall nearby. He wore a cold, half-silver mask, and his voice echoed throughout the room. As he spoke, the wall opened, and a swarm of robots began to crawl out. They glowed an iron blue, and their sharp blades, capable of slicing through the air, made a buzzing sound like the fluttering wings of insects. Jiaoxi looked up, and the faint outline of a protruding corner appeared above. That's the music cube up there. We should be able to get out from there. So they immediately broke into a run, following the winding passage. But soon, with a subtle crackling of the walls and the ground, the path ahead suddenly spun towards them like a hawthorn curl. Run! Quick, run back! The path ahead was blocked, and the original curve of the passage suddenly disappeared. The ground seemed to be moving with them, but it was pitch black outside, and with no reference points, it was impossible to determine how it was moving. There were doors on both sides of the passage, but no one dared to open them. Killer robots could crawl out of these walls, and who knew if opening a door would directly hit the muzzle of a gun? Pushing's shadow flickered on the wall a few times before suddenly vanishing. Jiaoxi, open your 4 o'clock door. Mu Ziyang's face appeared on the computer, his face frighteningly pale, and the surroundings were pitch black. It seemed he had regained control of the system, but he appeared injured. Are you down there? Jiaoxi's eyes shifted slightly, scanning the passageway beyond, looking down. She did as she was told. When the door opened, it wasn't a room at all, but another path, identical to the one they were in. Avoid the obstacle ahead and go up. Jiaoxi knew he might not be able to hold out for much longer, so they ran at top speed. The ground began to crumble, and as they ascended, the road behind them crumbled. Barriers and traps, intended to hinder them, appeared and then quickly retracted, even leading to clashes between robots. This was a contest between two factions. Finally, they reached the protruding corner. Jiaoxi and several others, armed with weapons ripped from the robot, bombarded it with explosives, finally opening a gap. Through the narrow opening, they seemed to see the dazzling flashes of light from the stage ceiling. I want to tell you, he's talking about a cover. Mu Ziyang's words suddenly became rapid, and then his voice became intermittent. Here, this lower level, and in the walls. It's all filled with explosives. Blow up? Everything. Jiaoxi pieced his words together. Although the signal was poor, the meaning was clear. He wants everyone dead. What did you say? With the exit just around the corner, Mu Ziyang's words made his heart sink. At that moment, the power system went out. All the robots and mechanisms around him suddenly stopped, and light shone through the cracks above. He could even hear the voices of the audience above. What's going on? Did the power go out? We still need to watch the live broadcast and the show. Where are the production crew? Hurry and maintain order. The entire world was plunged into darkness. The power outage severed all contact with the outside world. The magic cube, perched in midair, was made of an extremely hard, special material. Without power, there would be no escape. Let this sky tower be your grave. The voice said calmly. Jiaoxi simply couldn't comprehend it. Is this man a lunatic? Who provoked him to do such a thing? Or was he simply trying to provoke the Star Alliance? His impulsive actions caused so many viewers, their lives, the price of his madness. What do you want? Why are you doing this? Jiaoxi roared into the air. Nothing. I just feel like life is too lonely, and want to have some fun. This time, there was no projection. The voice came from the darkness directly opposite. Jiaoxi's eyesight was actually very good, as she had a spiritual body, and could see without her eyes. The man stood opposite them, across a bottomless black hole. He supported his head with one hand, leaning against the fence, and looked at them leisurely, as if watching a show. He seemed unaware that she could see him, too. At this moment, Mu Ziyang's voice ceased to echo from her computer. Jiaoxi clenched her fists, her knuckles crackling. At this moment, 100 meters below, Mu Ziyang's mental strength had never been overdrawn to this extent. He staggered, feeling as if he were about to faint. Fainting here would be tantamount to actual death. Using almost his last breath, he recorded the scene and sent it to that person. He knew that person was now the de facto controller of the military region, and originally, he didn't have their contact information. All orders were issued through the internal system, and his personal contact information was confidential. But after asking about the key, Mu Xiaoyang learned that Zhao Shi had his contact information, so he had hacked into Zhao Shi's computer a minute ago and sent him the entire situation. If he were a pop star, perhaps there was still hope. Absolute power could break all obstacles. As a Super S-Class, Lin Tanyon's spiritual body data was always kept at the highest level of confidentiality. Out of curiosity, Mu Xiaoyang once cracked the Star Alliance's highest database, gaining access to information he shouldn't have. But his skills were lacking at the time, and he was detected by the anti-tracking system. He was threatened with arrest and imprisonment, and even his family was powerless. But later, someone vouched for him, sparing him prison time and allowing him to secretly join the special operations team. Mu Xiaoyang knew he could do it. After all, his spirit form was a terrifying entity. But no matter what, Mu Xiaoyang knew he wouldn't be rescued. He stepped back, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his face as pale as paper. The pitch darkness was illuminated by an unknown light. Mu Xiaoyang looked over, and saw only a vast expanse of fluorescent color. The dense, circular shapes were countless pairs of Zerg eyes. Genius Mechanic, welcome to your honor. Mu Xiaoyang's computer suddenly chimed in. The familiar silver mask seemed like a ghost, demanding his life. He had never imagined that the teacher he admired, Pooh, could be such a person. Why? Why was this happening? What had happened before? But he feared he would never find out. A mutant with one insect eye and one human eye held a glass container containing a wriggling mass of black, like an enlarged tadpole, yet the irregular black swells all over it resembled a rolling ball of sludge. The mutant flicked the glassware, making a crisp sound. Then, a crack appeared on the vessel. As if sensing something, the black mass desperately pressed towards the crack, and soon, a glob of black juice emerged from the crack. Then, the mutant raised its hand and flung the vessel towards Mu Xiaoyang, rapidly retreating in panic. The sound of shattering glass made Mu Xiaoyang's pupil shrink. He fumbled around, finally finding a rusty piece of iron nearby. It couldn't prey on the living. He had to die before it touched him. But the thing, as if it knew what he was thinking, swiftly launched itself towards his face. Mu Xiaoyang was so frightened that his soul nearly flew away, and he brought the blade to his temple. A hand stopped him. Don't play with anything dangerous. Zhao Shi? Why are you here? Mu Xiaoyang was puzzled. When she called him a minute ago, she had clearly been upstairs, near the exit. Then, seeing Zhao Shi's actions, his voice rose 2 notes in fright. Let go! That thing's called a brain-eating worm, and it can invade the human body. Really? Show me one invading it. Zhao Shi mentioned it. Then Mu Xiaoyang watched her roll the thing into a black ball, deflate it, and roll it back into a ball, just like playing with clay. Mu Xiaoyang's eyes widened. Chapter 117. You? Mu Xiaoyang's expression was beyond description. So many things were confusing that he didn't know where to begin, and for a moment, he didn't utter a single word. Then Mu Xiaoyang felt his world turn upside down. Zhao Shi swung him over her shoulder like a rice sack, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Shi began to run with him. She was fast, not engaging with the mutants for long. The mutants, however, seemed uninterested in her, disappearing into the darkness, their whereabouts unknown. Here, there are people. Mu Xiaoyang's voice was weak. What? Zhao Shi asked. A few people were separated from you. I manipulated the system to rescue them. I remember their location before the power outage. They should be stuck there now. Okay, go rescue them. Saving one person is saving them. Saving a group is saving them. It's not like robots get tired, but she have to pay a little attention. Be careful, Mu Xiaoyang suddenly said. Zhao Shi moved quickly, but she was still a half-second too late. A nearby iron wall suddenly collapsed, probably because the power outage hadn't maintained some of the mechanisms. The thick wall crashed directly into her leg with a loud bang. What happened? Mu Xiaoyang looked down, his heart sinking. He saw that Zhao Shi's leg had been smashed and twisted 74.5 degrees. He stared at her, amazed that she didn't even utter a grunt. Then he watched as Zhao Shi, expressionless, twisted her leg back together with one hand. Twist. Twist. What kind of maneuver was that? It had only been so long since they last met. Had she suddenly learned how to set bones? That way, right? Yes. After receiving the affirmative answer, Zhao Shi continued running, carrying him as if nothing had happened. Mu Xiaoyang was secretly shocked. This man was truly extraordinary. However, It wasn't just one wall that collapsed. Many of the energy-powered anti-gravity devices also collapsed with it. The building was about to collapse, and all sorts of heavy debris and peeling wall parts fell. What should I do? Am I going to die here today? I don't want to die. Ah! The ground beneath their feet cracked, and Hua Wancho almost fell. He quickly grabbed the person next to him, dragging them down with him. The person instinctively grabbed the person next to him, but this time, the three of them were linked together and fell together. And below was the dark abyss. Xiaoxi reached out, grabbed the collar of the person closest to him, then turned around and pulled the bow with a powerful force, pulling them back. The three men's legs went limp with fear, and they quickly retreated, clinging to the wall, looking for leverage to hold on. Did you already want to die, so you wanted to drag everyone else down with you? Xiaoxi asked, speaking into the air. Now that the entire building had collapsed, he would undoubtedly be buried with it. Xiaoxi couldn't understand what had happened to this man. Based on his previous interactions with him, no matter how abnormal he was, he wouldn't risk his life. But Pu Xinghe remained silent. He shifted, as if afraid they would discover his location. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoxi could sense his every move even in the darkness. This action suggested that he might be carrying a device capable of controlling power. What exactly do you want? Is there any room for negotiation? Xiaoxi asked. Yes, there's no need for us all to die together, right? If you have something weighing on your mind, tell us and we see if we can help you. Learn Ma said seriously. Everyone held their breath, hoping to find a way out, but no voice echoed in the darkness. Only the building collapsed like an avalanche, the collapse increasing in severity. They could only shift positions, groping in the darkness for a more stable spot. The passage they had originally opened above was now buried by the rubble. It's useless. And Ishiu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. You have no idea what kind of person he is. Once he sets his mind to something, he'd definitely do it. Xiaoxi turned to look at him. In the darkness, she finally saw Ishiu's expression, no longer concealed. A look of despair and guilt filled his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. He continued, from the moment we entered the Battle Royale game, everything was hopeless. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Xiaoxi's voice dropped. What do you mean? At the same moment, Xiaoxi heard a chuckle from the man not far away. She looked over, pretending to locate him by listening for the sound. In reality, she clearly saw the lower half of his face gazing at her with amusement. Xiaoxi's eyes, unfocused, passed over his face, as if she saw nothing. Having you participate in Starlight was part of his plan, and I was the executor. And Ishiu paused. What I meant was, from the beginning, I wasn't trying to be the director, but to get you involved. His voice choked. Even meeting you and becoming your friend was motivated by a purpose. Since then, the Yin family's business has been declining, so my family has had to rely on his help. You knew there was something wrong with this competition. Why didn't you tell us sooner? You're the one who's ruined us all. Someone in the crowd gritted their teeth. They were already extremely frightened, facing danger, their nerves on edge. Any outlet for their anger triggered a tantrum. How many people have been killed because of you? Do you have a clear conscience? If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have had to participate in the show. And Ishiu, you deserve to die. Hua Wancho shouted, Xiaoxi, why keep a traitor like that around? Make him pay, push him down. Xiaoxi sneered, it's none of your business to say what I do. And you guys, when I told you not to choose the escape plan, how many of you listened? Participating in the show. Haha, you weren't roped into it by an Ishiu. But Xiaoxi's fists were already clenched, cracking. She grasped an Ishiu's collar. Tell me, why did you pretend to have amnesia? And Ishiu suddenly laughed. You're a scumbag. Even if I trick you into death, it doesn't matter. Then, he changed the subject, that was my initial thought. But later, I realized I was the scumbag. This laughter was self-deprecating. So all those stupid things you did were because you didn't want me to participate in the competition? Xiaoxi asked, but why didn't you just say it? My family is in his hands. I can't do anything. And Ishiu's tears fell on the back of her hand, scorching hot. As soon as they touched her skin, they quickly cooled, falling to the ground and disappearing. After the insect infestation at Communication University, I truly considered you my friend. I know I wasn't worthy, but tears are so scorching, yet so worthless. Xiaoxi interrupted him, but in the end, you tricked me into coming here. She pulled him forward, her voice cold, those who betray me must be punished. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then, there was the sound of a fist hitting bone, accompanied by a cry of pain. And Ishiu seemed unprepared. He retreated, covering his face, shocked. Are you going to beat me to death? I've already apologized. What else do you want? If an apology is enough, what's the point of my fists? My fists were made to strike, especially against traitors like you. Zhao Shi clenched his fists, cracking them, and lunged forward again. The two men grappled. Lermo's ruffled his hair. Shouldn't we be fighting now? Stop it! The other shouted. This place is going to collapse. Zhao Shi chuckled. We're all going to die anyway, so I have to see him die before me. The two men fought further and further apart, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly afraid they might be pushed down by them. These two alphas were both powerful fighters, and one, in particular, was an extremely violent individual. Then, they seemed to sense a strong gust of wind in the air, and a large dark shadow flashed by. It felt so much like one person. Zhao Shi had actually thrown an issue out. One moment, they were good friends. The next they could actually kill someone. Cruel, truly cruel. Many people had this thought in their minds. Are you enjoying the show? When Zhao Shi's voice rang out, everyone was startled to realize that she had somehow run to the other side of the hollow abyss. Ahem. So, it was just a play. Pu Xing's voice echoed from beneath her. Really a great show. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a popular star who starred in a holographic drama. Zhao Shi was surprised that he remained calm even when she was choking him, even freeing both hands to clap and cheer. Back off. She hurriedly warned an issue. She anticipated a fierce fight. Just now, she had treated an issue as a hidden weapon, throwing her first to knock Pu Xing down, and then she followed closely with a lightning-fast attack. Their previous location was on the verge of collapse, but Pu Xing's side was clearly much more stable and likely had an exit. So, she took this opportunity to bring an issue to this location, because now only she could see clearly, and they wouldn't have been able to find the way here on their own. Zhao Shi, remember what I just told you? And Ishu nodded, tears welling in his eyes. I remember. Just now, before Zhao Shi attacked him, she said to him, I punish you. Take it in them out. The last part was whispered so softly that he had to listen carefully to hear it clearly. Then, an Ishu felt a cold, cylindrical object, like a metal container, being pressed into his arms. Xiaolan, light the way for them. As Zhao Shi's voice reached him, an Ishu saw the iron object, emitting a soft blue light, floating beside him. He rubbed his head, suddenly feeling a pain. The shadow of the previous blow from the object still lingered. Shi. Woo 1111, don't leave me. Xiaolan's screen flashed with a tearful expression. The mere sound of the fight revealed its intensity. Gazing down in the light, an Ishu could only see two blurry shadows entangled below, receding further and further. Zhao Shi and Pu Xing have fought their way down below. Everyone, head this way. There seems to be a path. An Ishu waved to the others. This way, there's still hope. The flame of hope rekindled in everyone's eyes. The blue light beside them was faint, but after the pitch-black darkness they had just experienced, this little glimmer was especially precious. Everyone worked together to move the accumulated debris, finally clearing a passage. The buildings behind them were collapsing more and more, and they ran frantically through the passage. Are we just going to run aimlessly? What's the way out? Whatever the way, the most important thing is to run. Everything over there has collapsed. Hurry if you don't want to die. Why do the walls here feel a little wet? And Ishu twirled his fingers and held them to his nose. The smell of blood. Look, there's a light up ahead. That must be the exit. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Then, they quickly realized that the light wasn't just a single point, but a large area, opening one after another, like the eyes of an insect. A faint green light, accompanied by the dripping sound of liquid, flowed downwards. It wasn't just a resemblance, but it really was. Back off, quickly. And Ishu's voice trembled. It's the Zerg. Looks quite human-like in shape. Like humans? They're mutants. They're equivalent to Zerg with individual intelligence, something even more terrifying than the Zerg. Zhao Shi hadn't expected their fight to end up at the bottom, from the top. She was back again. Her robot had just rescued Mu Xiaoyang from this place, and now it was her turn to be stranded here. She had been knocked and bumped countless times along the way, her whole body aching. But Zhao Shi suddenly laughed, because her opponent wasn't much better than her. And now, she had him pinned to the ground, unable to move. I thought you were so powerful, but you're just this good. Pu Xing's strength was far inferior to her expectations. Zhao Shi had assumed his genetic level was at least a top grade A, but he hadn't revealed his spirit form yet. Did he not have one at all? Zhao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he didn't have one, otherwise it would have been difficult for her to win. Because her spirit form was weak and had been implanted in a custom robot, it was already struggling to keep the robot running. This meant she could only rely on pure force. Jiaoshi punched the ground next to his temple, cracking it immediately. Restore the power here immediately, and tell me what the secret key is. You're so greedy, making 2 demands at once. Pu Xinghe spoke cheerfully, showing no sign of defeat. Jiaoshi clenched her fists. Okay, then one thing, restore the power. It was in her hands anyway. She could just torture him for the key later. I refuse. Just understand you lose now. Really? He grinned. Jiaoshi turned around, and the shadow immediately froze. Beside it lay a dying mutant, its lungs pierced by something like steel bars falling from the sky. Its face was filled with fear, as it stared intently at the shadow. Jiaoshi had heard its voice long ago. The brain-eating worm had originally targeted mutants, but since she landed here, it had abandoned them, and was creeping towards her at a slow pace. Turn on the power, or I kill you. She had already put her hands around Pu Xinghe's neck. Murder? You don't seem to have killed anyone before, do you? He laughed, then burst into laughter. Jiaoshi felt his throat rise and fall beneath her palm, a rather seductive feeling. Was he tempting her to strangle him? Then let's set a precedent today. Jiaoshi's pupils suddenly shrank. Turning back, she saw the brain-eating worm had extended a thin tentacle and hooked it around her finger. She knew she was stronger now than she had been on Blue Star, and she wasn't injured. In her prime, she wasn't so vulnerable to parasites. Come here, she said to the brain-eating worm. The creature froze for a moment. Jiaoshi hadn't expected it to freeze for 3 seconds, as if it were thinking. After 3 seconds, it leaped into Jiaoshi's palm almost like lightning. It felt clammy and sticky to the touch, and a chilling sensation spread from the center of her palm. I've got a good idea. How about you try a brain-eating worm? I don't believe you do such a thing. He was still laughing, and it seemed even more ferocious. Jiaoshi hadn't expected him to trust her so much. If it were anyone else, anyone who heard of her reputation, they think she was capable of anything bad. But being a good person always has its limits. What if I said I was serious? You wouldn't. So, I won't turn on the power either. Pu Xinghe laughed. The more he laughed, the more Jiaoshi's anger grew. Combined with the chilling atmosphere around them, she just wanted him to stop laughing forever. Buildings collapsed layer by layer, and the ground began to shake. Pieces of debris kept falling. She was lucky. A larger piece of wall had shattered a triangle next to her, but the smaller pieces still smashed her head and bleed, though not fatally. At this moment, the mutant, barely breathing, had been completely smashed into a pulp, blood oozing from beneath the rubble. If they waited any longer, their companions would die, along with her. None of them would be able to escape. Are you going to open it or not? Jiaoshi tightened her grip, watching the sinister grin. She tightened again. Then, she heard the cervical vertebra snap. The man's expression froze at that moment. Jiaoshi's mind went blank for a moment. She had killed someone. She panicked, then realized that the brain-eating worm had sprouted numerous tiny tentacles from her left palm, burrowing into her pores. Jiaoshi immediately grabbed it and ripped it free. It did, but her left palm was a bloody mess. Jiaoshi's hands trembled. Something felt off. What was wrong? She tried to remove Pu Xinghe's mask, but it was welded to his face, impossible to remove. How could this be? She began to consider a possibility. Jiaoshi again found a piece of iron nearby and stabbed it into his stomach, cutting it open. Jiaoshi felt like cursing. This is a lifelike robot, she said. How could Pu Xinghe possibly want to die? Someone like him, and the things he said, clearly meant to stir up trouble. This robot was even more lifelike than the one Zhao she had custom-made. It must be the latest technology. The touch and temperature of the skin were almost identical to a real person's. Unless you cut open the internal parts, you wouldn't be able to tell. Jiaoshi wondered if even internal organs could be simulated one day. So how would one distinguish between real people and robots then? And now, it was dire. Based on her assumptions about Pu Xinghe, she assumed he'd leave her a way out, but she never imagined he placed a dummy there from the start. As he said, today, everyone will die here. Jiaoshi was deep underground, looking up. She was startled to realize how insignificant she was. The faint light was so far away that it was just a speck. She was like a tiny frog at the bottom of a vast well. And now, the well began to crumble and collapse. The building creaked with muffled creaks, and the main structure began to crumble, like an avalanche, burying everyone. She seemed to hear a voice echoing, a voice chuckling. Now let's see who's the loser? Xiaoxi, you've lost again. You can't beat me in games, and you can't beat me in real life either. Xiaoxi looked up. No, I won the game. With just the two of us, we wiped out all of you. You were all dead, and my teammates are still alive. And in reality, I still win. She also laughed. Do you believe it? Golden eyes opened, still lingering murderous intent. Lin Tanyan lowered his eyes, and saw the lighted computer. A letter from a stranger? Chapter 118. The Galactic Federation Parliament Building's chamber. The empty white space remained. Nearly every face on the electronic seats, composed of hundreds of light screens, displayed an expression of anxiety, fear, irritability, or anger. This was originally a space devoid of human beings, filled only with cold electrons. But those light screens bearing human faces were enough to suppress the air pressure in the entire space to the breaking point, and they began to explode one after another. The robots flanking the long table in the center, flashing blue light, seemed insignificant against the towering human-like light screens. The volume has exceeded the threshold. Please turn it down. Chairman 4 to 66, please be mindful of your words. Chairman 3 to 12, please be mindful of your voice. The electronic hum of the machines continued, but was ultimately drowned out by the chorus of human voices. Whose idea was it to run that ridiculous pop star show? To divert public attention? Haha, now the mutants, the brain-eating worms, and that person have been exposed. Now the whole galaxy knows about it. Isn't that chaotic enough? The intelligence department should investigate thoroughly. There must be a traitor from that military district behind the pop star, right? I wonder if the military district. Shouldn't they also come up with an explanation? Such a major incident has occurred on interstellar light, and the live broadcast signal can't be intercepted. What's wrong with some people? How can they not even solve such a problem? Look at Starnet, what a mess it is now. They need to control public opinion. Before you say all this, why don't you think about solving the actual problem first? Thousands of people are still trapped in the pop cube, their fate unknown. From what I've heard, if the music cube's aerial structure doesn't have energy support, it's likely to fall apart soon. That's right. How come there's no sign of the Star Alliance, which is under the military district's control? One of the people on the second floor sighed, and the woman in the plaid shirt smoothed her messy hair. I disagree with what this person said. To be fair, you can't just shift the blame onto others just because the military district representative isn't here, right? She continued, if I remember correctly, the Music Star, citing its unique development as an excuse, rejected the Star Alliance's deployment, and even received a lot of support from everyone here. Mu Ji's smile was languid, but this remark suddenly silenced many. But soon, the conversation resumed, the topic bouncing back and forth between the various factions like a ball. Mu Gu yawned in boredom. This kind of scene was nothing new to her. When these people bickered, they were no different from the ignorant people they considered from the remote planets. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze, through the air and the screen, resting on the lone seat on the highest floor. The black screen hadn't lit up in years, and the position of Supreme Chancellor of the Star Alliance remained vacant. This was probably the reason for the extraordinary chaos of recent years. No one could control this absurd situation. The chaotic and mutually restraining situation had persisted for too long. Like a tangled tree, its roots intertwined deep into the earth, a single move affecting the entire structure. Anti-Star Alliance forces, the treacherous black hole, the betrayers, all these external threats were like a quagmire, surrounding them all, and the roots of the Star Alliance, this ancient and complex tree, were increasingly sinking into the mire. The tree's roots try to pull out of the mire, but they're entangled and rotting, their struggle only pulling them deeper, until one day they be completely swallowed by the quagmire. Perhaps a fire will burn away the excess roots, stopping them from plundering the soil without restraint. Grass will begin to grow around the tree, and together they will resist the quagmire. Then the tree will have a glimmer of hope. What's this emergency meeting all about? If it's nothing serious, I won't attend. I have a R&D project here that's at a critical point, and I have to keep an eye on it. Oh, it's nothing. They won't get anywhere. But the unusual energy fluctuations at the base. TSK, it sounds like that person's spirit. It looks like things aren't going well there. This is a military secret. Did you tell me directly? Don't tell anyone. I discovered this by accident. Mugu added, then again, your family also contributed to the base. It's not just a military issue, is it? Haha, whatever he does, as long as he doesn't. Something's wrong. There's definitely something going on. Shirian's expression suddenly turned cold. I remember you're not one for small talk. Besides, you've always been very tight-lipped about these things. She lowered her eyes, as if she were looking through something. In just 2 seconds, Mugu saw her eyes transform from a calm, cool, and elegant glass-like color to a shimmering, trembling smoke. Despite her usual composure and seeming boredom, at this moment, she finally revealed a hint of panic. Something's happened to the singing star. Sheer is there. Calm down. Everything should be fine. Calm down, haha. How can I be calm? I only just found out what happened recently, when I opened the star network. Are you deliberately trying to keep me in the dark? Your child is there too. Tell me, can you possibly calm down? The computer's communication was cut off. Mugu lowered her wrist and looked back. Countless screens lit up, countless codes running, the sound of keyboards clacking. People came and went, one group after another. They couldn't access the system, they couldn't restore power. They tried everything, but they found nothing. How could she possibly calm down? But she couldn't help. The gap between people is sometimes greater than the gap between species. It's the realm of genius, a fleeting glimpse of a miracle, one can only see, but cannot touch. If that time really came, what could be done? Sacrifice in flames was inevitable. Individuals were insignificant compared to the collective. It was the fall of a planet. The searing, scorching flames instantly engulfed everything, a temperature that could melt even rock. The entire planet, all its creatures, all its resources, and all its enemies, annihilated. He couldn't quite remember how he escaped. All he knew was that he almost been engulfed in the raging flames. The hatred that erupted in that instant overwhelmed his reason. Otherwise, he shouldn't have done such a thing. His spirit form had been deemed too dangerous by the Star Fleet, and was never allowed to be released. Fortunately, there were no humans in this distant galaxy. The ship's hull had melted somewhat. While it could still move, the lack of power slowed it down and made it less stable. He had no time to worry too much. Maintaining his spirit form had already consumed most of his energy. Having just released his fully formed spirit, he had never felt so exhausted. The body's eyes dimmed, then turned a shade even lighter than pale azure, almost fading. Hung Xingwuyan lowered his gaze, gazing at the figure in his arms. Her eyes were closed, her long hair loose. Her once exuberant expression was gone, and she was as still as a dignified statue. The radiant white consciousness bead on her chest cracked with fine, dense cracks. A faint glow enveloped the bead, preventing it from shattering immediately. I won't let you die. Wait for me. The white light representing consciousness was faint, almost invisible. But the consciousness bead hadn't turned black, indicating she hadn't been infected. As long as she could be sent to the base to repair the consciousness bead as soon as possible, there was still hope of salvation. Alarm, alarm. A large number of high-risk energy bodies approaching, alarm, alarm. Heng Xingwuyan narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the control panel's screen. He saw a dense, red field of flashing dots, quickly filling half the screen. The red light was blinding, and the distance indicator was getting closer and closer. You saw it just now, Dihuang Star. I'm not afraid of death, but are we going to use the machine-human army we've worked so hard to acquire now? Are you questioning me? The electronically altered voice echoed from the game system. I've never seen him act like this before. There must be something strange about him. Whatever he wants to do. Stop it at all costs. Wuching locked his gaze on the damaged spaceship ahead. Yes, President. Gazing beyond the spaceship, the universe resembled an endless black canvas, with stars as tiny white dots scattered across it. Heng Xingwuyan raised his hand, his thumb gently wiping the spaceship's viewfinder, as if erasing a white speck from the starry sky. With such power, destroying a star is easy, but removing certain things while preserving others is far more difficult. His pale azure eyes lit up again. But no one could stop him when he truly wanted to do something. At this moment, his optical computer vibrated, and he moved his fingers, supporting his weakened body, as he slowly opened his eyes. A message from a stranger? Lin Tanyan lowered his head, feeling somewhat puzzled. It had been a long time since he had seen an unfamiliar number. Just as he was about to click on it, a red-labeled emergency message replaced the original text message interface. The military has a special communication system built into every person's optical computer. If the system detects the right environment and meets one of the conditions for eye contact or touch, it automatically connects the call, preventing the person from missing crucial information due to serious injury or inability to communicate. You have activated your spiritual body. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Have you forgotten the agreement between the military district and them? The situation is already unclear. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? I know you must have encountered trouble at the base, but the base has always been a backup plan. There's really no need to spend too much on it. After all, it was created by that person, so its safety is questionable. Where are you now? During the time you were out of contact, something happened. He simply cut off the power to the computer. The voice stopped abruptly. Lin Tanin raised his head, his long neck arching in a graceful arc. He raised his hand, covering his eyes with the back of his hand, a hint of gold shimmering through his fingers. It doesn't matter. Soon, they all shut up. Singing cube. Ground rubble continued to fall, the ground trembled, and voices came from all directions. The sounds of people fleeing, the sounds of terrified screams. In the darkness, there was only noise and chaos. With the loss of power, the sky-high building began to collapse, and the crumbling and shattered corner of this world spread rapidly. Deep beneath the earth, there was a crackling sound, accompanied by a suppressed groan. Dark red marks on the ground resembled bloody streaks scratched by fingers. A hideous shadow shone on the wall. Chapter 119. It's a mutant. Why are there mutants here? Isn't this something only found in holographic dramas? Their voices trembled uncontrollably. What the hell is this music cube? They rushed furiously, weaving in and out of this tangled mess of unknown passages. They saw countless robots lying on the ground, like corpses, having lost their power. Broken mechanisms, crumbling walls. This was a world in collapse. The ground beneath their feet could disappear at any moment. There was no light here. People moved forward in darkness, like drifting in a pitch-black ocean, the path ahead uncertain. Only the small robot floating at an issue's shoulder emitted a faint blue light. That's why they didn't dare to separate during their escape, because he was their only source of light, a faint ray of light that felt like their only hope for survival. Keep your voice down. I think we've lost them. Lear Holmes looked back at the deep darkness they had come from. The voice that had been following them had faded. Everyone else tried to suppress their gasps. One of them, propped up on his knees, asked, "Really? Really? Rest for a while, keep running, I'm about to die," someone suggested. No one spoke, but at this moment, no one wanted to move another step. The light was dim, barely illuminating anything more than 10 meters away. Everyone huddled together, trying to distance themselves from the darkness at the edge. Those unseen areas of darkness always seemed to harbor something. The pale, sweaty faces illuminated by the dim blue light looked eerie against the reflection of the wall. Huo Wancho said to Anishu, "Can you turn up the light a little? It's so scary." Xiao Lan's voice was flat. "No, we have to save electricity." Who's talking? Huo Wancho looked at Anishu with a scowl. "I told you to turn on the light, so turn it up. You've already made a serious mistake. She was being kind by not abandoning you. She actually gave you something so important. I don't know what she was thinking." He continued, "That floating lamp isn't yours. You're only using it for yourself. Don't be so selfish." Anishu said nothing. He simply stared at the ground, seemingly lost in thought. He had been unusually quiet the entire time. As Huo Wancho spoke, he was already thinking about grabbing the item. But there was no other way. This place was too dark, with so little light, and there was no telling when they might get separated. Without a light source, they'd die in the darkness without knowing how. He winked at his two followers. The two men nodded. "Yes, you're the one who made the grave mistake. If it weren't for you, Zhao, she wouldn't have been dragged into this game. It's all your fault." Huo Wancho turned to the others and said, "Besides, it seems he's clearly been abandoned by that villain, so he's suddenly revealing the truth to gain sympathy. Who knows when he might turn against us again? If you ask me, to be on the safe side, the light source shouldn't have remained in his possession. Don't you agree?" The other players looked at each other in silence. "That doesn't make sense." Learholm suddenly said, "Xiaoxi's things are her personal property. She can give them to whomever she wants. Why are you so concerned?" Huo Wancho choked and argued the question. "The problem is, she gave him this thing so we could use it to escape, but this floating lamp would be very risky with an issue, so this is against her will, right?" "That does make some sense." Several contestants nodded in agreement. "See, they think so too," Huo Wancho said smugly. "So you want someone else to take it?" "Who? You?" Lermoz crossed his arms, a look that seemed to understand his thoughts. Huo Wancho thought to himself, "This guy is really annoying, always acting so aloof, and this isn't the first time he's crossed him. As soon as he gets out, I immediately call in the family, and have this guy punished to death." He couldn't afford to offend Xiaoxi, so how could he afford to offend this unknown person who came from nowhere, but he wasn't completely out of danger yet, so he couldn't tear his face off. Huo Wancho suppressed his anger. "It doesn't matter who it is, but it can't be an issue." He turned and said, "An issue, are you going to hand over the floating lamp yourself, Or are we going to take it? Ahem, bring it over. Before Anishu could say anything, the little blue ball beside him flashed and flew towards Hua Wancho. Hua Wancho's face lit up, and he quickly reached out to catch it. You're smart. Ouch. 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 Before he could finish his words, he was silenced by cries of pain. Floating lamp, you're a lamp, and a jerk at that. Everyone watched as the blue iron ball hurled itself at him, cursing and swearing. This ball, you can curse. Ball? You're the ball, and your whole family is balls. The person who had spoken quickly ducked his head, fearing he'd be the next to be hit. It can actually understand human speech. Is it an intelligent robot? The others were astonished. Only Anishu seemed unfazed. He touched his head, still aching from where Xiaolan had struck him. He still had faith in its power. Stop it! Stop it! I was wrong. I was wrong. Hua Wancho fled in panic, nearly falling through the nearby crack. Fortunately, his two followers quickly caught him. Learn Moss gave a thumbs up. As expected of Sister She's robot, its combat power is impressive. Xiaolan hovered in midair, the symbols on the screen forming a proud emoji. 0v0, you know your stuff. Anishu looked up. Is that how the word is used? So what do you call a robot? Learn Moss asked with a look of genuine interest. Anishu, it's called Xiaolan. That's indeed my name, but I don't like people I don't know calling me by my first name. Xiaolan said, please call me Miss Xiaolan. Anishu, He couldn't help but ask, no, you robots have genders, right? Xiaolan said matter-of-factly, of course, I have to be like Cece. Learn Moss doffed his hat, a gesture he performed perfectly even though he didn't have one. Okay, Miss Xiaolan, could you please turn up the lights a bit? We need light to find our way out. Xiaolan, sorry, I'm in power-saving mode right now. I need to conserve power for Cece's return. And you no longer need to find a way out. Lermos wondered. Why? Based on the known information, your mortality rate is 94.87%. Xiaolan's words were instantly chilling. Anishu's eyes instinctively dropped to the darkness ahead, seeing nothing. But his hand, braced against the wall, suddenly felt a wet, sticky liquid trickle through his palm. In Xiaolan's dim light, he caught a glimpse of crimson on his hand. Anishu didn't dare look up, merely tilting his head slightly, his gaze slowly shifting upward. But this small movement nearly caused his heart to stop. A small limb dangled there, held in a terrifying, hideous mouthpart. And there wasn't just one mutant, but a dense swarm. Their eyes, like the compound eyes of an insect, huddled together, refracting light in different directions. No wonder there was no sound on the road. They were crawling along the wall. They stood motionless, gazing down at them with amusement, their eyes as if they were watching a play, or perhaps watching prey's dying struggles. I noticed 2 people were missing. Did you see? Someone suddenly said. Really? Haha, do you want to count again? Anishu suppressed his pounding heart, and his tone, despite trying to calm it, still twitched on the last word. As he spoke, he frantically winked at the others. He turned back and mouthed to everyone to hurry up. Anishu, are you okay? What are you talking about? Speak louder. Hua Wancho's face was filled with displeasure. He pressed his hand to his bruised head, feeling the pain and wanting to rub it. But when he touched it, the pain made him gasp. Hiss. Then, his eyes, squinting in pain, suddenly glanced upward. Hua Wancho's eyes suddenly widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. He collapsed, his body plummeting downward. The attendant beside him supported him, perplexed. This young master was truly getting worse. How could he fall on flat ground? What's wrong, young master? Looking at Hua Wancho, his face was completely pale. That up there. He raised his hand tremblingly. And Ishu slapped his forehead helplessly. It was all over. Run! Quick! He suddenly roared. Everyone was confused. They followed Hua Wancho's gaze upwards, and finally understood what was happening. Just then, 2 mutants swooped down and, right before their eyes, smashed 2 of their heads with a crushing blow, like slicing melons. They devoured the food right before their eyes, making slurping sounds like noodles. A splatter of brains and blood sprayed before them, splashing onto their faces. Ah! Someone screamed in despair. Anishu and a few others with quick reactions dodged, but there was no way forward. It was pitch black, the passage split in the middle, its width too vast for a human to cross. They turned back, watching the swarm of mutants approach. Some began to cry rationally, like a dam that couldn't be stopped, yet there was no sound. The gap between humans and mutants, especially since they simply didn't have the abilities of those with higher-level genes. Facing them, they were doomed. They had never imagined they were just participating in a talent show. Many had even imagined how their value would soar after becoming famous, how they would gain access to excellent resources, and how they would reap both fame and fortune in the future. But reality, however, was a nightmare that continued to repeat itself. After enduring countless hardships, he thought he had escaped, only to find himself in the next nightmare. Will this nightmare never end? I heard that the human soul is trapped in the place of death, constantly repeating the process of death. So, after death, will they constantly repeat the experiences of this period? This nightmare of escaping from hell. And Ishu shuddered. He regretted it, truly regretted it. But he had to endure the pressure from his family. It was his fault that they had chosen the wrong path, following a reckless madman. It was his fault that, knowing his family's choices were wrong, he still aided and abetted them, even dragging his friends into the water. He didn't even know if they were still friends. Would she still be willing to be friends with a fool like him? How ridiculous. He had originally thought of Zhao Shi as a fool to be exploited, but he never imagined that he was the biggest fool. And Ishu knew this incident had become too big a deal. His family would inevitably be implicated in the subsequent investigation. I just didn't know if the live broadcast had been interrupted immediately. If word got out, it would surely cause panic. Then, the forces implicated by the pop star would be implicated. Perhaps dying here wouldn't be so awful. And Ishu looked at the mutants advancing on them. They were now surrounded. That was it. He couldn't run anymore. No way forward, no way back. Someone like him deserved only this fate. Perhaps they were already dead, and now they were just repeating the cycle of being killed and eaten. And Ishu closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. He had never had any ambitions, just a desire to be a playboy, enjoying himself, but his family had no choice but to burden him with those burdens. He hadn't yet done what he truly wanted to do in his lifetime. He had thought he wouldn't amount to anything in his life, but no matter how hard he tried, he never imagined this would be the outcome. In the prime of his youth, at the beginning of his life was about to end. Ending in this darkest world, in this nightmare without sunlight. His hands trembled. Death was approaching, and it was impossible to say he wasn't afraid. Then he touched something cold in his arms. And Ishu's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked down at the silver streak. He remembered what Zhao Shi had said to him. She said, "Get it, and them out." And even before that, at the communication university, when they were cornered by the Zerg and everyone thought they were doomed, it was she who said, "Even if we must die, we will die fighting, not as weaklings at the mercy of the aliens." It was these words that rekindled their hope, and they ultimately rose up against the Zerg. With the power of their group, they accomplished something nearly impossible for ordinary humans, persevering until rescue arrived. That was when he thought Zhao Shi had been the most handsome. And that was what she had said, the responsibility an alpha should shoulder. And Ishu suddenly realized that she had changed so much, becoming someone he looked up to and admired. Only he, remained where he was. No, at least he had to fight for himself once. He had to get what she had instructed him to get out. And Ishu stood up, raised his head, and a light flashed in his dim eyes. He's an alpha. So when the mutant lunged at him, and Ishu retaliated with a piece of gravel he picked up from the ground. The mutant hadn't expected him, already losing his will to fight, to suddenly strike back. Caught off guard, the stone was thrust directly into its mouth. Its jaws twisted and twisted, dark green blood dripping down. And Ishu's entire upper body was used in that blow, and the irregular, sharp stone was lodged in the mutant's mouth. It tilted its head and lashed out, but it couldn't get it out. It could only stare at the food in front of it, unable to move its mouth. And Ishu took the opportunity to distance himself from the mutant. He stared at his hand in disbelief. He actually done it? So, ordinary humans can still escape from mutants. It turns out resistance isn't futile. But Ishu's actions also angered the mutants. They opened their mouths and roared something, making a crunch sound, a mixture of human voices and insect chirping. They seemed to be speaking, but he couldn't understand a word. Presumably, they were scolding him. After all, they probably rarely saw humans dare to resist them, right? At this point, they had already turned their attention to him. Sometimes, mutants are more united than humans. The feeling of their dark eyes fixed on Ishu made him shudder. He already had a premonition that he would be ripped open and torn to pieces today. These things seemed to hold grudges. And Ishu's legs had lost all feeling, his whole body was numb, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. With trembling hands, he pulled the metal container from his arms and gripped it tightly. That's good. If they all focused on him, then the others still had a chance to escape alive. Hurry up. Take this out, Anishu said, throwing out the object he had cherished all along the way. This, I think, completes half of the mission you assigned me, Anishu thought. Across from him, Lir Moss also noticed that Anishu had become the target of the mutant's concentrated fire. He immediately rushed forward to take the metal cylinder. He had seen Zhao Shi explaining something to Anishu, and he thought to himself, sure enough, Zhao Shi is an agent with a secret mission. This must be the crucial information. Lir Moss's blood was boiling. He had never expected that the scene he had always seen in the holographic drama would actually appear before him. And he gets to be a prominent figure too. How cool! The metal cylinder arced through the air. Lir Moss, almost at his fastest speed, rushed headfirst as the wall in front of him swayed and bricks and stones fell. He dodged it with a swift spin. Wow, not bad. He'd never been so agile in his life. It seemed he had a natural talent for being a spy. Then he leaped onto a rock and caught the cylinder. Crack. Huh? Lir Moss's foot twisted, and the rock suddenly slipped. His entire body lurched to the side. He stretched out his hand desperately, his fingers just inches away from touching, but he still missed the cylinder. Ding. The cylinder landed with a crisp sound. It landed right at the feet of a mutant. It's over. Anishu covered his face, his voice choking. I'm so impressed. I never amount to anything in my life. What a useless idiot. No, blame me. Lir Holmes looked down and realized that what he stepped on wasn't stone at all, but the gray carapace on a mutant's tail. No wonder it moved. Strangely, these mutants looked different. In fact, they didn't seem to belong to the same species at all. There were all sorts of bizarre shapes, but they vaguely resembled human forms. Were they really all human once? If they were human, why would they want to eat humans? How did they come to be? Lir Holmes had heard of this kind of thing before, and he searched for information on StarNet, but the information was so vague that he thought mutants were just fiction. Looking back now, it seemed like information about them was being intentionally blocked. Wait. Lir Moss suddenly felt his hair stand on end. The creatures he had once thought were fake were now right before him. They were so terrifying and bloodthirsty. Could there be something else hidden? Was it the Star Alliance? How much had they hidden? He began to wonder what the real world was really like. At this moment, the mutants had taken over the entire passage, covering the walls and the ground. They had surrounded them. This was the end. Their first target was Anishu, who was already being lifted up by two mutants, each holding one arm on each side, like a duck. Then one of the mutants searched the ground for rocks. First, it found one larger than Anishu's head, and tried to place it against his mouth. After a while, it realized it wasn't the right size, so it moved on to another, slightly larger than a fist. The mutant nodded in satisfaction, its mouth making a crunch, crunch sound, and the other mutants followed suit with a crunch, crunch. Brother, this won't fit. Anishu quickly realized they were serious, and he quickly closed his mouth tightly. But the mutant didn't care. It simply lifted the rock and slammed it into his mouth. He knew that if it came down with the rock, all his teeth would fall out. Anishu struggled desperately, but to no avail. The two mutants had him firmly in their grasp. Compared to them, his strength was far too small. Let him go! A voice suddenly rang out. With a thud, a blue iron ball smashed into the mutant's head, knocking it sideways. With the sound, the air froze. The people and mutants were all shocked. Little Blue rolled on the ground a few times, the screen displaying a confused expression. Who threw me out? I'm not a weapon. The mutant twisted its neck with a cracking sound, then twisted back. All die. So they can speak human language? Lir Holmes froze in his place. Is this the point? Anishu was completely devastated. As if receiving some command, all the mutants pounced on the remaining people. Their dark mouthparts emanated a foul stench, and their once human faces were largely replaced by other substances, some resembling Zerg carapaces, others rotting flesh like crawling worms. The one who looked like the leader of the mutants was the largest, covered in a pitch-black carapace. He stepped forward and grabbed Anishu by the neck. Soon, Anishu felt suffocated, and his vision went black. He kicked and clawed at his massive fingers, but nothing helped. His blurry vision grew darker, and his grip on the mutant grew weaker. The sounds around him faded, and the faint blue light vanished. Anishu stared at the speck of silver in his sight. The thing he had cherished all the way in his arms was now being crushed beneath the mutant's twisted feet, until the last shimmer of silver light faded. I'm sorry. I still couldn't do it. Anishu's mind went blank for a brief moment, and then he saw a dazzling light, so blinding it instantly brought tears to his eyes, like looking directly into the sun. Is this heaven? Could someone like him even go to heaven? Then a surge of air rushed into his throat, and an Ishu half knelt on the ground, coughing violently. Suddenly, he realized he wasn't dead yet. He braced himself against the ground, cracking his eyes a fraction, and saw, centered on the spot where the metal container had been, countless streaks of scorching light flashing, like a sky full of meteors blooming in the pitch-black darkness of hell. So beautiful, someone said. The streaks of light pierced the mutants' bodies with incredible precision. In a mere breath, they had nowhere to escape. Some were struck before they could react, while others tried to escape, but their movements couldn't exceed the speed of light. In an instant, everyone was dead. And this death was a death without a trace. What happened? What was that just now? Everyone was stunned. Could it be a divine miracle? Someone asked. Have you read too many immortality novels? Another said, but I really can't think of any other explanation. Quick, help me find that thing, the metal cylinder. That's what Jiaoshi told me to take out. And Ishu quickly crawled 2 steps to where the mutant had been. But there was nothing there. He felt around on the ground, twisting his fingers, and felt fine ash. There was a hint of residual heat in the air, and that heat stirred the air, and like a breeze, the speck of ash vanished. Forget it. Even if the mutants are dead, this place isn't safe. Let's find a way out. Could that bright light just now have been caused by that thing sister she gave you? It's a one-time use, the kind that disappears after use. Learholmes limped over, staggering. What kind of high-tech secret weapon is this? It's incredibly powerful. I don't know. And Ishu's neck still bore the horrible red marks of strangulation, and he only now began to feel the burning pain. But she clearly said, take it out. This kind of attack, leaving no trace, is very similar to a spirit. Lermoz rubbed his chin. But can a spirit exist independently? Like, if it's cut off from the whole body? No, if the spirit is cut off, can this person still survive? His imagination sometimes ran wild, even to his own utmost. Maybe I guessed wrong. So what exactly was that thing? What's wrong with your leg? And Ishu asked, noticing he wasn't feeling well. Oh, a piece of flesh got bitten off. Learholmes leaned sideways, revealing the wound on his right leg. There was a dent in his thigh, and blood was flowing down his pants and along the path he walked, a thick, glaring black. It's still bleeding, and you bleed to death. And Ishu ripped off a piece of clothing. Use this for now. TSK, your wound. Are you going to become a mutant soon? His wound was a thick black, and the blood that flowed out was like black mud. The wound was still expanding, and the edges had the shape of black granulations, which were still moving, looking rather disgusting. Do you think it's a zombie? A bite is contagious, right? What are zombies? It seems you don't watch holographic dramas much. Indeed, not much. I usually hang out with Xiao more. And Ishu wasn't telling the truth. He did hang out with Xiao, but it was always for a purpose. Also, to have something in common with Xiaoxi. After all, she used to be a real master of hanging out with Xiao, so much so that he had many misunderstandings about her. But there's something fishy. And Ishu stood up and walked a few steps, pulling Xiaolan out from under a fallen stone slab. Just now, you actually knew the mutants were nearby. Why didn't you tell us? Cece only asked me to light the way. I'm not responsible for anything else. But she asked you to lead us out. She didn't give me that order. Besides, according to calculations, no one is currently capable of taking you out. Xiaolan retorted also, didn't you know the mutants were nearby? Yet you still wasted precious time staying where you are. And Ishu remained silent. Indeed, they had let their guard down. Humans are truly inherently bad. They're greedy by nature. As soon as they think they're out of danger, they start scrambling for resources. And they're lazy by nature, wanting to slack off at the first opportunity. Every failure is caused by your own choices. And Ishu hadn't expected Xiaolan to say such a thing. Aren't robots supposed to have underlying logic and exist to protect humans? While what she said did have some truth. And Ishu could no longer see Xiaolan as a mere robot. She seemed to have a mind of her own. He was a little puzzled. How could Xiaoxi have such a robot? It was completely unheard of on the market. But she seemed to find many things strange, like that metal tube that emitted meteors. Can we still get out? The landslide has blocked the upward exit. Another person replied, the passage here was where Puxing Station was. He would have left a way out. That man doesn't look mentally sound. What if he just wanted to die? There might not be a way out here at all. I don't think it's obvious on the surface. Another person said, for example, everyone used to think she was mentally ill, but after spending some time with him, he seems quite reliable. I just don't know how sister she is doing. Lirhom's face was completely pale, and one leg was practically dragging as he walked. And Ishu glanced at him discreetly. His situation. Many mutants' bodily fluids contain toxins. Even if the genetic load didn't reach the critical point of contamination, preventing mutation, poisoning was inevitable. There were no medical equipment here, and even if there were, conventional treatment wouldn't be enough to completely remove the toxins from his blood. If he delayed any longer, he would surely die. We must find another way out as soon as possible, and Ishu said loudly, frowning. He took the lead, already possessing a subtle leadership aura, and none of the remaining people challenged him. Even the usually unruly Hua Wancho fell silent. He seemed injured too, and was being carried along by one of his followers. His face was as pale as paper. Another follower was missing, one of the people who had been eaten earlier. This time, and Ishu truly felt how difficult it was to survive. There was no way out, nowhere to be found. The roads here were like a dense spider web. He had lost count of how many forks he had taken, how many times he had backtracked, and found his way again, because the road was blocked. They were like headless flies, running around in this place. Even now, without the mutants chasing them, he felt they couldn't hold out much longer. His mind was about to break. And the others, these injured people, they were about to give up. Want to rest for a while. A faint blue light flickered beside him. No, not anymore. And Ishu looked up, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked at the road, his vision already dazzled. I can't be lazy, I can't slack off. I'm the only one left, and now it's all up to me. I can't walk anymore, you guys go. Lermo sat down on the ground, leaning against a piece of gravel, and closed his eyes. I know my situation. I probably won't be able to get out, so I won't burden you all. I can't do it either. And Ishu asked them, practically on the verge of tears. He couldn't remember how many times he wanted to cry. Ask yourself, do you believe this? Do you believe we can get out? Someone asked him. Do you remember how long we've been here? How long have we been without water, without food? Even a tough guy couldn't hold out. And Ishu, I can hold on, I can. He suddenly smiled. It's okay. You guys rest here. I go check ahead. If there's a way, I come back and find you. No one answered him. And Ishu continued walking forward. Turning a corner, he stumbled upon a new, untouched path that seemed to have remained intact. Delighted, he rushed over to investigate. This floor is only one level. It's empty underneath, you. A faint blue light nearby uttered a voice, but by the time he heard it, it was too late. He had already stepped on it. This floor seemed to have once been a ceiling, the kind made of a square frame with a lime slab in the middle that cracked when stepped on. And Ishu felt weightless, but only for a second before he landed on solid ground. He looked down, and saw that the ground was actually a solid steel plate. His eye twitched, and he turned his head quickly, catching sight of a fleeting black object. What was that? Black tentacles. An octopus? A mutant? And Ishu stared in that direction for a moment, but saw nothing. He shook his head, wondering if he'd seen it wrong. If it were a mutant, it would have pounced upon him by now. The path ahead was actually open, but strangely, he could see traces of buildings shifting on the ground, as if something had moved everything that had been blocking it. He turned around and shouted excitedly, "Guys, I found the way. It hurts. It's so painful. I really want to die." Jiaoshi thought she must be going mad, but there was no other way. Lying on her back, she saw the hideous shadows dancing on the wall. She couldn't imagine the horror of her current appearance. One of her hands sank into the ground, her fingers clenched into claws, leaving bloody streaks on the ground. Torment, agony, an unbearable feeling consumed her. That thing squeezed into her pores, burrowed into her flesh, crawled through her veins. It ruptured blood vessels, and the bulge beneath her skin threatened to burst through. No, not enough, not enough. To hold up this building, more was needed. At this moment, countless black threads emerged from her body, spreading outward. They burrowed into the walls, into the ceiling, into every possible entry point, entangled various mechanical structures, and supported the building from collapse. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she didn't want to resort to such a method that would involve being invaded by the brain-eating worms. It was simply excruciating and made her want to cry. She tried, but she couldn't force her bean sprout spirit to grow stronger. She knew the fundamental reason was that her physical body was too weak. Perhaps because of all the years of using gene inhibitors, she could never reach the level expected of an S rank. The slightest attempt to thicken or strengthen her spirit gave her a splitting headache. Then, She remembered that Ding Sini's spirit had grown much stronger thanks to the brain-eating worms. If not, the collapsing building would have crushed her and everyone else here. Next, she needed to search the area and find a way to unlock the building's power source. Stretch a little further. What's wrong? Haven't you eaten? Jiaoxi scoffed through gritted teeth. As expected, as soon as she started taunting, her spirit suddenly grew stronger, as if eager to prove itself. Ugh. A bloody stench mixed with a strange meaty flavor surged up her throat, and Jiaoxi's face paled. I didn't ask you to actually eat. She hadn't expected that thing to stab a mutant, and then eat right there, enjoying it so happily. Chapter 120. It was like a dream. And Ishu felt like it had been ages since he walked such a smooth path. They supported each other as they advanced. They'd taken so many detours before, but this time, the road was smooth and unobstructed, which was a bit strange. There were many abandoned and collapsed areas around them, as if something had forcibly cleared them. The machinery and debris had been swept aside, leaving a passage in the middle. This looks like a trap. Liarmo's lips had turned completely white. He dragged his paralyzed leg, unable to feel anything, and now an Ishu half-carried, half-dragged him to walk. Even if it's a trap, we have to jump in. If we don't, we all die. Besides, an Ishu stared into the darkness to one side, feeling a sense of something there. He could often hear subtle sounds, as if something were crawling in the wall. Maybe someone is helping us in the dark, he said jokingly. Help? In a place like this, everyone's struggling to protect themselves, so how could they possibly help others? Hua Wancho said weakly. Just then, a mutant dropped from the sky and suddenly blocked their path. Its head swayed, as if it had fainted. Ah! Why is it here again? Everyone was terrified and quickly looked around for other mutants. And Ishu clenched his fists. The weapon had vanished after its first use. Who could save them now? Even if it was just this one mutant, they were no match for it. They were all exhausted, wounded, and nearly drained of strength. They struggled to gather themselves and slowly retreated. Then, something unexpected happened. The mutant suddenly let out a sound like a scream, a raspy, old sound, like the scraping of old branches against glass. Then, it began to slide sideways, sliding and sliding, plunging into the darkness at the side of the passage and quickly disappearing from view. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. And Ishu scratched his head. Did it just do a spacewalk and leave? Larimore looked puzzled. Could it be? Then something even more unexpected happened. The mutant reappeared, this time crawling up from below. Compared to the previous time, it had 2 more bloody holes on its body, oozing a sticky liquid. It stretched out its hands, opened its mouth, and made a babbling sound, its expression seeming extremely panicked and terrified. This injury, are these mutants fighting among themselves? Is it calling for help? It seems desperate. Looking for us? Maybe it's just starving and wants us to feed it. As Hua Wancho spoke, he suddenly mustered up courage, picked up a rock, and threw it at the creature, but he missed. It landed on the open ground, but the brick was strange. It split in 2 before hitting the ground, the fracture perfectly clean, as if it had been cut through. Then, the mutant seemed to be dragged away. Its struggling movements, retreating, while simultaneously running forward, were bizarre. It fell again, this time without a sound. What's it doing? I don't know. It seems like there's something on it, but we can't see it. And Ishu's face was filled with worry. An invisible thread. If that thing really exists, we'd be in trouble. And it looks alive. It'd be easy for something like that to kill someone. How come your imagination is more vivid than mine? Lermos laughed. Don't scare yourself. I hope I'm overthinking it. And Ishu glanced at a certain spot in the void. I always feel like something's watching me. Jiaoxi felt a little uncomfortable at that glance. Couldn't Ishu's intuition be so accurate? Through space, it felt like he was staring back at her. Because all her spirits were her eyes. Jiaoxi felt a wave of fear. She had compressed her spirit to its smallest size before them. It should be invisible to the naked eye, but if anything touched it, it would still be visible. Thankfully, they didn't investigate further. Jiaoxi didn't want them to know what her spirit was like because she couldn't get over it in her mind. She felt like an outlier. Because her spirit didn't really feel like a spirit, it felt more like an organ of her body. Other people's spirits could appear and disappear at will, switching between reality and illusion with ease. But she couldn't. Her spirit grew from her own flesh. Jiaoxi had searched for information on spirits, and had never come across a single case like hers. Perhaps she was the first, but if word got out about this unusual situation, she would definitely be taken into a laboratory for research. Therefore, it was better to keep it secret, and the less she used it in front of others, the better. And now, there was another thing giving her a headache. There were quite a few mutants in this place, and they were constantly trying to attack humans, so she had to intervene to stop them. To make matters worse, her spirit seemed incredibly hungry, eager to burrow into any flesh it came across, turning it into a hollow shell. She had been forced to taste quite a few mutants, and she was practically vomiting bile. Since she hadn't eaten in so long, her stomach was empty, so she could only vomit bile and other things. She wanted to get out of this hellhole as soon as possible. She also wanted to sleep in and eat some delicious desserts. Life in this shabby place was simply unbearable. She had been thinking of counting the hours she hadn't eaten, so she could ask Lin Tanyan to reimburse her for the missed meals. Then she remembered that one of her arms was unusable. To prevent the brain-eating worm from traveling through her bloodstream to her brain, she only allowed it to invade her arm. She then used a wire to tightly bind the upper end of her arm, completely blocking blood flow on that side. At this point, her left arm no longer resembled an arm, transformed into a wriggling black strip of flesh, with countless black threads spreading outward from her. After this incident, her arm would likely be useless. But being able to trade it for everyone's safe escape was already a good deal. She could probably get a prosthetic arm later. After all, interstellar technology is so advanced these days, and she imagined it wouldn't be much different from a normal hand. She let her thoughts penetrate the threads of her spiritual body. They continued to permeate, like tree roots, growing and branching, growing again, branching again, forming a vast network that expanded and spread until the entire building was within her sight. From this point, she could also see the scene above, the stage and the auditorium. She sighed. The situation up there wasn't much better than theirs. It wasn't completely dark. There was a faint glow, powered by the batteries in some devices. But there were more people up there, and with more people came more chaos. The place was practically filled with wailing and wailing. People banged on the walls, hurling all sorts of objects at them, but nothing could break them open. The ingenious double-layer steel frame of the music cube, always so proud of it, now became a cage that trapped everyone. The various decorations that usually floated in the air, the luxurious lighting, the huge light strips, the light curtains, the suspended ceiling design, everything that had once been there. There were so many suspended designs here, all to live up to the music cube's reputation as a building in the sky. When their power is cut off, they also smash those beneath them into the floor tiles. This makes those who pursue the aesthetic of suspended space look like a joke. It turns out it can't fly. Once the power is cut off, everything returns to its original form. The design of the music cube seems to have never considered the possibility of power failure. And as a landmark building on a planet, even if the planet exerts all its efforts, it will still have sufficient energy supply. So, the design is as exaggerated as possible. Just as the pop star had initially impressed her. As the energy drained further, the batteries storing energy in the walls finally ran out. At that moment, the glass began to crash to the ground, crushing and bleeding many people. At that very moment, the largest floating light screen above also ran out of power. This device wasn't just a thin screen. It was a massive machine embedded in the high ceiling. But for some unknown reason, as the power ran out, the device, nearly half the size of a truck, simply crashed down. And that location was directly opposite the audience, where many helpless and bewildered spectators sat. Some saw it, but could only watch in amazement. It happened so quickly. Besides screaming, they had no other recourse. The audience in the auditorium felt a shadow overhead and looked up in surprise. By the time they saw the massive object, it was too late. Their brains hadn't even had time to react to fear. Then, they saw the massive device hanging suspended above them. Oh my god, why don't you guys move? It's not hard to hang like this, is it? She couldn't help but want to curse. But unfortunately, her body was deep underground, so no one could hear her. The main thing was that the object was quite heavy. If it were lighter, she wouldn't mind hanging on. So she loosened the silk thread, and the audience saw the device continue to fall. They finally realized what was happening and screamed as they rolled to the side. She controlled her speed and waited until everyone had rolled away before lowering the equipment. The most severe structural collapse was actually beneath the music cube. That was where they were trapped, for it was completely devised with various mechanisms, requiring power to operate. Thankfully, there weren't many people down there, so it wasn't as chaotic as above. She controlled her spirit to prevent the areas below where people were present from collapsing too severely, and to find a way to guide them out. She stretched the threads further and thinner above. She suspected the power supply must be up there. After all, the prey was there for fun, so the controller certainly wouldn't be there. But she searched through every control panel, control room, electrical well, electrical room, tool room, even seemingly impossible studios and reception rooms, and found nothing. All the power switches were on. She couldn't figure out what the problem was. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her, and she realized something. Didn't an issue cut off that person's power in the beginning? There's an expert out there who might have a clue. By the way, how did you cut off Pushing's power? At this moment, Zhao Shi, a custom-built robot, was accompanying Mu Xiuyang, leading the people Mu Xiuyang had rescued, toward the path leading upwards. Zhao Shi had cleared any potential obstacles with his spirit body. Their progress was smooth, the only problem being Mu Xiuyang's constant suspicions, suspecting there was something wrong with the route and constantly looking for clues before continuing. This caused some difficulty in concealing her spiritual existence. But after so long, he finally let down his guard, though his gaze began to rest on Zhao Shi with a subtle, inquiring look. Zhao Shi turned to ask him, only to find that he was staring at her with an unfathomable expression behind his glasses. You want to use this method to restore the power? Mu Xiuyang asked. He continued, I use short-range signal detection to detect the electrical signal related to the energy source, then simulated it through network information, and then launched a short-range attack. Zhao Shi was confused. I don't understand. Please explain. Mu Xiuyang. So, it's impossible to do it without an internet connection. If it can't be done online, then there must be a physical button? So, the signal transmitter doesn't necessarily have to be fixed in place, but could it be mobile? Yes. Mu Xiuyang nodded. There must be a physical controller, but in this situation, we can't get it. Oh, Zhao Shi replied calmly. That would be easy. This actually gave her a whole new idea. Previously, she had always assumed the controller was something like a switch, fixed somewhere. However, given Pushing's strange ways, it was entirely possible that the switch could be made into another form, and then used as a carrier by something that moved. The simplest moving object would be a person. So Zhao Shi simultaneously controlled her spirit body, detecting multiple possible targets. Why are there mosquitoes all of a sudden? It's so itchy. Is there? I didn't hear any mosquitoes flying. I'm feeling a bit itchy too. Mosquitoes are biting my legs. After searching for a while, and eavesdropping, she finally found the power controller. It was in the possession of 8 different people. They must have been locked up together after receiving Pushing's orders. 2 people had died in the stampede, and 1 was crushed to death. Fortunately, the power controllers on their bodies were still working. This controller must be activated simultaneously within 3 seconds, and they are distributed in various locations. There's no power source, and the network is shielded by special materials. Currently, she is the only one who can do this. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? These things just happened to her. Never mind, she was probably overthinking it. How could Pushing know what her spirit form was, and then know that she would choose this method to save herself? Besides, this design wouldn't benefit him in any way. At this moment, an Ishu was running furiously again, carrying another on his back. He felt like he would collapse from exhaustion in an instant. What's going on? The ground's fine. Why is it collapsing again? An Ishu then remembered that the power hadn't been restored yet, so it seemed normal for it to collapse. It was that easy road just now that had made him feel completely overwhelmed. Brethren, if you can't do it, just put me down. I feel like I'm going to die anyway. Can't do it? Who dares to say I can't? And Ishu lifted Lear Moss onto his back and continued to charge forward. I'm quite capable. Hey, that's not what I meant. As they ran, the road behind them crumbled. And Ishu stopped abruptly. Oh no! There's no way forward. He turned back. Everyone, look out ahead. Then an Ishu looked back, seeing the road behind him had disappeared, and the people behind him were rushing over in a hurry. He barely managed to brake, but an Ishu, standing on the edge, was pushed forward. Xiaolan flew anxiously beside him, but its structure was simply not capable of supporting a human's weight, so he could only watch. And Ishu's mind went blank, and the surroundings were pitch black. He only knew that this time, he was really doomed. Then he felt someone lift him upward, and suddenly he had a place to gain leverage. He pushed in that direction, and then landed on solid ground. This familiar method of exerting force. He turned back with joy. Zhao Shi launched a flying kick, bringing an Ishu over to him while nailing a thick iron plate into the gap between the 2 walls, just enough for a person to step on. Come on. Almost too late. The cyborg Zhao Shi looked incredibly calm, but in reality, her right hand was sweating profusely. Because too many spirit bodies were allocated to searching for the control electronics on the upper level, there weren't enough to support the walls below. What kind of extreme operation is this? Learholm suddenly perked up and clapped his hands vigorously. Jiaoshi noticed his pale face, and her eyes shifted inconspicuously to see his leg, which was still bleeding from the mutant's toxins. This young man is quite patient? You are truly my savior. Star of wisdom. My eternal god. And Ishu rushed forward and hugged Jiaoshi, almost kissing him fiercely. Hey! That's too much. I only kiss pretty little O. Get away from me. Jiaoshi pushed him away with a palm. And Ishu felt something strange and inexplicable as she hugged her. Why are you so hard? Did she lose weight? But how long have we been apart? Is there ever a day when I don't have an erection? Jiaoshi asked back. And Ishu, Lermoz, are you driving? And Ishu patted him. You get used to it. She's the one who dared to openly post links to porn videos in the school group. Lermoz, is she really that arrogant? And Ishu, that's enough. Jiaoshi thought again. That's not right. How did you know about our school group chat? TSK, you're worthy of being in an underground organization. Your methods are wild. And Ishu, Lermoz, so wild. And Ishu, okay, you can shut up now. Lermoz smiled. It's good to see you two back together. We never got along. They said in unison. And Ishu coughed. Hey, you're okay? Did we take care of that bad guy? Jiaoshi thought for a moment. Yeah, we did. Killing his simulated robot could barely be considered a solution. She didn't want to say too much right now, and put unnecessary pressure on them. The most important thing was that everyone got out of here alive. Also, she was afraid that if she said too much, Mu Xiuyang's and Anishu's statements wouldn't match. These two were all cunning people. She planned to wait for her real body to come up, and then quietly switch with the custom robot. Xiaolan was still standing behind Anishu, watching from a distance, not coming over. When Jiaoshi looked at her, she turned her face away. Xiaolan isn't happy, and you're not trying to comfort her, Mu Xiuyang said. Jiaoshi was speechless. This man, who spent all his time tinkering with machines and had never been in love, was trying to persuade her to comfort his robot. It was truly remarkable. I don't see she's unhappy. Mu Xiuyang, it's obvious. That's right. Xiaolan jumped up and down in anger. Why don't you come back? It's so dangerous down there. I'm so angry. Hey, I get it. You're blaming me for leaving you alone down there, right? Jiaoshi winked at her frantically, hushing her. Don't be angry. I treat you to a 220V charging package when we get up there. Xiaolan uttered a low O. Mu Xiuyang watched Xiaolan and Jiaoshi from the side, then his gaze fell on Jiaoshi, a strange look in his eyes. Just then, as they reached the end of the corridor, the hallway light suddenly flickered on. Then, the door ahead, sensing their arrival, opened. It was the elevator door, apparently carrying them directly to the next floor. Really? Can we really get out? Some others stared blankly at the door in disbelief. But the sudden appearance of light stirred a sense of longing in them. They'd been forced into darkness for so long, it was driving them mad. What a coincidence. We just reached the exit and the call came. What a stroke of luck. And Ishu laughed heartily. It seems there's always a way out. Jiaoshi followed suit, pretending, wow, this is amazing. How did the call come on suddenly? Mu Xiuyang's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on Jiaoshi. Jiaoshi's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he subconsciously pressed his left arm. What's wrong with your left hand? Mu Xiuyang asked immediately. Jiaoshi casually replied, I got hurt while handling the weapon just now. It hurts a little. You always hold your weapon in your right hand. I injured my left hand fighting the mutants just now. Along the way, the mutants ran away from us like they were running for their lives. Are you sure? My hand hurts from masturbating so much, okay? And Ishu, Mu Xiuyang, Learholm, so you're like this, sister she? She just spoke too quickly, just to find an excuse. Jiaoshi covered her face and said, I'm going to die. Now, she's embarrassed herself in front of everyone else again. They all got into the elevator, and it went up. Everyone here was nervous. Except for Jiaoshi, everyone else stared intently at the elevator door. Will the door really open this time? Is the nightmare really over? And then, amidst these faces filled with anticipation and nervousness, the door opened. Several people were moved to tears. They covered their faces and sobbed finally. Finally out. People began to exit the elevator one after another, eager to return to the normal world above. no longer having to constantly run for their lives in the pitch-black darkness below. But there was one person standing still in the elevator. And Ishu turned around and saw Zhao. She suddenly half kneeling on the ground. His expression immediately changed. What's wrong? Zhao Shi waved his hand, refusing his help. Nothing, just hungry. Low blood sugar. And Ishu stood at the door, but didn't step out. He tilted his head, listening to the screams and the sounds of things breaking and collapsing outside. He couldn't tell what expression was on his face. Perhaps disappointment, perhaps despair. This is what it's like to have your hopes dashed time and again. And Ishu turned around and opened the door, allowing Zhao Shi to see the scene outside. The nightmare isn't over yet. Giant black tentacles rose from the ground, blocking all escape routes. People screamed in terror, adults and children huddled together, weeping and wailing. The few people who had just exited the elevator with hope burst into tears. Their tears weren't of joy, but of surprise followed by despair. Zhao Shi lowered her head and closed her eyes. She knew, of course she knew, that this was all because of her. After obtaining the power controller, she had tried to gradually withdraw her spiritual body, but then she realized she couldn't. Zhao Shi immediately decided to cut off her own arm, but it resisted, so she fought it underground. But she was no match for it. How could she defeat it? Especially since her physical weakness had limited her spiritual power. Now her spiritual body was strong, but it didn't belong to her completely. The black threads that had sprouted from her own arms quickly spread, wrapping around her body and enveloping her, the darkness spreading all the way to her neck. Zhao Shi then realized that this thing had been hiding its true nature, lowering her guard. So it had been waiting for this moment. There's a saying that it's easier to invite a deity than to send it away. It was indeed difficult. She pulled out a piece of wire and tightly strangled her neck, preventing the darkness from creeping down her neck and into her brain. She knew only that this was the position she had to defend. Her face flushed crimson from the choking, and she felt nearly suffocated. But the thing wouldn't let her die like this. The black threads tore at the wire, making a teeth-grinding sound. Soon, the wire was chewed through. Zhao Shi could only strangle herself with her hands, but how could a person strangle themselves? Her eyes, tightly shut in agony, suddenly opened. One was a deep brown eye, bloodshot, a blood-red tinge. The other was a pure black, a thick black, like flowing ink. The left half of her face, with the black eye, wore a strange smile. Get out, get out. You were so proactive when you could use me, but now that you're done with me, are you abandoning me? Zhao Shi, aren't you hungry? A voice seemed to ask her, or perhaps she was just imagining it. Indeed, I'm so hungry, so hungry. Then let's keep them all here and have a feast. Growing bigger requires energy. It needs to grow bigger and bigger until... Then her face twisted. All of you stay. All of you stay, she said. By the time Zhao Shi regained consciousness, she had already been led out of the elevator. When she opened her eyes, she was completely dazed. The building was ruptured by writhing black tentacles, the ceiling teetering on the verge of collapse. Chaos, cries of pain, fear, screams, black shadows flickered constantly, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Monsters moved in and out of the chaos, hunting with reckless abandon. As the power system was turned on, the mutants from the lower floors also came up, frantically hunting humans. They hunted, and they were hunted in return. Giant black tentacles pierced the mutants. They hadn't yet attacked the humans, but Zhao Shi knew that once the mutants were devoured, the humans would be next. She turned to return to the elevator. I have to get back. What did you say? Don't tell me you're going to fight that giant monster down there alone? And Ishu almost suspected he misheard. Did you see how big its tentacles are? How big is its main body? Are you going to die? Zhao Shi stubbornly walked forward. No, I have to go. I have to go. Wait until the Star Alliance arrives. Someone will take care of it. And Ishu suddenly sensed that Zhao Shi's mental state was off. He pressed her shoulder. What's wrong with you? I can't wait. I can't wait anymore. In a few minutes it devoured the entire building. No one here can do that except me. Only he knew his own weaknesses best. Besides, the one here was, after all, just a robot. Who do you think you are? You always have to be the hero, right? I'm from the Star Alliance. Zhao Shi said bluntly, pulling out the ion sword he had torn from the robot's hand. You really did come here on a secret mission, didn't you? They told you to die, and you're going too. And Ishu held her hand. Can you not go? You have no idea how terrifying this is. Let her go. Mu Xiuyang pulled an Ishu away. Let her handle her own problems. And Ishu was stunned. What do you mean? Jiaoshi glanced at him. Thank you. She knew it. Mu Ziyang had already seen through it. I go with you. Mu Ziyang added, I'm also in the Star Alliance. Jiaoshi said to Mu Ziyang, forget it. Beta isn't good at fighting. Don't underestimate me. I leave Xiaolin in your care. I'm worried about the others. Mu Ziyang looked hesitant, his expression visibly conflicted. Jiaoshi smiled knowingly. She knew this advice would work. No! I want to go with you! Xiaolin started to make a fuss, turning on the intense vibration mode, buzzing non-stop. Xiaolin, be good. She placed Xiaolin in Mu Ziyang's arms and said, be good, and I come back. Xiaolin started to cry again. Okay, I be good, and you must come back. Woohoo! Mu Ziyang nodded. I take good care of her. I believe you. With that, she waved her hand and walked away. Her back resembled the straight of a swordsman. She also looked like a soldier walking with a firm step, leaving behind only the back of someone resolutely heading off to the battlefield, even if that battlefield might be one from which they would never return. She looks like a soldier. Not like, but she is. A soldier, of course, stands bravely to protect the people. This was her choice. No matter the outcome, she had to accept it and take responsibility for her actions. Before Jiaoshi left, she told Mu Ziyang that the final set of secret keys was 00. She hadn't seen the numbers from beginning to end, but the pattern was already clear. The first time, 15, was exactly the number of people left in the first level. The second time, 24, after Mu Ziyang and I rescued someone, we realized it was the total number of people left in the second round. The reason we count the remaining people, rather than those who completed the level, is because including Mu Ziyang, the total number is exactly 24. In the end, there will be no one left. Only she will be left. And she will kill herself. Chapter 121. The whole thing changed so quickly. The shaky building toppled, about to swallow everyone in it, but suddenly stabilized. Even the power system turned on. Once the power system was turned on, the exit would be open. But the hope that had just emerged quickly gave way to despair. The sudden appearance of the monster frightened everyone to death. They were just ordinary spectators, and had never witnessed such a terrifying scene before. Unknown monsters, resembling both insects and humans, crawled out of the ground like a tide and pounced on the crowd. As if they had spotted something delicious, a sticky liquid oozed from their gaping mouthparts, dripping down. What is that? The man's voice trembled violently, and then he caught the gaze of one of the monsters, looking towards him in the direction of his voice. He immediately covered his mouth, his teeth clenched tightly in his palm, trembling. It was terrible. The next second, the monster pounced on him, so fast that only a shadow remained. Even though he knew he should run, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move an inch. Go! A young man leaped over and deflected the monster's head, sending it brushing past his shoulder. He could even hear its teeth clashing, a sharp, metallic sound. The man's face paled with fear, and he quickly rolled to the side, scrambling to avoid the monster. The monster screamed in anger. But there wasn't just one monster here. They all lunged at the audience, causing screams and cries, and the crowd fled in panic. The monster that had just been struck stood up and turned back. And Ishu clenched the metal rod he scavenged from nowhere, his palms dripping with sweat. He admired his own courage. Even at this moment, when he couldn't save himself, he still dared to save others. He said to himself, I'm an alpha, I'm an alpha. I'm a good fighter. Stay strong. They're not that scary. Don't run away again and again. Don't do things you regret. As she said, even if you have to die, you should die in battle. Think of a way. If the power disparity is too great, then try to outsmart it. And Ishu kept a close eye on it. So when the mutant lunged at him, he observed its path, conserving his energy and dodging. Like a slippery loach, he used the surrounding buildings and seats to maneuver around it. After several failed attacks, the mutant grew increasingly frantic, its attacks becoming more and more fierce, but its weaknesses becoming increasingly obvious. Eventually, Anishu took advantage of these opportunities, and successfully attacked it with a series of sneak attacks. So it's not that great, come here! Anishu shouted at the monster from behind a 3D spiral projector. The mutant's green eyes glowed red with anger, and with a roar, it lunged forward, only to be usurped by Anishu. The spiral projector had a material input port in the middle, trapping the monster, unable to move, struggling in vain. This machine takes the input of material and transforms it into real-time projection, according to prefabricated 3D designs. At the other end, there was a material destruction port, allowing for real-time updating of the displayed items. Goodbye, no, never see you again. With that, he pressed the button at the entrance. The mutant's head was stuck in the destruction port. As the button was pressed, the smell of cracking bones and decay emanated. The odor, like that of a corpse, made one wonder if these mutants were actually still alive. They were actually already dead. And Ishu clapped his hands triumphantly. Done. But then, he felt a dark shadow loom over him. Looking up, he saw he was surrounded by a swarm of mutants. He knew the commotion had attracted the surrounding mutants. These creatures truly held grudges. If their companions were bullied, they would definitely seek revenge. What should I do? His legs were shaking. There was no way he could outsmart them with so many people. Hey, this way. Lermos, sitting on top, lifted his bloody leg and waved at them like a charming little O. The mutants that had been surrounding an Ishu immediately turned away. The allure of the bloody smell was fatal to them. Didn't I tell you to hide? An Ishu held his forehead. Why are you looking at him? Look at me. You know I'm tastier, right? He's lost so much blood, he's definitely not as nutritious as me. An Ishu shouted at the mutants. The mutants glanced around, then split into two waves in a flash, attacking them separately. An Ishu and Lermos exchanged a glance. This was truly unexpected. Help! An Ishu's cry finally dawned on him. At this moment, everyone was in danger. Who would save them? It's over, it's over. This time, he's truly doomed. Next to him, Hua Wancho shivered under a chair, using his laptop to call for help. After the power came back on, the internet was connected, and he could even make video calls. Someone had already sent out a distress signal. But in this situation, it was hard to say whether he could hold out until help arrived. By now, his two henchmen were gone, and there was no one left to shield him from danger. Hua Wancho stared at the laptop with bloodshot eyes, gripping the chair next to him so tightly that veins bulged. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. As the power came back on, the live broadcast resumed as well, and the word Starlight 1001 shot to the top of the trending searches. Information Department. The sound of slamming tables echoed throughout the office. What's going on? I told you to suppress this entry, but why is it still floating at the top? The technician next to me had beads of sweat on his forehead. I keep suppressing it, and just as I suppress it, it comes back up again. There's no way to suppress this level of popularity. Then just block this entry. All related terms must be blocked. As the technicians did as instructed, they discussed privately. The problem is, even if we don't have Starlight, we still have Swallowing Light, Life Boundary, and other variants, abbreviations, and synonyms. We replace them, and netizens will use abbreviations too. Another technician nodded. How can we possibly suppress something that's exploded to this point? Star citizens aren't fools. Besides, I want to know what's really going on. Hurry up and crack the live stream and the encrypted network. Shut down the Starlight live stream. Why hasn't it been cracked yet? Are all of you just doing it for free? The usually smiling and affable leader's mask finally cracked. No one had expected him to have this side. It seemed the impact of this incident was truly enormous. The technicians had been working overtime for hours, complaining bitterly. The leader had no idea there was a master on the other side, a master whose level was far beyond the entire information department's reach. Before this, they had all believed themselves to represent the very best of the Star Alliance. For a moment, everyone was deeply discouraged, but there was no alternative. What needed to be done still had to be done. The Star Network was now abuzz with activity, and the live stream had been interrupted for a while. Everyone was speculating about what had happened, why the connection had suddenly gone down, and what had happened since then. As soon as the connection was restored, the screen was ablaze with activity. The scene was chaotic, with all sorts of monsters that looked like humanoids, but were not human at all, and black, thread-like, tentacle creatures roaming everywhere. Even if nothing had been done yet, their danger was undeniable. What the hell are those things? Is this some kind of massive holographic drama the production team has arranged? A special program? I thought it was, too, but look at the trending searches. It's like a disco, going up and down, and now the entry has simply disappeared. If there's nothing wrong, then there's something fishy going on. It's obvious that the Star Alliance is deliberately hiding this incident. There must have been a major accident on this show. Why haven't the Star Alliance gone to rescue anyone yet? It's been so long, don't they know what's going on? Someone asked this question, and another netizen quickly responded, You don't know? There's no Star Alliance military stationed on the Pop Star. This planet is autonomous. The Pop Star is also known as the backyard of the rich and powerful. You know that term, right? Indeed, even if they urgently dispatched personnel, it would take quite a while. What rescue? I haven't had enough of the excitement yet. Don't you think this is the biggest attraction of this show? Is the person above human? How could they say such a madman? I find it quite interesting, too. Accident. It's a real performance, unscripted and without any trace of acting. Isn't that more exciting than a holographic drama? Isn't the point of watching a show to have fun? That makes sense. The people who die are all rich anyway, so why did they have to buy tickets to see it live? And those contestants, few are any good. The entire music cube is practically covered with cameras, especially around the show, so each live stream room can see everything happening simultaneously from various angles. Look, he abandoned his wife and children and ran off on his own. He used his family to shield himself from monsters, and now he says all alphas are bad. Haha, this person is ridiculous. He didn't even try to hide. When the monster attacked him, he just sat there and watched. How could someone be so stupid? Just die. What a waste of air. So mutants really exist. I used to think they were just a setting in holographic dramas. Humans are so weak against mutants, so why don't we all just mutate? It might make us uglier, but we'd be stronger. I want to be a mutant too. I get bullied every day at school. When I mutate, I just call them names. You're deliberately showing me these negative things. A huge, hideous shadow was reflected on the wall. Xiaoxi looked up at it, and at the black tentacles waving around her. She called them tentacles because she couldn't find the right word to describe them. She couldn't even put her finger on what they were. It wasn't actually soft like a tentacle, nor was it fleshy like an octopus's tentacles. Instead, it was a dull gray-black, lifeless substance. Its hardness reached a terrifying level, practically slicing through iron like mud, tearing apart anything it encountered. It was called lifeless because it was extremely adept at stealing the life force of others. Originally, it was an extremely thin thread, but after consuming numerous mutants, it grew thicker and stronger. The once frail bean sprout had expanded into this form. In turn, it had transformed its former owner into a vessel for its growth. Xiaoxi knew she no longer had a human form. Like the roots of a great tree, she was the source of these monsters. With her as their center, they spread radially outward, destroying everything they touched and devouring all life. She was fighting against her own spirit, still controlling some of its tentacles to counter it. She supported the already crumbling structure of the building, while there were still more spirits, searching for living things. She knew they were hungry. She felt it too, a hunger like a bottomless black hole, an unbearable pain. Perhaps it was because growth always required enormous amounts of energy, and their energy came from plundering other lives. Those are humans, my kind. Absolutely, absolutely not. Xiaoxi said, repeating it to herself, strengthening her conviction. Her voice was like the rustling of an old branch in the wind, a decaying sound. Beneath the deep darkness of the earth, a lonely voice echoed. Meanwhile, the piercing voices on the starnet echoed in her ears. Don't show it to me. It doesn't affect me. I won't be emotionally disturbed by it. The tentacles connected to the starnet, revealing numerous online comments about the incident. They flooded like a wave, washing over her already shaky consciousness. Is that so? But your will is weakening. As the voice spoke, it broke through the ground, dancing before the crowd with its claws bared, sending them shrieking and scrambling on the ground. Don't come! Don't come! The crowd screamed. And Ishu, breathing heavily, as if he had survived a catastrophe, hurried forward to support the crippled Lermoz. His poison was deepening, his lips turning a dark blue. Just as they were about to be torn apart by the mutants, those black tentacles sprang up, like sharp arrows, piercing through the mutants at breakneck speed, almost instantly eliminating all the mutants around them. Damn, is it that powerful? And Ishu was stunned. Then he witnessed a terrifying scene. After piercing the mutants, those seemingly extremely sharp tentacles took root and grew like tree roots, even visible as they snaked beneath their skin. The mutants screamed in agony, struggling desperately, fleeing, reaching out to pull at the root-like things, but it was of no use. And Ishu even heard them make sounds that sounded like human voices, their voices mixed with a cacophony of sounds, muffled, like the creaking of metal, or like the chirping of insects. Amidst the chaotic noises, a faint cry resembling a human voice rang out, "Don't come here, don't come here. Help." So they can cry for help, and Ishu wondered. Could they be afraid of monsters more terrifying than themselves? The mutants desperately dodged the tentacles, but they were faster than they were. Once they were touched, there was no chance of escape. And Ishu watched them scream as they withered and shriveled, their life force drained away like water. Then the tentacles grew even larger, crawling densely all over their bodies, in their nasal cavities, in their brains, in their eyes, until only a layer of dry, dead skin remained, and the tentacles broke through, their pulsating arcs carrying a kind of sated joy. Watching closely, Anishu felt a deep sense of dread. Just now, a mutant had attempted a sneak attack, only to be drained dry right next to him. He dared not move, as he was surrounded by a multitude of these things, like a cage. The other mutants, upon seeing this, fled in panic, not daring to approach. Anishu even forgot to breathe. Only when a suffocating pain ripped through his chest did he react. He slowed his breathing, fearing to attract the attention of the tentacles. They seemed well-fed, so they wouldn't attack him, right? He slowly turned his head, ready to call Lir Moss for a way to escape, when his expression suddenly changed. Quick! Get out of there! Lir Moss turned back, following his gaze, but it was too late. The tentacles had already slithered around his back, under his arms, and touched his legs. He gave a desperate smile. I've been holding you back for so long, it's time. What are you talking about? Anishu wanted to rush over to help, but surrounded by tentacles, he dared not move. It had just devoured so many mutants right before him. Their gruesome deaths and cries still haunted him. Poisoning is going to kill you anyway, it makes no difference, Lir Moss said. He couldn't walk anymore. The poison had prevented his wounds from healing, and they were bleeding profusely. During this escape, the bloody scent on his body had attracted many mutants. It was his current companions who hadn't given up on him. His former companions had abandoned him, but thanks to his good fortune, they had returned. Lir Moss thought, let it go. In such a dangerous situation, who wouldn't want to live? After his leg injury, he truly became a burden, abandoned once again, his former companions deserting him. On the verge of being buried alone in the darkness below, it was Anishu who carried him. And Xiaoxi, he had been saved more than once. Where had she gone? He hadn't yet properly thanked her. A flicker of regret flashed in Lir Moss's eyes. This trip had been through a lot, almost like nothing he ever experienced in his lifetime. The only regret was that he hadn't yet made friends with them, and shared a drink. The sticky pus and blood from the poisoning continued to flow, almost all the way. He felt black, and he should have collapsed long ago. This time, being targeted by this monster finally gave him a reason to stop. He was so exhausted. But after closing his eyes, and lying there for a while, he didn't feel the same discomfort as the mutants, no sense of being invaded or eroded. His strength was even gradually returning. Lir Moss opened his eyes. His leg still felt like it had been gripped by a tentacle. It was cold and hard, like cold iron, and should have easily pierced his skin, but it only lingered for a moment, leaving the bleeding wound. Your leg. Anishu was utterly shocked. Has the poison been cleared? It seems. Lir Holmes looked at his leg, now back to its normal color, and wondered if he had seen it wrong. The flesh had returned to its normal bright red, and as the poison cleared, the wound gradually scabbed over. It's protecting us, Anishu muttered to himself. So maybe it's good, but why did Xiaoxi go? Anishu felt his mind was becoming increasingly confused. What was going on? Why would this tentacle monster, even more ferocious than the mutants, help them? What exactly was it? And if it said it was on humanity's side, then what was its basis? As far as he knew, few of the various alien creatures in nature had good intentions towards humans. Mainly because humanity's actions in nature weren't particularly glorious. Self-development always came with the plundering of resources, the harm to other life forms, and the destruction of nature. The tentacle monsters, like dancing seaweed in the ocean, grew in number, emerging from the ground and blocking everyone's escape route. Not only did it not spare the mutants, it also wanted to target the buildings. Due to its immense destructive power, it constantly pounded the surrounding buildings as it pursued the mutants, causing them to crumble once more. Structures that had collapsed due to a power outage could be restored once power was restored. But after this kind of violent destruction, it was truly impossible to repair. The music cube hovered 100 meters in the air, and every tremor in the ground was terrifying. It grew increasingly ferocious, strangling the mutants with incredible speed. As if it could guess their hiding places, it even pierced through several walls to pull the mutants out. The brutal slaughter unfolded before the people. Just as the people had been chased and scattered by the mutants, their tears streaming down their faces, the same thing happened to these mutants now, their screams of terror incessantly filling the air. Even if the humans weren't being attacked by the tentacles for the time being, just watching was horrifying. But the mutants soon realized that tentacle monsters wouldn't harm humans. So they began fleeing toward crowded areas, sending those in the crowd into a frenzy of screams. They dove into the crowd, using it for cover. One mutant even ran too slowly, about to be overtaken by the tentacles. It immediately grabbed a nearby spectator and used them as a shield, like a kidnapper in a holographic play. Its voice, faintly recognizable as human, said, "One more step forward and I..." Puff. The words died in its throat. The tentacles responded by piercing its throat, making a sound like they were piercing flesh. This mutant, infected with the genes of the scutellum beetle, boasted a hard, grayish-white, insectoid shell that covered half of its face, its entire neck, and its chest, the most vulnerable tissues. But in a fraction of a second, it had no chance to resist as the black blade pierced its throat. This is terrifying. What on earth could this thing be? Before dying, it had this thought and, by vibrating the beetle vocalizations on its back, transmitted a message to its companions. Black Death. Stay away. At this moment, Anishu completely overturned all his previous assumptions. He had originally thought it was friendly to humans, but that was an illusion. How could an alien creature care about the lives of humans, especially one so powerful? Of course, the tentacle pierced the human's head before piercing the mutant's throat. The tentacle, tinged with a hint of white brain matter and reddish, quickly vanished, absorbed by the tentacle. It devoured both the mutant and the human, draining their life force completely. Everyone around them paled. A living being, reduced to a mass of rotting flesh and decaying skin. The tentacles expanded even further. Anishu's face paled. He had no doubt that once the mutants were eliminated, it would be their turn next. He cast his gaze toward the ground, as if peering through the thick floorboards at someone. "How are you doing over there?" His eyes were filled with deep worry. How could one person possibly handle such a dangerous being? And he was just a student. Why would the Star Alliance arrange this? Beneath the ground, through layers of darkness, dense tentacles filled the walls and passages, multiplying at a terrifying rate. They intertwined into vast webs, blocking out the sun. Jiaoshi looked up, his gaze reflecting endless darkness, deep underground, as if he were trapped in hell by these demons he had created. As the tentacles slaughtered her, she had grown accustomed to the stench of decaying blood. What had once been a nauseating smell was now completely normal. A strange fear rose in her heart. Could she be a monster? Was she a monster from the beginning? Otherwise, why had she become like this? No, she was human. She was a human, a time traveler from the 21st century, a unique existence in this galaxy. She was human. She kept repeating this to herself, gritting her teeth and forcing herself to be more sober. At the same time, she tightened her grip on the light blade and descended, following her position at the bottom. Yes, besides her imprisoned original body, she fortunately still had a clone, enough to slightly redeem herself in such a moment. The robot had always housed a fragment of Jiaoshi's pure white spirit, separated from her original body from the very beginning, thus remaining unaffected. However, compared to these black spirits, she was too weak, as fragile as a bean sprout that would fall over at the slightest gust of wind. She wielded her lightsaber, but after slicing through the tentacles, new ones quickly followed, endlessly, making everything she did seem futile. Jiaoshi knew that such attacks had no effect on the tentacles. She knew everything they felt. Of course, she also knew that, from their perspective, her clone posed no threat at all, and they didn't even need to pay her any more attention. So, Robot Jiaoshi was blocked by layers of tentacles, chopped down and regrown, never able to reach the foundations of the surface. Forever, a chasm remained between her and her subterranean self. Jiaoshi sighed deeply. What had given her this illusion? Did she mistakenly believe she was powerful? This frail bean sprout was the real her. She should have known this long ago. How could she possibly control such a powerful force? Why underestimate herself? I am the most perfect host I have ever met. The voice in her head spoke again, its words strange. You are not me. I am me, it said. Jiaoshi knew it was trying to blur her perception of itself, so it could take advantage of her weakness. She didn't want to say anything more. She simply controlled her robotic self, slashing its tentacles repeatedly, inching downward slowly, as if navigating a quagmire. Do you really want to save those people? I've seen what they are like, vile, ugly, full of flaws. They're callous, and they confuse right and wrong. Do they deserve it? Do they deserve my efforts? Do they deserve to be saved? Shut up. I'm not doing this for anyone. I'm not from this world. Whether they're good or bad is none of my business. Jiaoshi said, I do whatever I want. Yes, it's indeed none of my business what happens to them. If that's the case, then it doesn't matter if they die, right? No. No. Why not? Didn't you say it's none of my business? Why not? Why not? Jiaoshi fell silent. She looked up at the sky, already obscured by a surging darkness. She was underground, and those people were above. They would all be saved. They would see the light of day one day, but she would never see the light of day. So why not? Why can't they die with me? Can we still wait for rescue? Lermoss asked, his tone calm as he stared at the crumbling, pierced building. He actually calmed down a bit now. It was mainly because he experienced so many such critical moments that his fear threshold seemed incredibly high. It's hard to say. Pop stars are a bit special. It's a gray area, Anishu said. Gray area? This was the first time Lermoss had heard that term. This is where many high-ranking Star Alliance and business leaders are located. They were previously denied military stationing, and they don't want to be constrained. Besides, there's more than one planet like this. After all, there's a lot of discord within the Star Alliance. Lerholm's eyes widened. Brethren, you know so much. When I first met you, I thought you were a worthless idiot. Anishi was halfway through rolling his eyes, when he suddenly realized something. Oh my god, the power's back on. I wonder if the live stream is back. He glanced around, searching for any trace of the camera. If this gets broadcasted. He feared that even if he made it out alive, he'd be in big trouble. Then he quickly spotted a round, black object on a nearby chair. Anishi's head was spinning. This looks like a camera. Aren't all cameras floating? This one shouldn't be embedded, right? Lerholm leaned over. Then, they saw this round object that seemed to reflect light, emitting a faint silver glow. They glanced at each other, and immediately leaned back, moving away from the camera. Fuck, it's really a camera. Haha, these two clowns are hilarious. Turns out Anishu isn't just a simple idiot, he's also an idiot with a mysterious underground background. Oh no, and Bao, he was so handsome when he saved someone just now. I really hope they survive. They're the most interesting people here. Everyone else is so timid and cowardly, nothing to watch. The live stream with Anishu and the other two's camera shot up the charts, becoming the second most popular. The most popular camera was a floating camera located underground. This camera could track people, and it had just tracked Zhao Shi's figure downwards. But after descending, she seemed to be stuck, and all around her was pitch black. Occasionally, the sound of chopping could be heard, but it was too dark to see anything. But even with such a simple scene, it remained the most popular, because the situation below seemed to be the equivalent of a decisive battle. The citizens of the star were extremely curious to know what the true form of the monster that had tortured the mutants on the upper level was. Will Zhao Shi be brutally killed? Or, there were many comments online, but almost no one believed Zhao Shi would win. After all, even though she was a military academy student, she was a half-baked cadet who hadn't even completed a semester. No matter how skilled she was, what could she do against such a superhuman monster? So many mutants had perished tragically at its hands, so how could she, Zhao Shi, escape? At this moment, the surging tentacles had already devoured all the mutants on the upper level. Some mutants had even fled to the lower level, uncertain of their fate. However, the tentacles on the lower level should be even denser, and their panicked escape would also lead to their own death. Some tentacles chased downwards, while others were already slithering above ground, glaring at the remaining humans. Their raised posture truly looked like they were sizing up their prey. The sight of these people's scalps tingled, but they had all seen how the mutants were powerless against them, and they were already desperate. Don't lose your will. As long as you're alive, there's still a chance, Anishu suddenly said loudly. He had a vague feeling that while it would attack humans, perhaps unlike the mutants, they still had a chance to escape. As for the reason, perhaps it wasn't particularly fond of human flesh. Anishu's voice quickly attracted the still freezing tentacles. He said so, but in reality, he was terrified. He held the iron rod, ready to respond to any attack. Then, he felt a chill on his back. With his recently developed superb reflexes, Anishu quickly moved away from his original position, but the tentacle still pierced his shoulder. Anishu glanced to the side. Really? So fast? And it didn't play by the rules, it actually attacked by surprise. It hurt. He was in so much pain that tears were about to burst out. This thing wasn't soft, but hard and icy. The wound was chilling, like icy mud stuck to the wound. He looked down and saw the tentacle begin to fork, pushing away the flesh on his shoulder. He didn't know what this thing was hesitating about. Its growth rate was far slower than when it was on the mutant, but this slow death was even more torturous. He could clearly feel tiny insects crawling in his flesh, biting him as they crawled, and splitting into more insects. Anishu's vision went dark, and he felt his energy rapidly draining away. He could barely stand, let alone reach out and pull the thing from his shoulder. Just then, a brilliant blue flashed before his eyes, dazzling him so hard that he closed his eyes. Then he smelled something burning. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, nearly causing him to faint. And Ishiu's eyes widened as he watched a large piece of flesh rip from his shoulder, blood gushing out. The remaining tentacle had already been removed by Mu Xiuyang and thrown to the ground. Mu Xiuyang raised his hand, and a burst of blue light erupted from his gun, striking the tentacles that were attacking them nearby. At the same time, numerous robots emerged from the walls and ceiling, more and more, blocking the way for the people and blocking the tentacles' attack. Lermore couldn't believe it. Aren't these the killer robots that attacked us before? I've breached the building system. Mu Xiuyang adjusted his glasses. Xiaolin dragged a large box over. There are weapons inside, take them yourselves. Be careful, there are more and more. Mu Xiuyang said, it's getting stronger. Savior number 2, you're finally here. And Ishiu wiped away the tears of pain. I thought you were going to get reinforcements or find an exit. I'm already trying to solve the access control and transportation issues. It takes some time. Reinforcements have already been sent, but they may not arrive. Instead of relying on others, it's better to rely on ourselves. Mu Xiuyang explained, so I went to find the weapons cache. There's a weapons cache here. Lermo searched through the box, his expression astonishing the whole family. It's an underground toy factory, normal. And Ishiu looked unsurprised. Got it. They're doing underground activities, right? They're rebels. Lermo said, quickly distributing the extra weapons to the people around him. I didn't say that. Don't read into it. I know nothing. The thought of possible surveillance cameras nearby made an Ishiu feel like her life was over. Even if she escaped this time, she'd definitely be in jail. And Ishiu's face furrowed, distressed, and she felt like crying. I know what you're worried about. Lirhom soothed. Don't worry about what happens after we get out. We might not even get out. And Ishiu, Is there such comfort? As they spoke, they had already engaged the surrounding tentacles with their weapons several times. It was a bit exhausting, but they could still hold on. And Ishiu still felt a little strange. These tentacles were clearly much gentler towards them than the mutants. They even broke a lot of them. What kind of weapon is this? It's powerful. It's a super particle cannon. Ordinary weapons are useless against it. Mu Xiuyang said, but to solve this problem, we must address it at its root. His glasses reflected a cold, wise light. Otherwise, it will be endless. After Mu Xiuyang's appearance, the tide of battle turned, and the Starnet was flooded with comments. Mushin! Mushin is here too, the strongest mechanic of the younger generation. He's actually participating in this show, but I didn't see him before. When did he join? Is he a hidden special guest? But does this show have a special guest segment? I see. And Ishiu nodded. So our mission now is? Rescue Xiaoxi? We can't leave her alone down there. Since we're a team, we should advance and retreat together. Mu Xiuyang nodded. This monster is too powerful for one person to handle. We have to find a way to save her. His gaze fell on the tentacles, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. We've been through so much together, we should form a group or something. And Ishiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. So we're... Learn more. Oh, what is it? And Ishiu thought for a moment, and held out his hand. It's the Interstellar Light Adventure Team. Although the show isn't great, the term is a good one. In a critical moment like this, there's still time for ritual. Mu Xiuyang said, holding out his hand. But boosting morale is essential in war. Lermore's eyes lit up with excitement. Adventure Team, I love it. And me. Xiaolin held out one of her data cables. Operation CC Rescue, begin. And Ishiu shouted, we will use light to eliminate darkness. At these words, Mu Xiuyang's mouth twitched, and he almost retracted his outstretched hand. This was too childish. But unexpectedly, Lyre Moss and Xiaolin, standing nearby, joined in the shouting, use light to destroy darkness. The three of them were so full of fighting spirit that he felt completely out of place. Perhaps Xiaoxi would join in the fun here too. Mu Xiuyang was forced to join in, whispering something along the way. He thought his voice was quiet enough for no one to hear, but he didn't realize their actions had already been broadcast live to the entire galaxy, with netizens frantically discussing the incident. What's with all this sudden excitement? Cheers to them. Interstellar Light Adventure Team, charge. This is so naive. Defeat the monsters? Give Interstellar a bright future. The online comments shifted, and Xiaoxi was forced to absorb the data they were sending. His head was filled with a chaotic stream of data, and he felt a splitting headache. She desperately wanted to sever her connection with this monster, but she couldn't. Perhaps her true form was the foundation of her consciousness, and the only way to sever it would be when she died. So could they be killed, right? The voice continued. No. I said no. Why not? Didn't I say it didn't matter? Didn't I care? If I didn't care, then whatever happened to them wouldn't matter. Even if they died, it wouldn't matter, right? These irrelevant people could still help me grow a little bit. Robot Zhao, she never gave up descending. The light blade she tightly grasped radiated a searing heat, but it couldn't penetrate the thick blackness below, and any distance was lost. She was already in darkness. Even though she could sense everything, she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. In such an environment, every step she took was like sinking deeper into the quagmire. I can't see anything. Blocked by obstacles, she could no longer see the path ahead. Why can't people see the path? Because the lights had long been out. In the dead of night, not a single light remained on for her. A lonely soul in another world, in the end, is also alone. At that moment, a bright light seemed to appear above. Zhao looked up, the light she hadn't seen in a long time glaring at her. However, robots are not afraid of direct light, so she just kept her eyes open. Use light to eliminate darkness. A familiar yet annoying voice came from above. Zhao felt a non-existent bead of sweat appear on her robot's forehead. No, are you really that immature? Why didn't they die together? Why? The voice continued to ask. Why not? Because they are my friends. Zhao knew it had been trying to assimilate her consciousness. It wanted her to blur the lines between herself and it, to mistakenly believe she was one with it. It wanted to transform her into something like it. I'm not like you. I have friends, and you're just a thing of unknown origin. It makes me sad to say that. I thought I still had you, Zhao. I returned that to you. What are you? An ugly black maggot that can only survive by parasitizing others. Do you deserve that? We are not different. It said. The conversation, hidden deep underground, was unknown to anyone. And above, an Ishu and his group bombarded the area, finally blasting a hole through the web woven by the tentacles. Oh my god, it's terrifying down there. How can Sister survive? She just likes to handle everything herself. Cece. I saw Cece. Xiaolon said a few words excitedly, then lost her composure. But she didn't say anything more. Clear a path for me. Zhao voice drifted from afar. Don't go down anymore. You can't get down. No, we're going down to help you. And Ishu had no intention of turning back this time. But he had cleared the path with a super particle cannon, and it was quickly filled with new tentacles. The tentacles below were so dense, almost solid, that the mere sight of them was enough to give him a claustrophobic itch. According to our calculations, it's true. Our firepower isn't enough to open a passage long enough for us to descend, Mu Ziyang said. He then changed the subject, but even so, we won't leave you alone. I've already heard your command once before. This time, follow my lead. Zhao didn't say whether she agreed or not, but suddenly said that slogan was a good one. Of course. How could my idea be any worse? And Ishu was brimming with pride. We clear the way for you, while we follow behind you. We will definitely catch up with you. Mu Ziyang spoke the last sentence slowly. Zhao, wait for us. As he spoke, strange blue sparks erupted from above, slanting in several directions, and aiming towards the position below her, blasting a path. Zhao immediately descended, seizing the opportunity before the new tentacles grew. She could feel it getting closer. Zhao knew her position all too well. She looked up at the receding light above her, her companion still diligently clearing a path down. But she thought there was no need. By the time they descended, the battle would likely be over. Besides, she couldn't let them see her in such an unsightly state. It would be disastrous if word got out that she was a monster. Xiaoxi looked down and saw a vast, surging mass of black, so dense it looked like the source of all evil. Endless, the tentacles of this size looked truly terrifying. If it had been her before, she would have been terrified and turned away. But now, there was nothing she could do. People were forced to this point. Xiaoxi raised her hand, focusing her mental energy on a single point, concentrating on controlling one of its tentacles. This way, she could counter its power. She controlled the tentacle to quietly swerve around, then contracted like a spring, sending them flying a significant distance upward. This maneuver left an Ishu completely bewildered. What's going on? We've worked so hard, and now we're back to where we were. What just happened? Their path back was quickly blocked, and their firepower was insufficient. Coupled with the need to deal with the surrounding attacking tentacles, they were completely overwhelmed. Here, Zhao Shi successfully landed with her particle sword, face to face with a terrifying monster. What a strange perspective. It was like looking in a mirror, but the person reflected on the other side wasn't her, but a strange, twisted, gigantic monster. It was so terrifying that it would wake even from a dream. Now, it's our turn. She held her sword and walked towards him, killing the black hole base. Hung Xing Wuyan looked at the person before him, slowly brushing back the snow-white hair from her temples. His gaze fell on the pearl on her chest. I will save you, no matter the cost. At this point, his body was covered in wounds, dark tissue constantly oozing out. His eyes shone a frighteningly bright gold, eclipsing even the stars in the sky. Hung Xing Wuyan, holding the person in his arms, walked step by step into the base's hall, tissue fluid dripping down his body, continuing to flow. This scene was like a person covered in blood, bleeding continuously, walking down the street as if nothing had happened. The body also feels pain, and the sense of pain and proprioception are perfectly replicated. The players at the base looked at him as if he were a monster. Not only because of his incredible pain tolerance, but also because I heard the Antimatter Guild was wiped out. What? How is that possible? One person? How could a retail investor do such a thing? However, the skyrocketing points of rampant, without words on the public screen revealed the truth. And then, there was the terrifying energy fluctuation not long ago. The heat wave nearly reached the base. Looking up at the sky, the air, distorted by the intense heat, had not yet dissipated. Is this something a human could do? The players only dared to discuss this from afar. At this moment, this mysterious player, who had always been so distant, became even more mysterious. Within this mystery, there was a murderous aura and apathy that made people afraid to approach. Who's he holding? That person, it seems. It's she, they're in the same team, the one who was so arrogant the moment they arrived. Hung Xing Wuyan raised his head slightly, his golden gaze sweeping over them coldly. The two men immediately shut up, lowered their heads, and quickly slipped out of the hall. The vast hall of the base was now empty. Now it's just us. Hung Xing Wuyan spoke as he held her and sat down. He closed his eyes and leaned towards she, the intimate gesture almost as if he were about to kiss her. But his lips only brushed lightly against her neck, a hint of longing beneath his drooping lashes. It wasn't the right time yet, but it would be soon. He told himself that after all this was over, he would find a way to meet her in real life. Should he create a chance encounter, or be straightforward? What kind of person did she like? Was it bad for an Omega to be too proactive? Then, how should he hint? But what if she didn't understand? Lin Tanyan thought a lot in an instant. He held her shoulders and held her close, his bright white and dim consciousness beads touching. A faint smile unconsciously played on the corners of his lips. This was the first time he had done something recklessly, but fortunately, he had the financial resources to do so. He had always suppressed his emotions, and this was the first time he had wanted something so desperately. And what he wanted, he would definitely get. Lin Tanyan never doubted that. A bright white light flowed from his consciousness bead to the other. After repairing her consciousness bead, he used high-level mental stimulation to wake her up. Under the Rubik's Cube of the music world, Zhao Shi's hands were shaking. She attacked again and again, only to be blocked again and again. Her mind was connected to it. Her thoughts, every attack, were anticipated. Even if she occasionally struck a tentacle, it wouldn't cause any significant damage. She gripped the particle sword tightly, even while distracting herself to restrain the tentacles from killing. Two separate tentacles clashed fiercely, stirring up a turbulent mess. She was running out of time. It looks like Zhao Shi can't win, someone commented. At that moment, a floating camera not far behind Zhao Shi emitted a faint light, broadcasting the surrounding scene live. It's a wonder anyone could defeat a monster like this alone. Why isn't anyone helping her? Why hasn't help arrived yet? What should I do? Is this show real? What if a monster like this really breaks out? Help, help! I live on the K-Star. I heard everyone around the K-Cube has fled. No one dares to stay there. What about help? Why hasn't there been any help yet? There are very few high-level genetics on our planet. I heard they've been transferred from other planets. What the hell is going on? By the time they get here, I don't know how many people will be dead. Dynamite. Oh yeah, there's still dynamite. Zhao Shi suddenly remembered what Mu Xiuyang had said before. There were explosives hidden down there. But it was said to be powerful enough to destroy the entire building. Indeed, it would take something of that magnitude to eliminate it. The location was also easy to find. Her spirit had already spread throughout the building, and the terrain was like an incredibly clear map in her mind. Finding the explosives was a piece of cake. So, she controlled some of her tentacles to probe for that location. Of course, it didn't want her to succeed, but up there, Mu Xiaoyang had already cracked the access control system. They were about to leave, and the tentacles were blocking them, trying to keep them. Zhao Shi seized the opportunity and struck with her sword. What a handsome strike. The fight has begun, the fight has begun. It turns out humans can actually stand up to such a monster. Come on, you must get out alive. Sparks flew from the sword. Zhao Shi gripped the hilt tightly and thrust it down. This time, she finally succeeded. She could feel her breath weakening, but she also knew at that moment that this injury wasn't enough to kill it. It was at this moment that Zhao Shi suddenly felt something distant tugging at her consciousness, a familiar, warm feeling. She blearily opened her eyes, and saw someone familiar before her. Hung Xinghuiyan's golden eyes shone frighteningly bright. She had never seen him like this before. And then, just as Zhao Shi was about to say something, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. When Hung Xinghuiyan saw her open her eyes, the joy on his face flashed for a fleeting moment. His eyes suddenly seemed to shatter. Splinters of a dazzling gilded light looked familiar. If it weren't for the fact that robotic beings can't cry, she would have suspected he was crying. Zhao Shi looked down and saw her pitch-black consciousness bead. Blackness crawled all over it, oozing black water, like the murky mud of the underground in the eternal night. It emerged with its claws spread wide. Something felt like it was touching her neck, and a chill flashed across the back of her head. Snap, as if an invisible blade had sliced through it. What was it? At that moment, Zhao Shi suddenly remembered that when she first started playing the game, she had signed a life-or-death agreement. Those who were infected would have their consciousness erased. So she was infected, but she didn't have time to think. She had already waited until Mu Xiaoyang and his men had retreated. He tried to retreat, but Zhao Shi controlled a tentacle and pulled him back. There was no need to do meaningless things anymore. And Ishi was talking loudly, and Xiaolin was in Mu Xiaoyang's arms, having turned off his phone. Those lucky enough to escape alive finally shed tears at this moment. Some cried for finally being freed from suffering, while others wept for those who would never return. As the explosives detonated, the entire underground was reduced to a poignant golden red. With the death of the body, the spirit ceased to exist. Consciousness would dissipate with it. Zhao Shi opened her eyes. She had once believed that before death, a person would replay their entire life like a revolving lantern. She, as a robot, fell to the ground, growing weaker, her consciousness fading. This was what death felt like. Even though she had been prepared, it was still a little hard to believe. Hasn't she traveled through time? In novels, the person who travels through time is usually the protagonist, right? So protagonists can die, too? It wasn't that she didn't want to live, but faced with such a dead end, she had no choice. No, she wasn't the protagonist at all. Just a lonely soul in another world, surviving a few more months in someone else's body. Excessive self-awareness is truly not a good thing. Perhaps, to this world, she had always been just a passing visitor, having arrived and departed in a hurry. History flows like a torrent, and hearts are subject to change. And, as if the departed had never been here, leaving no trace. But what she didn't know was that everything that had happened had already been live-streamed to the Star Network, under the gaze of all. This was a grand performance. It was the end of a hero. Countless faces before the screen were filled with tears. The brilliant golden red light that emerged with the thunderous explosion was the undisputed, interstellar light of this generation. Chapter 122. If anyone had looked up at this moment, they would have seen this scene. The sky wasn't really a sky, but rather countless dark gray waves surging, like an ocean in a storm, completely upside down. The explosion sent tremors through the air, ripples echoing through the air. The upside-down sea of dark clouds in the sky churned, as if shaking the entire world with it. The magnificent, luxurious Rubik's Cube building, a symbol of the pop star, was instantly reduced to ruins, dust and rubble filling the sky. The rescue ship landed, carrying the fleeing people. The heavy roar of the ship blended with the wailing voices, creating a mournful melody alongside the torrential rain from the sky. A corner of a majestic starship emerged from the clouds, its side adorned with the symbol of the Star Alliance, a 9-star circle. These ships belong to the Star Alliance. They show signs of damage. Mu Xiaoyang lifted his head, his gaze sweeping past the nearby ships to the dark blue starships approaching above the clouds. They've been transferred from Galen Star, where war has just begun. Seal off this area immediately. Retreat. The torrential rain was mingled with thick dust, and the smoke from that direction struggled to dissipate even in the rain. The residual heat of the explosion lingered. There are still people down there. Why aren't you saving them? Why seal them off? Get them out first. And Ishu roared, his hands flailing, his body arching toward the dark ruins. But it was all in vain. The Star Alliance blocking his way was like a thick black wall. No matter how hard an Ishu tried, he couldn't even crack. And Ishu calmed down. Lair Moss looked in that direction, his nose tingling. He knew that no one could survive an explosion of that magnitude, not to mention that there was a monster of unknown origin deep underground. Perhaps the more important issue for the Star Alliance was whether that monster was dead or not. If not, the Star Alliance would use all their might to destroy it, regardless of whether anyone was still alive beneath the ruins. Zhao, she is still down there. Calm down? How do you expect me to calm down? And Ishu roared, his eyes nearly blinded by the heavy rain. The heat welling in his eyes felt like molten lava. Why don't you go save her? She's also a Star Alliance soldier. She's saved so many people down there. Why aren't you saving her now? Go! As he spoke, he grabbed one of the Star Alliance soldiers by the collar, but the moment he made contact, the soldier instantly shoved him to the ground. She's dead? As Mu Xiaoyang spoke these words, the blue, teardrop-shaped screen on his shoulder flickered, then went black, tumbling down from his shoulder and landing in his palm. Xiaolan can detect signs of life. There's no one alive down there. Xiaolan had been detecting life signals until its battery ran out. Mu Xiaoyang drooped his eyelashes and carefully tucked Xiaolan into his clothes. And Ishu's features were distorted by the pressure on the ground. He cried, his sobs becoming even uglier. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you sick? I still owe her an apology. How could she just? Impossible, impossible. The Alliance established a blockade and divided into several teams to guide the survivors away. This once thriving business district no longer existed. As soon as the incident broke out, surrounding businesses and pedestrians had already fled. Shattered glass from the previous explosion clung to the window, its last gasp. The nearby billboard had been damaged by something, and the signal was intermittent. Half of the screen was replaying scenes from Starlight, with a barrage of comments almost covering the entire screen. And Ishu had no interest in reading what the netizens were saying. He simply turned his head stiffly, then suddenly turned to the Alliance troops and said, I want to turn myself in. It's all my fault. It's because of me. I want to turn myself in. I deserve to go to jail. But no one paid any attention to what he said. The Alliance troops stared blankly, unwavering in their demands. Leave. They, along with all the survivors, would be transported away from here to the medical ward specially prepared for them by the Alliance. And Ishu moved slowly along the crowd like a zombie, head bowed, his thoughts unsettled. He stumbled after 2 steps, then was helped up by Lair Moss beside him. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. Lair Moss heard muffled words uttered by him, but could only sigh helplessly. So much was buried in that collapsed Rubik's Cube. The rain was pouring, and people, guided by the Star Alliance, hurried in one direction, a dark curtain of rain behind them, as if fleeing a plague-stricken area. Only one figure was walking against the flow of people. Mu Xiaoyang glimpsed the figure, his pupils suddenly constricting. But he stared intently at the person, his lips tightly pursed, their color frighteningly pale. What's wrong? Lair Moss asked, seeing him pause. Zhao Shi is back? And Ishu suddenly looked up in the direction Mu Xiaoyang was looking. Then he saw Mu Xiaoyang pushing through the crowd and chasing in that direction. And Ishu immediately followed without thinking, but was suddenly stopped by a large group of Star Alliance soldiers, unable to move forward. Why can he get through? I can't. No one answered him, their faces expressionless like statues. Mu Xiaoyang held the Special Forces badge in his hand, a symbol of a blade piercing a black hole. He held it high, and he moved forward unimpeded. Until they finally met face to face, he put the badge down and held it quietly in his palm. The spikes on the badge pierced his palm, and blood dripped down through his fingers, mixing with the rain, quickly fading. Those amber eyes just stared at him silently. They didn't have to die. You could have done it. Why didn't you make a move until the very end? How could Mu Xiaoyang not know that the man next to Zhao Shi when she made the call was him? It was him. Lin Tanyan. Mu Xiaoyang, head of Communications Group 34, number 6772, violated military orders and acted independently. A Star Alliance soldier nearby reported. At the same time, Mu Xiaoyang was being held in the position of a criminal escort. Lin Tanyan seemed to gesture, and the Star Alliance soldier said, yes, and immediately released him. The sudden release of force caused Mu Xiaoyang to stagger. He steadied himself and adjusted his glasses, a corner of which had been broken. Through his glasses, Mu Xiaoyang stared directly at the person before him. His eyes seemed shrouded in mist, forever a distant, isolated being. He acted as if nothing had happened here. But it was clear that everything was caused by him. Yes, I did disobey orders, and I accept the punishment willingly. Mu Xiaoyang looked up at him, speaking each word. Because, from the very beginning, their mission had been to maintain the connection between the KTV and the external star network, ensuring that everything happening on the KTV was transmitted to the outside world without a second's delay, so that the entire Star Alliance could witness this absurd, apocalyptic show. But after this, I will quit this special operations team. I know you have many capable people under your command, and one more wouldn't be enough. Mu Xiaoyang had originally thought he had met a kindred spirit. But after practicing his skills and hacking through the network, he accidentally came across top-secret information about Lin Tanyan, and nearly ended up in jail. It was Lin Tanyan who saved him, and provided him with information beyond his authority, allowing him to access knowledge forbidden by the Star Alliance. His skills were improving, and he had once thought Lin Tanyan would be his confidant. Or, as the ancients say, a Bo Lu. Sacrificing one person to save the majority. As a leader, perhaps you're right. But as a friend. Mu Xiaoyang paused. I slipped my tongue. From the beginning, their relationship had been merely superior subordinate. He had simply overestimated it. The blood-stained badge in Mu Xiaoyang's hand fell to the ground, splashing in the rain before sinking into a puddle. The Star Alliance took him away. The people around him dispersed, leaving only a shadow standing silently before the dead ruins. Lin Tanyan seemed to smell a strange yet familiar pheromone scent, just like the one he felt in the game, cold and lonely. The scent grew fainter, then vanished in the wind. In reality, pheromones had long ceased to exist here. The moment a person died, nothing was left. He reached out, clenched his fingers, and the wind slipped through his grasp. He suddenly felt like laughing. It was indeed ridiculous. It turned out that what he had longed for was right beside him. The irony was that no matter where he was, no matter how, he had never grasped it. It was just as the astronomer had said. For someone like him, if he longed for something he shouldn't have, what he already possessed would be taken away from him. This was his fate. Forever, no one would walk with him. Why is it always raining? He muttered to himself, gazing at the sky. Everything vanished in the rain. All that had happened during the previous passionate period seemed like a beautiful yet chaotic dream. The rain fell, sinking into countless raindrops. The rain should have been cold, but it felt like it was wrapped in flames, burning my eyes. The former site of the KTV Rubik's Cube was sealed off, a forbidden zone no one dared approach. In the desolate ruins, the cracked remains of the Rubik's Cube building stood like a tombstone for someone. The shadow in the rain stood for a long, long time. So long that the night changed from day to night, and the tombstone was stained a deeper black by the darkness. 4 months later. It was another rainy day. This ruin had been untouched for a long time. With no trace of human activity, the vegetation here was exceptionally lush, growing at a rate comparable to that of super fertilizers grown in a laboratory. You didn't know this, but this was once the Interstellar famous Rubik's Cube building. So many celebrities and dignitaries had visited here. A taller boy said to the shorter one next to him, "We couldn't afford a house around here before. Don't try to fool me just because I'm younger than you, okay? My parents say the Rubik's Cube building was so impressive. How could it possibly be like this?" The other child snorted. "It's because something terrible happened a few months ago. Hey, I heard my parents tell me about it." The boy suddenly whispered, "Have you noticed the grass is growing so much here? Could it be because there are bodies buried down there?" "Ah, I'm just trying to scare you." The boy waved his hand. "You're too timid. So just be my little brother. I'm much braver than you. No, look over there. Just now, there was something moving." "What's that thing?" The boy looked back. Dark clouds thickened in the sky, seemingly about to plummet to the ground. The deepest point of the sea of black clouds lay directly above the ruins of the Rubik's Cube. He shuddered inexplicably. This scene gave him the aura of a terrifying monster about to give birth. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and a fierce roar of thunder exploded. "Ah! Ah, help!" The two men ran, wailing in terror. One of them fell flat on his face in a panic, then scrambled back to his feet, and continued running, his legs swirling. After a while, a tiny streak of white emerged from the pitch-black crevice. A raindrop struck it, nearly crushing it. The white object trembled a little further, nearing the nearby puddle. As if catching sight of its own reflection, it trembled and turned even paler. Chapter 123. Mr. Shi, Cosmetics revenue dropped over 10 percentage points this quarter. A flustered voice emanated from the corner of the conference table. But this isn't a problem with our branch. It's probably due to the song. The presenter, caught mid-sentence, realized he mentioned something he shouldn't have. He wrung his hands together tightly, beads of sweat forming on his hairline. No one at the table spoke. They all lowered their heads, pretending to read the documents in their hands. No one even dared to glance up at the person sitting directly across from him. A flash of vibrant red adorned the neat black and white suits. She reclined, one hand supporting her chin, the other slowly turning a page. Holographic communication is so advanced these days that even a stream of data can feel as if the person is right before her. Her beauty was fully revealed, and the mysterious, oppressive aura remained undiminished. Her red lips twitched slightly. "It's okay, continue." The man breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Due to the impact of the pop star incident, that region has become a major consumer destination, and the people's mindsets have shifted, with the idea that true beauty lies in nature beginning to spread. Do you want to contact the media to counter these ideas?" "No need." She simply uttered 2 words. The heads of various projects continued to report on their progress in turn. The Zerg Gene Fusion Metal Material Project is progressing as expected and has entered the partner negotiation stage. The research and development of the upgraded domestic robots is nearing completion. To address the declining revenue of the floating hotel chain, we plan to implement the following solutions. Several hours passed, and the meeting was drawing to a close. "Bossy, you've been working for 4 days straight without a break. You should take care of your health," someone warned cautiously. The others chimed in, yes. You should take care of yourself. It was mainly because they'd been working non-stop for the past few months, and they were really exhausted. Just because she possessed inhuman execution and immense energy didn't mean they did too. Shirian didn't respond to the question. After a pause, she suddenly said, "My daughter's funeral is tomorrow. You should have heard about it, right?" I heard it's being planned by the military district. "Yes, it's open to the public. If you're free, you're welcome to attend." She curled her rosy lips. Shir would be happy to see so many people mourning her. Shirian added with a smile, "Everyone, we have the day off tomorrow." Everyone looked at each other and nodded quickly. We definitely go. Shirian gently waved her hand. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let's adjourn." With that, she vanished in an instant. Confirming her holographic communication had ended, someone at the conference table shrugged. As expected of the Western King of Hell, even the death of her only daughter couldn't dampen her ambition. Thinking of her bright smile over the past few months, everyone felt a little creepy. She's quite cold-blooded. I thought she'd at least fight with the military for the right to hold the funeral. I thought she cared deeply about her daughter. After all, she was the only family member left. I didn't expect. She seemed to be in such a good mood. Honestly, I feel a little sorry for Zhaoxi. What a wonderful child. Sigh. I can't explain it, but I always feel like President Xi's smile is a little scary. Really? Have you been scolded too much by the King of Hell? Indeed, I've been scolded less lately, unusually so. But why has she been attending meetings via holographic communication lately? I haven't seen her in person yet, have I? I guess she's discussing some large-scale secret project. You know, sometimes she suddenly brings up projects that are already completed, or even have been running for a long time. I can't figure it out. If I let you figure it out, can you still call me the King of Hell? Isn't the King of Hell the King of Hell? He has his own plans and takes everyone by surprise, right? The man continued, otherwise, why is there the old saying, if the King of Hell orders you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, who dares to keep you alive until 5? Is that how it's used? The torrential rain continued, and a roar of thunder, along with the raindrops, smashed through the black windows. The wind rushed in, and the heavy curtains blew like a hideous shadow. A shadow crouched on the massive desk at the far end. That was the red ghost hidden behind the AI image. She held the mirror, her hand trembling slightly. She barely recognized the person in the mirror. A pale face, dark bruises under the eyes. Long deprived of sunlight, and the meticulous care she once had, aging had come like a storm. Blue veins shone through the pale skin, and wrinkles formed. You wouldn't like me like this, would you? Shirian muttered to herself in the mirror. For the past few months, she had been numbing herself with work, distracting herself. But whenever she had a moment's free time, she would think of it over and over again. Shirian slowly began to open the box before her. It contained Zhaoxi's belongings, sent by the military academy. She selected a few pieces of clothing from Zhaoxi's closet, folded them, and place them with the other items. After burning them, they would become her ashes. Dead without a burial place. Isn't that what they say? The real her remained in that haunted place, unseen. Blame me, it's all my fault. It's my fault for being too soft-hearted. So soft-hearted that I let you leave home. She rigged and clutched the box, her expression suddenly fierce. I should have locked you up inside the house, locked you in the basement, the deeper the better, so no one could see you. It was my momentary neglect that sent you to your doom. For 20 years, I protected you so well. I gave you gene inhibitors, preventing you from reaching S rank, so you could escape the pressure society places on those with higher genes. No more hard work, no more fighting. It's so nice to just be under my wing. What's wrong with being a playboy? You're not just someone who can be exploited. TSK, dying like that. Shi Rian's eyes flickered. What if she hadn't been given the inhibitors? Wouldn't she have grown into a formidable warrior? Whatever her father was like, she should be like him. If she had enough self-protection skills, wouldn't she have? No, that's not right. Even someone as strong as her father still dies. Still has to die. No, how could I be wrong? I can't be wrong. Shi Rian clutched the corner of the box tightly, staring at it, her fingers tense and turning blue. I just want to protect you, you know that, right? You understand. She felt the computer vibrate, seemingly for a while. She answered impatiently, say, you haven't left the house in months. Oh, you're calling just to talk about that? I be leaving soon. You're not my driver, stop pushing me. Shi Rian's voice suddenly rose. You? After the funeral, go see a therapist, Mugu said. Oh, you're done? I hung up. I'm afraid you go astray. We've been friends for so many years, and you're not my friend. Shi Rian said coldly, you're also an accomplice. I've explained this to you many times. I swear, I really didn't know. I didn't even know Mu Xiaoliang had gone to Singing Star. Shi Rian screamed, then why was she the one who died? Why only her? After turning off the computer, Shi Rian's expression quickly returned to normal. She looked up, placed her powder in the mirror, and her skin looked flawless again, though still lacking in color. Finally, she applied a vibrant red to her lips and smiled, like the scarlet tongue of a venomous snake. Contrasting the scarlet was a vast expanse of gray. On this day, every Star Alliance citizen with internet access would notice that the web pages on their laptops had turned gray. This was in commemoration of a man. A young man who died protecting innocent people during an unprecedented terrorist attack. That man, once notorious and full of evil deeds, had, after his death, become a universally admired hero, a role model for young people officially recognized by the Star Alliance. According to Star Alliance law, a person can be confirmed dead after 100 days have passed since they went missing in an accident. So, 100 days after Zhao Shi's death, since she had sacrificed her life in the service of the Star Alliance announced plans to hold a funeral for her. Astronomers calculated an auspicious date for the funeral, naming it Bravery Day. This day was not only a day to commemorate heroes. It was also the day to openly declare war on mutants, and to declare the eradication of the Zerg's remnants. Previously, information about the reappearance of mutants in Zerg was heavily suppressed, and any leaks were disguised as other incidents. The incident involving the Singing Star embroiled numerous scandals involving capitalism. After this, the Star Alliance citizens finally saw the truth and united unprecedentedly, denouncing the Zerg online, sparking a powerful movement against the aristocratic families and capitalism. The storm has already arrived. Sitting still and waiting for death is a deadly end. Sorry, greenhouse flowers. If the greenhouse can continue to exist, it is our duty to protect you until the end. But in the face of raging storms, the greenhouse also needs your help. Wake up and take a look at this. Bizarre world. Various bloggers began to appear on StarNet, offering information on Zerg and mutants. One such blogger, Detectively Guai, prioritized authenticity, visiting mutant tracks and sites of insect outbreaks. In just a few months, his followers soared into the top 10, and his popularity continues to rise. No live stream or update today. Detectively Guai is getting carried away. Fans commented. No, I really have something urgent to do today. I have to attend a friend's funeral. Lear Holmes replied to the screen. It's Shibao's funeral, right? Right. I'm there too. Can we take a photo together? Lear Holmes held his forehead. Shiba? These netizens called him more affectionately than he did. Right now, I find where Shibao's urn is. How about we take a photo there later? Another message popped up. Chapter 124. Ashes, jars? Lear Holmes quickly lowered his hat. These netizens were untouchable. He lowered his head, dialing on his laptop as he squeezed in with the crowd. There were so many people here, a dense mass of heads. This was still the outer circle. He looked up and realized he couldn't squeeze in any further. The Star Alliance stood upright, like rows of thick city walls, separating the inner and outer circles. Lear Holmes noticed the rank insignia on some of the men's shoulders. Sister She, this is quite a sight. It wasn't until he saw a blue halo in the sky that he realized it was that person. The laptop connected. Where are you? Lear Holmes asked. I'm not here. I'm still in prison. A voice came from the other end. You're kidding. How can you answer the phone while in jail? Lear Moss said, I know. You saved someone, and that's enough to offset your guilt. Plus, you were coerced into doing this for family reasons, so you were released after 2 months. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I'm too embarrassed to see her, okay? Beep. The line hung up. Ah. Lear Moss sighed. He craned his neck to peer, getting closer. Thanks to all his recent training and adventures, his agility had improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even seen the urn. A familiar figure came into view, shrouded in a blue raincoat. If it weren't for the blue metal ball in his hand, Lear Moss wouldn't have been able to confirm his identity. Lear Moss began to squeeze in, and with considerable effort, he finally reached the man. Is Xiaolan still awake? She doesn't want to wake up. Mu Xiaoyan glanced at him, then quickly lowered his head, his eyes red, and gently touched the ball in his hand. She wake up? Lear Moss really wanted to ask him. Couldn't he just turn it on? He looked away. He didn't understand why people had such feelings for machines. If Xiao Shi is truly dead, then Xiaolan will never wake up. Of course she's dead. Lear Moss also hoped she was still alive. But how could she be alive under those circumstances that day? He researched the terrifying monster underground, but he couldn't figure out what kind of mutant it was. He hadn't even found anything similar to the Zerg. And then, there was that sudden explosion. Many people who had escaped were seriously injured by the aftermath. Mu Xiaoyang said nothing. Lear Moss felt a bit awkward and started to talk about something. I actually didn't expect the military district to make such a big fuss for Sister She. Even that person is here. Why did I hear they weren't on good terms before? Mu Xiaoyang's eyes shifted in that direction, only to see the Alliance troops maintaining order nearby after the blue starship landed. A large crowd of people, from politics and business, swarmed in to meet them. Some looked familiar, their fawning smiles hardly befitting a funeral. This scene truly resembled the arrival of some interstellar celebrity. Who was the star of this funeral? Lear Moss wondered. Mu Xiaoyang, holding Xiaolan, stood silently speechless. The bell tolled 3 times, and the funeral began. After the eulogy, a red figure, carrying a black lacquer box inlaid with gold patterns, stepped forward. Lear Moss couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Sister She, even without much grooming, is still stunningly beautiful. It's simply her family genes. A number of exclamations echoed around. But the exclamations didn't last long, and soon another wave of exclamations erupted. Everyone craned their heads, hoping to get a better look. They all wanted to see the legendary only Super S-Class, the one now pushed to the pinnacle beside Xiao Shi. Or to be more precise, he always been there. And this time, Lin Tanyan was entrusted with even more. Besides the long-standing title of Son of the Star, there were also titles like Savior, Great General, and even qualified for the highest position. When the citizens first learned of the mutants' existence, panic and fear spread across the Starnet for a long time. People couldn't imagine that the rebels facing the Alliance weren't human at all, but rather monsters that devoured humans and grew ever stronger. These monsters used the Zerg to cause plagues across planets, hoping to rekindle them. Then they had to accept the status quo, compounded by the fact that many marginal planets had already been ravaged by aristocratic families. According to Starnet statistics, the number of people seeking military service has increased dramatically. The lower classes have been suppressed for too long, their path to advancement blocked by the powerful families. Military merit is the only path left. Standing tall and straight like a bamboo inky black, he feared no difficulty or uncertainty. Nothing could obscure his natural brilliance. Powerful and undefeated, he seemed born to be a totem of the Alliance. Just standing there, that man became a light in the hearts of many. A single light that could lead the entire galaxy toward fairness and peace. Dead heroes become history, while living heroes create the future. This is the true meaning of this funeral. Everyone stood, bowed their heads, and began a moment of silence. Paw! A resounding slap. Many people witnessed this absurd scene before they could even close their eyes. Holy crap! Oh my god! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! The entire audience's eyes widened, stunned, frozen, their minds buzzing. A crimson palm print quickly appeared on Lin Tanyon's face. The next moment, the Star Alliance troops surrounded them, their black muzzles raised in a circle, all pointed at Shirian. In just a few short months, he's clinging to the highest position in the military region, extending his reach ever further. What a brilliant move! The price is nothing more than the humble life of a man already despised by the entire galaxy. Shirian spoke word by word. Lin Tanyon's eyelids twitched. The crowd erupted in an uproar. How bold of you to say that! King Shiyin is truly formidable. The position of Supreme Speaker of the Star Alliance Council is still vacant. Shirian seemed to lament something, then changed the subject, leaning closer. When are you planning to ascend the throne? The Star Alliance soldiers' expressions were already grim. They glared at Shirian as if they wanted to kill her with their eyes. But Lin Tanyon didn't give any orders, so they didn't move forward. The Star Alliance leader, seeing that Lin Tanyon still had his eyes closed in a moment of silence, gestured for everyone to follow suit. As for protecting Lin Tanyon, it seemed unnecessary. After all, if he had tried to hide, no one present would have been able to touch him. The high-ranking politicians and businessmen reacted quickly, joining in the moment of silence, and the surrounding crowd followed suit. For a moment, the arena was utterly silent. Shirian remained silent, but she didn't close her eyes. She simply watched them quietly, looking down at everyone present. After the moment of silence, Lin Tanyon looked up, his amber eyes calm, as if nothing had happened. He simply looked at her calmly. Ms. Shi, my condolences. I'm sorry for her too. Hee, you're sorry? Hee, ha. Shirian smiled and turned into a roar of laughter, as if she had heard some truly absurd joke. As she spoke, she opened the urn on the table, and set fire to Zhao Shi's belongings. Shirian stood up, holding the burning urn, and turned to leave. The box was insulated, but the flames emanating from its edges burned her hands red. She seemed oblivious to the pain, her red lips moving slightly, as she passed Lin Tanyon, whispering, no rush. Lin Tanyon, there's still plenty of time. I still have a lifetime to fight you. The flames devoured Zhao Shi's clothes, and some folded scraps of paper, leaving only ashes in the delicate box. Shirian, holding a red umbrella, walked away in the rain. Her vibrant red like a flame burning in the rain. She was the only color in this sea of black and white. The rain pelted the ground, scattering yellow-brown leaves, and tiny greens sprouted from the branches. It was the rainy season, so the rain was especially heavy. The raindrops lashed the car window, sending up tiny droplets of water like tiny crowns. Beep. Barrier mode activated. An electronic chime rang out, and the sound of rain and splashes instantly ceased. A few seconds later, beep. Barrier mode deactivated. The rain returned, splashing against the car window. How long until? Lin Tanyon asked. The in-car AI replied, 12 minutes and 32 seconds. In reality, Lin Tanyon knew exactly how long the ride would take, but he just didn't know what to do right now. Several times, he instinctively clicked on his work laptop, his finger hovering in the air and then dropping. He rarely had free time. Don't work on the way to see me. That's what his grandfather had told him, so he had to do it. Feeling a little uneasy, Lin Tanyon turned his gaze out the window again. He lowered his hand completely, pressing it down to block his view of the laptop. With a bang, his hand brushed against something next to the seat. He glanced at it, and quickly looked away. 10 minutes of this, a moment of utter unease. When he saw the gray-white bungalow at his destination, he breathed a sigh of relief. He got out of the car, and walked quickly inside. Lin Tanyon's private car was a basic, ordinary silver-white hovercraft, the kind that would go unnoticed on the street. It was parked casually outside. He had come alone. This place was built in a desolate area. It was hard for anyone to imagine such a place existed on the land-scarce blue dream planet. It was an extremely ordinary bungalow, but once inside, the place changed completely. The walls were incredibly thick, comparable to those of the Star Alliance's highest-level prison, the Fallen Tower Prison. Even if he wanted to enter, he would have to go through multiple levels of inspection, and no metal or electronic items were allowed. A row of white-armored staff members stood in a narrow, downward passage. On one side, probes and laser emitters were deployed. A nearby person held out a plate, and Lin Tanyon took the knife from it. The blade was purple, specially prepared for him. With a quick cut on his wrist, he extracted the computer, then tossed the bloody computer and knife onto the plate. "There's another one," the staff member called to him. "Sorry, I forgot." Lin Tianyan turned, picked up the knife, and cut his other wrist again, extracting the computer. This was his personal computer, rarely used to begin with, and now it seemed even less necessary. "Passable," the staff member said. Lin Tianyan continued inside, boarded the elevator, and continued down. The elevator doors opened. No one else was down there. The only guards were robots, specially developed combat robots for the military region. The robots stared at him with glowing red eyes, their built-in probes vibrating rapidly, making a buzzing sound. Lin Tianyan walked straight to the room at the end. He grasped the handle, his pupils focused on the eye in the door. With a click, the door opened. The room contained only one object. A massive instrument with an electronic window in its center. In the center of the window, a middle-aged man smiled at him. "Why did you switch to an electronic screen?" "I remember it was transparent before," Lin Tianyan asked. "Don't you think I look a lot younger this way?" Lin Shalon said. "Grandfather." Lin Tianyan looked at him. "It seems he's deteriorating rapidly. After all, he's getting older." "That's right." Lin Tianyan paused for a moment. Is your neck still there?" Aside from a slight tremor in the first word, the rest of his words were calm and clear. Lin Shalon said nothing, only smiled. He had been infected for a long time. It was only by relying on his superior genes to counteract the effects that he had been able to delay the disease until now. Lin Tianyan had long known this would be the outcome. "I know what's been going on lately," Lin Shalon said. "You've done a great job. Not only have you firmly grasped the Star Alliance army, but you've also secured a prominent position in the Star Alliance Council." Lin Tianyan lowered his eyes. "It's all thanks to grandfather's support." "It's not all thanks to me," Lin Shalon said. "At most, I can offer you support from the military. Shaking the Star Alliance is no easy task, especially since I haven't attended for a long time. They can probably guess the reason. A crisis concerning humanity's survival is approaching, and the Star Alliance is fragmented. Everyone has their own agenda. You're able to think of the singing star to rally the people and stabilize your position. Very good. You've grown up. I told you before, people have to make choices, and some sacrifices are necessary. Trading less for more is the most efficient approach and the best way to preserve." Lin Tianyan looked up and interrupted. "Grandfather, I'm not here to discuss work. But you shouldn't be here to discuss feelings either." Lin Shalon stared at him intently, suddenly serious. "Look at me!" "You're bound to fight them. The smallest emotional fluctuations can reduce the degree of impact. You must always remain rational. You are very talented, with genes above average. The weight of humanity's survival rests on you. You must position yourself properly." His voice grew louder and louder, until the entire machine vibrated, resonating even with the force of his heart. Lin Tianyan took a deep breath, feeling a little breathless. "It's time for you to go." Lin Shalon's voice suddenly became old and solemn, like the trembling of a decaying tree. "I know." Lin Tianyan was about to turn when something suddenly occurred to him. "Do you think a black hole is the source?" "I don't know. My end will probably be similar to yours." Lin Tianyan added, "No, when I die, there will probably be no one around." He had no family, no friends. He turned and left. "Besides, by then, I don't want to die as slowly as you." "It'd be okay if you have no one to worry about." As he neared the door, a voice came from behind him. Lin Tianyan paused. "So you..." The corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't turn back. "Goodbye, grandfather." Chapter 125. Has anyone ever noticed microscopic cities? They're cities of small animals other than humans. For example, cities from the perspective of cats, dogs, birds, even mice, cockroaches, ants, spiders, and so on. Perhaps no one has noticed. For example, right now, in the city sewers 10 meters below, a fierce battle is taking place. This battle is truly spectacular. Unfortunately, no one is watching. The contestants are 3 sturdy, sleek mice, their eyes gleaming with a shrewd green light, their long, sharp teeth grinding with a steely squeak. Each of them is the best of their species, with absolute power over their mates. And now, they've set their sights on the same piece of meat. It's a piece of snow-white, tender, and incredibly chewy, premium meat. At this moment, Mouse 1 launched the first attack. It swung its tail like a dragon, sweeping aside the discarded plastic lunch box that was in its way. Then, with its claws raised, it swooped down to snatch the fat meat. Mouse 2, of course, refused to give in. A fraction of a second beforehand, It had already determined Mouse 1's intended direction based on the tension in its muscles. Taking advantage of its superior position, Mouse 1 launched a crow-like attack, stomping on Mouse 1's back and using the momentum to surge forward. Mouse 3, already waiting around the corner, launched a 9-inch bone claw strike directly at Mouse 2's face. Mouse 2 reacted with remarkable speed, twisting and kicking its hind legs. But at this moment, unexpectedly Mouse 1, struck by Mouse 2's powerful thrust, bounced off the ground and launched itself into the air, its trajectory colliding with Mouse 3, who had been kicked away by Mouse 2. Originally still a little distance from its destination, Mouse number 3's impact gave it a boost in the second half of its journey. Indeed, I predicted your prediction. In the end, Mouse number 1 successfully secured the prize, winning the 666th Sewer Competition Cup. The above is someone's diary, if only they had a pen. But without one, all this is recorded only in their heart. Well, the kind I never share. Brother Mouse, a few days ago I rode on your back, galloping with you. But now, unfortunately, you no longer recognize me. I can only bid you farewell. With a sizzle, the bulging mouse, its belly bulging with food, suddenly fell to the ground and twitched. A white spot appeared on its belly, then grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into a wriggling white strip that emerged from its stomach. The mouse was completely motionless. Next to her was a pool of foul-smelling sewer. Every time Xiaoxi saw her reflection in it, she felt the urge to commit suicide by disembowelment. Unfortunately, she had no belly. She didn't even want to admit her name was Xiaoxi. What the hell, even without a brain, she still had memories. She'd rather not have any memories at all, so she could be a happy, little fat worm that only cared about eating. Xiaoxi herself couldn't quite put her finger on what she was now. She even wondered if she'd taken over the body of the maggots clinging to her own corpse. After all, she already traveled through time once, so she had a history of reincarnation. Rebirth, I became a maggot? Yeah. Sounds really interesting. Bullshit. For the past few months, she would rather describe herself as living in the wilderness. From the beginning, she refused to eat anything, starving herself thinner and thinner, practically a string, almost disappearing. Later. Let's just say, even Bear Grylls wouldn't dare compare to her in this regard. She actually wanted to starve herself to death, but then she starved herself so much that she fainted. When she woke up, she realized she gained weight. If she had a face at that moment, it would have been a droopy one. Maggots. Well, bugs probably couldn't starve to death. And then, there were the constant encounters with sewer dwellers, who coveted her, forcing her to fight back. Otherwise, she really wanted to lie in a dark corner, rotting and stinking quietly. And then, the bodies of her defeated enemies wouldn't last long before being devoured by other residents. But these residents were all greedy, and even after their meals, they still wanted dessert. So, they turned around and came after her. It's endless, isn't it? God, she just wants to stay in the sewer and rot and stink. Not that she wants to become stinky, okay? She had no choice but to clean up the mess and save herself the trouble. Even so, trouble kept coming. In the end, she got used to cleaning. She had no sense of taste, right? What difference did it make to what she ate? Besides, she couldn't see anything with her eyes closed. Oh, she didn't have eyes either. Thinking of it that way, she felt so miserable. Do you know how I've lived these past few decades? Xiaoxi roared at the manhole cover above. Of course, there was no sound, not even the squeak of a mouse. But actually, making a squeak sound was easy enough for her. She could shape her body into the shape of a mouse. Having explored the insides of mice, she was already very familiar with their anatomy. Being a mouse in the sewer seemed quite appropriate. So she tried it. As a result, she was chased for 800 miles by a nimble kitten. Not to mention, the sewers of this pop star were so spacious that even a cat could fit in. Xiaoxi didn't want to attack the cat. Don't ask why. She was just being hypocritical. She felt pity for the tiny, skinny kitten who had chased her for so long, so she kindly led it to a major mouse base. I'm sorry, my fellow mice. You're so numerous and so fertile, so a few won't be a problem. She closed her non-existent eyes and mourned for them devoutly. Occasionally, she would improve their diet by crawling down the sewer to the surface to pick up scraps. Even though she had no sense of taste, she found it more delicious than the rats and garbage in the sewers. The competition was fierce. When it came to snatching food from a homeless person and a pack of stray dogs and cats, it was all about who could be faster. To successfully snatch it, she observed over time and discovered the patterns of food placement in different places, weekdays, holidays, and special occasions. However, Small animals didn't have the intelligence to calculate so accurately, and homeless people couldn't move quickly between different locations. So, she was a true expert at snatching food. That's right, she ate so much, yet she was still so hungry, always hungry. She was growing, but very slowly. She felt that she had eaten enough food, more than enough for her to grow from a small insect to a large insect as big as a human. Then, she could try her transformation. Although she didn't really want to be human, at least being human meant she didn't have to eat garbage. There were also delicious desserts and a soft bed to sleep on. Thinking about it, being human wasn't bad. But after eating so much, she was still so small. Where did all the food go? Did she eat the wrong things? Should insects eat fruit and leaves? But she also eaten a lot of rotten leaves. While she pondered the question, what do insects eat to grow fast? She had already climbed onto the manhole cover and poked her body out a little. Ready to go, ready to grab food at any moment. It's almost dinner time. 10, 9, 8. No! She glanced around and realized something was wrong. Even if those dinner companions weren't as good at timing as she was, they couldn't have been completely absent, right? She separated her body into a small section and stretched it out, making it incredibly thin, almost invisible to the naked eye, and stretched it out. After exiting the manhole, crossing the road, and reaching a fork in the road, it split, becoming thinner and extending forward. She saw it. Her dining companion. A group of stray dogs and cats were now tucking into a sumptuous feast. Shrimp rice, crystal cakes, fragrant fish fillets, thick-cut sausages. What a joke. Is this something cats and dogs can eat? Do you have any common sense? This is human food. Dogs and cats will get sick if they eat it. I want to save them. 10 seconds later, among the group of stray dogs and cats, a tiny, tiny white kitten appeared. It had no hair, was missing an eye, and was missing a leg. But it buried its head in its work, eating faster than anyone else. Oh my God! This poor little thing, how did it end up like this? She was enjoying her meal, when a female voice rang out from above. Someone spoke, and she looked up, instinctively wanting to answer. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She had almost forgotten that she didn't have a voice. And you're mute? How pitiful. Misfortune always favors poor cats. This was a woman wearing a pink lace dress and waist-length curly hair. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Don't cry. Heaven and earth are witnesses. She's not pretending to be disabled. She truly hated not having a mouth. She hated seeing girls cry. It was truly because she didn't have enough ingredients, and this was all she could do. It's okay, it's okay. Take your time. There's more, plenty more. She thought the disabled little white cat was frightened by her, so she moved a little further away, watching cautiously from the side. This is made especially for you. It won't harm you, she added. Did the cat understand? She glanced at the other cats nearby. I couldn't tell. They were enjoying their meal anyway. I just moved in here. You can come visit often. This was a small, 3-story house with a large courtyard. She heard from the housekeeper nearby that they called her Mrs. Sue. She thought, isn't this a sign of someone special? And Mrs. Sue took the most care of her. For example, right now, among so many beautiful cats, Mrs. Sue had chosen her, bringing her into the living room and placing her on a soft cushion to watch TV together. You're so thin and light. You should eat more. Of course she's light without any internal organs. She had never dissected a cat before, so she didn't know its internal structure. Plus, she wasn't big enough to begin with, so she could only become a hollow cat. If she was rubbed a few more times, she might have caved in. So she resisted being petted. Mrs. Sue, understanding of small animals, didn't touch her again. Hearing those 2 words, Xiaoxi's scalp throbbed. She looked up suddenly, wanting to meow loudly and tell her, I'm not Xiaoxi, I'm Xiaofan. Such a good person. Why did you die so tragically? Whoa. So many people scolded you before, and now so many people love you, but now you're dead, and you can't hear anything anymore. I'm so sad. Mrs. Sue was crying in front of the TV, tissues scattered all over the floor. She saw the screen. A funeral? The picture was a little choppy, and it seemed like a part was cut off. Then, she saw Shireen on TV, holding an urn. Inside the box were some of her clothes, and belongings from her military academy days. There was a stack of paper with drawings and lots of words on it. It looked so familiar. Wait! Don't click. This is my homework. I've been pulling all-nighters. She threw herself directly at the TV. Flames quickly rose. She looked at Madame Sue. I want to cry too. Borrow some paper. Chapter 126. Sad as she was, she suddenly remembered that she didn't need homework right now. There was nothing to be sad about. She was just a worm, a worm. What did a worm need homework for? She didn't think she could go back, did she? The funeral was already over, such a grand ceremony, with the entire galaxy watching. Now she was truly dead. Kitten, what's wrong with you? Is there anyone you know on TV? Mrs. Sue's eyes were red from crying, and she blew her nose again with a tissue. She pretended to dig at the dusty potted ball plant next to the TV. Oh, that's not a mouse. If you're hungry, I make you some food. I'm free anyway. She raised a cat paw in agreement. She had forgotten she was missing a leg, and with that move, she lost her balance and nearly fell. But she reacted quickly, and used her tail to catch herself. So cute. Mrs. Sue laughed. The sun was shining brightly, and furry balls basking in the sun were everywhere. There was a small peach tree in the yard, not yet in bloom, its branches bare only emerald green leaves. Mrs. Sue watered it, and the water droplets on the branches sparkled in the sunlight. This was the most pleasant day she had recently experienced. Bathing in the sun, eating dessert, the days were peaceful and tranquil. Since crossing over, I've experienced a lot. I didn't expect that my happiest days would be when I was a cat. In just half a day, she had learned to scrape up pastries with one paw and then catch them in one mouthful. Such delicious soft food. Suddenly, I felt that being a cat, just eating and waiting to die, wasn't so bad. She propped herself up on one paw, watching the TV, which was showing the latest news. Influenced by the incident involving the pop star, young star citizens are showing unprecedented enthusiasm for military enlistment. Regarding this month's military operations, General Lin Tanyan of the Star Alliance delivered a speech. Very good, everything is moving in the right direction. Indeed, the world can still function without anyone. To be more precise, unimportant people like her could be left alone. Some people are still indispensable, and one of them is enough. She chewed her pastry, having never imagined that Lin Tanyan would rise to this level of rank, even to the rank of general? And he's still so young. How insane is that? But come to think of it, not only is his combat prowess insane, but his intelligence is as well. It's said that he was helping the military with calculations and command at a young age, and was already fighting on the battlefield by the time he was around 10. Who knows how many military achievements he has accumulated? Besides his grandfather, he's the only one who holds that position. Speaking of which, Lin Tanyan's grandfather, why did he seem to have suddenly disappeared from the news? She thought about it. Even if he was old and had to abdicate, there should have been a ceremony. It was strange that there was so little announcements now. Having discovered that the kitten could watch TV, Madame Sue projected the TV screen into the yard so the kitten could watch while basking in the sun. Seeing the kitten propping up its head, Madame Sue also looked at it with interest. I find your kitten truly unique. Although you have a slight disability, you're so smart, and you even watch TV. She glanced at her, pretending not to understand her. She wasn't going to pretend she didn't understand TV anymore. Pretending now would only make her look suspicious. She continued to play the foodie, cat character, watching TV while scooping up small desserts. But Mrs. Sue simply moved a stool and sat down next to her. She also looked at the TV, smiled gently, and began to talk to herself. Did you know? My sister is also in the Star Alliance. Impressive, right? She achieved great things in the future and become a hero defending the galaxy. Just like Shi. She almost choked on her pastry. No, don't be like her. Mrs. Sue suddenly said hurriedly. Just be as brave and smart as Shi, but don't die young like her. Shi, Mrs. Sue frowned, thinking. But what's the truth on the battlefield? Soldiers can't be afraid of death, right? Xingzi's dream is to be an excellent soldier. If she dies fighting for her dream, I think I should be happy for her. Oh, I miss her so much. She's in the area around Gomri's star, which has been very unstable lately. I wonder if she's safe. But my husband said he asked his friends in the political world to find out. Xingzi is on a very important secret mission and can't just meet me whenever she wants. Mrs. Sue took out a handkerchief and began to wipe her tears. But why didn't she even call me? If that doesn't work, could she just write me a letter? My husband is busy too, often away from home. He's a big boss, his projects span the entire music industry, and we move frequently. She sighed. I don't like moving all the time. Every time I get familiar with the neighbors and the animals nearby, I move again. I'm left with no friends. But don't worry. I just moved here, so I shouldn't be leaving for a while. Mrs. Su smiled, then sighed again. It would be great if my husband liked animals too. I really want to quietly save up enough money to buy a house and adopt some animals. Xiaoxi tilted his head and looked at her, his face expressionless, chewing his food like a heartless cat. Madame Su chuckled. Why am I saying so much? Even the smartest cat wouldn't understand. But I'm glad you're willing to listen. Xiaoxi thought Madame Su must be incredibly lonely, which is why she had the time to cook so much food for the stray animals and keep talking to a cat that didn't respond. Just then, the sound of a hovercraft docking outside the yard came. Madame Su's eyes lit up immediately. He's back. Soon, her expression turned panicky again. Hide. He doesn't like animals. Some of the animals, seeing her gestures and understanding her meaning, stood up and walked outside. Xiaoxi also jumped off the mat and slowly joined the group. Madam, I'm going back. Why are you bringing so many animals home again? A middle-aged man with a potbelly and a slightly balding head appeared at the door. His expression was utterly awful. I chased them away right away. Don't be angry. I've told you so many times, I'm allergic to animal hair. Don't you understand me? The man kicked the cat closest to him at the door. One of its legs was slightly tilted, and it couldn't dodge in time. It was kicked far away, meowing. Xiaoxi, walking at the end, still some distance from the door, happened to witness the scene. Kicking a kitten? Are you human? The man was about to rage further, but Mrs. Su immediately hugged his legs. No, no. I won't let them into the house anymore. I feed them outside, okay? Don't be angry. The housekeeper came over with a broom and shooed the animals outside. Dear, if you're allergic to animal hair, can I keep that hairless cat? You're always busy, and I'm usually home alone. I need it to keep me company. Xiaoxi had already reached the door when she heard a man's sudden roar from behind. What the hell is that ugly thing? It makes me want to vomit. It's missing legs and eyes. How unlucky. If there's something wrong with your eyes, get them treated. Xiaoxi rolled her eyes. Do you know why he's always so busy? Because he has more than one Mrs. Su. In the car, there were also another Omega's lace panties. As they crawled under the manhole cover, they could faintly hear a conversation from behind. What's that on your neck? A mosquito bite. Is really? Do you need some toilet water? The dazzling neon lights remained the same, as did the same light-polluted planet. The disaster on the music cube only affected the immediate area. Further afield, the city remained prosperous. The only difference was that there were now many more Star Alliance bases. The Archon of the music planet had been replaced by someone directly dispatched by the Star Alliance. Aside from the collapse of a building once held pride of place, everything seemed unchanged. Xiaoxi had returned to his original insect form, hanging on a building's rainwater drain swaying. Invisible threads spread out, drifting in the wind above the city. With its thriving entertainment industry and the accompanying tourism industry, the music planet boasts relatively favorable economic and natural conditions. Thus, the land was quite valuable. Xiaoxi wondered, but the ruins of the former music cube have always been there, still sealed off. Why? Weren't they all blown to ash? Rebuilding would be easy enough. It's strange that this land isn't being utilized. If there's anything special about it, it's that a giant mutant whose origin and purpose remain unknown has appeared down there. Yes, that's Xiaoxi herself, who was previously infected. But she was also blown to ash. What's the point of preserving those ruins? Thinking of this, Xiaoxi wanted to slap herself in the face. Is this a question a bug should have to consider? She finally lived a carefree life, and most worrying about what to eat every day. As long as she wasn't full, her only worry would be about food. How wonderful. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi retracted the silk thread, shrank into a small bug, and with a snap jumped back into the sewer. Swimming and swimming. What's for supper tonight? The entire sewer system at KTD is interconnected, with many underground rivers within it, used to divert waste. The river here is also wider. Some people dump large pieces of trash randomly, hindering wastewater recycling, so KTD has installed garbage shredders at every key junction in the sewer system. The underground rivers have sensors that separate waste, and there's more trash in the rivers with shredders. Xiaoxi usually comes here for a late-night snack. It smells like meat. She couldn't smell it, and she didn't deploy her sensory tentacles. She usually didn't bother. But she's now so familiar with the sewers that she can sense the molecules in the water and guess what's inside. Did someone poison a bunch of rats again? What should I do? I ate so well this morning, and now the thought of rats makes me feel nauseous. How about holding back and going for another free meal tomorrow? Madame Su said she'd feed them outside. But wouldn't it be bad to eat for free every day? Jiao Shi was troubled. Besides, there was the news of her husband's affair. Should I find a chance to tell her? It was just around the corner. Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well see if there are any rats that would be better dead. Turning the corner, she saw Mrs. Su's body. Chapter 127. Taking advantage of the situation. Jiao Shi clearly had no heart now, yet she still felt her heart skip a beat. She clearly had no skin, yet she felt like she'd been doused in cold water. The surrounding underground rivers formed veins, converging here. The filthy water was filled with a stench of rotting waste. She didn't understand. How could that vibrant, spring-like pink appear in this filthy, dark sewer? Mrs. Su's skin had become swollen and pale from being submerged in the water. A striking purple mark lay on her neck. This mark, judging by the depth and width of the finger marks, she estimated her height to be about 1.73 meters, slightly overweight, and an adult beta male. Jiao Shi sneered inwardly. Haha, the result was obvious. The company's big boss had been caught having an affair, and fearing the damage to his reputation, coupled with his pre-existing ulterior motives, he decided to silence the witness. Poor Mrs. Su, waiting every day for someone to come home, only to find her killer. The water in the underground river was rushing rapidly, and the corpse, mingled with the garbage, continued to move forward. Boom, boom, boom. The machine made a loud noise, and the surrounding garbage rushed in, shredding inside. The pink hem of the dress was about to be sucked into the garbage shredder. A thread so thin it was almost invisible suddenly caught the body. I will repay you for this meal. Tall buildings stood in a row. Outside the blue-black glass of a skyscraper, a few large green characters spanned the entire top of the building. Sheen Environmental Protection Company. The top floor of the building held a single office, and that office occupied an entire floor. Mr. Su, this is the financial report for this quarter. The secretary handed him a document. Mr. Su? What's wrong? The secretary called out to him several times before Su Jihong came to his senses. Okay, just leave it here. Mr. Su, are you feeling unwell? The secretary shifted the document, twisted around, and sat directly on his lap, holding his waistband with her backhand. Do you need something to help you get better? Forget it today. Su Jihong's face paled slightly, his brow furrowed. It was unclear what he was thinking. Mr. Su, your forehead is sweaty. Let me wipe it for you. Get out. Su Jihong shoved the secretary aside, causing her to fall to the ground. Seeing that Su Jihong didn't even look at him, the secretary tossed her head, rolled her eyes, patted her butt, and stood up to leave. Su Jihong sat at his desk, completely unfocused. He would occasionally glance at his laptop, as if waiting for a message from someone. He waited for an unknown amount of time, until the starlight outside the window had already dipped below the horizon before his computer finally vibrated. He answered the call immediately, his voice trembling. What's going on? What are you afraid of? How can you accomplish anything big if you're so timid? This is killing. Everything's been arranged. If the Star Police ask about it, just find an excuse to get away with it. Then the caller hung up. Su Jihong sighed in relief, slumping back in his chair. After a moment's pause, he called the driver, meet me downstairs. After getting in the car, the driver asked, Mr. Su, which home are you going to today? Or the club? He thought for a moment and said, number 6 Chinchi. Didn't we just go yesterday? The driver was a little surprised. Just do your thing, don't ask any more questions. Su Jihong said, then suddenly turned his head to look behind the car. Did you see anything go by in the rearview mirror just now? No, are you too tired? Yeah, I guess. His nerves had been on edge all day, and he didn't have the energy for fun anymore. So, upon returning home, Su Jihong headed straight for the bathroom, thinking that the matter was settled, and all he wanted was a shower and a quick bed. Su Jihong reached for a towel. He paused for a moment, then, as if remembering something, turned off the shower and went to the room to find a towel. He looked down and saw a towel in his hand. What? The bathroom was filled with mist, and he thought he was seeing things. Then, a chill spread across his back, spreading from his neck to his shoulders and neck, and then all over his back. His legs suddenly felt heavy, as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds of iron, and he couldn't move. Su Jihong strained his neck to look up. Through the mirror, he saw a familiar pink figure standing behind him. Bruise marks marked her neck, and she smiled at him. Ah! Su Jihong opened his mouth to scream. But he found no sound coming out. The hand on his neck tightened. Su Jihong struggled, a few breaths escaping his teeth. I didn't mean to kill you. I was forced to do it, you know? How could I? The hand on his neck loosened a little. A voice came from behind. Who is it? Guyun Daily Chemical Group, Chen Guangzhou, you've met him. Su Jihong immediately seized the moment his hand slipped loose, grabbed the glass aromatherapy stand next to the bathroom, and spun around to throw it at Madame Su. You're not her, and ghosts don't exist in this world. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Tell me the truth, who are you? Bang! The glass aromatherapy stand fell to the ground, shattering. Su Jihong froze, staring at the shattered glass. He was shocked. Why is there no blood? And where's that person from before? Are you done? The voice came from behind. Su Jihong couldn't help but shudder. He turned around angrily. Such speed? Was it humanly possible? You're right. Ghosts aren't as scary as people. And these words came from his own mouth. Su Jihong was instantly wet, and fishy yellow urine trickled down his trouser legs. His legs had completely given way. But even as they softened, they remained upright, completely defying his command. He watched himself take 2 steps, and then stand in front of the mirror. He gave himself a sinister grin. Ah! Su Jihong opened his mouth, screaming inwardly. He couldn't utter a single sound. There was no hand strangling him now. His eyes rolled back, and he was about to faint, when he suddenly jolted awake. He was being tortured, his eyelids wide open, unable to move. If Zhao Shi hadn't suppressed his heartbeat, he would have died suddenly. Ghost Lord, I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Please let me go! Please let me go! Su Jihong began to kowtow frantically in front of the mirror, his head banging against the sink with a resounding bang, bang, bang. You killed her. As these words left his mouth, Su Jihong in the mirror looked up, his expression utterly impassive. His facial muscles moved so rapidly that one cheek twitched. Zhao Shi achieved control by creating numerous fine threads within her body, which infiltrated Su Jihong's muscles and blood vessels. From the moment he opened his mouth to scream, she began to act. So don't panic and don't scream. Screaming will allow dirty things to take advantage. Su Jihong could tell it was an affirmative statement, not a question. He couldn't lie and could only nod. I killed her, but I didn't want to. Chen Guangzhou forced me to, seriously. Through Su Jihong's eyes, Zhao Shi's gaze fell outside the room. Madame Su's body lay on the sofa. No, she wasn't Madame Su. She had her own name. Zhao Shi saw the name she signed on the embroidered painting of mountains and rivers hanging in her room. Her name was Yu Tao. Her name is just like her. She also has a younger sister, Yu Xing. Seeing that the Ghost Lord didn't say anything, Su Jihong was afraid it might get upset and kill him, so he hurriedly said, You must believe me. That's my wife. Even though I have other wives, she's always my favorite. Wherever I move, I take her with me. Besides, how could I possibly have that ability? I killed someone and got away with it. Of course, someone else is covering for me. Did she discover your secret? Zhao Shi asked. Su Jihong nodded with difficulty. Yes. Do you know Yu Xing's whereabouts? Zhao Shi asked again. Zhao Shi had originally thought Yu Tao was a lovesick person, that no matter how terrible this man was, she was still solely focused on seeing him home. Until she saw the handkerchief in Yu Tao's hand. The handkerchief she clutched tightly before her death. The handkerchief was embroidered with peach trees and apricot blossoms. Zhao Shi also saw from Yu Tao's laptop that she mostly been looking for news about her sister when she contacted Su Jihong. She'd long known that Su Jihong had been cheating on her and had consulted a lawyer about divorce procedures. She'd been planning that after her sister retired from the army, they could open a cat cafe, a dessert shop, and a silk handicraft shop. But none of that would ever happen. Su Jihong's eyes rolled as he replied, Of course I know, ugh. He suddenly clutched his stomach and screamed. Don't lie, I can feel it. If it happens again, it'd be your heart. Cold sweat broke out on Su Jihong's forehead, and his stomach churned with pain. I was wrong. I was wrong. There won't be a next time. The pain subsided a little, and he hurriedly said, Yu Xing joined Chen Guangzhou's company. I don't know which department she's in, but I heard she might be in the Gowan Star branch. Only Chen Guangzhou knows more specifically. That polluted star? He's a daily chemical seller with quite a wide range of business. Ghost Master, I do anything you need me to do. I only ask you to spare my worthless life. I treat Yu Tao well, and give her a grand funeral. I never remarry. Is that okay with you? Su Jihong asked cautiously, looking in the mirror. Zhao Shi thought for a moment. If he was willing to cooperate, she could save herself some trouble. It would be difficult for her to completely control his movements, especially if it went unnoticed. Besides, she'd get hungry faster, shrinking in size, and the threads she could control would become fewer and fewer. Okay, I won't kill you. But you will pay the price. Just then, Su Jihong's laptop lit up. Chen Guangzhou calls answer it, Xiaoxi said. What's your take on that last time I told you? A somewhat nonchalant voice rang from the other end of the laptop. What's that? It's about visiting the environmental protection base on Gowan Star. You're also a shareholder, and I figured I'd show you the real thing. As soon as these words left his mouth, Xiaoxi felt Su Jihong's facial expression tense, and his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid. Su Jihong opened his mouth, his lips trembling. I won't. Not going. Chen Guangzhou asked. How can I not go? Xiaoxi immediately interrupted him. After all, you've invested so much money, haven't you? Chapter 128. Su Jihong collapsed on the sofa, his back drenched in cold sweat. Master Gui, Yuan Star is so dangerous, it's... He parted his lips, hesitating whether to continue. But what? Xiaoxi continued. It's a polluted planet teeming with mutants. Yuan Star and 2 other planets form a balanced triple star system. Due to its central location and convenient transportation, it has become the garbage transfer and disposal center for the entire galaxy. However, in recent years, due to unknown reasons, mutated Zerd genes have appeared in the garbage center, infecting humans into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. Those infected monsters are called mutants. They possess the same formidable power as the Zerd, but retain some human intelligence. They form colonies, and form a rebel army. In a battle 6 months ago, the most powerful of humanity, the Son of the Star, was seriously injured. In that battle, the mutants also paid a more tragic price. Over half of them were killed or wounded, and Gowan was retaken by the Alliance. Although Gowan returned to the Alliance, the other 2 planets were too polluted for humans to enter, so they had to be put on hold for the time being. The remaining mutants fled to those 2 planets, waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. After all, Gowan has the best natural environment and the most comprehensive infrastructure in the 3-star system, so they don't want to give it up. I heard those monsters like to eat humans. From time to time, they returned to Gowan to pick off a few lucky ones. Hearing this, Su Jihong shuddered. You knew this, so why did you agree? It would be very dangerous for ordinary people to go there. If you want to know about Yuxing, given my relationship with Chen Guangzhou, I ask him and he tell me. Su Jihong said, raising his hand to illuminate his laptop. How about I ask him now? Really? Xiaoxi asked. Su Jihong felt the corners of his mouth twitch suddenly, painfully. He began to laugh, and then his heart suddenly sank. He clutched his chest and slid to the ground, gasping. I couldn't breathe. He desperately tried to breathe, but the air seemed to be unable to enter his lungs. His mind was clouded by a gray fog, and his vision went dark. Help! Help! Someone save me! I was trapped in the darkness, constantly feeling the sensation of drowning, sinking deeper and deeper. Sinking into the bottomless abyss. After an unknown amount of time, so long it felt like years, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Jihong coughed until his lungs were about to burst. He hurriedly glanced at himself through the glass partition across the street, trying to see the ghost's expression. This is the 2nd time. Xiaoxi said, given you Tao's questioning so many times, you must have asked Chen Guangzhou long ago. But you couldn't get any results, so you lied to her. And this time, you're using this to tell Chen Guangzhou that you're being held hostage. I told you, don't even think about lying to me. I won't do it again. I really won't. Su Jihong clutched his heart, finally crawling out of the pitch-black swamp, still terrified. Have you heard of the brain-eating worm? Su Jihong paused. No, no. It will crawl through the blood vessels, into the human brain, burrowing around inside, savoring it slowly, like eating ice cream, bit by bit. After chewing for a long time, it will gradually become the person's brain. And eventually become the person. Su Jihong felt a chill down his spine, feeling an unknown force crawling up his spinal cord. Guess where I am now? As soon as these words left his mouth, Su Jihong felt the force accelerate, a tentacle already reaching the back of his head. I was wrong. I was wrong. Let me go, let me go! I really don't dare to do it anymore. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically against the glass partition. Dong! 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 Over and over, the ground was stained with blood. In reality, Xiaoxi hadn't moved at all. She didn't want to touch a person's brain. It felt so dirty. On the sofa directly opposite the glass partition, Yutao's body lay, the hem of her pink dress dangling over the side. Alright, just kowtow to her a few more times. That night, the housekeeper living downstairs dreamed of a drum set. When he woke, he couldn't tell whether he was dreaming or the owner upstairs had been tap dancing all night. The next day, Su Jihong cried out, "Ouch, ouch," as he applied ointment. In the mirror, a faint bluish hue appeared under his eyes. But even after a sleepless night, he remained wide awake, his mind on edge. Adrenaline was pumping, and he had never felt so alert. He felt he could go days without sleep on this energy. Who could sleep knowing a terrifying monster could invade their brain at any moment? Su Jihong thought he must stay awake at all times. Just in case. He meant just in case that thing went mad and tried to eat his brain, he could still fight back desperately. Xiaoxi had a good sleep, and when she woke up, she stretched her small body, like stretching. In fact, Chong Chong didn't need to sleep. She had no brain cells at all, and she didn't need to cleanse her brain of impurities. She was just used to being human. No, she was human to begin with, so of course she needed to sleep. Xiaoxi still felt that being human was more convenient. If she were still human, she could use her body to do whatever she wanted, instead of living like a parasite like she was now. She didn't like this feeling. Humans wouldn't have to live in sewers, wouldn't be chased by cats, rats, and cockroaches, and could sleep in warm beds at night. She loved all warm things, she loved light, and she loved sunny days. There were always some things she had to do. No matter how bright the starlight was, it couldn't penetrate anything in the world. Those unknowns hidden deep beneath the earth require someone to uncover them and delve deeper. Su Jihong's car was parked outside. The driver opened the door and bowed for him to get in. Xiaoxi looked up at the sky. It was a bright blue, sunny day. Golden light fell on him, warm and cozy. It reminded him of that strange, warm fragrance, exactly like the scent of sunshine. Let's go to Guyun Daily Chemical first. Qin Guangzhou has some work to do. He said, we leave together after he finishes it, Su Jihong said. Okay, Mr. Su. The driver found it a little strange. Before, the boss always just told him where he was going without further explanation. Guyun Daily Chemicals. Although Xiaoxi had been a dwarf these days, she still occasionally kept up with the news, whether it was from the TVs of street vendors, the radios in cars, or a casual glance at a pedestrian's laptop. After the Getting Rubik's Cube incident, as the Star Alliance cleaned up the responsible parties, many major corporations across the Interstellar system were severely damaged, and a large number of local companies on Getting Star went bankrupt. Among them, a group called Getting Daily Chemicals, the largest local group, was forced into bankruptcy by a direct decision of the Star Alliance's top leadership meeting, and its head was executed immediately. Guyun Daily Chemicals was registered 5 years ago. Xiaoxi checked on Su Jihong's laptop last night. After the collapse of Getting Daily Chemicals, Guyun Daily Chemicals rapidly captured Getting Daily Chemicals' former market share, replacing it in just 6 months. Guyun. Getting. Just one word difference. Coincidentally, Qin Guangzhou, the head of Guyun, is the son of the chairman of Getting Daily Chemicals, who was executed. The list containing the key from Getangsing should already be in Lin Tanyan's possession, which is why Xinglian is carrying out a targeted cleanup of Getangsing's local enterprises. However, how could the underground toy factory remain hidden for so long? Xiaoxi thought of the mannequin that had deceived her. A robot so lifelike that it would be impossible to detect its identity without dissecting it. That person had orchestrated a grand spectacle, seemingly mad and reckless, but in fact, he had left himself every possible escape route. While the list was real, the vast network under his control could not be completely eradicated with just a list. Who exactly was Pu Xinghe? Mu Ziyang had called him teacher back then. What kind of past did he have? And why had he come after her? Xiaoxi sighed. She should have known that things wouldn't end so easily. What she wanted to avoid would have to be faced sooner or later. And there was one thing she had always avoided. But it was like a thorn, constantly tickling her heart. At that time, Lin Tanyan had always been at the KTV Star, even at the KTV Rubik's Cube. But why, even in the heat of passion, it would have been easy for a Super S rank like him to take action, yet he watched so many people die. And he escaped unscathed, as if he had never appeared. Yes, in the official report, he was seriously injured and unconscious, being treated at the first military hospital of the Star Alliance. He didn't wake up until several days after the KTV Rubik's Cube incident. Upon waking, he immediately rushed to the KTV Star to comfort the families of the deceased, and immediately began to eliminate the families and groups involved. Was all this just a setup? He and Pu Xinghe had orchestrated this insane interstellar light escape show, burying countless corpses here. The car's screen was scrolling through the latest breaking news. The Son of the Star has been nominated as the candidate for Supreme Speaker of the Interstellar Alliance. Rejoice. Only living light can lead the people of the entire interstellar world toward light. Lin Tanin used these countless corpses, a vast fire, the charred ashes of a fool, and that incredibly grand funeral, as the foundation for his ascent to power. She wanted to escape for another reason. Did he want her to disappear forever? Chapter 129. The car stopped in front of a plastic surgery hospital. Zhao Shi found it strange. Didn't Chen Guangzhou's group sell daily chemicals? As if guessing Zhao Shi's thoughts, Su Jihong explained, he previously ran a plastic surgery hospital. At the time, he was determined to create a new business outside of his father's. This time, the entire Gitten Daily Chemicals business, equipment, and capital were confiscated by Star Alliance. He started the new Guyun Daily Chemicals entirely on his own. The driver glanced at Su Jihong discreetly through the rearview mirror, wondering why he was constantly mumbling to himself today, but he didn't dare say anything. Zhao Shi pondered for a moment. Plastic surgery hospitals were indeed a lucrative business. However, for a young man like him to rely on the accumulation of just a few years to rebuild a company as large as Gitten Daily Chemicals and swallow up its market share in a very short period of time, how could he possibly do that? Either Chen Guangzhou's father had a trick up his sleeve, or there was something strange about this plastic surgery hospital. After getting out of the car, Zhao Shi followed Su Jihong's gaze and got a clearer view of the hospital's building. It was a magnificent building, more than 20 stories high, with a metallic exterior. Entering the lobby, the walls were covered with images and biographies of doctors labeled senior experts, giving it a very professional look. Walking through the lobby and into the back, there was a large area of what looked like booths, where many people were consulting about plastic surgery. Each person had a dedicated consultant to answer their questions and provide detailed recommendations. I want to do this project, but I'm still in school and don't have enough money. Passing one of the booths, Zhao Shi heard the voice of a young Omega. Going to a plastic surgery clinic for a project when you have no money? You probably get scolded, right? She thought. To her surprise, the hospital consultant smiled and soothed her, his tone very gentle. It's okay. We can provide you with a beauty loan service. All you need to do is sign this contract. The fee is too high. I'm worried I won't be able to pay it back, the young Omega said. Don't worry at all. Only with a beautiful face can you carve out a niche in this age of appearances. Look at those internet celebrities and stars, how much they earn. And you don't have to worry about the cost at all. If you can't find a suitable job after graduation, you can work part-time in a department related to our company. If you perform well, you can even get a full-time position. Really? And even join your company? The young Omega was even more excited. Not only did this open up the possibility of becoming an interstellar star, but if that didn't work out, he could still secure a stable job at a large company. Yeah, but I might have to travel to other planets, the consultant said. It's okay. Even if I become a star, I still be touring. The young Omega happily signed the contract. Zhao Shi saw that the entire hall, and even the floors above, were filled with people discussing plastic surgery plans. Many people ended up signing loan agreements or indentures. She glanced at the numbers on the contracts, the exorbitant costs. Unless they won the lottery or became overnight sensations, those who signed the contracts couldn't possibly afford the payments. And most of them were just ordinary people. Will Chen Guangzhou's company be short of staff? Zhao Shi wondered if this plastic surgery hospital probably signed hundreds or even thousands of contracts every day. What if Chen Guangzhou took over all the debtors? But where would their jobs come from? They took the elevator to the upper floors, which were filled with closed operating rooms. The rooms emanated constantly from subtle sounds, the clang of metal against metal, and the scrape of blades tearing through flesh and blood. The receptionist led Su Jihong down a long corridor, stopping suddenly at the door of a room. The receptionist knocked on the door. Mr. Su is here. Come in. A young voice came from inside, and Zhao Shi recognized it as the voice he had heard on Su Jihong's laptop. The receptionist smiled, gestured please in, then bowed and withdrew. Su Jihong placed his hand on the doorknob, waited 2 seconds, and seeing that Zhao Shi showed no sign of stopping him, he opened the door and walked in. After the previous 2 lessons, he dared not entertain any other thoughts. Just now, Zhao Shi had smelled a faint, strange fragrance outside the door. After opening the door, the scent intensified. This was the first time she had smelled a scent since she transformed into a bug. Ordinarily, she shouldn't be able to smell. She could only sense matter through her tentacles. She had no nose, and at that moment, she wasn't taking over Su Jihong's. Could it be that there was something called smell? Behind the door was a white curtain. Through the slit above, she could see the operating light above, and a figure standing behind the curtain. A figure hunched slightly over an instrument, seemingly operating something. Still busy? Su Jihong asked. Just finished an operation, almost done. The person inside said, What are you doing standing outside? There's a chair inside, come in and sit. Yes. Su Jihong reluctantly opened the curtain, his eyes downcast, as if he didn't want to see anything. After finding a chair, he sat down with his back stiff. Zhao Shi saw someone sitting directly opposite them, facing not an instrument but a mirror. She finally understood why Su Jihong was behaving this way. Through the mirror's reflection, she saw the person holding a scalpel, slicing across a terrifying, crimson wound on her face. The skin seemed to peel back a little, revealing the glowing red flesh beneath. With a flick of his wrist, he extracted a mass of white fatty tissue, shaking it onto a nearby plate. He then plucked something from a nearby brown glass bottle and filled the incision. Performing plastic surgery on himself? Doesn't that kind of surgery require general anesthesia? And even had someone come in to observe? What a lunatic. Wait, something was moving on his face. Zhao Shi noticed the brown bottle and quietly extended a very thin tentacle, practically invisible to the naked eye. Using the tentacle, she saw more clearly. Inside the glass bottle were crystal clear insect eggs, tiny black dots moving inside, signifying their maturity and imminent hatching. This insect, called Piao Lu, prefers warm, humid environments and feeds on meat, especially fatty meat. Why is it called floating willow? Naturally, it's because its larvae are incredibly tiny, lighter than willow catkins, and drift in the wind. A single willow catkin is a collection of numerous floating willow worms. They enter the human body through the nostrils, burrowing into flesh and blood to parasitize. A single sneeze from an infected person can release thousands of them. The adult form isn't quite so tiny, reaching up to the size of a small car. Insane, truly insane, using Zerg for plastic surgery. Doesn't he know how dangerous that is? What kind of horrible hospital is this? And why would he have Zerg eggs? Zhao Shi wondered. As far as she knew, Shi Rigan controlled most of the Zerg gene pool. But there had been an incident at the school before. Could Zerg eggs be so rampant now? Could they be found in every plastic surgery clinic? What are those? Zhao Shi asked, using Su Jihong's mouth. Oh, you're still interested in this? Qin Guangzhou turned around and began stitching his wound. The scalpel he just used hovered beside him, its tip emitting a flickering light, giving the impression of being stared at by a sharp gaze. So, that scalpel was actually a spirit, a solidified spirit. This person's genetic level was very high, at least close to S level. Insect eggs, called catkins. Qin Guangzhou smiled with a hint of pride. It's a nice name, and it fits its characteristics perfectly. Finally, I've secured this project with Shi Rigan, so I give it a try right away. It really works well. He looked in the mirror, stroking his face, which was as sharp as a cone. Shi Rigan? Why would she be collaborating with the Genshin group? With Qin Guangzhou? Zhao Shi remembered Lin Tanyon's previous mention that the Star Alliance had found a possible connection between Shi Rigan and the recent Zerg outbreaks on various planets. At the time, it was just speculation, without proof. It was known that the Gitten Daily Chemical Group and the underground toy factory in Puxing were colluding to form a rebel army and exploit the Zerg. Qin Guangzhou was the son of the chairman of Gitten Daily Chemical, so he was likely to have issues too. Would Shi Rigan's collaboration with him also be considered rebellion? This was truly incredible, this and the other. Zhao Shi was truly confused. She wanted to just lie down in the sewer and forget about this. Qin Guangzhou stood up and turned around again. His face was now flawless, without a trace of any stain. This man's surgical skills seemed passable, but his aesthetic was truly subpar. Pouty lips, a face so sharp it could kill someone, a nose so tall it was terrifying. Let's go! The next ship to Gomaru is almost here. They opened the door and walked into the hallway, just as two medical staff members were wheeling a bed past. On the bed lay a person, their face covered with a white cloth. As they were being pushed, the cloth lifted slightly in the airflow. Then, they saw a few surging, round, black things growing from the festering flesh of the face, still moving. Yes, not everyone can withstand the Zerg's invasion. He's dead? Zhao Shi spoke again, using Su Jihong's mouth. With such a serious medical accident, can your hospital still operate? What kind of joke are you talking about? Qin Guangzhou turned around. Not only will my hospital continue to operate, it will continue to grow even better. Do you know how many people register and queue up every day? How many people fly to pop stars in spaceships just for this beauty surgery? You don't understand the allure of beauty. Especially for those omegas who have nothing to offer except their bodies. What else can they rely on besides their looks? Is this beautiful? Zhao Shi frowned and scanned Chen Guangzhou's face, openly questioning his aesthetic. This action made Su Jihong break into a cold sweat, his heart pounding. Chen Guangzhou responded with a confident look. You idiot, you still don't understand Oh. I performed so many surgeries over the years. No one understands Oh better than me. That person just died like that? Where's the compensation? Zhao Shi asked. Ah, what are you talking about? Chen Guangzhou smiled, looking righteous. Surgery carries risks, and they've all signed informed consent. That was their own choice. Chapter 130. Looking at that face, Zhao Shi really wanted to punch him twice. Hold on. He still needs to lead the way to Yuan Star. We must find Yu Xing. If Yu Xing was tricked by Chen Guangzhou into working illegally on Yuan Star, then we must find a way to keep her safe and bring her back. This is what Yutao truly wants. Zhao Shi always repays a favor. The passenger ship route to Yuan Star was closed long before the mutant war broke out and has never been reopened. The pollution there is too severe, and the mutants are constantly active, making their sheer numbers difficult to completely eradicate. However, the Star Alliance has yet to find a more suitable place to dispose of garbage than the three-star system to which Yuan Star belongs. This is especially true for medical and heavy metal pollutants, which are extremely expensive to dispose of. Even now, the lowest cost method of waste disposal is landfill and incineration. One of the three stars has perennially high temperatures, with numerous volcanoes and lava vents, acting as a natural incinerator. Hence the name, Burning Furnace Star. Now, only garbage transport ships from various planets are allowed to make brief stops in the three-star zone. Zhao Shi and Chen Guangzhou were aboard one of these transport ships. Their ship looked identical to the others nearby, its sleek green hull old and chipped, making it appear quite unremarkable. But the interior was completely different. The interior was extravagantly luxurious. At the bar, the bartender was throwing glasses around, and a variety of drinks filled the table. Next to it was a piano, where a graceful figure sat, strumming passionately. The two men were each assigned 3 masseuses, and Su Jihong was sobbing from the massage. After drinking some wine, Chen Guangzhou closed his eyes and rested. These rich people are just pretending, Zhao Shi complained inwardly. She had forgotten that her previous home was even more outrageous than this. Feeling a momentary scorching light, Zhao Shi looked out the window and saw a massive planet brimming with flames. This was Incinerator Star. It was called massive because they were now very close to it, having entered the range of the three-star system. The spacecraft quickly activated heat avoidance mode, blocking most of the light and instantly dropping the temperature. It was still hard to imagine the horrific temperatures on that planet. No life should exist. However, she saw signs of human activity there. Even with advanced technology, transporting garbage to the incinerator had been replaced by machines. But the incinerator base still needed personnel. After all, the machines needed people to operate them. Ouch, it hurt so much, it's pure agony. Su Jihong waved the master off, and took a sip of the prepared wine beside him. Chen Guangzhou seemed to have just woken up, stretched, and looked out the window. We're here. After getting off the spaceship, they boarded another hovercraft, still plain on the outside but sleek and bright on the inside. Since landing, Zhao Shi could clearly feel Su Jihong's heartbeat quickening. He clutched the sides of the seat tightly, his body tense and rigid. What's wrong with you? Chen Guangzhou asked. I just saw some dark shadows flash by outside. Could they be mutants? Su Jihong's voice trembled. You're so timid. Then why did you agree to come? Chen Guangzhou suddenly turned his head and stared closely at him. Zhao Shi felt a little uneasy under the stare, as if he were looking at her. Su Jihong wasn't good at lying, and at this moment, he couldn't utter a word. Zhao Shi quickly took over. I need to see what has become of the money I invested. TSK, are you afraid I embezzle it? Chen Guangzhou sat back down. Don't worry, you get a share of the dividends later. Yuan Star has indeed become unsafe again recently, but we have a fleet of vehicles protecting us. Since you're my closest partner, I will definitely keep you safe. I know, but mutants are very fast. There are only 2 of us in this car. If something goes wrong, even our bodyguards might not be able to get here. Su Jihong huddled in his seat, staring intently outside. Clearly, Su Jihong had no idea that Chen Guangzhou possessed near S-level strength. Jiaoxi also noticed that there were indeed many mutants around, hiding in the shadows, and their number was greater than she had imagined. But they seemed hesitant, not approaching, but watching from a distance, perhaps biding their time. Perhaps after the car had driven for a while, once their guard had relaxed, these mutants would concentrate their attacks. However, Jiaoxi didn't wait for the mutants to attack. They reached their destination directly and unimpeded, and a black roof building appeared before them. Jiaoxi recognized it as a solar energy absorption device. Sensing the approach of the vehicle, the heavy gates behind them hummed with the sound of equipment, automatically opening to welcome them. There was even an electronic salute, and a row of robots stood nearby, bowing and saying, "Welcome, Mr. Chun and Mr. Su, to guide us." After getting out of the car, they entered the base. Su Jihong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as he gazed at the interior of the building. To build such a magnificent structure on a planet like this was already a remarkable feat. The base's exterior was unremarkable, yet the interior was lush and green, a world completely different from the outside. Due to air and soil pollution, this planet had long since become barren. Without any food, it had to rely on external transportation. And here, as far as the eye could see, the entire floor was covered in vegetation and crops. There's more than one base on Gowan. I'm responsible for building Environmental Protection Base number 3, and there are many other philanthropists working together on this devastated and polluted planet. Qin Guangzhou waved his hand. We work together to restore it to its former glory. One day, crops will grow outside the base as well. His words moved Jiaoxi somewhat. Such an ambitious ideal. That's right, it doesn't seem like Qin Guangzhou's style. What exactly was he trying to achieve by doing this? That's a great idea, Jiaoxi said, speaking through Su Jihong. Of course, Mr. Su has contributed greatly. You're a great philanthropist. Qin Guangzhou spoke as he led Su Jihong down to the base's lower level. For safety reasons, our main technical R&D team is underground. After all, the radiation above ground is quite high. Even with the base's outer shell, there's still a risk of leakage. Arriving at the basement level, they were surprised to find it completely empty, as if it had been specially cleared out. There were many staff members, standing in rows, forming several square formations, incredibly orderly. Their faces were expressionless and solemn, so solemn that they seemed almost hollow. Everyone, applaud, Qin Guangzhou said, clapping his hands. 1, 2, 3 times. The staff followed suit, matching his rhythm. Welcome, Mr. Su. And this unknown guest. Qin Guangzhou's gaze seemed to pass through Su Jihong's layers of flesh and internal organs, staring directly at Jiaoxi. Did you emerge from his body on your own? Or did I have to ask you to? Jiaoxi, Upon hearing that Qin Guangzhou had discovered him, Su Jihong felt both relieved and terrified of being silenced by the strange creature within him. Save me. Mr. Chun, you must save me. It eats my brain. His words trailed off. Jiaoxi silenced him, taking over his voice. When did you find out? When President Su suddenly agreed to come to Gowan Star. Qin Guangzhou said, I know him well. He's a cautious and timid person. So, this is all a trap you set for me. Jiaoxi hadn't expected that even after becoming such a tiny insect, someone would still be so hostile to her. But she didn't understand what value she had in him to deserve such treatment. You seem confused. Qin Guangzhou took a few steps forward, showing no fear of the unknown monster before him. You're confused as to why I've targeted you, aren't you? Since you can't leave here anyway, I don't mind talking to you a little more. It's because... My teacher. After the Rubik's Cube incident, my teacher assigned me a task, to search for suspicious objects beneath the ruins. But he didn't say anything about what it looked like, or what it was. This is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. I couldn't do it alone, so I signed a secret agreement with Mr. Su's Environmental Protection Company. He would help me find the object under the pretext of repairing the underground sewer. Jiaoxi pondered. After that day, the Star Alliance intervened in the Singing Star, and the Singing Cube was sealed off. The area was heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter the ruins. Machines were constantly scanning the area. When she woke up, she dared only to move slowly, avoiding the machines. It took a long time to escape through the sewers. No wonder they had to search secretly. This is why Su Jihong moved so many times in just a few months. His house must have a secret passage specially dug for the search. And this secret passage was discovered by the unsuspecting Yutao. Fearing that the news would leak out, Qin Guangzhou asked Su Jihong to strangle Yutao. This was their secret, the truth behind Yutao's death. So you're looking for me? Qin Guangzhou laughed. I wasn't sure before, but now I know for sure. He spread his arms, his eyes brimming with madness. A Zerg with both intelligence and a spirit. What a rare treasure. Zhao Shi was speechless. You're the Zerg, your whole family is. Wait. Spiritual body? When I saw you directly display your spirit body, I thought you were going to declare war on me. Then I'd be in trouble. I have to call my teacher over. Qin Guangzhou breathed a sigh of relief and continued, You can only be mine here. Zhao Shi thought. So, it refers to that time at the plastic surgery hospital when she extended her tentacles to observe him. So, her feeling of being seen wasn't an illusion. Is it because he also possesses a spirit body? His perception far surpasses that of ordinary people. Who's your teacher? Zhao Shi asked. Oh, that's all for the Q&A session. Qin Guangzhou waved his hand, and the expressions of the staff around him suddenly changed. Their skin color turned from human to bluish-gray, their eyes bulged, and multiple eyes appeared in their sockets. They all gathered around Zhao Shi. Any questions? I answered them slowly in my lab later. No wonder these people seemed strange to me from the moment I arrived. Why should I be afraid of the mutants outside? This is their home base. Zhao Shi looked down at the bloated body he was temporarily borrowing, then at the tall, muscular mutants around him, feeling a deep sense of pressure. Qin Guangzhou tossed a scalpel into the air, then it landed firmly in his hand. The scalpel glowed milky white, its blade gleaming as if it had eyes. I really want to dissect you and see your structure. Chapter 131. Qin Guangzhou's words seemed to flip a switch. The staff members instantly grew by more than half a meter, each standing 2 or 3 meters tall. They were so uniform, as if they were manufactured on an assembly line. Their shadows cast a black wall around Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi looked around. The encirclement was too tight, leaving her no way out. So you're not going to come out obediently? Qin Guangzhou asked. Nonsense. But Zhao Shi didn't want to say another word to him. Qin Guangzhou took a step back, fiddling with the scalpel as if watching a show. Then, play with it. As soon as he said this, the surrounding mutants simultaneously pounced on her. Qin Guangzhou smiled with interest. Let's see how much intelligence the Zerg have compared to a child. Su Jihong's face had already turned pale, and his legs felt weak as if they were treading on cotton. It all felt like watching a horror movie. He could never have imagined that this usual partner actually had such a large group of mutants at the base. He had countless questions and screams of terror, but they were suppressed, unable to be uttered. He shuddered, feeling his mouth about to give out, and the urge to urinate surged. Zhao Shi manipulated his less-than-useful body, trying his best to transform it into a nimble, fat man. Like a ball, he slipped through the gaps between the attacking mutants. Then he twisted his body and rolled sideways, rolling behind a rectangular display case. I really would thank you. Hold it. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind cutting it off for you. Zhao Shi really didn't want to control that part of him. At the word cut off, Su Jihong quickly tightened his bladder. Bang! Half of the mutant's body transformed into a worm, its sharp forelimbs slashing down, splitting the display case in two, shattering the glass and sending shards flying. Thankfully, Zhao Shi reacted quickly, sensing the impact point and dodging not only the blow but also the scattered glass. But soon, another attack came from the side, and without a suitable weapon, she could only dodge. Her energy was rapidly depleting, and she was starving. The silk threads she could control were becoming increasingly thin. She lost control of her legs several times and nearly tripped herself. This wasn't going to work, she had to fight back. But with this low-quality human body, how could she fight them? With her current abilities, she didn't have the strength to open the mutant's shell with her frail silk threads. What should I do? Qin Guangzhou also noticed her decline. Your host is too weak. It looks like you won't be able to hold out for much longer. Zhao Shi paused. This remark reminded her. Since the host was weak, why not switch? While they couldn't break through the mutants' defenses, they could easily attack human flesh and blood. These mutants were all controlled by Qin Guangzhou. Once they dealt with him, everything would be easy. As a result, Zhao Shi began to feel increasingly vulnerable to the mutants' attacks, narrowly escaping death several times. Due to her deliberate relaxation, Su Jihong suffered numerous, seemingly terrifying, but in reality non-fatal, skin injuries. She could sense that Qin Guangzhou, on the other side, was also increasingly relaxing his guard, even withdrawing his spiritual form. Bang! The mutant's attack came from the side, sending her flying into the air. Just then, another mutant attacked her from the air. Zhao Shi used a silk thread to twist her body in midair, dodging the mutant's attack. Then, she swung back and kicked it, leveraging the momentum. At this moment, Qin Guangzhou was surrounded by no mutants, giving her a perfect opportunity to strike. Using the momentum to adjust her direction, Zhao Shi calculated her attack perfectly. Her speed was so fast that, as Chen Guangzhou stared in shock, she was about to strike him. Zhao Shi controlled her tentacles to extend from Su Jihong's mouth, preparing to launch a leap. Then, she saw a gleaming scalpel flash before her. Chen Guangzhou had been waiting for her. Seeing she was about to pounce on the blade, Zhao Shi turned back. However, the sharp claws of the pursuing mutants were also waiting for her. Caught from both sides, she could only take the lesser of two approaches. She chose to retreat, only to be pierced through the lungs by the mutant's claws. Puff! Blood trickled down the claws. This mutant seemed to have a particularly perverted hobby. The claw remained lodged in her chest, immobilizing her. The claw twitched twice, causing Su Jihong to roll his eyes in pain and pass out. But Zhao Shi kept him afloat, preventing him from collapsing immediately. No matter the outcome, she was defeated. Su Jihong's body was so severely injured that she could no longer move. She was now about to face the fate of being caught in a jar. Chen Guangzhou laughed heartily. Ha ha. I meant that to provoke you, so you attack me. Then he shrugged, seeming somewhat disappointed. The Zerg really don't have much intelligence. Zhao Shi looked up and suddenly smiled too. Is it possible that I'm also deliberately impersonating you? Chen Guangzhou's pupil shrank. At the same time as these words, the mutant's sharp claw on Su Jihong's chest pierced him. A faint white thread could be seen at the back of the claw, and it was heading straight for his heart. The distance was too close, there was no escape. He could only watch as the claw tore through his flesh. Swish! Then the ground shook violently. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a massive figure. Chen Guangzhou's height barely reached his waist. Chen Guangzhou clutched his chest with one hand, blood oozing from between his fingers. He leaned against the mutant's arms, his face pale and breathing heavily. He looked up at the mutant. I'm fine. It's only 2 centimeters away from my heart. The mutant nodded, one eye pitch black, as if ink could flow at any moment. The other eye was yellow, with a vertical pupil, like a snake's, gazing at Zhao Shi with a chilling coldness. Finally, it had appeared. In Zhao Shi's opinion, all the mutants here combined were not as powerful as this one. The energy fluctuations were simply on a different scale. Chen Guangzhou looked down at the horrific wound on his chest, a wave of fear surfacing. If his brother hadn't been watching from the shadows, he would have perished at that sharp claw. He had to fight quickly, or he might truly fall to this unknown Zerg. He finally understood that something so valued by the teacher must be something extraordinary. Xiao Hua stepped back. Brother, I do it. This mutant could speak, but its voice was muffled, as if vibrating from the bones within its chest. You're not careful enough with your hands and feet. You break it. It's something the teacher values, and it might help you mitigate the erosion of the strange energy. This was why he planned to take it for himself without the teacher's knowledge. Chen Guangzhou controlled the scalpel to hover in front of his forehead. He had previously disdained even using his spiritual form. Now, he would use his S-level spiritual power to crush the Zerg's consciousness. When that happened, only an empty shell would remain, ready for him to study at will. Except for the Zerg King, no Zerg possessed high-level spiritual power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been decimated after humans evolved spiritual forms. Zerg, before she could understand what Chen Guangzhou was up to, saw his scalpel hovering beside him, glowing, and he glared at her fiercely. Really? I admit, your European-style parallel double eyelids are indeed large, but there's no need for this. Suddenly, Zhao Shi felt a strange sensation. It felt like an invisible wave was tugging at her brain. She didn't have a brain in the biological sense, so, was this feeling a tug at her consciousness? Zhao Shi didn't feel any discomfort, so she followed his pull, spreading her consciousness to see what he was going to do. Just then, the mutant Chen Guangzhou had been narrating suddenly changed his expression. Brother, stop. She's... The next moment, Zhao Shi felt the invisible consciousness condense into a sharp sword, stabbing at her fiercely. She didn't know how to dodge it, so she just faced it head-on. Don't collide with her with your mind. She. Chen Guangzhou's face also changed. What? She's not a Zerg, she. I remember her even until I die. Chen Jianhua practically gritted his teeth. It was this familiar mental fluctuation that he would never forget. Although Chen Jianhua possessed high-level genes, he was born with a disability and bedridden for life. Abandoned by his father, he was placed far away on a remote, desolate planet in the Ninth Belt for treatment. Then he was invited to participate in the Kill the Black Hole mission, which gave him a chance for rebirth, allowing him to freely unleash his resentment within the game. But not long after, he met she and killed the black hole. It was she who caused him to be infected after his failed plundering attempt, his brain destroyed by the system, half his head severed, and his entire body plunged into the depths of hell. It was also she who caused him to be forced to accept mutated Zerd genes in order to survive, transforming him into an ugly monster, forever living in dire straits. Zhao Shi accepted it all, wrapping it tightly around him, disarming the sword of consciousness. Then he saw the spirit form hovering beside Chen Guangzhou vanish with a swish. His face instantly paled as he fell to the side. Chen Jianhua quickly grabbed Chen Guangzhou. He looked up and saw the terrifying, serrated mouth, which he had bitten, had drawn blood dripping onto the floor. He had never expected that he had fallen into her hands before. This time, his brother's mental power had been plundered by her in a similar way. Even his mental form had dissipated. This was almost a permanent mental blow, as if his entire spirit had been taken away. After several months, Zhao Shi finally felt a bit half full. Thank you, it's a timely help. You play Black Hole Killer too? Zhao Shi was a little surprised. What's your ID? Being full even improved her mood, and she was willing to talk more. His. Chen Jianhua felt a throbbing pain in her heart. I hated this enemy for so long, and now I couldn't even remember who he was. Could anything be more infuriating than that? Chapter 132. Wood color. Chen Jianhua gritted his teeth, his jagged teeth creaking. Zhao Shi thought for a moment, and shook his head. No recollection. How about you describe your account character in detail? How did we meet? Huang Wang Star, Black Hole Base, Medicine Pool Spring. Chen Jianhua spoke a few words. He placed the unconscious Chen Guangzhou aside, stood up, and glanced at her with his single, snake-like eye. This time, we have another grudge. Oh, I think I remember. Zhao Shi actually had a good memory. How could she not remember the person who had tried to hack her account? But she hadn't expected that player to be a mutant in real life. And it seemed like he had a deep grudge against her. It couldn't be just a game, right? Unless. Zhao Shi had a vague suspicion in her mind. Why have you become like this? Hee. It's all your fault. When Chen Jianhua noticed the other mutants around him were motionless, standing like puppets, he realized, you're stalling for time. Isn't it a little late to realize this now? Directly in front of Chen Jianhua, a cyan mutant displayed the insect blades growing from its arms. While Zhao Shi was talking to him, she had already transferred her true form from Su Jihong's body. After devouring Chen Guangzhou's spirit, her true form had grown considerably, and her control over the white silk had reached a new level. You're also a new monster developed in some laboratory, right? As Chen Jianhua spoke, a snake head suddenly appeared from behind his neck. No, it was followed by the second. The third snake head. 3 snake heads emerged from his thick, deformed neck bones. His sharp fangs glowed dimly, and all 3 snake heads opened their maws and charged. What the hell? Aren't the mutants contaminated by Zerd genes? How could they be stitched together with the snakes? Zhao Shi suddenly remembered the bizarre and strange creatures in killing the black hole. She found herself increasingly unable to understand this magical world. The insect blade blocked the attacking snake head. Green venom dripped onto the insect limbs, and white smoke immediately rose, corroding a gradually enlarging hole. 2 snake heads attacked from behind, one on the left and one on the right, blocking her escape route. You don't think this kind of trash can stop me, do you? Chen Jianhua laughed heartily. They're just a bunch of failures, who couldn't withstand the erosion of advanced genes. Are they worthy of fighting me? At this moment, 2 shadows flashed over from the side, blocking the left and right snake heads behind them. Zhao Shi took the opportunity to distance himself. It's true they're not as strong as you, but what if they're a group? As soon as these words were spoken, all the mutants around them unsheathed their insect blades almost simultaneously and attacked. A dark mass, like the shadow cast by a collapsing building, surged forward. The sharp, tooth-grinding sound of collisions continued, followed by the sounds of tearing, shrieking, and the crackling of bones. After a few minutes, the melee drew to a close, the sounds gradually faded, and the ground was littered with broken limbs and armor. It could be said that blood flowed like a river, but this blood was a strange mixture of red, yellow, and green. The only thing standing was a single snake head, which crushed the mutant's skull in its mouth and flung it to the ground. Only one of Chen Jianhua's snake heads remained. The other 2, their bones severed, lay drooping on the ground. But he bore no wounds at all. The countless insect blades that slashed at him left only tiny white marks. He glanced around. Not a single mutant remained, only broken limbs scattered across the ground. No one could stand. No one could defeat him. Didn't I tell you this bunch of trash couldn't stop me? I'm the only successful experimenter from the last batch, having reached strength beyond S-class. How could you? A bunch of trash, possibly defeat me. You can't possibly penetrate my shell. You're even more trash. You're still going to lose to me. I'm the winner. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. I win. I win this time. Silently, he suddenly suffocated. A rare look of surprise crossed Qin Jianhua's face, which had lost its human form. He lowered his head, trying to find the source of the strange feeling, but he couldn't. No need to lower his head any further. A white spike pierced through the middle of his cervical vertebrae, its pale white color like the bone of something else. Impossible. The words died in his throat, no sound emanating. The bones exploded with a bang, countless bone spikes piercing out, instantly tearing apart everything above the chest of the lone standing behemoth. The remaining body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Never jump to conclusions until the very end. Jiaoxi glanced at his corpse. Remember this in your next life? Jiaoxi knew from the beginning that ordinary mutants were no match for him, so she manipulated them to fight him to buy time. To condense a weapon capable of piercing him, she analyzed his attacks and the limbs scattered on the ground, mimicking the external structure of his carapace, using white threads to form a similar, more compact material. Looking at the mess, Jiaoxi pondered. Now that she had enough raw materials, it was time to condense her own body. This actually stumped her. What had she looked like before? Jiaoxi thought back and could imagine a rough outline, but recreating it one-to-one seemed a bit difficult. But Jiaoxi, never afraid of difficulties, just went for it. She immediately manipulated the white threads to condense, forming a face. This face, wow, she was truly full of artistic talent, a modern-day Picasso. She took a closer look. It was indeed very artistic, but too abstract. Wearing it would scare the hell out of everyone. The face began to change, eventually transforming into a white mask, resembling armor, made of polished bone. Next to her was the bone-shelled body she had just condensed. Jiaoxi placed the helmet directly on it. She was so clever. If she couldn't draw her face, why not just not draw it? To facilitate her operations on planet Gomaru, she had to temporarily change her identity. After all, Jiaoxi was now dead. If she were to suddenly be resurrected, there would be chaos, which would be detrimental to her operations. Jiaoxi would never admit that it was because of her poor drawing skills. This body was designed to the standard height of a mutant, a full 2.5 meters. Jiaoxi looked around, suddenly returning to a human perspective. She was still a little unaccustomed to it. It was suddenly very quiet, so quiet that only the faint sound of breathing could be heard, like the fluttering of feathers. The next second, a white shadow flashed. Crack! Ah! Qin Guangzhou screamed in pain. Jiaoxi crushed his wrist with a single kick. The fragments of the computer mixed with the shattered bone, gleaming faintly like crystals. Who do you want to inform? Your teacher? Is it Pu Xinghe? Qin Guangzhou didn't answer, but looked at her and suddenly smiled. I'm curious, teacher. Do you know what kind of monster you are? A monster, capable of overturning an entire galaxy. Where is Yu Xing? Jiaoxi looked down at him. Tell me, and you have a quicker death. Qin Guangzhou, of course, knew he was going to die. Both because of their hostile relationship and because he knew her secret. Thank you very much. But who is that? I don't know her. Jiaoxi, Mrs. Su Jihong's sister. Chief Qin Guangzhou said, oh, that's her. She must have been among the mutants just now, and you must have killed her. He smiled. That smile always reminded Jiaoxi of that person. That sickening smile beneath half of that cold silver mask. The next second, Qin Guangzhou's smile froze, frozen in place forever. Jiaoxi crushed his cervical vertebrae with one foot. His head tilted, and his neck, attached to the skin, dangled from his shoulder. So, the mutants here are all artificially created, deceived through various channels. Thinking of promising futures, they left their home planet and journeyed to a distant land to strive. But through constant experimentation and torture, their humanity was extinguished, leaving only a miserable, empty shell. While controlling these mutants, Jiaoxi could sense that they had no consciousness. They were simply killing weapons that knew only to follow commands. Or rather, they were already dead, long before they could withstand the alien genetic invasion. Jiaoxi looked down at the winding staircase. This experimental base had another level below. At that moment, a hand reached out from the pile of limbs nearby and touched her foot. You said? No. Jiaoxi looked down and saw Su Jihong, only half of his body remaining. He moved his lips. You said you wouldn't kill me. She nodded. Yes, I won't kill you. Then, save me. He held on to his broken body. If only he could be put in the base's medical bay, Even the most serious injuries could be healed. But I never said I would save you. Xiaoxi smiled. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Just like I did with Yu Tao. At the word Yu Tao, the light in Su Jihong's eyes dimmed. She should have known she came to avenge Yu Tao. See the debris next to you? I just killed a monster that was trying to kill you. I always keep my word. Why? Su Jihong asked silently. Why would such a powerful person risk so much for a worthless dead person? But he would never get the answer. Xiaoxi reached the next floor. First, he passed through several rooms. Through the glass walls, he could see upright glass vessels, each containing a human. Or perhaps a human without a human form. At the end of the corridor was a slightly larger room, filled with people in white lab coats. Many of them held documents, discussing some experimental data. Seeing her enter, the researchers all looked up in surprise. Xiaoxi also stared at them quietly. So, the emergence of mutants is actually the result of artificial experiments. The plot seemed familiar, as if I'd seen it somewhere before. In Kill the Black Hole, the Xuanyu Star Dungeon was the insect star where the entire planet was overrun with Zerg. After Xiaoxi obtained the Zerg bones, and became the insect king, he saw the memories of the little girl Duo Duo. The entire planet's population was transformed into Zerg by a strange rain. Zerg. Strange. Infestation. Xiaoxi remembered the system sound she heard when the singing star died, and the strange feeling in her head. The system kills the player after confirming infestation. This was what she had seen on the life and death statement when she first entered the game. So, it turned out she had misunderstood all along. This killing didn't refer to killing in the game, but to killing in reality. No wonder. When she was underground in the magic cube of the music world, she wasn't sure she could kill herself when she was invaded by the brain-eating worms. It was the Kill Black Hole system that finally helped her. Why kill people just for a game? Unless the consequences of being infected extend to reality. And the hatred Muse showed towards her this time also confirmed this. Xiaoxi came to a conclusion. The game is reality. But where are those planets in the game? Why is there no news at all? The technological progress of those planets is incompatible with the current interstellar era, as if they were from a different era. She suddenly realized that this interstellar world is so vast, with 9 planetary belts. Could there be planets beyond those 9? Just how remote are the remote planets? Just because we live in an era of convenient transportation and advanced technology doesn't mean everyone else is the same. Once, the people of StarCraft were kept in the dark, unaware even of the existence of mutants. The Star Alliance, or rather, the people behind it, could easily suppress information. The people of StarCraft only knew what they were supposed to know. So, it turns out that human experiments began a long time ago, and now it's spread here. She felt a chill down her spine. It was terrifying. What kind of madness were these people? How much more did she not know? Why was the world like this? Do you know what you're doing? Xiaoxi asked the experimenters. The experimenters weren't panicking. Perhaps the monster in one of the vessels had accidentally awakened prematurely. This had happened before. They knew there was a powerful mutant at this base, fully controllable, powerful, and fulfilling its duty to protect them. They simply watched in confusion, as the mutant's strange behavior took place, unsure why it would ask such a question. They looked at each other, and one of them replied, I know. Why? High salary. High salary? Easy answer. There's a saying, everyone in this world is bustling about for profit. Are you all here? Because of the high salary? Xiaoxi looked around at them. They nodded. Yeah. Sorry. Xiaoxi said this. The staff member was a little surprised, and instinctively said, oh, it's okay. It was probably apologizing for leaving the culture tank without permission. They had seen mutants like this that still retained human thoughts, but this was the first time they had seen one so polite. This one only has intelligence. It seems it survived genetic contamination. Someone began writing in a notebook. Then this batch was successful. I apologize for taking your lives. Xiaoxi turned, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Countless white threads emerged from the ground, instantly piercing through everyone present, the threads stained blood and turning red. In the next second, all the lines vanished, as if they had never existed. Only tiny drops of blood dripped onto the floor. People fell one after another, still moving as if in life, their eyes wide open in death. I don't kill, but you deserve to die. Xiaoxi didn't even glance back as she walked out of the lab. The empty corridor was filled with a cold, deathly atmosphere, and only her footsteps echoed in the long, lingering silence. Chapter 133. Something's not right in there. It looks like an explosion. Want to go in? Be careful, there's a powerful mutant in there, estimated to be close to SS level. We're no match for it. A slender figure stood atop the towering signal pole and replied. We can't wait any longer. A man squatted on the rock below the signal pole. He removed the cigarette butt from his mouth and flicked it onto the ground. Many people are going to collapse, especially the elderly and children in the team. A close look reveals that the cigarette butt he flicked off had no sparks at all. It was just half a moldy cigarette butt. He licked the rest. As soon as the cigarette butt hit the ground, the man hurriedly jumped off the rock, picked it up, and threw it at the back of his head. There was a mouth there, a mouth with 4 metallic, shiny petals. Forget it, we can't waste it. The front mouth said, as the back mouth made a crunch, crunch sound like chewing bone. Next to him stood a younger person, with a thick head of curly hair, his eyes closed, as if enjoying the night breeze. The wind ruffled his hair, occasionally revealing 4 spiky hairs hidden within. The young person opened his eyes. Hurry, before the people from the other bases arrive. What did you hear? The person next to him asked. No sound from inside. The young person said word by word, no one life returns. The figure on the signal pole flashed down, her face draped with a brocade veil, more accurately, a piece of brocade cloth that looked stuffy. Are you serious? They stared at each other in bewilderment. Even that SS-class mutant is dead. What happened in there? Never mind. Just grab the supplies and leave. You're right. If we wait any longer, we all die. Charge. They, leading a motley crew of people, charged towards the tightly closed, unknown gate. They were mutants. Mutants who insisted they were human. Because they refused to eat humans, they ate mutants and their dead companions. On this barren, polluted planet, they had no food source. Some of them had escaped from various experimental bases and were considered successful experiments. Others, unknowingly, had become experimental subjects due to contamination leaks. But for ordinary people whose genes hadn't been specifically edited, the mutations were even more bizarre and useless. Such mutations were fatal, and survival was rare. This group of mutants, unwilling to go along with the rest of the world, lived in a state neither human nor ghost. Humans could not tolerate them, and the mutants did not recognize them. They could only make a living by stealing from human bases, surviving on the meager supplies they stole. Today, being able to walk into the base openly and see a floor full of fresh fruits, vegetables, rice and grains. They only dreamed of it. There are 2 more floors below this base. I go check it out, said the mutant wearing a brocade face. The explosion earlier came from below. Be careful, the young mutant said. A minute later, the brocade-clad mutant returned. So soon? What's going on down there? The young mutant asked. A pile of ashes, nothing left. She continued, except for this. The surrounding mutants gathered around, only to discover she was dragging a corpse covered in white armor. Strange, this is the only body here. Could it be? No. The brocade-clad mutant said, I've seen SS-class mutants stationed at this base, but this isn't one. The young mutant stroked his chin, thinking, this is incredibly strange. How about burning it? So when Zhao finally woke, she slept exceptionally deeply, having eaten something to digest. She opened her sleepy eyes. Oh no, Zhao had no eyes now. She could only raise her masked face expressionlessly. Then, she saw a raging fire burning nearby. A group of mutants surrounded her, boiling water in a battered cauldron. Zhao, huh? Waking up and using her as a cauldron? Really not picky. Holy shit. It's back. A nearby mutant jumped 2 meters in shock. Zhao was speechless. No, you mutant, are you afraid of backstabbers? But when Zhao saw the contents of the pot, he was also shocked. A chaotic stew, practically everything in the base, a purple, yellow, and green mishmash, simmering into a thick paste. A dark dish. Zhao suddenly noticed a mutant not far away. The brocade covering its face had a peach blossom embroidered on one side. She stood up and was about to say something. Everyone, hurry! At that moment, the mutant next to her suddenly shouted. Zhao saw the 4 ears in his hair bobbing up and down, like some furry little animal. People from the other bases will be here soon. And then, Zhao witnessed the true meaning of a whirlwind of destruction. 10 seconds later, there was nothing left in the cauldron, not even a drop of water. Then, they swarmed out of the base, as if fleeing for their lives. Aren't you leaving? Asked the mutant wearing embroidered brocade. It's getting dark. We need to sleep here, Zhao said, and lay down again. You're the only survivor of the Base 3 explosion. The other bases won't let you go. What awaits you is endless perverted experiments. The four-eared mutant said eagerly, do you still want to be someone else's guinea pig? Other bases? Zhao Shi felt like laughing. Great. They were already coming to die before she even showed up. The seats in the Galactic Federation Parliament were arranged in a pyramid-like structure, with a distinct hierarchy. The single seat at the top remained vacant. It had been vacant for years, but now, it looked as if someone would soon take it. The closer it got, the more the meeting hall thickened with the atmosphere of war, a situation that had intensified in recent weeks, often ending in endless arguments from the proposal of a motion. I object. You, the Federation Army, are overreaching. Are you trying to dominate everyone? Have you forgotten that your duty is to protect the people of the stars, not to suppress them? Shirian said righteously, leaning against the table. The military district representative said, the military district is there to protect the people. The situation is dire right now. Mutants and Zerg are overrunning many planets, and the local people. You've been sending troops to fight in recent years, but the wars are only getting worse. Have we failed in our duties? Or are you just exaggerating? Are you just trying to secure your position? Ms. Shi, please watch your words. Alas, every time a critical moment comes, your military district just sends someone at random. Is he that busy? True. He's the most popular candidate for Supreme Speaker. He might actually become our leader someday. It's normal for him to be a bit arrogant. Someone in the third row immediately chimed in, hey, isn't it too early to say that? After all, anything could happen before you get the position. Mu Gu tapped the back of his head. A headache. A headache. Mu Gu knew that Shirian had always been neutral. But after Zhao Shi's death, Shirian completely broke with Lin Tanyan and firmly aligned herself with the capitalist camp. The slap she delivered at Zhao Shi's funeral was a token of her loyalty. Other capitalists would use her as the voice of authority, concentrating their efforts on her to fight the military. Mu Gu, on the other hand, belonged to the academic camp, and she truly didn't want to get involved. She simply knew that continuing this struggle wouldn't be a good thing for the Star Alliance. Some factions would take advantage of the situation and further complicate the situation. Mu Gu sighed deeply. Alas, if only Zhao Shi hadn't died. Chapter 134. It's hard to persuade a suicidal ghost with good words. We should leave. How about we wait? I help collect its body later. No body will be left. The people at Base 2 are ruthless. Either they use chemicals to destroy it completely, or they capture it and take it back to the lab, where they study it thoroughly and then destroy it, or transform it into their own proprietary biological weapon. Then why are you still here? Uncle Yin has already evacuated everyone else. It just seemed like it wanted to tell me something. Yu Xing gently stroked the peach blossom on the side of her face. Could it be related to your sister? You're obsessed with your sister, aren't you? You're blaming everything on her. Lu Shi helplessly held his forehead. She's doing well in the music industry, a wealthy wife. Her life is infinitely better than yours. Don't worry about her. But I dreamed. She's not doing well. Yu Xing looked up at the sky, her eyes seemingly drifting far away. Lu Shi observed her profile. Yu Xing had a cold personality, and normally, she showed no signs of emotion. Only when she mentioned her sister did she seem like a human with real emotions. Dreams are the opposite of reality. She'd be fine. Lu Shi touched her shoulder. Also, now that we become like this, let's stop thinking about our former family. Mutants are inherently bloodthirsty, their alien genes constantly eroding their original human genes. Therefore, a widely circulated belief holds that cannibalism can help protect against Zerg genetic contamination through the genes of the victims. Thus, to delay the onset of this erosion, many mutants hunt humans, eating them to offset the contamination and preserve their humanity for a little longer. Perhaps it would have some effect. But since they've all started cannibalizing humans, isn't that another form of the annihilation of humanity? So, there are still a few humans like them who suppress their mutant instincts. But no one can predict when they lose control. I know. Yu Xing's voice was soft. She'd probably just be scared when she sees me. There's no way I can go back. Lu Shi followed her gaze, looking up at the sky. He was different from her. He was born on Gowan Star, and he had no family left. Lu Shi remembered that for as long as he could remember, Gowan Star had been the garbage center of the entire galaxy. But back then, the environment wasn't so dire. At least once, thin grass would grow on the wasteland. On a few nights a year, you could still see the stars. But now, day or night, there's only a perpetual crimson fire cloud. That's the light from the furnace star, where garbage is endlessly burned. Gravity pulled countless plumes of ashes toward the sky above Gowan Star, like the feathers of a demon, drifting down in a vast expanse. The lust was seeping with pollutants, leaving no grass growing anywhere. The air was thick with toxic substances, and no human could breathe freely beneath the sky anymore. On this planet filled with death and despair, they would eventually lose their minds and become complete monsters. Yes, there's no going back. Green Base number 3 was quickly surrounded by hovercrafts. We can't contact them. System analysis suggests they might be experiencing a power outage or hardware failure. No, if it were a malfunction, it wouldn't be possible for all the staff members' computers to fail simultaneously. They're probably all dead. Combustion residue detected. Fire? There's another possibility. They accidentally developed an overly successful product, and they weren't able to control it, so they were wiped out. Very likely. Qin Guangzhou, with the support of the underground factory, quickly produced an SS-level mutant. This time. What surprise will he bring me? The leader couldn't suppress a smile, as he looked at the closed gate of base number 3. I hope this baby is well behaved and doesn't run around. The person next to him smiled at him. Then our thorough preparations won't be in vain. This is a rare opportunity to take over base number 3. We must seize it, right? If base number 1 gets there first, it'd be a waste. So, I intercepted the message as soon as I received it, and falsified all the normal signals. Base number 1 wouldn't know what was going on here. That's great. We have plenty of time. The leader stepped out of the car and flashed to the base gate. He extended his hand, and a glowing long sword appeared out of thin air in his palm. He was followed closely by a figure, a conch-like instrument appearing at their side. Their spirits first shone with light, then transformed into physical form, a feat only achieved by S rank and above. Then, the ground seemed to tremble. 2 tall mutants cloaked in black approached. Their features were invisible, but the energy waves they emanated gave off an intangible sense of oppression. S-rank wholesale is free, right? Lu Shi practically screamed. 4. Yu Xing quickly covered his mouth. Shoo. We're dead if we're discovered. High-level psychics have strong perception abilities. They were currently hiding on a signal pole 100 meters from the base, watching the base from afar. Silver gauze wings faintly appeared behind Yu Xing. She manipulated them to shroud the 2 of them, mimicking the surrounding color. Lu Shi lowered his voice. I know those 2 people. One is SS class, the other S class. Those 2 mutants are probably of similar caliber. Have they mobilized most of Base 2's high-level forces? Yu Xing asked. Almost. And that psychic is from Meng Luo, a hypnotist. He's a mutant trainer at Base 2. Lu Shi had excellent hearing, so he always knew a lot of information. Yu Xing asked in confusion, why? Does it take so many S-classes to capture a base filled with dead bodies? Lu Shi closed his eyes, his ears twitching in the wind. Are they really all dead? Isn't there still one person alive? Yu Xing's breath hitched. You mean? A cold wind blew steadily across the night sky. The black ash from the burning furnace planet flew again, landing on the tip of her nose and disintegrating into smaller pieces. Yu Xing suddenly opened her eyes. How could she have fallen asleep? She often did night watch duties, always on high alert. There was no way she could have fallen asleep at this hour. It must be the hypnotic power of that S-class user, Dream Snail. It could reach such a distance. She quickly woke Lu Shi beside her. Lu Shi was also startled. How long has it been? About 4 hours. Yu Xing, having frequently stood watch, was familiar with the changing weather patterns. It was almost dawn. It's been quite a while, and there's been no movement inside. Lu Shi gestured for her to look in the direction of the base. But it's strange, their hovercraft is still there. That's unusual. The 2 glanced at each other. Shall we go check? The door to the base was ajar. Lu Shi pricked his ears to double-check, whispering, it looks like there's no one inside. No breathing. Yu Xing nodded and pushed the door open. Then, facing the door, she saw a slightly elevated indoor laboratory table. Sitting there was a figure, clad in dark white armor and possessing a tall, cold appearance, yet his actions were starkly inconsistent with that appearance. The figure crossed his legs, propped up on his hand, and tilted his head, as if pondering something. Yu Xing was startled. Her eyes flicked to Lu Shi, and she mouthed, Is this what you meant by no one? This wasn't the first time. Last time, he hadn't detected anyone still alive inside. Lu Shi shook his head innocently. He truly hadn't heard anything. You're back? Zhao Shi glanced at the 2 people at the door, and raised his head slightly. Sit anywhere. The 2 exchanged glances. Their tone. It was as if they were at home. They obeyed, walked in, and found a vacant spot to sit down. And then? They just sat there, motionless. Both were terribly nervous, their backs and palms sweating profusely, but they dared not look up. Facing a powerful and unknown being, fear always lingers. Jiaoxi found it strange how they could have just gone out and returned like wooden figures. It was as if she was about to interrogate them. She waited a moment, only to find they were still silent. Shook even more socially anxious than her. No way, weren't they quite talkative before? I just learned about the base's green facilities and related research. Jiaoxi brought up the topic. Compared to research on mutants, there's less research on plants, but it's still quite useful for you right now. I found some corn seeds in stock and have already planted them in this area. You can divide up the rest later. There are 32 experimental plots here. We have a machine for synthesizing nutrient solution, but we're short on raw materials. The raw materials have to be shipped in from other planets, so you should focus on farming first. On the upper floor, there's a device that controls solar, stellar light, and can store it. Even with ripening agents, the fastest growing bok choy here will take half a month to mature. You have to be patient. Yu Xing and Lu Shi were stunned. The amount of information was so overwhelming that they were momentarily unable to process it. They noticed the word the boss kept saying. You? This base. Is it? Does that mean we can use it? Lu Shi began to babble. Jiaoxi wondered, is there anything I haven't made clear? Then she saw the two men drop to their knees. Food and supplies are so important on this planet. There's something countless people and mutants would risk their lives to fight for. They're also something everyone who obtains them will defend with their very lives. No one has ever been willing to share these things. The powerful always seize more and more resources, constantly expanding their possessions, and even if they can't use them all, they won't give them away. This was something they had never witnessed before. Jiaoxi stood up, silently avoiding their kneeling. Don't waste time. Find your companions and work the land, or you have nothing to eat. Yes. Lu Shi nodded, wiped a tear from her eye, and suddenly jumped to her feet. It had been years. How many years since she had felt so happy as today? Yu Xing, wait a minute. Yu Xing paused, then turned around, her voice changing slightly. Do you know me? Chapter 135. Yu Xing's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away, nearly losing her balance. She took the handkerchief with trembling hands. It depicted a peach tree embroidered with snow-white apricot blossoms. The handkerchief was stained, but the intricate embroidery was still visible. Was it Su Jihong who did it? Or Chen Guangzhou? Though Yu Xing's question was a question, her eyes were firm. Yes. They died at your hands, right? Yu Xing had originally escaped from base number 3. How could she not know what they had done? Perhaps it was because she was too perceptive that Su Jihong had tricked her into leaving, preventing her from ever returning home. Yes. The items had been delivered, Jiaoxi said, and turned to leave. Yu Xing clutched her handkerchief tightly, her whole body trembling. Thank you. Thank you for avenging her. One more thing. I know you weren't born in this base. Before escaping, Yu Xing stumbled upon the data on the modified mutants here. Hearing this, Jiaoxi froze. If it became known that she wasn't a mutant modified from base number 3, there was no guarantee someone wouldn't dig deeper and investigate, potentially uncovering her true identity. Are you trying to silence her? At this thought, Jiaoxi subconsciously raised a finger, and a sharp white blade peeked out from the tip. Jiaoxi immediately lowered her finger. This was insane. How was this any different from what Chen Guangzhou and his group were doing? Had she seen so much darkness recently, or had she become accustomed to killing? Yu Xing had been closely watching the actions of this powerful figure. She had always been an expert observer. I'm willing to keep your secret, to take it to my grave. She lowered her head, holding the handkerchief close to her heart. The wings on her back suddenly extended, their edges as thin as a cicada's wing, emitting a cold, metallic gleam. She closed her eyes and looked up, the cold light streaking across her fragile neck. Ding! Something flicked her wings apart, and Yu Xing looked over in surprise. Live well, and one day, your dreams will come true. Jiaoxi remembered Yu Tao's words about Yu Xing that afternoon. She looked at Yu Xing and said word by word, don't let your sister down. I can be sure now. Yu Xing wiped a tear from her eye, stood straight with a resolute expression, and bowed to Jiaoxi. You are the one I want to follow. When Lu Shi returned with a large group of mutants, he saw that Yu Xing had regained her usual cold demeanor. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something seemed different. Following the master's instructions, he distributed seeds to everyone. They divided into several teams and began sowing in the experimental fields. They were all extremely busy and hard-working, not daring to stop for a moment. Many people's eyes drifted to the god, who had given them the food base. Yes, this master had become a godlike figure in their hearts. After being contaminated, abandoned, bullied by other mutants, driven mad by hunger, they had prayed to the gods for mercy countless times, but nothing had worked. Those so-called gods never showed favor to the unfortunate. So they finally understood that only those who could truly solve problems were true gods. Actually, the scene was a bit eerie. Xiaoxi stood high above, looking down. A dense mass of hideous, half-human, half-insect monsters would have frightened a female college student like her to death in the past. Now, they were hard at work, bent over sowing seeds, as busy and happy as industrious bees. Who would have dared to imagine this? The ferocious monsters I had seen on TV and in games, now obediently working the fields under her command. I wanted to laugh out loud. This was too funny. Xiaoxi leaned on the nearby railing, bent over and laughed. She forced herself not to laugh, thinking her movements were very subtle, but the mutants who were approaching immediately noticed her movements, their backs straightened, and they looked at her respectfully, awaiting her next instruction. Ahem. Xiaoxi immediately stopped, turned away from them, and pretended to be lost in thought. The mutants waited eagerly for a long moment before realizing they had misjudged them. They continued to work diligently. After several hours of work, they finally filled all the experimental plots. Looking up, they discovered that their supposed god was being quite approachable, personally adjusting the lighting equipment. Xiaoxi was actually feigning busyness to mask her embarrassment. Unbeknownst to anyone, she was furiously complaining in her mind. Help! Can you please stop staring at me? Don't you have your own things to do? Just go to bed after you're done. We've been working all day. Didn't mutants need sleep? How could they have so much endless energy? But pretending to be busy wasn't a solution. She was practically wearing out the lighting and solar energy harvesting equipment. But these mutants just kept waiting for her. Rest when you're done, Xiaoxi said coldly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally relaxing. How could they dare rest without the boss's word? After all, they had all heard Lu Shi's stories of the boss's battles. After enduring torture at Base 3, the boss unexpectedly gained immense strength. To exact revenge on Base 3, he slaughtered everyone there. Blood splattered like rain, and wails filled the air. Then, hoping to reap the benefits, Base 2 dispatched 4 S-rank and above experts, hoping to capture the boss directly, but, in a 1-on-4 battle, they were crushed. The boss's appetite was also incredibly terrifying. In just one night, he devoured hundreds of people from Base 3, and the 4 greatest experts from Base 2. All his defeated enemies were left utterly destroyed. You don't know? When I first arrived, the entire base was impeccably clean. Not even a drop of blood remained. You can imagine how horrible it was. If Xiaoxi knew what they were thinking, she would have cried out in injustice. She buried them all in the open space behind the base. After all, she didn't need humans. At most, she'd taken a couple of spirits. She then briefly studied the mutant's anatomy to help her shape her own body. She didn't even dare to touch the human corpses. As for why she cleaned so thoroughly, it was because she knew among these weak mutants there were some elderly, sick, and even children. It would be bad to scare them. A middle-aged man, followed by several mutants, approached Xiaoxi. The uncle bowed to her. May I ask your name, benefactor? This. Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment. She definitely couldn't tell him her real name. How could she call him? Just call me sister. Uncle Yan's eyes widened. How can that be? Xiaoxi saw that the uncle looked older, much older than she was. She thought, taking advantage of someone was indeed a bad idea. If you could call me sister, too. She hadn't finished the rest of the sentence. Can we just call you by your name? Uncle Yan's voice suddenly rose. Robbery god, he said, tilting his head and giving the group of mutants behind him a pointed look. Robbery what? Xiaoxi wondered if the pronunciation was a little off. Robbery god, please accept our greeting. Xiaoxi, ? Looked at the large group of mutants half kneeling before her, and strange images surfaced in her mind. Something about the return of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King and the arrogant young master. I can't take it anymore. My toes are cramping just thinking about it. Oh my god, are these people really that immature? This isn't some fantasy manga. Even the calm and reserved Yuxing stepped aside and said expressionlessly, Hello, robber god. Wow, you guys are really awesome, so united. Xiaoxi knew what they were up to. They were just trying to cling to her, their big tree. To make her treat them as her own, not attack them, and even protect them from the other mutants. After all, guarding a precious place like Base 3 would surely make the other mutants jealous. Sooner or later, they come knocking. Those mutants truly emerged from a sea of blood and corpses, many of them bearing countless lives. They're cannibals. Uncle Yin, seeing the robbery god show no reaction, began to worry, smacking his head repeatedly. He was still worried they would become a target. The robbery god had acted so brazenly, directly occupying Base 3. The other bases, as well as the scattered mutants on Gowan Star, would see them as thorns in their side. At that point, they'd likely be the target of a widespread attack. The robbery god might be able to escape unscathed, but these ordinary mutants, lacking sufficient abilities, would be preyed upon. What are your plans next? Uncle Yin asked cautiously. Xiaoxi raised his hand and tossed a few shiny electronic chips in front of him. This is the optical computer used by the staff at Base 2. It contains the location information of their base. It turns out there's more than one Base 2. They've built numerous branch bases. It seems they're richer than Base 3. So what do you mean? Their hovercraft is still outside. A few of you come join me. We use their vehicles and take down all the bases at Base 2. Huh? The surrounding mutants gaped in surprise. With so many of us, there's simply not enough food in one base. Xiaoxi analyzed seriously. Crops take time to grow. We can't all just wait around hungry, right? Are there any more bases like these called green bases? Xiaoxi thought. If they were all using these bases for human experiments, why not just shut them all down and focus on farming? I see. You want to rob other bases and expand our influence across the entire Gowan planet. The mutants nodded in understanding, finally understanding why this boss called himself Robbery. The robbery in robbery. Xiaoxi frowned. Robbery? No, no, no. What era is this? Who still engages in plunder and colonization? Of course, we want to conquer the land and restore the planet to a blue sky, azure seas, and fragrant fruits. They probably wouldn't understand even if she explained it, so she didn't bother explaining. Less talk, more action was her motto. Of course, she also wanted to minimize the risk of her identity being exposed. After all, sooner or later, she would return to being Xiaoxi. Not denying was an admission, and Uncle Yin deeply agreed. Integrate supplies, expand territory, and suppress those who disobey. The robbery god was indeed unusual. He came with the intention of causing a major stir. He was going to engage the mutant rebellion, begin to build his power, and prepare to declare war on the Alliance. Robbery god, the leader of the mutant rebellion on Gowan Star, a lawless outlaw, the god of robbery, unbeknownst to Xiaoxi, her new name would soon sweep across the galaxy, dominating the headlines. Chapter 136. Some preparations are needed before officially setting off. Xiaoxi first called Yuxing to the underground laboratory, and then there was a loud clanging noise down there. Lu Shi found it strange. If he remembered correctly, everything down there should have been burned, with no tools left. But how could this repair-like sound be coming from? And why was there also the sound of a scalpel cutting through flesh? Lu Shi's face turned pale, and he stared intently at the direction leading down. Was Yuxing in danger? The others were still puzzled as to why the robbery god had led his men down without a word. They speculated that perhaps they were discussing a plan for future resistance against the Star Alliance. Only Lu Shi could hear the terrifying sounds coming from below, and he broke out in a cold sweat. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Nothing. Lu Shi shook his head. Hey, can you hear what the robbery god and Sister Xing are doing down there? The mutant looked a little excited. Lu Shi hesitated, wondering whether to speak or not. What should they do? They finally found a place to stay, a stable food source, and such a powerful protector. But how could good things happen without a reason? Could it be that this robbery god simply wanted to feed them as a food reserve? How could such a powerful being, capable of killing so many people and mutants at will, be a philanthropist? The next second, he heard Yuxing's cries of pain from downstairs. It was a muffled, suppressed cry, laced with gritted teeth, accompanied by the horrific sound of flesh slicing and slashing. Yuxing! Lu Shi leaped to his feet and rushed down the stairs. Hey, what are you doing? The mutant next to him called out. Did you forget what Sister Xing said earlier? No one can go down? Lu Shi's mind was devoid of thoughts. Only that painful voice echoed in his head. At that moment, he couldn't care less. Even if it meant death. As he turned the corner downstairs, he suddenly bumped into something and landed on his butt. He looked up and saw Yuxing standing before him, perfectly healthy. Yuxing was surprised. Why did you come downstairs? I thought you. Lu Shi looked around carefully, but found no injuries. Then he slowly shifted his gaze upward, looking behind Yuxing. The robbery god was leaning against the corridor, his arms folded, his face slightly tilted to the side, as he glanced over. The cold, armored face suddenly came into view, its entire face hidden beneath it, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Lu Shi leaned back a little with his hands. Would he die if he disobeyed his command? He hurriedly checked his hearing, blood flow, respiratory rate, and other indicators could reflect his mood. It suddenly occurred to Lu Shi that he had never heard him breathe. Even after becoming a mutant, humans should breathe. It could be said that all living things should breathe. Unless they were dead, or not living at all. Without a heartbeat, without breathing, his excellent hearing was useless in his presence. He could never guess his thoughts from the sounds. Facing him was like facing a silent abyss. Instantly, Lu Shi broke out in a cold sweat. You come just in time. Carry them up. Huh? Lu Shi was stunned. Oh. Oh. He nodded repeatedly, thankful to have survived. Stepping onto the stairs, a long voice came from behind. Don't rely too much on your hearing. Lu Shi's body stiffened, and he almost dropped his things. Be careful. Luckily, Yu Xing beside him helped to steady him. So he knew everything. Could he really not be human? Lu Shi's face paled. The robbery god was warning him that if he tried to spy on his thoughts again, he would be killed. Zhao, she watched Lu Shi flee in panic, and could probably guess what he was thinking. Your ears are sticking out. Only a fool wouldn't see that. Zhao, she was actually most worried about her true identity being discovered. Lu Shi's excellent hearing was indeed a bit troublesome for her, but it would be nice to scare him. She was not a mutant, nor was she human at this moment. She was simply a hollow person. She had no normal organ structure, no blood, no breathing. All her movements were pulled by countless white filaments within her shell. She tried to create a complete, real person, but she couldn't yet. This was far more difficult than weapons. For weapons, one only needed to understand their structure, then imitate and improve the materials, and finally combine and match them according to their characteristics. But creating a human body, it involved countless even smaller, more intricate structures. Perhaps she needed more practice. The mutant saw Lu Shi carrying up a pile of objects. What are these? Weapons, Yu Xing replied. For us to defend Base 3. Uncle Yin put out his cigarette. However, with the strength of mutant flesh, conventional weapons are useless. They require heavy weapons or mechas, and these don't look like heavy weapons. It was even light. He picked up one of the items, which looked like a sniper rifle. It was dark green in color, with slightly raised bumps to the touch, somewhat like the Zerg's carapace. Although we are mutants, most of us here wouldn't stand a chance against the mutants out there who have been killing each other for so long. Zhao, she stepped forward. You guys use it first, and I find a way to upgrade it later. You made this yourself? Uncle Yin asked in surprise. Yes. It was made by combining the base's firearms with the shells of SS-class mutants. She used her white silk to remove impurities, bond them together, and do some material strengthening. After killing Chen Jianhua, she looked at the mutant corpses scattered across the ground and thought it was a bit of a waste. So she made a bunch of weapon parts from local materials and assembled one on the spot to test it out. She tested the strength on the mutant corpses and found it to be acceptable. This thing is useless against SS-class mutants. Lower S-class mutants can be dealt a decisive blow by concentrating their firepower with this. Zhao, she commented, it's truly average. The mutants in the room were stunned. Uncle Yan's precious cigarette fell silently to the ground. Sorry, I spoke a little too loudly earlier. Lu Shi's ears twitched, wondering if he misheard. A perverted weapon capable of hitting S-class mutants. You call it average? Do you think S-class mutants are just some cheap, ubiquitous thing? It's just divine. As expected of a robbery god, his entire being brims with divine aura. He can fight, farm, and craft weapons. To be led by such a terrifyingly powerful king, one who is so approachable and personally involved in everything, is simply unimaginable. They all drew their weapons, tears welling in their eyes. Having always lived in constant fear, they now felt a sense of complete security for the first time. Then Zhao, she gathered a few people, and set out on their quest for territory. Lu Shi drove with awe. Zhao, she gazed at the barren earth outside and began to wonder, once the base's planting techniques matured, would there be a way to improve the soil and move the experimental fields outdoors? Lu Shi noticed the robbery god staring outside and thought, he must be thinking about how to expand his territory and build a powerful mutant army. Base number 2 consists of 4 sub-bases and 1 main base. 2 of these sub-bases are located on the other hemisphere of Gowan Star. Even with a fast hovercraft, reaching them would take over 10 days. Zhao, she heard there was a highway on the planet that would only take a dozen minutes. She planned to first capture the nearby main base and 2 sub-bases, then used the highway to fight her way through. Gallon Planet is 3 times the size of Laming Planet. Its climate is quite suitable, its land is vast, and its terrain is flat. It's a shame it's being used as an interstellar garbage dump. Otherwise, this location could be well developed, perhaps even developing a unique tourism industry, serving as a starting point for visits to Furnace Planet. Along the way, we saw numerous garbage factories, scattered across the planet. From within, the sound of heavy hammers pounded the garbage into compressed cubes, which were then transported to a single black building. Jiaoshi observed through the extended white silk that after entering the building, the garbage was divided into 2 streams. Some was buried underground, while some was transported via a high-speed tunnel to an incineration transfer station, where it would be sent to Furnace Planet for incineration. I don't understand, Jiaoshi suddenly said. Lu Shi suspected he had misheard. Is there something you don't understand? Why are these garbage factories built so scattered? They could be concentrated in one area, like an industrial park, to minimize the impact on the environment. The freed up land could be used for farming and tourism. I grew up here, so I might be able to explain, Lu Shi said, because these factories are built by waste disposal companies from various planets, and not on their own planets. What does the environment have to do with them? Our planet's governor is also. Just auction the land. Who it's sold to or what it's used for doesn't matter. The highest bidder wins. Because the environment has nothing to do with the Archons or the planet's higher-ups. They have enough money anyway, already have businesses on other planets, and can migrate at any time. So, the problem really lies with the higher-ups on Gowan Star. Jiaoshi looked up at the sky. If she went higher, she'd be dealing with the Star Alliance. If one day, we can completely break free of their control, Gowan Star might not have to be a garbage planet anymore. Lu Shi looked ahead, her eyes filled with hope. Jiaoshi looked away. Young man, that's a dangerous idea. Their hovercraft sped across the horizon, leaving a trail of white air in the air as they passed. They first passed 2 sub-bases, but Jiaoshi and the others found that the people inside had already evacuated. She could have probably guessed the outcome. Jiaoshi knew that the optical computers they carried had a positioning system, and she deliberately did not remove the positioning. They could probably guess what she wanted to do. Jiaoshi left a few people at each base and distributed weapons to them. It's possible they might come back to rob us. That's fine. Fight if you can, retreat if you can't. She added, of course, I do my best to prevent that from happening. What kind of thing? They asked, puzzled. Something like stealing from me. With that, Jiaoshi took Lu Shi and boarded the last hovercraft, heading for the second main base. Damn, that's so domineering. The mutant sighed, as they watched the exhaust of her hovercraft. Before them stood a magnificent building, a sight truly magnificent on such a barren planet. Its extravagance reminded Jiaoshi of someone. Shirigan. But she wouldn't be so bored as to build a shabby base so far from Blue Dream Star, would she? Shirigan, far away on Blue Dream Star, sneezed. She held a delicate, pure gold dart in her hand. Before her was a circular target, marked with corresponding scores. Her brain vibrated as she answered the call. Mr. Shi? Our charity project on Gowan Planet was attacked by mutants, and the office building was robbed. The voice on the other end was anxious. Oh! Shirigan narrowed one eye and glanced at the dart in her hand. So what if they robbed it? We invest so much money every year, and we don't know if it actually helps the planet's environment. The voice on the other end laughed flatteringly. Of course it does. You see, our project team records a video every year. Just tell me what you want to do. I don't want to waste time. Aren't you familiar with political and military leaders? Could you ask the Alliance for emergency support? Or maybe increase this year's budget a little? Shirigan smiled. Isn't energy-saving office work a priority now? It's perfect. You no longer have an office building, which is absolutely energy efficient. I think you could persuade your colleagues to give up their office buildings as well. This aligns perfectly with your environmental efforts. After saying that, she hung up the phone, flung a dart, and smiled. The mutants on Gomru have resurfaced, slaughtering civilians and plundering resources. Can this be considered a dereliction of duty on the part of the Star Alliance? If I remember correctly, Lin Tanyan was seriously injured and unconscious there last time. If he's seriously injured this time, he shouldn't be unconscious. She raised her hand and swung the dart, hitting the bull's eye. Go to hell. The dart lodged deeply in the target, shattering from the very center. Chapter 137. I just want to ask you one question. What? Are you willing to farm? Even though a foot had pinned him to the ground, this S-Class mutant held his noble head high. He was a dignified S-Class mutant, born to be the sharpest knife, not a plowing ox. What if I say no? Not willing to farm? That means plunder, murder, and cannibalism. Then I'm sorry. A kick to the head blew, brains splattering everywhere. She stood there stunned. Ah, murder and still apologizing? As expected of the robbery god, so elegant. The other mutants nearby were terrified. What about you? Xiaoxi turned to look at them. We're willing to farm, we are. Seeing even S-class mutants being so easily slaughtered, the other mutants completely lost all hope of resistance. The only ones she spared were those who still retained their ability to think. Those who had completely lost their humanity had become complete monsters. They had no choice but to kill them all. As for the humans in Base 2, they must have known she was coming to kill them, so they evacuated early, leaving only these abandoned experiments. Xiaoxi looked up and saw the camera overhead flashing red, trained on her. She moved slightly to the side, and the camera followed her. It was watching her remotely. Xiaoxi turned sideways, revealing the vast, black mass of mutants lying on the ground, either slain or beaten beyond repair. Then she gave the camera a thumbs up and gestured downward. Outside Base 3, rows of hovercrafts had already surrounded it. In one of them, a man stared intently at the screen projected from his wrist-mounted computer. This is real-time surveillance footage. How arrogant! The veins on the man's forehead throbbed. Screen this immediately and post it on StarNet. Shirian isn't willing to help, and I don't dare say anything, for fear she sees something. But we can leverage online public opinion to put pressure on the Star Alliance to send troops to suppress it. Isn't Base 1 under the control of the Star Alliance? Why didn't you notify them first? Do you think the Star Alliance at Base 1 can handle it? Besides, we're already competitors here. Base 1 would love for us to be destroyed so they can reap the benefits. That makes sense. Then Li Tianda shook his head again. Qin Guangzhou has truly created a monster. Not only did he die at its hands, but the entire base was robbed, and we've suffered as a result. The Star Alliance has divided the region into general and sub-regional areas. The strength of the people in the sub-districts varies, with most of the elite concentrated in the main district. It would be best if the main district sent someone over to eliminate that arrogant fellow in one fell swoop, and then wipe out all those uncontrolled mutants. If someone from the main district came, perhaps they could investigate the problems at Base 1, leaving us the sole dominant force. Indeed, the people from the main district certainly despise this shabby place, Gomru Star. As long as there's no threat from the rebels, they won't bother with it at all. So, now that our base has been occupied, any traces of experiments conducted there can be pinned entirely on that arrogant robber god. Li Tianda laughed heartily. And today, we've truly captured Base 3. After the robber god is eliminated by the Star Alliance, Base 2 will naturally be returned to us. That's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The person next to him bowed his head and complimented, as expected of Professor Li, you're truly brilliant. Not only are you highly accomplished in biotechnology, but you're also a master at planning. Once the noise inside stops, we can go collect the spoils. Li Tianda looked at base number 3 in front of him with a smug smile, then turned to the surveillance footage on the screen. Even if you notice something's wrong now, it's too late. Unexpectedly, most of our main combat forces and high-level mutants have already been transferred here. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Li Tianda commanded the computer. Xiaoxi had indeed noticed something was wrong. There was only one S-level mutant left. As far as she knew, base number 2 had produced more successful experiments than this. The rest must have been stolen from her home. Jieshan, what should we do now? She was now extremely worried. If all their remaining S-class were deployed, Yu Xing and the others would definitely not be able to stop them. And I remembered there was still one SS class left in base 2. If he's not here, he must be with Yu Xing and the others. Don't worry, Xiaoxi said. I know you left them weapons, but you also said they can only withstand those below SS class. And even against S class, you need sufficient firepower to suppress them. If there are too many of them, the weapons won't be enough. Besides, against an SS class, they'd be dead before they even had time to react. Lu Shi's face darkened, his fingers twisted together, his mind in utter disarray. Don't we have any SS class left to guard the house? Xiaoxi laughed. Lu Shi wondered, besides you, where else do we find SS rank soldiers? His eyes suddenly widened. Wait. What are you saying? Li Tianda, staring at the screen, suddenly felt a gaze peering through the surveillance footage. The stark white visor obscured any expression, but he could clearly sense that the person was laughing. Mocking him. Let's go and take a look. Li Tianda called the others nearby and, as they exited the vehicle, were knocked to the ground by a powerful gust of wind. The previously tightly closed gates of base number 3 suddenly flew open. They shielded themselves from the incoming wind with their sleeves and half opened their eyes to peer inside. But what they saw was something they couldn't believe. Li Tianda ordered his men to close the gates and begin the fight. He had originally intended to avoid getting stained by the unsightly bloodstains, but to his surprise, this blinded them to the true nature of the battle. All of their men fell to the ground, suffering heavy casualties. And yet, every one of the men at base number 3 wielded a mysterious weapon. They couldn't understand what that thing was, and how could there be a firearm capable of harming mutants? Even more astonishingly, the edges of those enormous, transparent, pink glowing wings were as sharp as blades, gleaming with a cold light. With a single wave of those wings, they decapitated the SS-class mutant they had brought with them. She's also SS-class. Li Tianda was shocked. Before this, he had never heard of an SS-class. Is Chen Guangzhou hiding her? No, that's not right. I think I've seen her before. Before, she was clearly just a B+ A-class mutant. She could only reach A-class at best during an outburst. Absolutely no way she could be SS-class. Li Tianda was shocked and deeply bewildered. This completely overturned his understanding of all those years of research. Mutants, like humans, have their genetic level determined from the moment they are born. However, mutants are different in that they can evolve genetically by devouring other mutants or humans, potentially increasing their level slightly. However, it was absolutely impossible for such a huge leap to reach SS level in such a short period of time. Li Tianda gazed at the magnificent wings, lost in thought. Professor Li, hurry! Or we all die here today. The person beside him suddenly pulled him back into the hovercraft and immediately started it. The blast of air behind him slammed into the trunk of the car with a loud bang, causing the car to lose its balance and nearly crash to the ground. Luckily it's been modified, otherwise we'd be finished today. Li Tianda was still muttering to himself, lost in his thoughts. I must know how she did it. Lin family on Lonming Star. The lead on Guan Star has been cut off. The voice on the other end of the line, Chen Guangzhou is dead. Have you figured out how he died? Still investigating. Could he have been silenced by one of their own people? They noticed we. And recently at the Star Alliance Council, we've faced a lot of opposition. Lin Tanyan pondered. Yeah, I see. He was looking out the window. The night sky was filled with a single, lonely star. You could probably guess what was going on at the Star Alliance Council recently. He'd been trying to expand the military region's influence, and even he felt that he was being a bit radical. However, the military district must be brought to the forefront as quickly as possible, otherwise, the internal conflicts within humanity's various classes will become the greatest obstacle. Humanity's catastrophic calamity never arises from without, but from within. External disasters create setbacks, while internal troubles ultimately lead to destruction. But no matter how much work there is, it must eventually stop. It's late at night, and trying to discuss work with anyone will only bore them. Lin Tanyan stood up and walked towards the vast wall of books in front of him. It was filled with books, including ancient and rare editions, their spines yellowing. He pressed on one of the books, and there was a rumbling sound from behind the wall. Then, a door opened in the middle of the wall. Entering, it looked like a dimly lit laboratory. In the middle was a large whiteboard, and in the middle was a photograph of a person. Her striking and flamboyant features were paired with a pair of lifeless, white eyes, as if someone owed her a great deal of money. Numerous lines and annotations were drawn around the photo, connecting it to other photos, stickers, and newspaper scraps. Lin Tanyan never believed that an investigation could fully understand a person, but he believed that through more detailed analysis, he could get closer to the truth. But the more he investigated, the less he understood her. He knew she wasn't the person he initially thought. She couldn't even recognize an Omega's glands. The image of a playboy, a womanizer, a scumbag, it was all fake, a deliberate persona she had created. Did she choose this because she didn't want to be known for her S-rank talent, and didn't want to bear the heavy responsibility? But why did she choose to save people again and again, when she could have stayed out of it? Contradictory. There were so many things that didn't make sense, things he couldn't comprehend. He then realized he couldn't see through this person. He just wanted to get to the bottom of her. But what was the point in investigating someone who was already dead? Was it guilt, or... Lin Tanyan glanced at the pile of documents on his desk. Sometimes he wished he could just let the work overwhelm him, pass out and sleep, and not have to think about it. Or perhaps, just die suddenly. Super S-level death from overwork. It didn't sound so bad, akin to living up to the Lin family tradition. But unfortunately, his mental strength and genetic level were so formidable that he rarely felt tired, and it was difficult for him to feel sleepy or drowsy. Lin Tanyan pulled a small glass bottle from his desk. A white burning thread was stuck in it. He flicked his finger and lit it. Then he held the bottle and sat down in a corner. As the liquid burned, a strange, cold fragrance soon filled the room. There was a fire, yet it seemed strangely cold. Are you really dead? You've escaped death so many times. Why not this time? A dim light illuminated a spot on the floor. A slender finger tapped the floor, casting the shadows of two small figures. Lin Tanyan leaned against the wall, legs curled up. Suddenly, a grayish-white fragment peeked out from his arms. The tips of his ears suddenly turned red, even though no one was there to see. He carefully gathered the fragment back. No one knew he had stolen an Alpha's underwear. A relic. This was probably the most rebellious thing he had ever done as an Omega. The night was long, as if it had lasted a century, so long that one couldn't even imagine when dawn would arrive. He curled up in the corner, huddled tightly. He didn't understand why he had to rely on a sense similar to hers to get through the heat of passion. If he wasn't supposed to have her, why did he have to experience it and then lose it? The pain was 1,000 times worse than before, not just during the heat of passion, but almost every night. Like an endless wave, over and over again. Lin Tanyan felt strange and disgusted with himself. Should he take on more work? The next day, Lin Tanyan saw the dynamic data analysis on his desktop. Robbery God, a high-level mutant that has been very active recently. The exact level is unknown. The operation is suspected to be creating a mutant cluster and forming a rebel army. Threat level, high. It is recommended to dispatch special forces to kill. The genetic level of the operative is recommended to be SSS level or above. Chapter 138. So Yu Xing is now SS rank? Lu Shi's face was filled with disbelief. But this? How is this possible? Zhao Shi held out his palm, revealing a faintly glowing computer. The computer projected a three-dimensional screen, showing the current situation at base number 3. Lu Shi fell silent, completely stunned by those incredibly beautiful wings. His companions, armed with those miraculous weapons and led by Yu Xing, had overwhelmingly defeated those who sought to seize their new home. At this moment, they were cleaning up the battlefield and confiscating the weapons of the defeated. Yu Xing and Uncle Yin were instilling in the captives the new age mutant code of self-reliance and abstaining from murder and cannibalism. Do you understand? Yu Xing's expression was stern, and her beautiful wings flashed with a cold light. I understand. We work hard on the farm. The captured mutants nodded like chicks pecking at rice. We be the 3 good mutants of the new era, studious, hard-working, and kind. Yu Xing nodded and retracted her wings. 3 good mutants? Zhao Shi hadn't expected that the random rambling she and Yu Xing had casually shared while discussing the future had been remembered and passed down to the others. Lu Shi's lips curved upward, and he never got off the hovercraft again. He hummed a song uncontrollably as he drove the hovercraft. I was so happy for Yu Xing, and even more happy that they had such a good leader. Perhaps soon, they too could live a stable life like ordinary humans. Lu Shi frowned, as if a thought had occurred to him. I'm a little worried. If others knew that you could level up your mutants, it might cause a lot of trouble. Zhao Shi leaned back, propping his head against the chair. Do you think I'm someone who's afraid of trouble? Lu Shi sighed. Someone as powerful as you might not understand how much many people desire to improve their genetic rank. Some would give up everything to become stronger. Everything? For example, I know someone whose genetic rank was originally SS class. At a young age, he became a major in the Alliance army. His future was bright. But he voluntarily became a mutant. What? This time, Zhao Shi truly couldn't understand. That person's name and all information have been blocked by the Alliance. They're now completely unavailable on the StarNet. Lu Shi looked ahead. I only know this because I have good hearing and have worked for the rebels. That person was a rebel. From the Alliance to the rebels. From an SS-class human genius to an SS-class mutant. Perhaps even more than SS-class. After all, mutants can potentially increase their genetic rank. It's said that everyone who knew his real name is dead, and now only his nickname remains. It seems this guy is quite skilled in combat. Lu Shi nodded. Of course he is, he's... Just then, the computer in Zhao Shi's hand vibrated violently. It was an emergency call, and she immediately answered it. However, the call went unanswered. The connection failed. Lu Shi's expression grew tense. The only person who could make an emergency call directly to the robber god was Yu Xing. He knew what this meant. Zhao Shi called back immediately, but the computer only emitted an electronic chime indicating that the caller was offline. Something's happened. With that, she kicked open the car door and leaped out. She was left sitting in the car, disheveled in the wind. With the side door missing, he was nearly blown out. He looked up ahead, only to see the pale figure, as swift as lightning, vanish from sight in the next second. Blackish fell like feathers, accompanied by a steady stream of black armored mutants. Like a swarm of black locusts, even the sky was dyed black. They formed a black storm, continuously attacking the target in the center. The teeth-grinding sound of metal clashing echoed incessantly, sending up blazing white sparks. Situated in the center of the storms, I was Green Base number 3. The once substantial building now looked like a tiny hut, teetering on the brink of collapse in the storm. Two enormous, transparent wings enveloped the base, emitting a milky white light that grew increasingly dim. Crack. The wings began to crack, the lines marking silver crevices. An attack had already penetrated the cracks and slammed into the wall behind. How could the wall withstand such an attack? With a loud bang, it was penetrated, and a large piece shattered. The wings became increasingly cracked, and the base was penetrated by the frequent attacks, quickly becoming riddled with holes. It seemed that it was no longer possible to stop the attack. The wings' range shrank, barely enough to protect the large group behind them. Hurry up! I cover you! Yuxing said, heading in the opposite direction from the others. Yuxing, you're no match for them. Come back. Uncle Yan's voice came from behind. I promise to defend this place. Yuxing's expression was resolute, as she gazed up at the black sky without a trace of fear. I will never retreat, she thought, even though she hadn't been able to join the Star Alliance to protect the civilians, but being able to become a New Age 3 good mutant to defend her comrades made no difference. Hiss. A dense chorus of voices filled the storm. SS class, I want to eat. No, she's mine. Dream on. She's clearly mine. Give me a bite. I'm so hungry. So hungry. It feels like I haven't eaten in hundreds of days. Like a swarm of locusts, they swarmed towards the single butterfly flower. They screamed and tore at her wings, biting each other as they fought, making a piercing sound. Yuxing's eyes were open, and the black ash drifting from the sky seemed to drift into her vision, gradually filling her entire field of vision. A bunch of mad dogs. Get out of here. Such a familiar voice. Yuxing half opened her eyes, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw a sudden explosion of a blazing white surrounding her. The sharp sound suddenly vanished. Black locusts from the sky plummeted to the ground, leaving a sea of black corpses. Remember to be flexible next time. Xiaoxi carried her to the ground. If the base is lost, we can repair it and rob it, but we only have one life. Okay. With that, Yuxing closed her eyes and fainted. You're back. Uncle Yan's eyes welled up, almost crying. Xiaoxi handed Yuxing over to Uncle Yan. She's seriously injured. Take her to the base for treatment immediately. There's a medical ward on the basement floor. Xiaoxi, hands clasped behind her back, surveyed the surroundings of the base, a dense mass of black armored mutant corpses. Your men died at my hands, and you didn't stop them? She suddenly spoke, facing the empty space ahead. They're not important. The air rippled as another mutant, also clad in black armor, appeared, but his presence exuded a distinctly more stern, sharp aura. He was very different from the other mutants. The others were human-insect hybrids, bearing all sorts of bizarre, ferocious forms. He, however, looked more like a human. A slightly stronger human. His human features were perfectly preserved, with distinct eyebrows and three-dimensional features. Aside from the hideous black armor growing from his flesh, he looked completely human. Xiaoxi could sense that the intensity of this man's energy fluctuations far surpassed Xinjianhua's. Could he be SSS level? If he attacked, Yuxing wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Are you waiting for me? Xiaoxi asked. Your armor is quite nice. What kind of Zerg hull is it made of? The man didn't answer her question, but took a few steps forward and circled around her. Xiaoxi was puzzled. Were they familiar with each other? Are you the robbery god? Xiaoxi's face was expressionless. Yes. She really didn't want to acknowledge this idiotic title. That's not your real name. Nonsense. Who would have a name like that? I see. This is your title, king. You want to be king, right? King of what? Where did the idiotic name come from? She didn't want to waste time on him, and just raised her hand. He suddenly stepped back, creating distance to avoid her attack. Are you going to fight or not? Xiaoxi asked impatiently. My name is Gao Chui, he said. Before my opponent dies, I always tell them my name as a sign of respect. Xiaoxi smiled. You're quite confident then. In a fight to the death, exchanging names is a sign of respect for both parties. Gao Chui said seriously, so tell me your name. He waited a moment, but all he got was a brutal punch, the air ripping apart with a roar. Zhao Shi's words were carried in the gust of wind. As long as I survive, it won't be a fight to the death. I like your personality, Gao Chui said. It's rare for someone to be so confident in front of me. You like my personality? Then you're truly insane, Zhao Shi replied. The two of them exchanged blows, a strong wind swirling around them. Zhao Shi secretly marveled at this man's speed. Since her rebirth, she hadn't met anyone who could even her out. They fought straight up into the air and back down, crashing through countless hills along the way. They circled back to their starting point. The black and white armor clashed, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, Gao Chui glanced at his wrist. Wait a minute. If Zhao Shi had eyes, she really want to roll her eyes at him. How could they stop a fight in the middle of it? Gao Chui turned on his laptop and answered the call. Zhao Shi actually paused, waiting for this eccentric man to finish the call. She wanted to see how much more eccentric he could get. Okay, got it, Gao Chui said to the laptop, then hung up. He then turned to Zhao Shi and asked seriously, would you like to join our mutant rebels? Come with me to the Crucible. Zhao Shi laughed in anger. Do you think that's possible? Gao Chui, can I interpret that as a rejection? Zhao Shi nodded. You can. Okay then. Good luck to you. I still hope we can fight again in the future. With that, Gao Chui turned around, and with a whoosh, the leapers vanished. Zhao Shi was bewildered. Not fighting anymore? Oh my god, I encountered a sand wall today. After landing, she asked the people around her, do you know who that weirdo was just now? Yes. Lu Shi nodded. He's the one I mentioned before. His name is Prince, the leader of the mutant rebellion. Prince? Zhao Shi wondered. So it's common for mutants to have such strange titles. He was the one who transformed himself into a mutant. Sure enough, he wasn't in his right mind. But, what does good luck to you mean? Zhao Shi muttered to herself. I think I know what it means. Lu Shi raised her hand tremblingly. Zhao Shi raised her head, signaling him to speak quickly. Lin Tanyan is about to arrive on Gowan Star. I just heard it from the prince's computer. Who? For a moment, Zhao Shi thought she had misheard. Lin Tanyan, you know him, don't you? Son of the Star, General of the Star Alliance, Supreme Commander of the General Military Region, the only known Super S rank in the world. I know. Her voice deepened. He's here on a mission. Lu Shi looked at her, her lips trembling slightly. The mission is? To eliminate the threat posed by the god of robbery to the Star Alliance. Zhao Shi almost slipped. Huh? But with his current status, he doesn't need to do this kind of thing himself, right? Lu Shi stroked his chin, thinking. Zhao Shi, Lu Shi quickly waved her hand to explain, no, no, no. I definitely don't mean to say you're unworthy of him. Chapter 139. Zhao Shi was filled with questions. No, why would he want to kill me? That prince was the leader of the rebels, so why not kill him? Zhao Shi had never imagined that something like her would catch Lin Tanyan's attention. She just wanted to develop environmental protection, grow some crops, and provide food for everyone, wasn't she? After her recent battle with the prince, she could roughly determine that her current strength was around SSS level, the highest level within the S-level ranks. Only a handful of people in the entire galaxy could reach this level. Lin Tanyan, on the other hand, was a Super S level. Zhao Shi still hadn't figured out how Super S level was defined, or how much higher he surpassed them. All Zhao Shi knew was that she had never seen Lin Tanyan's spirit form, and that the data on his spirit form had always been highly confidential. At least when she was in the detection system, the databases she had access to contained no information about his spirit form. But based on his previous performance on Mihai Star, she knew his power was undeniable. Especially that still unknown spirit. To be honest, she couldn't guarantee she could survive him. I think the rebel leader, Prince, is more valuable than me. They've retreated to Furnace Star, a planet covered in volcanoes, making it difficult to find. Besides, that planet is just a garbage incinerator, so it probably wouldn't be of much value to the Star Alliance. Lu Shi looked at her cautiously, wiping the sweat off his face. And, you've been acting a little arrogant lately. Zhao Shi understood. So, he just disliked her. Lin Tanyan wanted to make an example of someone, so of course, he killed the most prominent and cost-effective one. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. That's exactly what happened. Lu Shi's face showed concern. Why don't you just go to Furnace Planet and hide out? Zhao Shi waved her hand. Having just rejected him, she didn't have the nerve to approach the prince again. Besides, that weirdo hadn't left her any contact information, so if she couldn't reach him, she wouldn't know how to get to Furnace Planet. She looked at the battered base before her. Everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries, and Yuxing was still in the medical bay. She had already offended so many people. What would happen to them if she just left? Was she forced to confront Lin Tanyan head-on? But if she died, these people would be finished too. Besides, she didn't want to die. Ah, so annoying. Many hovercrafts returned, hauling supplies borrowed from Base 2. Everyone was busy repairing Base 3. This was their first home, and the birthplace of their leader, the robbery god. With a sacred reverence in their hearts, they worked tirelessly and unitedly to rebuild their base. Even after having just faced such a devastating disaster, they remained undeterred. For in their eyes, they possessed the most powerful king, a king capable of single-handedly repelling the rebel army and the prince. Look! He's coming! Ah! A mutant looked at Zhao Shi and suddenly covered his face and screamed. Zhao Shi was startled and gave an awkward smile. Hello. Ah, the robbery god is greeting me. The mutant cried out excitedly, then collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, someone nearby helped him up. Hello, robbery god. Hello, boss. Greetings, robbery god. Zhao Shi simply took a casual walk around the base, and all the mutants there greeted her with smiles and greetings. Their facial features were all distorted to varying degrees. For some, it was hard to tell where their eyes and noses were. If it were her former self, she would have been terrified and had nightmares. But through those strange faces, she could still sense their joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. Beneath those ugly shells lay hearts no different from those of ordinary humans. The Zerg genes constantly burned at their human parts, but they couldn't extinguish their hearts, which still held hope for life. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Zhao Shi nodded to them. Not hard, they said in unison. Through the mutants' hideous, terrifying shells, Zhao Shi seemed to see many ordinary faces, young and old, smiling. Zhao Shi was smiling too. But they couldn't see it. Lu Shi hurried over, clutching a bag, and whispered, Boss, can we talk for a moment? Zhao Shi nodded and followed him to the signal tower 100 meters from the base. What's going on? Lu Shi shoved the things in her hands. Hurry up and leave. I packed some things you might need. It'd be too late. Zhao Shi asked doubtfully. Leave? To Furnace Star. Only there can you hide from Lin Tanyan. I know the way. You just have to. Zhao Shi interrupted. When did I ever say I was leaving? But you definitely die if you stay here. Lu Shi's face was filled with anxiety. I know you're very strong, capable of easily killing almost any mutant or high-level human, but Lin Tanyan is an exception. I witnessed the last mutant rebellion. I was far away, so I was lucky enough to escape, but he's almost too strong to be human. Do you understand? His voice trembled uncontrollably as he spoke, as if recalling some horrific scene. Zhao Shi nodded. Yes, I know. Then why don't you leave? Lu Shi was on the verge of tears. What will happen to you when I'm gone? Have you thought about it? I have. I thought about it just now when I was packing. Lu Shi lowered his head. It's just going back to the way it was before. His voice trailed off. Think of everything you've experienced these past few days as just a beautiful dream. It's not a dream. Zhao Shi pressed his shoulder and said word by word, I will make it a reality. One day, the soil of Gowan Star will be able to grow food. The mutants will have their own place to live, no longer facing mutual slaughter, no longer having to hide. One day, you will be able to stand under the same sky as ordinary humans. Do you believe me? Lu Shi stared at Zhao Shi blankly, his eyes wide open, tears streaming down his face. I do. Zhao Shi drove his hovercraft alone across the boundless wilderness, occasionally passing by several garbage disposal plants, and occasionally hearing the sound of spaceships passing overhead. After driving for almost a day, a black and solemn building finally appeared on the monotonous horizon. It looked very much like a military base on Blue Dream Star. From afar, a faint blue light flickered in the air. Zhao Shi recognized it as his personal starship. Ahead lay Base Number 1, built with the support of the military district. Among the many green bases on Gowan Star, it was the only one with military ties. The closer they got, the clearer the view became. Base Number 1 was already surrounded by hovercrafts parked. They appeared to be people from various bases and factories on Gowan Star, as well as the people in charge of this planet. It was these people who had ruined the planet's environment, leaving so many people exposed to pollution and homeless. They were not allowed to bring weapons into Base Number 1, and they didn't dare bring mutant bodyguards, nor were they particularly strong. Zhao Shi suddenly thought, If I could just kill them all right here, it would be a very convenient and efficient way to protect the environment. At this thought, thin, invisible white threads spread from beneath her. Thin enough to easily cut through nanoscale tissue. Structures like human skin and flesh would be a piece of cake. At that moment, she suddenly felt something locking onto her. She silently retracted the thread. This feeling was all too familiar. Last time on Mihai Star, she almost been killed by Lin Tanyan in the same way. This guy hasn't changed at all. She sped along, almost reaching base 1. With no intention of slowing down, she charged directly towards the gate where a group of people were standing. Whose car is that? Hey, stop, stop! Crazy! Crazy! Stop it! Amidst the chaos, the governors and high-ranking officials of Gowan Star turned pale with fear. Several base leaders' faces distorted, and they were about to call for their bodyguards, only to remember they had no mutants around to fight for them. Just as the car was about to hit them, it braked suddenly, slid in a wide circle, and came to a steady stop in front of them. However, it accidentally kicked up a cloud of yellow sand, spraying them in the face. Cough, cough, cough. They covered their faces and coughed. Cough. Who is this? How dare you challenge Commander Lin here? Are you trying to kill yourself? Xiaoxi opened the door and strode out. Me. Ah. This. Several people were so frightened that they sat down on the ground. Mutants. How could mutants be here? The Alliance soldiers inside the base immediately raised their guns, and dozens of shots were fired in an instant. Xiaoxi didn't even move. The bullets hit her car body with a bang, bang, bang sound, followed by the sound of bullets landing. Is this how the Supreme Commander of the General Military Region treats guests? At that moment, the bullets suddenly stopped. It wasn't because he felt he couldn't defeat her that he gave up. Rather, that person had appeared. The surrounding Star Alliance soldiers lowered their weapons, stood still, turned, and saluted in his direction. Then he saw the others swarm over, surrounding Lin Tanyan in 3 layers, all with fawning smiles on their faces. Commander Lin, thank you for coming all the way to this remote place. You've been working hard. Is there anything you need? I have someone get it for you right away. You've been traveling so long, I just happen to have some massage skills. Look! She almost vomited. There's a high-level mutant over there. Li Tianda warned, it's the dangerous mutant that's been attacking various bases and slaughtering humans recently. Robbery god. He emphasized his tone. Everyone, be careful. A gaze pierced through the crowd and fell on her. Commander Lin. She got straight to the point. I want to talk to you. Isn't that just walking into a trap? Ha ha. Someone laughed. The mutants' IQs are really not as high as they say. You still want to talk to Commander Lin? Don't you even consider whether you're worthy enough? It probably doesn't know what the Star Alliance does, right? And it doesn't know how many mutants have died at Commander Lin's hands. The people around were waiting to see the show. She recognized the guy from Base 2 among them. She's seen him on the base's surveillance footage. He was the one who led the group to rob her house. That guy's smile was the most gloating. Okay, Lin Tanyan said. Chapter 140. What? Everyone present was stunned. Why would you agree to talk to a mutant? Li Tianda panicked for a moment. If this mutant told anyone about Base 2, he immediately began to argue. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. As he spoke, he excitedly stepped forward, blocking their line of sight. It must be trying to murder you. Don't believe the lies of mutants. The Star Alliance soldier next to him expressionlessly reached out to stop him, then gestured to silence him. Li Tianda was about to say something else. The others thought he was being a bit extreme. Everyone knew that Lin Tanyan's decision couldn't be easily reversed. Besides, there was no one here who could hurt Lin Tanyan. They simply felt that if he wanted to, this mutant could be killed at any time. Move aside. This is a warning. The Star Alliance soldier had already tightened his grip on his gun. Okay. Li Tianda retreated in frustration, his gaze fixed on the mutant. Why did it always manage to surprise him? He assumed it would flee like a stray dog upon Lin Tanyan's arrival, but he never imagined it would actually run right up to Lin Tanyan. Li Tianda began to feel strangely anxious. The Star Alliance soldiers stepped aside, standing on either side, forming a dark passage between Xiaoxi and Lin Tanyan. Xiaoxi stared at the figure at the end. He looked exactly the same, unchanged, yet he felt as if he were in another world. 2 more people want to join us? Lin Tanyan suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoxi turned and saw 2 familiar figures emerging. Xiaoxi held her forehead in her hand. She truly couldn't understand why these 2 had followed her. She wasn't even sure she could escape unscathed, so this was a buy one get two free deal, right? No, just me. Zhao Shi looked at Lin Tanyan. We be together, through thick and thin. Yuxing and Lu Shi rushed forward, not giving her a chance to refuse. Just now, while driving, Zhao Shi had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she hadn't noticed the two men following behind her. And they were both very skilled at counter-reconnaissance. She let herself down. And then, strangely enough, Zhao Shi and Lin Tanyan sat down face to face in the reception room of Base 1. One black, one white, sitting opposite each other. One sat upright, solemn and aloof. The other had a rather arrogant demeanor, and no matter how he sat, he didn't look dignified. What do you want from me? Lin Tanyan was also a little curious. The mutant before him couldn't have been unaware of his identity, yet he had the nerve to ask to talk to him. Zhao Shi, I want to make a deal with you. The two of them got straight to the point, no nonsense. Lin Tanyan raised his hand, go ahead. Give the mutants a way out, and you reap a highly cost-effective demographic dividend. Demographic dividend? Lin Tanyan looked puzzled. It was a term he had never heard of. Zhao Shi explained, mutants possess extraordinary physical strength and endurance, but because of their aggressive nature, they're shunned by humans and have no place to stay. But in fact, as long as they're restrained, we don't harm humans, and we can actually create value through our labor. We mutants can't find any jobs right now. Isn't this a perfect time to lower our wages? You will acquire the most hardworking and persevering workforce at the lowest cost. We can do the heavy work that humans can't, and we can go to dangerous places they can't. Zhao Shi continued, for example, on a planet like Gowan, which is rife with pollution, ordinary humans would risk genetic mutations. Then, tasks like cleaning up the pollution, improving the environment, and reclaiming wasteland can be left to us. Lin Tanyan nodded, indicating he was listening. So your only request is that I let you go? My request is to leave us a place to survive. I hope to discuss with the Star Alliance about establishing a waste disposal industrial park, freeing up the extra space for mutants to survive. We have always been citizens of the Star Alliance. Just because we've become mutants due to pollution doesn't mean we should be expelled from human membership. Zhao Shi had previously believed that mutants were only capable of murder, cannibalism, and brutality. But after encountering them, he realized they were also a group of unfortunate, pitiful people. And in this world, Gowan isn't the only planet plagued by pollution. There are also mutants on other planets, but those mutants are even more miserable. If discovered, they'd be killed on the spot. I want to provide a safe haven for all mutants in the galaxy. A grand ideal, Lin Tanyan commented. So what are your thoughts? Zhao Shi asked eagerly. It's feasible. Zhao Shi involuntarily straightened up and sat upright at this promising prospect. His next words might determine the future of the entire mutant community. I can convince the Star Alliance that rezoning a planet isn't difficult. But, he changed the subject, what position do you hold to speak to me now? Zhao Shi raised her hand. I represent all the mutant civilians under my command. Mutants. Civilians. Lin Tanyan repeated, this is the first time I've heard someone use that term. He looked up at her. But, I now represent the will of the entire Star Alliance. Zhao Shi was stunned. What do you mean? His amber eyes were like a pool of still water, and his words were icy. You need to be of equal status to speak to me. Zhao Shi tilted her head slightly, and tapped the table with her index finger, signaling him to continue. The leader of the mutant rebellion is Prince, not you. Zhao Shi stared directly into his eyes. As far as I know, it was Prince who seriously injured you in the last battle on Gamera's star, right? She leaned forward, speaking word by word. You want to use me to eliminate Prince. Mutants are generally taller than humans, and her gesture was completely from a condescending angle. Her voice was low and cold. The environment on Furnace Star is too harsh. The Alliance forces simply cannot penetrate. The human body cannot withstand the intense heat. Only mutants can survive there. That's why you couldn't completely wipe them out during the last battle on Gamera's star. Lin Tanyan remained silent. Zhao Shi remained leaning over him, looking down at him. But even for mutants, penetrating Furnace Star to find someone is extremely difficult, let alone killing their king in their base camp. She sneered. Are you overestimating me? Or do you want us to fight to the point of mutual destruction, so we can eliminate both of us at once? Lin Tanyan looked at her quietly. Are you so unsure of yourself? Heh. The surrounding Star Alliance soldiers and mutants all sensed something was amiss. The Star Alliance soldiers gripped their mecha retractors tightly, ready to deploy their light mechas for combat at any moment. They all knew that ordinary weapons couldn't harm mutants. Yu Xing's wing shone faintly, and Lu Shi pricked up his ears, listening to the shifting auras in the air. Both of them tensed, ready to fight at any moment. Okay, I promise. Zhao Shi suddenly leaned back, speaking calmly. With these words, the atmosphere around them suddenly relaxed. Zhao Shi thought, since she wanted to change the mutant situation, she would sooner or later have to confront the prince. And there was also the matter of destroying her territory and harming her men. She would definitely settle the score with him. As for Lin Tanyan, all he wanted was unity and stability. A united mutant population would benefit neither of them. If nothing else, I'd be leaving. Zhao Shi stood up and strode out, waving. No need to see me off. Yu Xing and Lu Shi hurriedly followed, already covered in cold sweats. From the moment they set foot here, they hadn't thought they'd make it out alive. To their surprise, the tribulation god had actually convinced Lin Tanyan. What a remarkable man. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lin Tanyan watched the pale figure retreat, his hand beneath the table resting on the hem of his shirt, wrinkling the fabric. Why? It felt strangely familiar. For a moment, he wanted to ask it if it had seen anyone. But he didn't speak. Lin Tanyan clenched his fists, his fingers digging into his palms, a faint trace of blood between his fingers. Enough, stop looking at everyone like her. There's clearly no resemblance at all. Looking in that direction, he was a little lost. Perhaps she just didn't want to come back yet, and he still didn't believe she was dead. He lowered his eyelashes, the shadows of his lashes masking the frustration surging in his eyes. Zhao Shi walked out of base one step by step, her step steady and powerful, but she could feel the white whiskers in her empty shell dancing more merrily than usual. She was just maintaining a facade of calm. After all this time, he still looked so handsome. It was a shame she didn't smell that scent she loved so much this time. In fact, although Zhao Shi had just been talking seriously to Lin Tanyan, her mind kept replaying the image of him as a singing star. His eyelashes were stained with tiny crystal water droplets, his golden eyes hazy. Her fair skin was torn, the blood flowing like a dark rose in full bloom, a delicate sense of brokenness permeating her entire body. She thought it looked better that way. At this moment, Zhao Shi suddenly noticed something was amiss. Zhao Shi clearly remembered that during their time on the Singing Star circuit, Lin Tanyan lay unconscious in her room, severely wounded. She had interacted with the prince before, and she didn't believe he could injure Lin Tanyan to that extent. Was there something else going on? Was the prince hiding his strength? But looking at that eccentric guy constantly picking fights, he didn't seem like someone who would hide his weaknesses. Or was that injury simply faked by Lin Tanyan, simply to gain her sympathy and make her his pawn? Was this another exploitation? But this time, she would never let him manipulate her again. Zhao Shi suddenly smiled. If you want to use me, be prepared for backlash.